The American Occupation of the Philippines. By James H. Blount. Chapter 1. Mr. Pratt's Serenade. Had I but served my God with half the zeal I served my King, he would not in mine age have left me naked to mine enemies. King Henry VIII, Act 3. Sc. 2. Any narrative covering our acquisition of the Philippine Islands must, of course, center in the outset about Admiral Dewey, and the destruction by him of the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay on Sunday morning, May 1, 1898. But as the Admiral had brought Aguinaldo down from Hong Kong to Manila after the battle, and landed him on May 19 to start an auxiliary insurrection, which insurrection kept the Spaniards bottled up in Manila on the land side for 3.5 months while Dewey did the same by sea, until 10,000 American troops arrived, and easily completed the reduction and capture of the beleaguered and famished city on August 13, it is necessary to a clear understanding of the de facto alliance between the Americans and Aguinaldo thus created, to know who brought the Admiral and Aguinaldo together and how, and why. The United States declared war against Spain, April 21, 1898, to free Cuba, and at once arranged an understanding with the Cuban revolutionists looking to cooperation between their forces and ours to that end. For some years prior to this, political conditions in the Philippines had been quite similar to those in Cuba, so that when, 2 days after war broke out, the Honorable Spencer Pratt, Consul General of the United States at Singapore, in the British Straits settlements, found Aguinaldo, who had headed the last organized outbreak against Spain in the Philippines, temporarily sojourning as a political refugee at Singapore, in the Filipino colony there. He naturally sought to arrange for his cooperating with us against Spain, as Gomez and Garcia were doing in Cuba. Thereby hangs the story of Mr. Pratt's Serenade. However, before we listen to the band whose strains spoke the gratitude of the Filipinos to Mr. Pratt for having introduced Aguinaldo to Dewey, let us learn somewhat of Aguinaldo's antecedents, as related to the purposes of the introduction. The first low rumbling of official thunder premonitory to the war with Spain was heard in Mr. McKinley's annual message to Congress of December, 1897, wherein he said, among other things, the most important problem with which this government is now called upon to deal pertaining to its foreign relations concerns its duty toward Spain and the Cuban insurrection. In that very month of December, 1897, Aguinaldo was heading a formidable insurrection against Spanish tyranny in the Philippines. And the Filipinos and their revolutionary committees everywhere were watching with eager interest the course of the great North American Republic, as they were wont to term our government. The report of the First Philippine Commission sent out to the islands by President McKinley in February, 1899, of which President Sherman of Cornell University was chairman, contains a succinct memorandum concerning the Filipino revolutionary movement of 1896-7, which had been begun by Aguinaldo in 1896, and had culminated in what is known as the Treaty of Biak-Nabato, signed December 14, 1897. This treaty had promised certain reforms, such as representation in the Spanish Cortes, sending the friars away, etc., and had also promised the leaders $400,000 if Aguinaldo and his cabinet would leave the country and go to Hong Kong. No definite time was fixed, says President Sherman, Volume 1, page 171, during which these men were to remain away from the Philippines, and if the promises made by Spain were not fulfilled, they had the right to return. Of course, the promises made by Spain were not fulfilled. Spain thought she had bought Aguinaldo and his crowd off. $200,000, says Professor Sherman, was paid to Aguinaldo when he arrived in Hong Kong. But instead of using this money in riotous living, the little group of exiles began to take notice of the struggles of their brothers in wretchedness in Cuba, and the ever-increasing probability of intervention by the United States in that unhappy Spanish colony, which, of course, would be their opportunity to strike for independence. They had only been in Hong Kong about 2 months when the Maine blew up February 15, 1898, then they knew there would be something doing. Hong Kong being the crossroads of the Far East and the gateway to Asia, and being only 60 hours across the choppy China Sea from Manila, was the best place in that part of the world to brew another insurrection against Spain. But Singapore is also a good place for a branch office for such an enterprise, being on the main traveled route between the Philippines and Spain by way of the Suez Canal, about 4 or 5 days out of Hong Kong by a good liner. And but little farther from Manila, as the crow flies, than Hong Kong itself. Owing to political unrest in the Philippines in 1896, 7, 8, there was quite a colony of Filipino political refugees living at Singapore during that period. Aguinaldo had gone over from Hong Kong to Singapore in the latter half of April, 1898, arriving there, it so chanced, the day we declared war against Spain, April 21st. He was immediately sought out by Mr. Pratt, who had learned of his presence in the community through an Englishman of Singapore, a former resident of Manila, a Mr. Bray, who seems to have been a kind of striker for the Filipino general. Aguinaldo had come incognito. Out of Mr. Pratt's interview with the insurgent chief thus obtained, and its results, grew the episode which is the subject of this chapter. A word just here, preliminary to this interview, concerning the personal equation of Aguinaldo, would seem to be advisable. While I personally chased him and his outfit a good deal in the latter part of 1899, in the northern advance of a column of General Lawton's division from San Isidro across the Rio Grande de Pampanga, over the boggy passes of the Carabala Mountains to the China Sea, and up the Luzon West Coast Road, we never did catch him, and I never personally met him but once, and that was after he was captured in 1901. He was as insignificant looking physically as a Japanese diplomat. But his presence suggested, equally with that of his wonderful racial cousins who represent the great empire of the Mikado abroad, both a high order of intelligence and baffling reserve. And Major General J. Franklin Bell, recently Chief of Staff, United States Army, who was a major on General Merritt's staff in 1898, having charge of the Office of Military Information, in a confidential report prepared for his chief dated August 29, 1898. Sizing up the various insurgent leaders, in view of the then apparent probability of trouble with them, gives these notes on Aguinaldo, the head and front of the revolution. Aguinaldo, honest, sincere, and a natural leader of men. Anyone acquainted with General Bell knows that he knows what he is talking about when he speaks of a natural leader of men, for he is one himself. Our ablest men in the early days were the first to cease considering the little brown soldiers a joke, and their government an opera bouffe affair. General Bell also says in the same report that he, Aguinaldo, is undoubtedly endowed in a wonderful degree with the power of creating among the people confidence in himself. He was, indeed, the very incarnation of the legitimate aspirations of his people, to use one of the favorite phrases of his early state papers, and the faithful interpreter thereof. That was the secret of his power, that and a most remarkable talent for surrounding himself with an atmosphere of impenetrable reserve. This last used to make our young army officers suspect him of being what they called a four-flusher, which being interpreted means a man who is partially successful in making people think him far more important than he really is. But we have seen General Bell's estimate. And the day Aguinaldo took the oath of allegiance to the United States, in 1901, General MacArthur, then commanding the American forces in the Philippines, signalized the event by liberating 1,000 Filipino prisoners of war. General Funston, the man who captured him in 1901, says in Scribner's Magazine for November, 1911, he is a man of many excellent qualities and far and away the best Filipino I was ever brought in contact with. Aguinaldo was born in 1869. Today, 1912, he is farming about 20 miles out of Manila in his native province of Cavite, has always scrupulously observed his oath of allegiance aforesaid, occasionally comes to town and plays chess with Governor-General Forbes. And in all respects has played for the last 10 years with really fine dignity the role of chieftain of a lost cause on which his all had been staked. He was a schoolteacher at Cavite at one time, but is not a college graduate, and so far as mere book education is concerned, he is not a highly educated man. Whether or not he can give the principal parts of the principal irregular Greek verbs I do not know, but his place in the history of his country, and in the annals of wars for independence, cannot, and for the honor of human nature should not, be a small one. Dar. Rizal, the Filipino patriot whose picture we print on the Philippine postage stamps, and who was shot for sedition by the Spaniards before our time out there, was what Colonel Roosevelt would jocularly call one of these darned literary fellows. He was a sort of sweetness and light proposition, who only wrote about the rights of man, and finally let the Spaniards shoot him, stuck his head in the lion's mouth, so to speak. Aguinaldo was a born leader of men, who knew how to put the fear of God into the hearts of the ancient oppressors of his people. Mr. Pratt's own story of how he earned his serenade is preserved to future ages in the published records of the State Department. We will now attempt to summarize, not so eloquently as Mr. Pratt, but more briefly, the manner of its earning, the serenade itself, and its resultant effects both upon the personal fortunes of Mr. Pratt and upon Filipino confidence in American official assurances. It was on the evening of Saturday, April 23, 1898, that Mr. Pratt was confidentially informed of Aguinaldo's arrival at Singapore, incognito. Being aware, says Mr. Pratt, of the great prestige of General Aguinaldo with the insurgents, and that no one, either at home or abroad, could exert over them the same influence and control that he could, I determined at once to see him. Accordingly, he did see him the following Sunday morning, the 24th. At this interview, it was arranged that if Admiral Dewey, then at Hong Kong with his squadron awaiting orders, should so desire, Aguinaldo should proceed to Hong Kong to arrange for cooperation of the insurgents at Manila with our naval forces in the prospective operations against the Spaniards. Accordingly, that Sunday, Mr. Pratt telegraphed Dewey through our consul at Hong Kong. Aguinaldo, insurgent leader, here. Will come Hong Kong arrange with Commodore for general cooperation insurgents Manila if desired. Telegraph. Admiral Dewey, then Commodore, replied. Tell Aguinaldo come soon as possible. This message was received late Sunday night, April 24th, and was at once communicated to Aguinaldo. Mr. Pratt then did considerable bustling around for the benefit of his newfound ally, whom, with his aide-de-camp and private secretary, all under assumed names he succeeded in getting off, to use his phrase, by the British steamer Malacca, which left Singapore for Hong Kong, April 26. In the letter reporting all this to the State Department, Mr. Pratt adds that he trusts this action, in arranging for his, Aguinaldo's, direct cooperation with the commander of our forces, will meet with the government's approval. A little later Mr. Pratt sends the State Department a copy of the Singapore Free Press of May 4, 1898, containing an impressive account of the above transaction and the negotiations leading up to it. This account describes the political conditions among the population of the Philippine archipelago, which, it goes on to say, merely awaits the signal from General Aguinaldo to rise en masse. Speaking of Pratt's interview with Aguinaldo, it says, General Aguinaldo's policy embraces the independence of the Philippines. American protection would be desirable temporarily, on the same lines as that which might be instituted hereafter in Cuba. Mr. Pratt also forwards a proclamation gotten up by the Filipino insurgent leaders at Hong Kong and sent over to the Philippines in advance of Admiral Dewey's coming, calling upon the Filipinos not to heed any appeals of the Spaniards to oppose the Americans, but to rally to the support of the latter. This manifesto of the Filipinos is headed, prominently, for all we know it may have had a heading as big as a Hearst newspaper boxcar type announcement of the latest violation of the Seventh Commandment, America's allies. It begins thus. Compatriots, divine providence is about to place independence within our reach. The Americans, not from mercenary motives, but for the sake of humanity and the lamentations of so many persecuted people, have considered it opportune etc. Here follows a reference to Cuba. At the present moment an American squadron is preparing to sail for the Philippines. The Americans will attack by sea and prevent any reinforcements coming from Spain. We insurgents must attack by land. Probably you will have more than sufficient arms, because the Americans have arms and will find means to assist us. There where you see the American flag flying, assemble in numbers, they are our redeemers. For 12 days after his letter to the State Department enclosing the above proclamation, Mr. Pratt, so far as the record discloses, contemplated his coup d'état in silent satisfaction. Since its successful pulling off, Admiral Dewey had smashed the Spanish fleet, and Aguinaldo had started his auxiliary insurrection. The former was patting the latter on the back, as it were, and saying, "Go it, little man." But nobody was patting Pratt on the back, yet. Therefore, on June 2d, Mr. Pratt writes the State Department, purring for patting thus. Considering the enthusiastic manner General Aguinaldo has been received by the natives and the confidence with which he already appears to have inspired Admiral Dewey. It will be admitted, I think, that I did not overrate his importance and that I have materially assisted the cause of the United States in the Philippines in securing his cooperation. A glow of conscious superiority, in value to the government, over his consular colleague and neighbor, Mr. Wildman, at Hong Kong, next suffuses Mr. Pratt's diction, being manifested thus. Why this cooperation should not have been secured to us during the months General Aguinaldo remained awaiting events in Hong Kong. And that he was allowed to leave there without having been approached in the interest of our government, I cannot understand. Considering that in his letter accepting the nomination for the vice presidency 2 years after this Mr. Roosevelt compared Aguinaldo and his people to that squalid old Apache medicine man, Sitting Bull, and his band of dirty paint-streaked cutthroats, Mr. Pratt's next Pickwickian sigh of complacent, if neglected worth is particularly interesting. No close observer of what had transpired in the Philippines during the past 4 years could have failed to recognize that General Aguinaldo enjoyed above all others the confidence of the Filipino insurgents and the respect alike of Spaniards and foreigners in the islands. All of whom vouched for his high sense of justice and honor. In other words, knowing the proverbial ingratitude of republics, Mr. Pratt is determined to impress upon his government and on the discerning historian of the future that he was the original Aguinaldo man. A week later, June 9, Mr. Pratt writes the department enclosing copies of the Singapore papers of that date, giving an account of a generous outburst of Filipino enthusiasm at Singapore in honor of America, Admiral Dewey, and, last, if not least, Mr. Pratt. He encloses duplicate copies of these newspaper notices, for the press, should you consider their publication desirable. His letter begins. I have the honor to report that this afternoon, on the occasion of the receipt of the news of General Aguinaldo's recent successes near Manila, I was waited upon by the Philippine residents in Singapore and presented an address. He then proceeds with further details of the event, without self-laudation. The Singapore papers which he encloses, however, not handicapped by the inexorable modesty of official correspondence, give a glowing account of the presentation of the address, and of the serenade and toasts which followed. Says one of them, the Straits Times. The United States consulate at Singapore was yesterday afternoon in an unusual state of bustle. That bustle extended itself to Raffles Hotel, of which the consulate forms an outlying part. From a period shortly prior to 5 o'clock, afternoon, the natives of the Philippines resident in Singapore began to assemble at the consulate. Their object was to present an address to Hon. Spencer Pratt, United States Consul General, and, partly, to serenade him, for which purpose some 25 or 30 of the Filipinos came equipped with musical instruments. First there was music by the band. Then followed the formal reading and presentation of the address by a Dr. Santos, representing the Filipino community of Singapore. The address pledged the eternal gratitude of the Filipino people to Admiral Dewey in the honored addressee, alluded to the glories of independence. And to how Aguinaldo had been enabled by the arrangement so happily effected with Admiral Dewey by Consul Pratt to arouse 8,000 of Filipinos to take up arms, in defense of those principles of justice and liberty of which your country is the foremost champion, and trusted that the United States will efficaciously second the program arranged between you, sir, and General Aguinaldo in this port of Singapore, and secure to us our independence under the protection of the United States. Mr. Pratt arose and, proceeded speaking in French, says the newspaper, it does not say Alabama French, but that is doubtless what it was, to state his belief that the Filipinos would prove and were now proving themselves fit for self-government. The gentleman from Alabama then went on to review the mighty events and developments of the preceding 6 weeks, Dewey's victory of May 1st. The brilliant achievements of your own distinguished leader, General Emilio Aguinaldo. Cooperating on land with the Americans at sea, etc. You have just reason to be proud of what has been and is being accomplished by General Aguinaldo and your fellow countrymen under his command. When, 6 weeks ago, I learned that General Aguinaldo had arrived incognito in Singapore, I immediately sought him out. An hour's interview convinced me that he was the man for the occasion. And, having communicated with Admiral Dewey, I accordingly arranged for him to join the latter, which he did at Cavite. The rest you know. Says the newspaper clipping which has preserved the Pratt oration, at the conclusion of Mr. Pratt's speech refreshments were served, and as the Filipinos, being Christians, drink alcohol, there was no difficulty in arranging as to refreshments. Then followed a general drinking of toasts to America, Dewey, Pratt, and Aguinaldo. Then the band played. Then the meeting broke up. Then the Honorable Spencer Pratt, Consul General of the United States, retired to the seclusion of his apartments in Raffles Hotel, and, under the soothing swish of his plunka, forgot the accursed heat of that stepping-off place, Singapore. And dreamed of future greatness. A few days later the even tenor of Mr. Pratt's meditations was disturbed by a letter from the State Department saying, in effect, that it was all right to get Aguinaldo's assistance, if in so doing he was not induced to form hopes which it might not be practicable to gratify. But it did not tell him to tell the Filipinos so. For Aguinaldo was keeping the Spaniards bottled up in the old walled city of Manila on short and ever-shortening rations, and American troops were on the way to join him. And the shorter the food supply grew in Manila the readier the garrison would be to surrender when they did arrive, and the fewer American soldiers' lives would have to be sacrificed in the final capture of the town. Every day of Aguinaldo's service under the Dewey-Pratt arrangement was worth an American life, perhaps many. It was too valuable to repudiate, just yet. July 20th, the State Department wrote Mr. Pratt a letter acknowledging receipt of his of June 9th, enclosing printed copies of a report from the Straits Times of the same day, entitled Mr. Spencer Pratt's Serenade, with a view to its communication to the press, and not only not felicitating him on his serenade, but making him sorry he had ever had a serenade. It said, among other things, the extract now communicated by you from the Straits Times of the 9th of June has occasioned a feeling of disquietude and a doubt as to whether some of your acts may not have borne a significance and produced an impression which this government would feel compelled to regret. Hapless Pratt. Feel compelled to regret is State Department 4, you are liable to be fired. The letter of reprimand proceeds. The address discloses an understanding on their part that the ultimate object of our action is the independence of the Philippines. Your address does not repel this implication. The letter then scores Pratt for having called Aguinaldo the man for the occasion, and for having said that the arrangement between Aguinaldo and Dewey had resulted so happily, and after a few further animadversions, concludes with this great blow to the reading public of Alabama. For these reasons the department has not caused the article to be given to the press lest it might seem thereby to lend a sanction to views the expression of which it had not authorized. The department was very scrupulous about even the appearance, at the American end of the line, of lending a sanction to Pratt's arrangement with Aguinaldo, while all the time it was knowingly permitting the latter to daily risk his own life and the lives of his countrymen on the faith of that very arrangement. And it was so permitting this to be done because the arrangement was daily operating to reduce the number of American lives which it would be necessary to sacrifice in the final taking of Manila. The day the letter of reprimand was written our troop ships were on the ocean, speeding toward the Philippines. And Aguinaldo and his people were fighting the Spaniards with the pent-up feeling of centuries impelling their little steel-jacketed messengers of death, thinking of Cuba Libre, and dreaming of a star of Philippine independence risen in the Far East. Such are the circumstances from which the Filipino people derived their first impressions concerning the faith and honor of a strange people they had never theretofore seen, who succeeded the Spaniards as their overlords. Mr. Pratt was subsequently quietly separated from the consular service, and doubtless lived to regret that he had ever unloosed the fountains of his Alabama French on the Filipino colony of Singapore. Congressional Record, December 6, 1897, page 3. Split Rock. Senate Document 62, page 381. See pages 341 ed. Seek, Senate Document 62, Part 1, 55th Cong. 3D Session, 1898-9. Senate Document 62, page 346. IB, 349. The natives in and about Singapore are Mohammedans, forbidden by their religion to use alcoholic beverages. Senate Document 62, page 354. Senate Document 62, page 356. Chapter 2. Dewey and Aguinaldo. Armaments that thunderstrike the walls of rock-built cities, bidding nations quake, and monarchs tremble in their capitals. Childe Harold. The Battle of Manila Bay was fought May 1, 1898. Until the thunder of Dewey's guns reverberated around the world, there was perhaps no part of it the American people knew less about than the Philippine Islands. We have all heard much of what happened after the battle, but comparatively few, probably, have ever had a glimpse at our great sailor while he was there in Hong Kong harbor, getting ready to go to sea to destroy the Spanish Armada. Such a glimpse is modestly afforded by the Admiral in his testimony before the Senate Committee in 1902. Asked by the committee when he first heard from Aguinaldo and his people in 1898, Admiral Dewey said, "I should think about a month before leaving Hong Kong, that is, about the 1st of April. When it became pretty certain that there was to be war with Spain, I heard that there were a number of Filipinos in the city of Hong Kong who were anxious to accompany the squadron to Manila in case we went over. I saw these men 2 or 3 times myself. They seemed to be all very young earnest boys. I did not attach much importance to what they said or to themselves. Finally, before we left Hong Kong for Mirs Bay I received a telegram from Consul General Pratt at Singapore saying that Aguinaldo was there and anxious to see me. I said to him, all right. Tell him to come on, but I attached so little importance to Aguinaldo that I did not wait for him. He did not arrive, and we sailed from Mirs Bay without any Filipinos." From his testimony before the committee it is clear that Admiral Dewey's first impressions of the Filipinos, like those of most Americans after him, were not very favorable, that is to say, he did not in the outset take them very seriously. It will be interesting to consider these impressions, and then to compare them with those he gathered on better acquaintance from observing their early struggles for independence. The more intimate acquaintance, as has been the case with all his fellow countrymen since, caused him to revise his first verdict. Answering a question put by Senator Carmack concerning what transpired between him and the Philippine revolutionists at Hong Kong before he sailed in search of the Spanish fleet, the Admiral said, "They were bothering me. I was getting my squadron ready for battle, and these little men were coming on board my ship at Hong Kong and taking a good deal of my time, and I did not attach the slightest importance to anything they could do, and they did nothing. That is, none of them went with me when I went to Mirs Bay. There had been a good deal of talk, but when the time came they did not go. One of them didn't go because he didn't have any toothbrush." Senator Burroughs, did he give that as his reason? Admiral Dewey, yes, he said, "I have no toothbrush. They used to come aboard my ship and take my time, and finally I would not see them at all, but turn them over to my staff." Now the lack of a toothbrush is hardly a valid excuse for not going into battle, however great a convenience it may be in campaign. But the absence of orders from your commanding officer stands on a very different footing. Aguinaldo had not yet arrived. 300 years of Spanish misgovernment and cruelty is not conducive to aversion to fictitious excuses by the lowly in the presence of supreme authority. The answer was amusingly uncandid, but disproved neither patriotism nor intelligence. Aguinaldo arrived at Hong Kong from Singapore a day or so after Admiral Dewey had sailed for Manila. Of the Battle of May 1, no detailed mention is essential here. Every schoolboy is familiar with it. It will remain, as long as the Republic lasts, a part of the heritage of the nation. But the true glory of that battle, to my mind, rests, not upon the circumstance that we have the Philippines, but upon the tremendous fact that before it occurred the attitude of our State Department toward an American citizen sojourning in distant lands and becoming involved in difficulties there had long been, why didn't he stay at home? Let him stew in his own juice, whereas, since then, to be an American has been more like it was in the days of St. Paul to be a Roman citizen. May 16, our consul at Hong Kong, Mr. Wildman, succeeded in getting the insurgent leader and his staff off for Manila on board the USS McCulloch by authority of Admiral Dewey. Like his colleague over at Singapore, Consul Wildman was bent on the role of Warwick. Admiral Dewey was quite busy there in Manila Bay the first 2 or 3 weeks after the battle, but yielding to the letters of Wildman, who meantime had constituted himself a kind of fiscal agent at Hong Kong for the prospective revolution in the matter of the purchase of guns and otherwise. The admiral told the commanding officer of the McCulloch that on his next trip to Hong Kong he might bring down a dozen or so of the Filipinos there. The frame of mind they were in on reaching Manila, as a result of the assurances of Pratt and Wildman, is well illustrated by a letter the latter wrote Aguinaldo a little later, June 25, which is undoubtedly in keeping with what he had been telling him earlier. Do not forget that the United States undertook this war for the sole purpose of relieving the Cubans from the cruelties under which they were suffering, and not for the love of conquest or the hope of gain. They are actuated by precisely the same feelings for the Filipinos. And at the time, they were. Every American citizen who came in contact with the Filipinos at the inception of the Spanish War, or at any time within a few months after hostilities began, said General Anderson in an interview published in the Chicago Record of February 24, 1900, probably told those he talked with that we intended to free them from Spanish oppression. The general expression was, "We intend to whip the Spaniards and set you free." The McCulloch arrived in Manila Bay with Aguinaldo and his outfit, May 19. Let Admiral Dewey tell what happened then. Aguinaldo came to see me. I said, "Well now, go ashore there, we have got our forces at the arsenal at Cavite, go ashore and start your army." He came back in the course of a few hours and said, "I want to leave here, I want to go to Japan." I said, "Don't give it up, Don Emilio. I wanted his help, you know." He did not sleep ashore that night, he slept on board the ship. The next morning he went on shore, still inside my lines, and began recruiting men. Enterprises of great pith and moment have often turned awry and lost the name of action for lack of a word spoken in season by a stout heart. Admiral Dewey spoke the word, and Aguinaldo, his protégé, did the rest. Then he began operations toward Manila, and he did wonderfully well. He whipped the Spaniards battle after battle. In fact, the desperate bravery of those little brown men after they got warmed up reminds one of the Japs at the walls of Peking, in the advance of the Allied armies to the relief of the foreign legations during the Boxer troubles of 1900. Admiral Dewey told the Senate Committee in 1902 that Aguinaldo actually wanted to put one of the old smoothbore Spanish guns he found at Cavite on a barge and have him, Dewey, tow it up in front of Manila so he could attack the city with it. I said, "Oh no, no, we can do nothing until our troops come." Otherwise he was constantly advising and encouraging him. Why? Let the admiral answer. I knew that what he was doing, driving the Spaniards in, was saving our troops. In other words, they were daily dying that American soldiers might live, on the faith of the reasons for which we had declared war, and trusting, because of the words of our consuls and the acts of our admiral, in the sentiment subsequently so nobly expressed by Mr. McKinley in his instructions to the Paris Peace Commissioners. The United States in making peace should follow the same high rule of conduct which guided it in facing war. I did not know what the action of our government would be, said the admiral to the committee, adding that he simply used his best judgment on the spot at the time, presumably supposing that his government would do the decent thing by these people who considered us their liberators. They looked on us as their liberators, said he. Up to the time the army came he, Aguinaldo, did everything I requested. He was most obedient, whatever I told him to do he did. I saw him almost daily. I had not much to do with him after the army came. That was no ordinary occasion, that midsummer session of the Senate Committee in 1902. It was a case of the powerful of the earth discussing a question of ethics, even as they do in Boston. The nation had been intoxicated in 1898 with the pride of power, power revealed to it by the Spanish War. And in a spirit thus mellowed had taken the Philippines as a sort of political foreign mission, forgetting the injunction of the fathers to keep church and state separate, but not forgetting the possible profits of trade with the saved. A long war with the prospective saved had followed, developing many barbarities avenged in kind, and the breezes from the South Seas were suggesting the aroma of shambles. How did we get into all this mess, anyhow, said the people. Let us pause, and consider. Hear the still small voice of a nation's conscience mingling with demagogic nonsense perpetrated by potent, grave, and reverend senators. Admiral Dewey, I do not think it makes any difference what my opinion is on these things. Senator Patterson, there is no man whose opinion goes farther with the country than yours does, Admiral, and therefore I think you ought to be very prudent in expressing your views. Senator Beveridge, acting chairman, the chairman will not permit any member to lecture Admiral Dewey on his prudence or imprudence. This of course would read well to Mary of the vine-clad cottage out in Indiana, whose 4-year-old boy was named George Dewey. Or to her counterpart up in Vermont who might name her next boy after the brilliant and distinguished acting chairman, in token of her choice for the presidency. Senator Patterson, I was not lecturing him. Senator Beveridge, yes, you said he ought to be prudent. Senator Patterson, and I think it was well enough to suggest those things. Thawed into theorizing by these indubitably genuine evidences of a nation's high regard, the man of action tried to help the nation out. He said he had used the Filipinos as the federal troops used the Negroes in the Civil War. Senator Patterson struck this suggestion amidships and sunk it with the remark that the Negroes were expecting freedom. Admiral Dewey had said the Filipinos were slaves too and considered him their liberator. But he never did elaborate on the new definition of freedom which had followed in the wake of his ships to Manila, viz. That freedom does not necessarily mean freedom from alien domination, but only a change of masters deemed by the new master beneficial to the slave. Apropos of why he accepted Aguinaldo's help, the admiral also said, I was waiting for troops to arrive, and I felt sure the Filipinos could not take Manila. And I thought that the closer they invested the city the easier it would be when our troops arrived to march in. The Filipinos were our friends, assisting us, they were doing our work. Asked as to how big a force Aguinaldo had under arms then and afterwards, the admiral said maybe 25,000, adding, by way of illustration of the pluck, vim, and patriotism of his valuable new-made friends, they could have had any number of men. It was just a question of arming them. They could have had the whole population. 11 months after that, when we captured the first insurgent capital, Malolos, General MacArthur, the ablest and one of the bravest generals we ever set to slaughtering Filipinos, said to a newspaper man just after a bloody and of course victorious fight, when I first started in against these rebels, I believed that Aguinaldo's troops represented only a faction. I did not like, said this veteran of 3 wars, who was always on the job, in action out there as elsewhere, I did not like to believe that the whole population of Luzon was opposed to us but after having come thus far. And having been brought much in contact with both insurrectos and amigos, I have been reluctantly compelled to believe that the Filipino masses are loyal to Aguinaldo and the government which he heads. Is it at all unlikely that Admiral Dewey did in fact say of his protégés, the Filipinos, to an American visiting Manila in January, 1899, 3 or 4 weeks before the war broke out, rather than make a war of conquest upon the Filipino people, I would up anchor and sail out of the harbor. If Dewey and MacArthur were right, then, about the situation around Manila in 1898, it was a case of an entire people united in an aspiration, and looking to us for its fulfillment. When the American troops reached the Philippines and perfected their battle formations about Manila, and the order to advance was given, they did march in, to use Admiral Dewey's expression above quoted. But they did not let the Filipinos have a finger in the pie. The conquest and retention of the islands had then been determined upon. The admiral's reasons for saddling his protégé with a series of bloody battles in a long and arduous campaign are certainly stated with the proverbial frankness of the sailorman: "I wanted his help, you know." But what was Aguinaldo to get out of the transaction, from the Dewey point of view? They wanted to get rid of the Spaniards. "I do not think they looked much beyond that," said the admiral to the Senate committee. "Let us see whether they did or not." Aguinaldo had been shipped by the Honorable E. Spencer Pratt, Consul General of the United States at Singapore, from that point to Hong Kong on April 26, consigned to his fellow Warwick, the Honorable Roundsville Wildman, Consul General of the United States at the last named place, and had been received in due course by the consignee. May 5, at Hong Kong, the Filipino Revolutionary Committee had a meeting, the minutes of which we subsequently came into possession of, along with other captured insurgent papers. The following is an extract from those minutes. Once the President, Aguinaldo, is in the Philippines with his prestige, he will be able to arouse the masses to combat the demands of the United States, if they should colonize that country. And will drive them, the Filipinos, if circumstances render it necessary, to a titanic struggle for their independence, even if later they should succumb to the weight of the yoke of a new oppressor. If Washington proposes to carry out the fundamental principles of its constitution, it is most improbable that an attempt will be made to colonize the Philippines or annex them. It is probable then that independence will be guaranteed. The truth is that instead of leaving everything to the chance of our continuing in the same unselfish frame of mind we were really in when the Spanish-American War started, Aguinaldo and his people, not sure but what in the wind-up they might even be thrown back upon the tender mercies of Spain, played their cards boldly and consistently from the beginning with a view of organizing a de facto government and getting it recognized by the powers as such at the very earliest practicable moment. They believed that the Lord helps those who help themselves. They had anticipated our change of heart and already had it discounted before we were aware of it ourselves. They were already acting on the idea that eternal vigilance is the price of liberty while public opinion in the United States concerning them was in a chrysalis state, and trying to develop a new definition of liberty which should comport with the subjugation of distant island subjects by a continental commonwealth on the other side of the world based on representative government. The prospective subjects did not believe that a legislature 10,000 miles away in which they had no vote would ever give them a square deal about tariff and other laws dictated by special interests. They had had 300 years of just that very sort of thing under Spain and instinctively dreaded continuance of it. That their instincts did not deceive them, our later study of congressional legislation will show. The Filipinos had greatly pondered their future in their hearts during the last 12 months of Spain's colonial empire, watching her Cuban embarrassments with eager eye. Having seen the frame of mind in which they approached the contract implied in Admiral Dewey's cheery words, "Well now, go ashore there and start your army," what were the facts of recent history within the knowledge of both parties at the time? What had been the screams of the American eagle, if any, concerning his moral leadership of the family of unfeathered bipeds? President McKinley's annual message to Congress of December, 1897, calling attention to conditions in Cuba as intolerable, had declared that if we should intervene to put a stop to them, we certainly would not make it the occasion of a land grab. The other nations said, "We are from Missouri." But Mr. McKinley said, forcible annexation was not to be thought of by us. That by our code of morality would be criminal, etc. So the world said, "We shall see what we shall see." Then had come the war message of April 11, 1898, reiterating the declaration of the Cuban message of December previous, that forcible annexation by our code of morality would be criminal aggression. In other words, we announced to the overcrowded monarchies of the Old World, whose landlust is ever tempted by the broad acres of South America, and ever cooled by the virile menace of the Monroe Doctrine, that we not only were against the principle of land grabbing, but would not indulge in the practice. Immediately upon the conclusion of the reading of the war message, Senator Stewart was recognized, and said, among other things, under the law of nations, intervention for conquest is condemned, and is opposed to the universal sentiment of mankind. It is unjust, it is robbery, to intervene for conquest. Then Mr. Lodge stood up, in the Senate House a senator, and said, "We are there, meaning in this present Cuban situation, because we represent the spirit of liberty and the spirit of the new time, and Spain is over against us because she is medieval, cruel, dying. We have grasped no man's territory, we have taken no man's property, we have invaded no man's rights. We do not ask their lands." These speeches went forth to the world almost like a part of the message itself. And Admiral Dewey, like every other American, in his early dealings with Aguinaldo, after war broke out, must have assumed a mental attitude in harmony with these announcements. But the world said, "All this is merely what you Americans yourselves call hot air. We repeat, we are from Missouri." Then we said, "Oh, very well, we will show you." So in the declaration of war against Spain we inserted the following. Fourth, that the United States hereby disclaims any disposition or intention to exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control over said island except for the pacification thereof, and asserts its determination when that is accomplished, to leave the government and control of the island to its people. This meant, it is true we do love the almighty dollar very dearly, oh, sisters of the family of nations, but there are some axiomatic principles of human liberty that we love better. And one of them is the unalienable right of every people to pursue happiness in their own way, free from alien domination. All these things were well known to both the contracting parties when Admiral Dewey set Aguinaldo ashore at Cavite, May 20, 1898, and got him to start his insurrection under the protection of our guns, as he expressed it. Accordingly, when the insurgent leader went ashore, the declaration of war was his major premise, the assurances of our consuls and the acts of our admiral pursuant thereto were his minor premise, and independence was his conclusion. Trusting to the faith and honor of the American people, he took his life in his hands, left the panoplied safety of our mighty squadron, and plunged, single-handed, into the struggle for freedom. What was the state of the public mind on shore, and how was it prepared to receive his assurances of American aid? Consider the following picture in the light of its somber sequel. Just as the war broke out, Consul Williams had left Manila and gone over to Hong Kong, where he joined Admiral Dewey, and accompanied him back to Manila, and was thus privileged to be present at the Battle of Manila Bay, May 1. Under date of May 12, from his consular headquarters aboard the U.S.S. Baltimore, he reports going ashore at Cavite and being received with enthusiastic greetings by vast crowds of Filipinos. "They crowded around me," says Brother Williams, "hats off, shouting, 'Viva los Americanos,' thronged about me by hundreds to shake either hand, even several at a time, men, women, and children, striving to get even a finger to shake. So I moved half a mile, shaking continuously with both hands." Tut! Tut! Says the casual reader. What did the government at Washington know of all these goings-on, that it should be charged later with having violated as binding a moral obligation as ever a nation assumed? It is true that the news of the Williams ovation, as in the case of the Pratt serenade, reached Washington only by the slow channels of the mail. But Washington did in fact receive the said news by due course of mail. When it came, however, Washington was nursing visions of savages in blankets smoking the pipe of peace with the agents of the Great White Father in the White House, i.e., thought, or hoped, the Filipinos were savages, and remained as deaf to the sounds of the Williams ovation as it had been to the strains of the Pratt serenade. However, hardly had Admiral Dewey taken his binoculars from the gig that carried Aguinaldo ashore to raise his auxiliary insurrection, when he called his flag secretary, or the equivalent, and dictated the following cablegram to the Secretary of the Navy. Aguinaldo, the rebel commander-in-chief, was brought down by the McCulloch, organizing forces near Cavite, and may render assistance that will be valuable. This sounds a little more serious than earnest boys, alleging the lack of a toothbrush as an excuse for declining mortal combat, does it not? How valuable did this assistance prove? Admiral Dewey had to wait 3½ months for the army to arrive. And this is how the commanding general of the American forces describes conditions as he found them in the latter part of August. For 3½ months Admiral Dewey with his squadron and the insurgents on land had kept Manila tightly bottled. All commerce had been interdicted, internal trade paralyzed, and food supplies were nearly exhausted. And, he might have added, the taking of the city was thus made perfectly easy. Otherwise, as Aguinaldo put it in one of his letters to General Otis, we would not have taken a city, but only the ruins of a city. Admiral Dewey said to the Senate Committee in 1902, they, the Spaniards, surrendered on August 13, and they had not gotten a thing in after the 1st of May. In the early part of the next year, 1899, President McKinley sent out a kind of olive branch commission, of which President Sherman of Cornell University was chairman. The olive branch got withered in the sulfur of exploding gunpowder, so the commission contented itself with making a report. And this is what they said concerning what followed the Dewey-Aguinaldo entente. Shortly afterwards, the Filipinos began to attack the Spanish. Their number was rapidly augmented by the militia who had been given arms by Spain, all of whom revolted and joined the insurgents. Great Filipino successes followed, many Spaniards were taken prisoners, and while the Spanish troops now remained quietly in Manila, the Filipino forces made themselves masters of the entire island, of Luzon, except that city. Of conditions in July, 60 days after Admiral Dewey had on May 20 said to Aguinaldo in effect, "Go it, little man, we need you in our business, Mr. Wildman," our consul at Hong Kong, writing to the State Department, said, in defending himself for his share in the business of getting Aguinaldo's help under promises, both express and implied, which were subsequently repudiated, that after he, Wildman, put the insurgent chief aboard the McCulloch, May 16. Bound for Manila to cooperate by land with our navy, he organized a government and from that day to this he has been uninterruptedly successful in the field and dignified and just as the head of his government. A statement which Admiral Dewey subsequently endorsed. We have seen the preliminaries of this government started under the auspices of our admiral and under what he himself called the protection of our guns, ante. Let us note its progress. If you turn the leaves of the contemporaneous official reports, you see quite a moving picture show, and the action is rapid. On May 24, still under the protection of our guns, Aguinaldo proclaimed his revolutionary government and summoned the people to his standard for the purpose of driving the Spaniards out forever. The situation was an exact counterpart of the contemporary Cuban one as regards identity of purpose between liberator and oppressed. His proclamation promised a constitutional convention to be called later, and which was duly called later, to elect a president and cabinet, in whose favor he would resign the emergency authority now assumed. Referred to the United States as undoubtedly disinterested, and as considering the Filipinos capable of governing for ourselves our unfortunate country, and formally announced the temporary assumption of supreme authority as dictator. Copies of these proclamations were duly furnished Admiral Dewey. The latter was too busy looking after the men behind his guns and watching the progress of his plucky little ally to study Spanish, so he forwarded them to the Navy Department without comment, without reading them. Said he to the Senate Committee in 1902. When his attention was called to them before the committee by one of the members reading them, his comment was, "Nothing about independence there, is there? It seems to me it did not take an international lawyer to see a good deal, there, about independence." In a proclamation published at Tarlac in the latter part of 1899, which appears to have been a sort of swan song of the Philippine Republic, Aguinaldo had said, in effect, "Certainly Admiral Dewey did not bring me from Hong Kong to Manila to fight the Spaniards for the benefit of American trade expansion," and in this proclamation he claimed that Admiral Dewey promised him independence. It is true, that in a letter to Senator Lodge, which that distinguished gentleman read on the floor of the Senate on January 31, 1900, Admiral Dewey denounced this last statement as false. It is also true that those Americans are few and far between who will take Aguinaldo's word in preference to Admiral Dewey's. Certainly the writer is not one of them. But Aguinaldo is no Spanish scholar, being more of a leader of men than a master of language, and what sort of an interpreter acted between him and the admiral does not appear. Certainly he never did get anything in writing from Admiral Dewey. But after the latter brought him to Manila, set him to fighting the common enemy, and helped him with guns and otherwise in quickly organizing an army for the purpose. The admiral was at least put on inquiry as to just what Aguinaldo supposed he was fighting for. What did the admiral probably suppose? He told the Senate committee that the idea that they wanted independence never entered his head. The roar of mighty guns seems to have made it difficult for him to hear the prattlings of what Aguinaldo's proclamations of the time called the legitimate aspirations of a people. The milk in the coconut is this: how could it ever occur to a great naval commander, such as Admiral Dewey, familiar with the four quarters of the globe, that a coterie of politicians at home would be so foolish as to buy a vast straggly archipelago of jungle-covered islands in the South Seas which had been a nuisance to every government that ever owned them? But let us turn from the Senate Committee's studies of 1902 to the progress of the infant Republic of 1898 at Cavite. The same day the above proclamations of May 24 were issued, we find Consul Williams, now become a sort of amphibious civilian aide to Dewey, having his consular headquarters afloat on the U.S.S. Baltimore, of the squadron, writing the State Department, describing the great successes of the insurgents, his various conferences with Aguinaldo and the other leaders, and his own activities in arranging the execution of a power of attorney whereby Aguinaldo released to certain parties in Hong Kong $400,000 then on deposit to his credit in a Hong Kong bank, for the purpose of enabling them to pay for 3,000 stand of arms bought there and expected to arrive at Cavite on the morrow, and for other needed expenses of the revolutionary movement. He says, in part, officers have visited me during the darkness of the night to inform the fleet and me of their operations, and to report increase of strength. When General Merritt arrives he will find large auxiliary land forces adapted to his service and used to the climate. Throughout this period Admiral Dewey reports various cordial conferences with Aguinaldo, though he is not so literary as to vivify his accounts with allusions to the weather. In one dispatch he states that he has refrained from assisting him with the forces under my command, explaining to him that the squadron could not act until the arrival of the United States troops. 6 days after the issuance of the dictatorship proclamations above mentioned, viz., on May 30th, Admiral Dewey cables the Navy Department: Aguinaldo, revolutionary leader, visited Olympia yesterday. He expects to make general attack May 31st. He did not succeed entirely, but there was hard fighting, and the cordon around the doomed Spaniards in Manila and its suburbs was drawn ever closer and closer. The remarkable feat of Aguinaldo's raising a right formidable fighting force in 12 days after his little return from Elba, which force kept growing like a snowball, is difficult, for one who does not know the Filipinos and the conditions then, to credit. It is explained by the fact that Admiral Dewey let him have the captured guns in the Cavite arsenal, that Cavite was a populous hotbed of insurrection, and that many native regiments, or parts of regiments, quite suited to be the nucleus of an army, having lots of veteran non-commissioned officers, deserted the Spaniards and went over to the insurgents, their countrymen, as soon as Aguinaldo arrived. On June 6, we have another bulletin sent to the Navy Department by Admiral Dewey, transmitting with perceptible satisfaction further information as to the progress of his indefatigable protégé. Insurgents have been engaged actively within the province of Cavite during the last week. They have had several small victories, taking prisoners about 1,800 men, 50 officers, Spanish troops, not native. Along about this period Aguinaldo happens to get hold of a belated copy of the London Times of May 5, 1898. It contains considerable speculation on the future of the Philippines which casts a shadow over the soul of the President of the incipient Republic. Having read President McKinley's immortal state papers about the moral obliquity of forcible annexation, he is moved to write direct to the source of those noble sentiments. The letter is dated June 10, 1898. It is addressed, with a quaintness now pathetic, to the President of the Republic of the great North American nation. It greets the addressee with the most tender effusion of the writer's soul, expresses his deep and sincere gratitude, in the name of his people, for the efficient and disinterested protection which you have decided to give it to shake off the yoke of the cruel and corrupt Spanish domination, as you are doing to the equally unfortunate Cuba, and then proceeds to tell of the great sorrow which all of us Filipinos felt on reading in the Times the astounding statement that you, sir, will retain these islands, etc. He proceeds. The Philippine people have seen in your nation, ever since your fleet destroyed in a moment the Spanish fleet which was here the angel who is the harbinger of their liberty. And they rose like a single wave as soon as I trod these shores, and captured in 10 days nearly the whole garrison of this province of Cavite, in whose port I have my government, by the consent of the admiral of your triumphant fleet. The writer closes his letter with an impassioned protest against the occurrence of what is suggested in the Times, and speaks of his fellow countrymen as a people which trusts blindly in you not to abandon it to the tyranny of Spain, but to leave it free and independent, and adds his fervent prayers for the ever-increasing prosperity of your powerful nation. But the signer of the foregoing letter did not spend all his time praying for us, as may be observed in this bulletin from Admiral Dewey concerning the way he was lambasting the common enemy, sent the Navy Department. June 12. Insurgents continue hostilities and have practically surrounded Manila. They have taken 2,500 Spanish prisoners, whom they treat most humanely. They do not intend to attack city proper until the arrival of United States troops thither, I have advised. 4 days later Washington chided the hapless Pratt at Singapore about having talked to Aguinaldo of direct cooperation with Admiral Dewey, saying, to obtain the unconditional personal assistance of General Aguinaldo in the expedition to Manila was proper, if in so doing he was not induced to form hopes which it might not be practicable to gratify. This communication goes on to advise Mr. Pratt that the department cannot approve anything he may have said to Aguinaldo on behalf of the United States which would concede that in accepting his cooperation we would owe him anything. Yet it did not tell Admiral Dewey to quit coaching him, because the service he was rendering was too valuable. There is no communication to Admiral Dewey about hopes which it might not be practicable to gratify, in the official archives of those times. There was Admiral Dewey coaching Aguinaldo and telling him to wait for the main attack until General Merritt should arrive with our troops. Why? Because he expected Merritt to cooperate with Aguinaldo, and of course Aguinaldo expected exactly what Dewey expected. In reviewing the history of those times the writer has not been so careless as to have overlooked Senator Lodge's elaborate speech in the Senate on March 7, 1900. Wherein attention is called to the circumstance that a few days after Aguinaldo landed at Cavite, the Navy Department cabled cautioning Dewey to have no alliance with him that might complicate us. And that the Admiral answered he had made no alliance and would make none. But if actions speak louder than words, the Senator's point does not rise above the dignity of a technicality. The same day the State Department reprimanded Pratt, as above indicated, viz. June 16, Consul Williams at Manila wrote them a glowing communication about how active and almost uniformly successful Aguinaldo was continuing to be. But no resultant enthusiasm is of record. 2 days later, on June 18, Aguinaldo issued his first formal declaration of independence. The infant republic was now less than a month old, but it already had a fine set of teeth. The Spaniards had seen them. The proclamation was of course addressed to the Filipino people, and called on them to rally to the cause, but he was also driving at recognition by the powers. It read in part, in the face of the whole world I have proclaimed that the aspiration of my whole life, the final object of all my wishes and efforts, is your independence, because I have the inner conviction that it is also your constant longing. Many Americans insist that this is mere hot air, and that the average Filipino peasant does not think much more than his plow animal, the scoffer himself being stupidly unaware that this has been precisely the argument of tyranny in all ages. But the pride a people will have in seeing the best educated and most able men of their own race in charge of their affairs seems to me too obvious to need elaboration. It was always accepted by us as axiomatic until we took the Philippines. It is a cruel species of wickedness for an American to tell his countrymen that the Filipino people do not want independence, for some of them may believe it. The Declaration of Independence of June 18 is known to students of Philippine political archaeology as the proclamation establishing the dictatorial government. The principal thing it did was to supplement the absolute dictatorship proclaimed May 24 by provisions for organizing in detail. It also declared independence. A more elaborate declaration followed on June 23d, known as the Proclamation establishing the revolutionary government. This made provision for a Congress, a cabinet, and courts. Of course it was only a paper government the day the ink dried on it. But we will follow it through its teething, and adolescence, to the attainment of its majority at an inauguration where the president was driven to the place of the taking of the oath of office in a coach and four. Through a short and very self-respecting heyday, and a longer peripatetic existence, to final dissolution. The document of June 23d reminds us of a fact which in reading it at this late date we are apt to forget, viz. That the Filipinos did not know at what moment their powerful ally, the American squadron, might up anchor and sail away to the high seas, to meet another Spanish fleet, thus leaving them to the tender mercies of the Spaniards, possibly forever. So they were losing no time. In fact, they had set to work from the very beginning with a determination to try and secure recognition from the powers at the earliest moment. In appealing to the public opinion of the world with a view of paving the way to recognition by the powers, which recognition would mean getting arms for war with Spain or any other power without the inconveniences of filibustering, Aguinaldo says on behalf of his people in the proclamation of June 23d. Above mentioned, that they now no longer limit themselves to asking for assimilation with the political constitution of Spain, but ask for a complete separation, and strive for independence. Completely assured that the time has come when they can and ought to govern themselves. Mr. Frank D. Millet, who reached Manila soon enough, in July, to see the ripples of this proclamation, describes the effect on the people. While Mr. Millet is one of the best men that anybody ever knew, a proposition as to which I am quite sure the President of the United States and many people great and small in many lands would affirm my judgment, still. He writes from a frankly white man's burden or land-grabbing standpoint, is in harmony with his environment. At page 50 of his book, he reproduces the proclamation last above quoted from, and adds the following satirical comment: this flowery production was widely circulated and had a great effect on the imagination of the people, who, in the elation of their present success in investing the town and in their belief that the United States was beginning a campaign in the Philippines to free them from Spanish oppression, italics mine, shortly came to think that they were already a nation. Copies of these June proclamations also, as in the case of those of May 24, were duly forwarded by Aguinaldo to Admiral Dewey and by him forwarded to Washington without comment. In his letter transmitting them to Dewey, Aguinaldo announces that his government has taken possession of the various provinces of the archipelago. Just exactly how many provinces he had control of on June 23d will be examined later. The very same day the proclamation of June 23d declaring independence was issued, Admiral Dewey cabled the Navy Department, Aguinaldo has acted independently of the squadron, but has kept me advised of his progress which has been wonderful. I have allowed him to take from the arsenal such Spanish arms and ammunition as he needed. After adding that Aguinaldo expects to capture Manila without any assistance, the admiral, evidently divining the temptation that was then luring the political St. Anthony's at Washington, volunteers this timely suggestion. In my opinion these people are superior in intelligence and more capable of self-government than the natives of Cuba, and I am familiar with both races. That there may be no doubt about the motive behind that suggestion, it may be noted here that the Admiral told the Senate Committee in 1902, I wrote that because I saw in the newspapers that Congress contemplated giving the Cubans independence. But this is not all. On August 13, the day after the peace protocol was signed, Mr. McKinley wired Admiral Dewey asking about the desirability of the several islands, the coal and mineral deposits, and in reply on August 29, the Admiral wrote. In a telegram sent the department on June 23d. I expressed the opinion that these people are far superior in their intelligence and more capable of self-government than the natives of Cuba, and I am familiar with both races. Further intercourse with them has confirmed me in this opinion. As a result of 1 year's stay in Cuba, and 6 in the Philippines, 2 in the army that subjugated the Filipinos and 4 as a judge over them, I heartily concur in the above opinion of Admiral Dewey. But with this addition, whatever of solidarity for governmental purposes the Filipinos may have lacked at the date of the Admiral's communications, they were certainly welded into conscious political unity, as one people, in their war for independence against us. In the 1609 or Douay, pronounced Dewey, version of the Bible, the Latin Vulgate, Luke's version of the Lord's Prayer only says, "Lead us not into temptation," while Matthew adds, "But deliver us from evil." The Dewey suggestions to the Washington government in 1898 remind a regretful nation of both the evangelical versions mentioned, for the first seems to say what Luke says, and the second seems to add what Matthew adds. There is not an American who has known the Filipinos since the beginning of the American occupation who doubts for a moment that but for our intervention a republic would have been established out there under the lead of Aguinaldo, Mabini, and their associates, which would have compared well with the Republican governments between the United States and Cape Horn. The writer doubts very much if President Taft is of a contrary opinion. The real issue is, now that we have them, should we keep them in spite of the tariff iniquities which the trusts perpetrate on them through Congress, until they have received the best possible tuition we can give them? Or be content to give them their independence when they are already at least as fit for it as the republics to the south of us, guaranteeing them independence by international agreement like that which protects Belgium and Switzerland? Now why did Admiral Dewey repeat to his home government and emphasize on August 29 a suggestion so extremely pertinent to the capacity of the Filipinos for self-government which he had already made in lucid language on June 23 previous? The answer is not far to seek. General Anderson had arrived between the two dates, with the first American troops that reached the islands after the naval battle of May 1, and brought the Admiral the first intimation, which came somewhat as a surprise of course, that there was serious talk in the United States of retaining the Philippines. "I was the first to tell Admiral Dewey," says General Anderson in the North American Review for February, 1900, "that there was any disposition on the part of the American people to hold the Philippines if they were captured." He adds, "Whether Admiral Dewey and Consuls Pratt, Wildman, and Williams did or did not give Aguinaldo assurances that a Filipino government would be recognized, the Filipinos certainly thought so, judging from their acts rather than from their words. Admiral Dewey gave them arms and ammunition, as I did subsequently at his request." General Anderson might have added that whenever the Admiral captured prisoners from the Spaniards he would promptly turn them over to the Filipinos, 1,300 at one clip in the month of June at Olongapo. These 1,300 were men a German man-of-war prevented the Filipinos from taking until Aguinaldo reported the matter to Admiral Dewey, whereupon, he promptly sent Captain Coghlan with the Raleigh and another of his ships to the scene of the trouble. And Captain Coghlan said to the German, "Hoch der Kaiser," etc. or words to that effect, and made him go about his business and let our ally alone. Then Captain Coghlan took the 1,300 prisoners himself and turned them over to Aguinaldo by direction of Admiral Dewey. The motive for, as well as the test of, an alliance, is that the other fellow can bring into the partnership something you lack. The Navy had no way to keep prisoners of war. There can be no doubt that if Admiral Dewey's original notions about meeting the problems presented by his great victory of May 1, 1898, had been followed, we never would have had any trouble with the Filipinos. Nor can there be any doubt that he made them his allies and used them as such. They were very obedient allies at that, until they saw the Washington government was going to repudiate the alliance, and withhold from them what they had a right to consider the object and meaning of the alliance, if it meant anything. The truth is, as Secretary of War Taft said in 1905, before the National Geographic Society in Washington, we blundered into colonization. As we have seen, Admiral Dewey repeatedly expressed the opinion, in the summer of 1898, that the Filipinos were far superior in intelligence to the Cubans and more capable of self-government. He of course saw quite clearly then, when he was sending home those commendations of Filipino fitness for self-government, just as we have all come to realize since, that a coaling station would be the main thing we should need in that part of the world in time of war. That Manila, being quite away from the mainland of Asia, could never supersede Hong Kong as the gateway to the markets of Asia. Since neither shippers nor the carrying trade of the world will ever see their way to unload cargo at Manila by way of rehearsal before unloading on the mainland. And that the taking of the islands was a dubious step from a financial standpoint, and a still more dubious one from the strategic standpoint of defending them by land, in the event of war with Japan, Germany, or any other first-class power. At this late date, when the passions and controversies of that period have long since subsided, is it not perfectly clear that after he destroyed the Spanish fleet, Admiral Dewey not only dealt with the Filipinos, until the army came out substantially as Admiral Sampson and General Shatter did with the Cubans, but also that he did all he properly could to save President McKinley from the one great blunder of our history, the taking of the Philippine Islands. Hearings on Philippine Affairs, Senate Document 331, Part 3, 57th Cong, First Session, 1901-2, Proceedings of June 26 to 8, 1902. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2927. The Senate document has it backwards, left Mears Bay for Hong Kong, clearly an error. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2932. Cong Record, April 17, 1900, page 4287. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2928. I.B. S.D. 148, 56th Cong, 2D Session, 1901, page 6. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2937. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2934. I.B., page 2967. See pages 2928 and 2956, S.D. 331, Part 3. S. D. 331, pt. 3, page 2965. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2939. I.B., page 2936. I.B., page 2940. See Letter of H. Irving Hancock, American War Correspondent in the Field, dated Manila, May 3, 1899, published New York Criterion, June 17, 1899. This Hancock interview with General MacArthur was quoted in debate on the floor of the Senate on April 17, 1900, see Cong Rec. Of that date, and was corroborated by General MacArthur himself as substantially correct in that officer's testimony before the Senate in 1902, S.D. 331, pt. 2, 57th Congress, First Session, page 1942, in answer to questions put by Senator Culberson. Reverend Clay Macaulay, who afterwards made that statement in a letter to the Boston Transcript. S.D. 331, pt. 3, page 2939. S.D. 208, Part 2, 56th Congress, First Session, pages 7, 8. Cong Record, December, 1897. See Cong Record, April 11, 1898, pp. 3699 each seek. Cong Record, April 13, 1898, pages 3701 et seek. Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 103. S.D. 62, page 327. Navy Department Report, 1898, App, page 100. Dispatch May 20, 1898. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, PD 4, page 13. S.D. 331, pt. 3, p. 2930. Report Sherman Commission, Volume 1, page 172. S.D. 62, page 337. S.D. 331, pt. 3, 1902, page 2951. S.D. 331, page 2955. I.B., page 2954. S.D. 62, pages 328-9. Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 103. I.B., page 102. Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 102. S.D. 62, page 362. I.B., pages 360-1. Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 106. S.D. 62, page 354. S.D. 62, page 329. I.B., page 432. Alas, that rare man, Frank Millet, perished in the Titanic disaster of April, 1912, since the above was written. Expedition to the Philippines. Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 111. See page 2934, S.D. 331, PT 3, 57th Cong, 1st Sess. C.P. 2934, S.D. 331, PT 3, 57th Cong, 1st Sess. S.D. 62, page 383. See Admiral Dewey's testimony before the Senate Committee of 1902, S.D. 331, pages 2942, 2957. See National Geographic Magazine, August, 1905. Chapter 3. Anderson and Aguinaldo. Well, honor is the subject of my story. Julius Caesar, Act I, SC 2. The destruction of the Spanish fleet in Manila Bay on May 1, 1898, 10 days after the outbreak of the war with Spain, having necessitated sending troops to the Philippines to complete the reduction of the Spanish power in that quarter. Major General Wesley Merritt was on May 16 selected to organize and command such an expedition. The first expedition, as it was always distinguished, by the officers and men of the 8th Army Corps, there having been many subsequent expeditions sent out before our war with the Filipinos was over, was itself subdivided into a number of different expeditions, troops being hurried to Manila as fast as they could be assembled and properly equipped in sufficient numbers. The first batch that were whipped into shape left San Francisco under command of Brigadier General Thomas M. Anderson, on May 25, and arrived off Manila, June 30. General Merritt did not arrive until July 25. It was General Anderson, therefore, who broke the ice of the American occupation of the Philippines. In his annual message to Congress of December, following, summing up the war with Spain and its results, Mr. McKinley gives a brief account of the first expedition. After recounting Admiral Dewey's victory of May 1 previous, he states that, on the 7th day of May the government was advised officially of the victory at Manila, and at once inquired of the commander of the fleet what troops would be required. President McKinley does not give the admiral's answer, though he does state that it was received on the 15th day of May. The admiral's answer appears, however, in the report of the Navy Department for 1898, Appendix, page 98. It was, in my best judgment, a well-equipped force of 5,000 men. But the President's message does state that he had once sent a total force consisting of 641 officers and 15,058 enlisted men. The difference of viewpoint of the Admiral and the President is clear from the language of both. In recommending 5,000 troops, the Admiral had said they would be necessary to retain possession of Manila, and thus control Philippine Islands. This counted, of course, on the friendship of the people, as in Cuba. I had in view simply taking possession of the city, said Admiral Dewey to the Senate Committee in 1902. The purpose of the President in sending 3 times as many troops as were needed for the purpose Admiral Dewey had in mind is indicated in his account of what happened. After describing the taking of Manila by our troops on August 13, the presidential message says, "By this the conquest of the Philippine Islands, virtually accomplished when the Spanish capacity for resistance was destroyed by Admiral Dewey's victory of May 1, was formally sealed. Admiral Dewey contemplated that we should merely remain masters of the situation out where he was until the end of the war. President McKinley set about to effect the conquest of the Philippine Islands. The naval victory of Manila Bay having made it certain that at the conclusion of our war against a decadent monarchy we would at last have an adequate coaling station and naval base in the Far East, the sending of troops to the Philippines In appropriate prosecution of the war, to reduce and capture Manila, the capital and chief port, raised the question at once, and then what? The genesis of the idea of taking over the archipelago is traceable to within a few days after the destruction of the Spanish fleet. Within a few days after the official news of the Battle of Manila Bay reached Washington, the Treasury Department set a man to work making a report on financial and industrial conditions of the Philippine Islands. The Interior Department also awoke, about the same time, to possibilities of an El Dorado in the new overseas conquest. In May, 1898, says Secretary of the Interior, C.N. Bliss, in a letter intended for the peace commissioners who met at Paris that fall, by arrangement between the Secretary of War with this department, Mr. Bliss's grammar is bad. But his meaning is plain. A geologist of the United States Geological Survey accompanied the military expedition to the Philippines for the purpose of procuring information touching the geological and mineral resources of said islands. This report, which accompanies the Bliss letter, reads like a mining stock prospectus. That summer an assistant secretary of the Treasury, presumably echoing the sentiments of the administration, came out in one of the great magazines of the period, The Century, with an article in which he said, "We see with sudden clearness that some of the most revered of our political maxims have outlived their force. A new mainspring has become the directing force, the mainspring of commercialism." Of course, the writer did not mention that Manila is an out-of-the-way place, so far as regards the main traveled routes across the Pacific Ocean, and also forgot that, as has been suggested once before, the carrying trade of the world, and the shippers on which it depends, in the contest of the nations for the markets of Asia, would never take to the practice of unloading at Manila by way of rehearsal, before finally discharging cargo on the mainland of Asia, where the name of the ultimate consumer is legion. Nevertheless, expansion, of trade, mainly, was the slogan of the hour, and anyone who did not catch the contagion of exuberant allusion to our new possessions was considered crusty and out of date. People who referred back to the political maxims of Washington's farewell address, and the cognate set represented by the Monroe Doctrine, were regarded merely as not knowing a good thing when they saw it. So on rode the country, on the crest of the wave of war. When President McKinley sent the troops to the Philippines, their job was to hurry up and effect what his subsequent message to Congress describing their work called the conquest of the Philippine Islands. That is, they were to effect a constructive conquest of the archipelago before Spain should sue for peace. It never seemed to occur to anybody at home that the Filipinos would object. If the country had, through some divine interposition, gotten it into its head that the Filipinos were quite a decent lot and really did object very bitterly, it would have risen in its wrath and smitten down any suggestion of forcing a government on them against their will. But nobody knew anything about them. They were a wholly new proposition. General Anderson was of course furnished with a copy of the President's instructions to his chief, General Merritt. They are quite long, and go into details about a number of administrative matters that would necessarily come up after the city should surrender, such as the raising of revenue, the military commander's duty under the law of nations with regard to the seizure of transportation lines by land or sea, the protection of places of worship from desecration or destruction, and the like. The only portion of them that is essential to a clear understanding of subsequent events is now submitted. They are dated Executive Mansion, May 18, 1898. And read in part. President McKinley's instructions to General Merritt. The destruction of the Spanish fleet at Manila, followed by the taking of the naval station at Cavite, the paroling of the garrisons, and acquisition of control of the bay, have rendered it necessary, in the further prosecution of the measures adopted by this government for the purpose of bringing about an honorable and durable peace with Spain, to send an army of occupation to the Philippines for the twofold purpose of completing the reduction of the Spanish power in that quarter, and of giving order and security to the islands while in the possession of the United States. For the command of this expedition I have designated Major General Wesley Merritt, and it now becomes my duty to give instructions as to the manner in which the movements shall be conducted. The first effect of the military occupation of the enemy's territory is the severance of the former political relations of the inhabitants and the establishment of a new political power. Under this changed condition of things the inhabitants, so long as they perform their duties, are entitled to security in their persons and property and in all their private rights and relations. It is my desire that the people of the Philippines should be acquainted with the purpose of the United States to discharge to the fullest extent its obligations in this regard. It will therefore be the duty of the commander of the expedition, immediately upon his arrival in the islands, to publish a proclamation declaring that we come not to make war upon the people of the Philippines nor upon any party or faction among them, but to protect them in their homes, in their employments, and in their personal and religious rights. All persons who, either by active aid or by honest submission, cooperate with the United States in its efforts to give effect to this beneficent purpose will receive the reward of its support and protection. Our occupation should be as free from severity as possible. Though the powers of the military occupant are absolute and supreme and operate immediately upon the political condition of the inhabitants, the municipal laws of the conquered territory, such as affect private rights of persons and property and provide for the punishment of crime, are to be considered as continuing in force, so far as they are compatible with the new order of things, until they are suspended or superseded by the occupying belligerents. And in practice they are not usually abrogated, but are allowed to remain in force and to be administered by the ordinary tribunals substantially as they were before the occupation. This enlightened practice is, so far as possible, to be adhered to on the present occasion. The freedom of the people to pursue their accustomed occupations will be abridged only when it may be necessary to do so. While the rule of conduct of the American Commander-in-Chief will be such as has just been defined, it will be his duty to adopt measures of a different kind if, unfortunately, the course of the people should render such measures indispensable to the maintenance of law and order. He will then possess the power to replace or expel the native officials in part or altogether, to substitute new courts of his own constitution for those that now exist, or to create such supplementary tribunals as may be necessary. In the exercise of these high powers the commander must be guided by his judgment and experience and a high sense of justice. While this document declares the purpose of our government to be a twofold purpose, viz. First, to make an appropriate move in the game of war, and, second, to police the islands, while in the possession of the United States, it is wholly free from inherent evidence of any intention out of harmony with the policy as to Cuba. In fact, when the city of Santiago de Cuba surrendered to our forces in July thereafter, and it became necessary to issue instructions for the guidance of the military commander there, exactly the same instructions were given him. Verbatim et literatim. But in respect of the Cuban instructions there was never any concealment practiced or necessary because the Cubans had been assured by the Teller Amendment to the resolutions declaring war against Spain that we had no ulterior designs on their country, and that, as soon as peace and public order were restored, we intended to leave the government and control of the island to its people. The Cuban instructions were therefore frankly and promptly published in General Orders No. 101 by the War Department, July 18, 1898, 5 days after they were received from the President, and were then translated into Spanish and spread broadcast over Santiago province without unnecessary delay. I remember poring over a Spanish copy of General Orders 101, at Santiago de Cuba, shortly after the fall of that city, which copy was one of many already posted about that city by direction of General Wood. The words, "The powers of the military occupant are absolute and supreme and operate immediately upon the political condition of the inhabitants," never disturbed the Cuban leaders in the least, because they were read in the light of the disclaimer contained in the declaration of war. On the other hand, the proclamation which the military commander in the Philippines was enjoined by his instructions to publish immediately upon his arrival in the islands, which arrival occurred July 25, was not so published until after we had taken Manila, August 13, and then it copied only the glittering generalities of the instructions themselves, such as the part assuring the people that we had not come to make war on them and that vested rights would be respected, but it carefully omitted the words about the powers of the military occupant being absolute and supreme. Because when the army arrived it found a native government that had already issued its Declaration of Independence, was making wonderful progress against the common enemy, and was able to put up a right good fight against us also, in case we should deny them independence. General Anderson arrived in Manila Bay, June 30, 1898, with about 2,500 men, and when General Merritt arrived, July 25, we had about 10,000 all told, while the Filipinos had half again that many, and there were 12,000 Spanish soldiers in Manila. General Anderson had not been long camped on the bayshore, under cover of the Navy's guns and in the neighborhood of Aguinaldo's headquarters. Before he understood the whole situation clearly and wrote the War Department as follows. Since reading the President's instructions to General Merritt, I think I should state to you that the establishment of a provisional government on our part will probably bring us in conflict with insurgents. This letter is dated July 18, 1898. When General Anderson arrived in the islands on June 30, the Washington government was still wrestling with the angel of its announced creed about forcible annexation being criminal aggression, and Mr. McKinley had to get both that angel's shoulders on the mat and put him out of business before he could get his own consent to giving any instructions to his generals which might sanction their killing people for objecting to forcible annexation. Hence his early anxiety to avoid a rupture with the Filipino leaders. The first stage of this wrestling coincides in point of time with General Anderson's tenure as the ranking military officer commanding our forces in the Philippines, which was from June 30 until the date of General Merritt's arrival, July 25. As already made plain, the President's instructions for the guidance of the military commander were entirely free from any land-grabbing suggestion. On the other hand, when General Anderson left San Francisco for Manila, May 25, there was already talk in the United States about retaining the islands, if they were captured. For he so informed Admiral Dewey in the first interview they had after the transports which brought his command cast anchor near our squadron in Manila Bay on the last day of June. I was the first to tell Admiral Dewey, says he, in the North American Review for February, 1900, that there was any disposition on the part of the American people to hold the Philippines, if they were captured. The current opinion was setting that way when the expeditionary force left San Francisco, but this the Admiral had no reason to surmise. Relegated by the circumstances to his own discretion as to how he should act until Washington knew its mind, General Anderson's attitude in the outset represented a peace at any price policy. Suffused with benevolent pride at championing the cause of the oppressed, but secretly knowing from the beginning that it might become necessary later to slaughter said oppressed, should they seriously object to a change of masters. On July 1, says General Anderson, in the North American Review article above quoted, I called on Aguinaldo with Admiral Dewey. Of the Admiral's dealings with the insurgent chief prior to this time, the General says in this same article, whether Admiral Dewey and Consuls Pratt, Wildman, and Williams did or did not give Aguinaldo assurances that a Filipino government would be recognized, the Filipinos certainly thought so, probably inferring this from their acts rather than from their statements. This last quoted passage was read to Admiral Dewey by a member of the Senate Committee in 1902, along with other parts of the magazine article cited, and he was asked to comment on the same. He said, "These are General Anderson's statements. They are very interesting, indeed, I am here to make my own statements." He had stated that he never did specifically promise Aguinaldo independence, and the questioner was trying to show that his acts had amounted to assurances and therefore had committed the government to giving the Filipinos their independence. Then Senator Patterson began another question, and had gotten as far as, I want to know whether your views, when out came this, as of a sailorman clearing decks for action. I do not like your questions a bit. I did not like them yesterday and I do not like them today. So the Admiral's feelings were respected and the question was not pressed. There is no doubt at all that in the Philippines in the summer of 1898 the army turned the back of its hand to Aguinaldo as soon as it got there and baldly repudiated what the Navy had done in the way of befriending the Filipinos. But both had acted under the authority of the Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy, the President. The Admiral's sensitiveness on the subject ought to have been respected. And it was. By the time Admiral Dewey and General Anderson decided to call on Don Emilio, the day after the General's arrival, the unexpected intimations which the latter brought as to the Washington program for the Philippine revolutionists being different from that as to Cuba, had begun to get in its work on the former. Not being a politician, the gallant admiral was there ready and able to carry out any orders his government might send him, whenever the politicians should decide what they wanted to do. But in the absence of orders, he began to trim his sails a bit, so as to be prepared for whatever might be the policy. Accordingly, before he and the general started out to pay their call on Don Emilio Aguinaldo y Femi, President of the Revolutionary Government of the Philippines and General-in-Chief of its army, as he had styled himself in his proclamation of June 23d, the admiral said, "Do not take your sword or put on your uniform, but just put on your blouse. Do not go with any ceremony." And says he, in telling this, we went in that way. The reason of thus avoiding too much ceremony toward our ally claiming to represent an existing government which had lately declared its independence, is explained by an expression of the admiral's concerning said Declaration of Independence itself. "That was my idea, not taking it seriously." At that same hearing the admiral explained with much genuine feeling that from the day of the naval battle of May 1st until the arrival of the army, these great questions were coming up constantly and he simply met them as they arose by acting on his best judgment on the spot at the time. But what a terrible mistake it was not to take that Declaration of Independence of June 23d seriously, backed as it was by an army of 15,000 men flushed with victory, and under the absolute control of the author of the Declaration. Of course the Declaration had been published to the army. Could its author have checked them by repudiating it even if he had wanted to? As Aguinaldo himself expressed what would happen in such a contingency, they would fail to recognize me as the interpreter of their aspirations and would punish me as a traitor, replacing me by another more careful of his own honor and dignity. This Dewey Anderson call on Aguinaldo was on July 1. Admiral Dewey now began to foresee that the Washington program was going to put him in an awkward position. So he began to take Aguinaldo more seriously. On July 4, he wired Washington. Aguinaldo proclaimed himself President of the Revolutionary Republic on July 1. It was on July 7 that Admiral Dewey captured 1,300 armed Spanish prisoners, the garrison of Isla La Grande, off Olongapo, and turned them over to the forces of the Aguinaldo government because he had no way to keep them. Was not that taking that government a bit seriously? How wholly unauthorized by the facts was this of not taking it seriously, on the part of the liberator of the Filipinos, the immortal victor of Manila Bay, who 2 months before had taught the nation the magnitude of its power for good, in a cause as righteous as the Crusades of old, and more sensible. But to return to General Anderson's account in the North American Review of his call, with Admiral Dewey, on the insurgent chief, he asked me at once whether the United States of the North either had, or would recognize his government. I am not quite sure as to the form of the question, whether it was had or would. In either form it was embarrassing. General Anderson then tells of Aguinaldo's returning his call. A few days thereafter he made an official call, coming with cabinet, staff, and band. He asked if we, the North Americans, as he called us, intended to hold the Philippines as dependencies. I said I could not answer that, but that in 122 years we had established no colonies. He then made this remarkable statement: "I have studied attentively the Constitution of the United States, and I find in it no authority for colonies, and I have no fear." General Anderson adds, "It may seem that my answer was evasive, but I was at the time trying to contract with the Filipinos for horses, fuel, and forage." While this history must not lapse into an almanac, it may not be amiss to follow these early stages of this matter through a few more successive dates. Because the history of that period was all indelibly branded into Filipino memory shortly afterward with the red-hot iron of war. July 4, General Anderson writes the Filipino candidate for independence inviting him to cooperate with us in military operations against the Spanish forces. This was written not to arrange any plan of cooperation but in order to get room about Cavite as a military base without a row. In his North American Review article General Anderson says that on that same day, the 4th of July, Aguinaldo was invited to witness a parade and review in honor of our national holiday. He did not come, says the article, because he was not invited as president but as General Aguinaldo. An odd situation, was it not? Here was a man claiming to be president of a newly established republic based on the principles set forth in our Declaration of Independence, which republic had just issued a like declaration. And he was invited to come and hear our declaration read, and declined because we would not recognize his right to assert the same truths. On subsequent anniversaries of the day in the Philippines, it was deemed wise simply to prohibit the reading of our declaration before gatherings of the Filipino people. It saved discussion. July 6, General Anderson writes telling Aguinaldo that he is expecting more troops soon and therefore, I would like to have your Excellency's advice and cooperation. July 9, General Anderson writes the War Department that Aguinaldo tells him he has about 15,000 fighting men, 11,000 armed with guns, and some 4,000 prisoners, and adds, when we first landed he seemed very suspicious. And not at all friendly, but I have now come to a better understanding with him and he is much more friendly and seems willing to cooperate. July 13, we find Admiral Dewey also still in a cooperative mood. On that day he cables the Navy Department of the capture of the 1,300 prisoners on July 7, mentioned above, which capture was made, it appears, because Aguinaldo complained to him that a German warship was interfering with his operations. The prisoners being at once turned over to Aguinaldo, as stated above. July 18 is the date of the letter to the War Department in which General Anderson states that the establishment of a provisional government by us will probably mean a conflict with the insurgents. This was equivalent to saying that they will probably be ready to fight whenever we assert the absolute and supreme authority that the President's instructions had directed to be asserted by the army as soon as it should arrive in the Philippines. Yet in the fall of 1899, President McKinley said he never dreamed that Aguinaldo's little band would oppose our rule to the extent of war against it. It would have been more accurate if the martyred Christian gentleman who used those words had said he always hoped they would not, instead of never dreamed they would. This letter of July 18 informs the department. Aguinaldo has declared himself dictator and self-appointed president. He has declared martial law and promulgated a minute method of procedure under it. July 19, General Anderson sends now Major General, J. F. Bell, to Aguinaldo, and asks of him a number of favors, such as any soldier may properly ask of an ally, for example, permission to see his military maps, etc. And that Aguinaldo place at his, Bell's, disposal any information you may have on the above subjects. And also give him, Bell, a letter or pass addressed to your subordinates which will authorize them to furnish him any information they can and to facilitate his passage along the lines, upon a reconnaissance around Manila. On which I propose to send him. All of which Aguinaldo did. Military training is very keen on honor. Talk about what the French call foi d'officier, the word of an officer. Did ever a letter from one soldier to another more completely commit the faith and honor of his government, to recognition of the existence of an alliance? In 122 years we have established no colonies, he had told Aguinaldo. It looks like we are about to go into the colonizing business, he had, in effect, said to Admiral Dewey, about the same time. July 21, General Anderson writes the Adjutant General of the Army as follows. Since I last wrote, Aguinaldo has put in operation an elaborate system of military government. It may seem strange that I have made no formal protest against his proclamation as dictator, his declaration of martial law, etc. I wrote such a protest but did not publish it at Admiral Dewey's request. When he wrote this letter, General Anderson was evidently beginning to have some compunctions about the trouble he now saw ahead. He was a veteran of the Civil War, whose gallantry had then been proven on many a field against an enemy compared with whom these people would be a picnic. But things did not look to the grim old hero like there was going to be a square deal. So he put this in the letter. I submit, with all deference, that we have heretofore underrated the natives. They are not ignorant savage tribes, but have a civilization of their own, and although insignificant in appearance are fierce fighters and for a tropical people they are industrious. A small detail of natives will do more work than a regiment of volunteers. Of course, this slam at volunteers was a bit rough. But the battle-scarred veteran's sense of fair play was getting on his nerves. He foresaw the coming conflict, and though he did not shirk it, he did not relish it. He understood the game, and it seemed to him the cards were stacked, to meet the necessity of demonstrating that forcible annexation, instead of being criminal aggression, was merely trade expansion. And that his government was right then irrevocably committing itself, without any knowledge of, or acquaintance with, the Filipinos, to the assumption that they were incapable of running a government of their own. The next day, July 22d, General Anderson wrote Aguinaldo a letter advising him that he was without orders as yet concerning the question of recognizing his government. But that this letter was neither a protest nor in the nature of a protest, is evident from its text. I observe that your Excellency has announced yourself dictator and proclaimed martial law. As I am here simply in a military capacity, I have no authority to recognize such an assumption. I have no orders from my government on the subject. Yet General Anderson's letter to the Adjutant General of the Army of July 18 uses the words, since reading the President's instructions to General Merritt, etc., showing that he had a copy of them. And those instructions order and direct, see ante, that as soon as the commanding general of the American troops arrives he is to let the Filipinos know that the powers of the military occupant are absolute and supreme and immediately operate upon the political condition of the inhabitants. A charitable view of the matter would be that, technically, those were Merritt's orders, not Anderson's. But the whole scheme was to conceal the intention to assume supreme authority and keep Aguinaldo quiet until, as General Merritt afterwards expressed it in his report, I should be in possession of the city of Manila. As I would not until then be in a position to enforce my authority, in the event that his, Aguinaldo's, pretensions should clash with my designs. The same day that General Anderson wrote Aguinaldo his billet doux about the dictatorship, viz., July 22d, he cabled Washington a much franker and more serious message, which read, Aguinaldo declares dictatorship and martial law over all islands. The people expect independence. The very next day, July 23d, he wrote Aguinaldo asking his assistance in getting 500 horses, and 50 oxen and ox carts, and manifesting considerable impatience that he had not already complied with a similar request previously made, as it was to fight in the cause of your people. The following day, July 24, replying to General Anderson's letter of the 22d wherein General Anderson had advised him that he was as yet without orders concerning the question of recognizing his government, Aguinaldo wrote, It is true that my government has not been acknowledged by any of the foreign powers, but we expected that the great North American nation, which had struggled first for its independence, and afterwards for the abolition of slavery, and is now actually struggling for the independence of Cuba, would look upon it with greater benevolence than any other nation. That cablegram of July 22d, above quoted, in which the commanding general of our forces in the Philippines advises the Washington government, the people expect independence, is the hardest thing in the published archives of our government covering that momentous period for those who love the memory of Mr. McKinley to get around. After the war with the Filipinos broke out, Mr. McKinley said repeatedly in public speeches, I never dreamed they would turn against us. You do not find the Anderson cablegram of July 22d in the published report of the War Department covering the period under consideration. General Anderson addressed it to the Secretary of War and signed it, and, probably for lack of Army cable facilities, got Admiral Dewey to send it to the Secretary of the Navy for transmission to the Secretary of War. Certain it must be that at some cabinet meeting on or after July 22, 1898, either the Secretary of the Navy or the Secretary of War read in the hearing of the President and the rest of his advisers that message from General Anderson. The people expect independence. The object here is not to inveigh against Mr. McKinley. It is to show that, as Gibbon told us long ago, in speaking of the discontent of far distant possessions and the lack of hold of the possessor on the affections of the inhabitants thereof, the cry of remote distress is ever faintly heard. The average American today, if told the Filipinos want independence, will give the statement about the same consideration Mr. McKinley did then, and if told that the desire among them for a government of their people by their people for their people has not been diminished since the late war by tariff taxation without representation. and the steady development of race prejudice between the dominant alien race and the subject one, he will begin to realize by personal experience how faintly the uttered longings of a whole people may fall on distant ears. We saw above that in a letter written July 21, the day before the telegram about the "people expect independence," which letter must have reached Washington within 30 days. General Anderson not only notified Washington all about Aguinaldo's government and its pretensions, but stated that at the request of Admiral Dewey he had made no protest against it. Yet straight on through the period of General Merritt's sojourn in the islands, which began July 25, and terminated August 29, we find no protest ordered by Washington. And we further find the purpose of the President as announced in the instructions to Merritt: the powers of the military occupant are absolute and supreme, throughout the islands, not only not communicated to the Filipino people, but deliberately suppressed from the proclamation published by General Merritt pursuant to those instructions. Comments and conclusions are usually impertinent and unwelcome save as mere addenda to facts, but in the light of the facts derivable from our own official records, is it any wonder that General Anderson, a gallant veteran of the Civil War, and perhaps the most conspicuous figure of the early fighting in the Philippines, delivered an address some time after he came back home before the Oregon Commandery of the Loyal Legion of the United States on the subject: "Should republics have colonies?" and answered the question emphatically, "No." Congressional Record, December 5, 1898. See page 2938, S.D. 331, 1902. Congressional Record, December 5, 1898, page 5. Senate Document 169, 55th Cong., 3D Session, 1898. I.B. Honorable Frank A. Vanderlip, August, 1898 Century Magazine. See page 85, S.D. 208, 1900. See General Orders No. 101, Series 1898, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, July 18, 1898, a copy of which accompanied the President's message to Congress of December, 1898, and may be seen at page 783, House Document No. 1, 55th Cong., 3D Session, 1898-9. For a copy of this proclamation, see page 86, S.D. 208, 56th Cong., 1st Sess. S.D. 208, page 8. S.D. 331, page 2976, Hearings before Senate Committee, 1902. S.D. 208, 56th Cong., 1st Session, 1900, page 16. Correspondence, War with Spain, Volume 2, p. 720. For Admiral Dewey's cable report of this, see Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 110. For particulars, given by him subsequently, see S.D. 331, 1902, page 2942. S.D. 331, Pt. 3, 1902, page 2942, and thereabouts. S.D. 208, 56th Zone. First Session, 1900, page 4. S.D. 208, page 4. Anderson only had about 2,500 troops then. See Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 110, S.D. 331, 1902, page 2942. Senate Document 208, 1900, page 8. I.B., pages 12 to 13. S.D. 208, 1900, page 9. I.B., page 8. See page 40 of General Merritt's Report, War Department Report, 1898, Volume 1, Part 2. S.D. 208, 1900, 56th Cong., 1st Session, page 11. I.B., page 10. The writer is certainly one of these, and while calling in question the wisdom and righteousness of our Philippine policy, he cannot refrain from avowing just here a feeling of individual obligation to Mr. Root for his exquisite tribute to the personal equation of Mr. McKinley, delivered at the National Republican Convention of 1904, which was, in part, as follows: how wise and skillful he was. How modest and self-effacing. How deep his insight into the human heart. How swift the intuitions of his sympathy. How compelling the charm of his gracious presence. He was so unselfish, so genuine a lover of his kind. And he was the kindest and tenderest friend who ever grasped another's hand. Alas, that his virtues did plead in vain against his cruel fate. See Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 117. S.D. 208, 1900, page 13. For the Merit Proclamation, C.S.D. 208, page 86. In 1906. Chapter 4. Merit and Aguinaldo. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith. Julius Caesar, Act 4, SC 2. Major General Wesley Merritt's account of the operations of the troops under his command in the first expedition to the Philippines may be found in Volume I, Part 2, or Department Report for 1898. He left San Francisco accompanied by his staff, June 29, 1898, arrived at Cavite, Manila Bay, July 25, received the surrender of the city of Manila August 13, and sailed thence August 30. In obedience to orders from Washington to proceed without unnecessary delay to Paris, France, for conference with the peace commissioners. According to General Merritt's report, about the time he arrived Aguinaldo had some 12,000 men under arms, with plenty of ammunition, and a number of field pieces. The late lamented Frank D. Millet has preserved for us, in his expedition to the Philippines, some valuable and intimate studies of this army of Filipino besiegers whom our troops found busily at work when they arrived in the islands. It was an interesting sight at Camp Dewey to see the insurgents strolling to and from the front. Pretty much all day long they were coming and going, never in military formation, but singly, and in small groups, perfectly clean and tidy in dress, often accompanied by their wives and children. And all chatting as merrily as if they were going off on a pigeon shoot. The men who sold fish and vegetables in camp in the morning would be seen every day or two dressed in holiday garments, with rifle and cartridge boxes, strolling off to take their turn at the Spaniards. The reader will readily understand that there were many times as many volunteers as guns. Mr. Millet continues. When they had been at the front 24 hours they were relieved and returned home for a rest. They generally passed their rifles and equipments on to another man, and thus a limited number of weapons served to arm a great many besiegers. They had no distinctive uniform, the only badge of service being a red and blue cockade with a white triangle bearing the Malay symbol of the sun and 3 stars. And sometimes a red and blue band pinned diagonally across the lower part of the left sleeve. Many of them had belonged to the native volunteer force. The recruits were soon hammered into shape by the veterans of the rank and file. Their men were perfectly obedient to orders and they made the most devoted soldiers. There was no visible commissary or quartermaster's departments, but the insurgent force was always supplied with food and ammunition and there was no lack of transportation. The food issued at the front was mostly rice brought up in caromadas to within a few hundred yards of the trenches, when it was cooked by the women. Each man had a double handful of rice, sometimes enriched by a small proportion of meat and fish, which was served him in a square of plantain leaf. Thus he was unencumbered with a plate or knife or fork and threw away his primitive but excellent dish when he had licked the platter clean. It was noticeable that the insurgents carried no water bottles nor haversacks, and no equipments indeed, but cartridge boxes. They did not seem to be worried by thirst like our men. Although insignificant in appearance, they are fierce fighters, wrote General Anderson to the Adjutant General of the Army in July. General Merritt states in his report that Aguinaldo had proclaimed an independent government, Republican in form, with himself as president. And at the time of my arrival in the islands the entire edifice of executive and legislative departments had been accomplished, at least on paper. Of course at that time we were still officially declining to take Filipino aspirations for independence seriously, and preferred to treat Aguinaldo's government as purely a matter of stationery. As a matter of fact, an exhaustive examination of the official documents of that period, made with a view of ascertaining just how much of that Aguinaldo government of 1898 was stationary fiction and how much was stable fact. Has absolutely surprised one man who was out there from 1899 to 1905, the writer, and I have no doubt will be interesting, as mere matter of political necrology. To any American who was there, in the days of the Empire, as the 99ers called it. Early in the spring of 1899, Mr. McKinley sent out the commission of which President Sherman of Cornell University was chairman, to try to stop the war. They bent themselves to the task in a spirit as kindly as that in which we know Mr. McKinley himself would have acted. They failed because the war was already on and the Filipinos were bent on fighting for independence to the bitter end. But they learned a good deal about the facts of the earlier situation. Speaking of these in their report to the President with a special reference to the period beginning with Aguinaldo's landing at Cavite in May. After describing how the Filipino successes in battle with the Spaniards finally resulted in all of them being driven into Manila, where they remained hemmed in, they say. While the Spanish troops now remained quietly in Manila. The Filipino forces made themselves masters of the entire island except that city. For 3½ months, says General Otis in describing the facts of this same situation a year later. The insurgents on land had kept Manila tightly bottled, meaning while Admiral Dewey had been blockading the place by water, and food supplies were exhausted. We had Manila and Cavite. The rest of the island was held not by the Spanish but by the Filipinos, said General Anderson, in the North American Review for February, 1900. It is a fact that they were in possession, they had gotten pretty much the whole thing except Manila, said Admiral Dewey to the Senate Committee in 1902. General Merritt took Manila August 13, and sailed away for Paris August 31. And only a week after that General Otis wired Washington, under date of September 7, from Manila, insurgents have captured all Spanish garrisons in island, of Luzon, and control affairs outside of Cavite and this city. The recruiting by Aguinaldo of an army of 40,000 men with guns within 100 days after his little return from Elba, 15,000 fighting men, 11,000 of them armed with guns, in 50 days, which number had swelled to nearly 40,000 men with guns in another 50 days, by August 29, is no more remarkable than his progress in organizing his government and making its grip on the whole island of Luzon effective in a short space of time. As all Americans who know the Filipinos know how fond they are of what government offices call paperwork, and how their escribients can work like bees in drafting documents, it might be easy to ignore Aguinaldo's various proclamations. Already hereinbefore noticed in Chapter 2. As representing merely a government on paper, were there no other proof. But among the insurgent captured papers we found long afterward, there is a document containing the minutes of a convention of the Insurrecto Presidentes from all the pueblos of 15 different provinces, on August 6, 1898. Which throws a flood of light on the subject now under consideration. This convention was held at Bacoor, then Aguinaldo's headquarters, a little town on the bay shore between Manila and Cavite. The minutes of the convention recite that its members had been previously chosen as presidentes of their respective pueblos in the manner prescribed by previous decrees issued by Aguinaldo, already noticed. And that thereafter they had taken the oath of office before Aguinaldo as president of the government, etc. They then declare that the Filipino people whom they speak for are not ambitious for power, nor honors, nor riches, aside from the rational aspirations for a free and independent life, and proclaim solemnly, in the face of the whole world, the independence of the Philippines. They also reaffirm allegiance to Aguinaldo as president of the government and request him to seek recognition of it at the hands of the powers, because, says the paper, to no one is it permitted to stifle the legitimate aspirations of a people, as if Europe cared a rap what we did to them except in the way of regret that it did not have a finger in the pie. However, they were not only apprehensive, on the one hand, lest we might be tempted to take their country away from Spain for ourselves, but also, on the other hand, lest we might in the wind-up decide to leave them to Spain at the end of the war. That this last was not an idle fear is shown by the fact that during the deliberations of the Paris Peace Commission, Judge Gray urged, in behalf of his contention against taking the islands at all, that if Dewey had sunk the Spanish fleet off Cadiz, instead of in Manila Bay, and the Carlists had incidentally helped us about that time, we would have been under no resulting obligation to stay by them at the conclusion of the war. When the Presidentes in convention assembled as aforesaid got through with their whereas and resolutions, they presented them to His Excellency the President of the Republic, Aguinaldo, who then issued a proclamation which recited, among other things, in these provinces, the 15 represented in the convention, complete order and perfect tranquility reign, administered by the authorities elected according to his previous decrees as dictator. Which decrees have already been placed before the reader. The proclamation claims that the new government has 9,000 prisoners of war and 30,000 combatants. The former claim no one having any acquaintance with those times and conditions will question for a moment. As to the 30,000 combatants, if he had 11,000 men armed with guns on July 9 and 40,000 on August 29, why not 30,000 on August 6? Of course, men without guns, BILLO men, do not count for much in a serious connection like this now being considered. In November, 1899, at San Jose, in Nueva Ecija province, I heard General Lawton tell Colonel Jack Hayes to disarm and turn loose 175 BILLO men the colonel had just captured and was lining up on the public square as we rode into the town. But we are considering how much of a government the Filipinos had in 1898, because the answer is pertinent to what sort of a government they could run if permitted now or at any time in the future. And, physical force being the ultimate basis of stability in all government, when we come to estimate how much of an army they had when their government was claiming recognition as a legitimate living thing, we must remember that it was just a question of arming them. They could have had the whole population. Now the great significant fact about this Bacoor Convention of Presidentes of August 6, a week before Manila surrendered to our forces, is that in it more than half the population of the island of Luzon was represented. The total population of the Philippines is about 7,600,000, and, of these, one half, or 3,800,000 live on Luzon. The other islands may be said to dangle from Luzon like the tail of a kite. Taking the tables of the American Census of the Philippines of 1903, Volume 2, p. 123, as a basis on which to judge what Aguinaldo's claims of August 6 amounted to if true, the population of the provinces thus duly incorporated into the new government and in working order on that date, was, in round numbers, about as follows: south of Manila, Cavite, 135,000. Batangas, 260,000, Laguna, 150,000, Tayabas, 150,000, north of Manila, Bulacan, 225,000, Pampanga, 225,000, Nueva Ecija, 135,000, Tarlac, 135,000, Pangasinan, 400,000, Union, 140,000, Bataan, 45,000, Zambales, 105,000. This represents a total of more than 2 million of people. But Aguinaldo's claims of August 6 are not the only evidence as to the political status of the provinces of Luzon in August, 1898. Toward the end of that month, Major J.F. Bell, Chief of General Merritt's Bureau of Military Information, made a report on the situation as it stood August 29, the report being made after most careful investigation, and intended as a summary of the then situation according to the most reliable information obtainable, in order that General Merritt might know, as far as practicable, what he would be up against in the event of trouble with the insurgents. This report not only corroborates Aguinaldo's claims of August 6, but it also concedes to the Aguinaldo people 8 other important provinces, for south of the Pasig River with a total population of about 630,000. The only 4 of southern Luzon not included in Aguinaldo's claim of August 6, thus conceding him practically all of Luzon south of the Pasig. And it furthermore concedes him 4 great provinces of northern Luzon with a total population of nearly 600,000. General Bell states that these last are still in the possession of the Spanish, but practically certain to be with the insurgents in the very near future. Insurgents have been dispatched to attack the Spanish in these provinces, says the Bell report. In this same report Major Bell said, "There is not a particle of doubt but what Aguinaldo and his leaders will resist any attempt of any government to reorganize a colonial government here." When the insurgent government was finally dislodged from its last capital and Aguinaldo became a fugitive hotly pursued by our troops, he started for the mountains of northern Luzon, passing through provinces he had never visited before. The diary of one of his staff officers, Major Villa, in describing a brief stop they made in a town en route, Arangay, in Union Province, says, "After the Honorable President had urged them, the townspeople, to be patriotic, we continued the march." They certainly did continue the march. The Macabebe scouts, of which the writer commanded a company at the time, took the town a few hours later, Aguinaldo's rearguard retiring after a brief resistance, following which we found, among the dead in the trenches, a major other than Villa. Certainly, to read this little extract from the diary of Aguinaldo's retreat is to feel the pulse of northern Luzon as to its loyalty to the revolution at that time, and is corroborative of these claims of Aguinaldo made in August, 1898. Supplemented, as we have seen them, by General Bell's appraisal. As to the political conditions which prevailed in southern Luzon, particularly in the Camerons, in August and the fall of 1898, information derived from one who was there then would seem appropriate here. Major Blount Winship, Judge Advocates Corps, U.S., Major Archibald W., but, the late lamented military aide to President Taft, and the writer, lived together in Manila, in 1900, at the house of a Spanish physician, a Dr. Lopez, who had been a prisoner at Nueva Cáceres, a town situated in one of the provinces of southern Luzon, Camerons, in the fall of 1898. Dr. Lopez had a large family. They had also been prisoners down there. No evil befell them at the hands of their captors. They had the freedom of the town they were in. They had good reason to be pretty well scared as to what the insurgents might do to them. But they were never maltreated. The main impression we got from Dr. Lopez and his family was that the political grip of the Aguinaldo government on southern Luzon was complete during the time they were prisoners there. If anybody doubts the absoluteness of the grip of the revolutionary government on the situation in the provinces which were represented at the Bacoor Convention of August 6, 1898, above mentioned. When the Filipino Declaration of Independence was signed and proclaimed, let him ask any American who had a part in putting down the Philippine insurrection what a presidente, an insurrecto presidente, in a Filipino town, was in 1899 and 1900. He was the whole thing. Even today the presidente of a pueblo is as absolute boss of his town as Charles F. Murphy is of Tammany Hall. And a town or pueblo in the Philippines is more than an area covered by more or less contiguous buildings and grounds. It is more like a township in Massachusetts. So that when you account governmentally for the pueblos of a given province, you account for every square foot of that province and for every man in it. For several years before our war with Spain, nearly every Filipino of any education and spirit in the archipelago belonged to the secret revolutionary society known as the Katipunan. This had its organization in every town when Dewey sank the Spanish fleet and landed Aguinaldo at Cavite. The rest may be imagined. By September 1898, Aguinaldo was absolute master of the whole of Luzon. Before the Treaty of Paris was signed, December 10, 1898. In fact, while Judge Gray of the Peace Commission was cabling President McKinley that not to leave the government of the Philippines to the people thereof would be to make a mockery of instructions. Aguinaldo had become equally absolute master of the situation throughout the rest of the archipelago outside of Manila. Toward the end of July, 1898, our Manila consul, Mr. Williams, who was one of our consular triumvirate of would-be Warwicks, or original Aguinaldo men, of 1898, used to have nice talks with Aguinaldo about the lion and the lamb lying down together without the lion eating the lamb. And in one instance, at least, he goes so far as to represent Aguinaldo as willing to some such arrangement, e.g., annexation, or some vague scheme of dependence. But whenever we hear from Aguinaldo over his own signature, we hear him saying whatever means in Tagalog, Timeo Dineos y Dona Ferentes. For instance, at page 15, of Senate document 208, he writes Williams, under date of August 1st. With fine courtesy. I congratulate you with all sincerity on the acuteness and ingenuity which you have displayed in painting in an admirable manner the benefits which, especially for me and my leaders, and in general for all my compatriots, would be secured by the union of these islands with the United States of America. Ah! That picture! So happy and so finished. This is not saying that I am not of your opinion. You say all this and yet more will result from annexing ourselves to your people. You are my friend and the friend of the Filipinos and have said it. But why should we say it? Will my people believe it? I have done what they desire, establishing a government not only because it was my duty, but also because had I acted in any other manner they would fail to recognize me as the interpreter of their aspirations, and would punish me as a traitor, replacing me by another more careful of his own honor and dignity. Now that we know what was in the Filipino mind when General Merritt arrived in the Philippines, let us see what was in the American military mind out there at the same time. Says General Merritt, General Aguinaldo did not visit me on my arrival nor offer his services as a subordinate leader. We trust the reason of this at once suggests itself from what has preceded, including General Anderson's dealings with the insurgent chief. The latter wanted some understanding as to what the intentions of our government were, and what was to be the program afterward. Should he and his countrymen assist in the little fighting that now remained necessary to complete the taking of Manila? Those intentions were precisely what Merritt was determined to conceal. As my instructions from the President fully contemplated the occupation of the islands by the American land forces, and stated that the powers of the military occupant are absolute and supreme and immediately operate upon the political condition of the inhabitants, I did not consider it wise to hold any direct communication with the insurgent leader until I should be in possession of the city of Manila. On one occasion General Merritt passed through the village of Bacoor where Aguinaldo had his headquarters, but, says Mr. Millet in mentioning this, they never met. After the taking of the city, General Merritt remembered that with some 13,000 Spanish prisoners to guard, and a city of 300,000 people, all but a sprinkling of whom were in sympathy with the insurgent cause, on his hands, and an army of at least 14,000 insurgents, probably far more than that, clamoring without the gates of that city, and only 10,000 men of his own with whom to handle such a situation, frankness was out of the question, in view of his orders from the President. Therefore, on the day after the city surrendered, General Merritt issued a proclamation, copying verbatim from Mr. McKinley's instructions, such innocuous milk and water passages as the one which assured the people that our government has not come to wage war upon them but to protect them in their homes, in their employments, and in their personal and religious rights. All persons who, by active aid or honest submission, cooperate with the United States will receive the reward of its support and protection. But he carefully omitted the words quoted above about the powers of the military occupant being absolute and supreme, lest his, Aguinaldo's, pretensions, to use General Merritt's expression, should clash with my designs. For these reasons, says General Merritt, page 40, the preparations for the attack on the city were conducted without reference to the situation of the insurgent forces. Here General Merritt is speaking frankly but not accurately. He means he made his preparations without any more reference to the situation of the insurgent forces than he could help. As a matter of fact, their situation bothered him a good deal. They were in the way. For instance, there was a whole brigade of them at one point between our people and Manila. This, says General Merritt, p. 41, was overcome by instructions to General Greene to arrange if possible with the insurgent brigade commander in his immediate vicinity to move to the right and allow the American forces unobstructed control of the roads in their immediate front. No objection was made, etc. That reads very well, that about, arrange if possible, no objection was made, etc., does it not? Nothing there through which the luster and the moral strength of the motives that prompted the Spanish War might be dimmed by ulterior designs which might tempt us, is there? It was stated above that General Merritt was speaking frankly in this report. He was. He probably did not know how General Greene carried out the order to arrange if possible with the insurgent brigadier commander. But it so happened that there was a newspaper correspondent along with General Greene who has since told us. This gentleman was Mr. Frank D. Millet, from whom we have already above quoted, the correspondent of the London Times and of Harper's Weekly. General Greene had known him years before in the campaigns of the Turco-Russian War. Mr. Millet had been a war correspondent in those campaigns also, and General Greene was there taking observations. So that in the operations against Manila, Mr. Millet, being an old friend of General Greene's, known to be a handy man to have around in a close place, was acting as a civilian volunteer aide to the general. Here is Mr. Millet's account of what happened, taken from his book, The Expedition to the Philippines. On the afternoon of the 28th of July, 1898. General Greene received a verbal message from General Merritt suggesting that he juggle the insurgents out of part of their lines, always on his own responsibility, and without committing in any way the commanding general to any recognition of the native leaders or opening up the prospect of an alliance. This General Greene accomplished very cleverly. Mr. Millet then goes on to tell how General Greene persuaded one of Aguinaldo's generals, Noriel, to evacuate certain trenches so he, Greene, could occupy them, with a condition attached that General Greene must give a written receipt for the entrenchments. This condition, Mr. Millet says, was imposed by the astute leader, Aguinaldo. General Greene's cleverness consisted in purposely failing and omitting to give the receipt, which Mr. Millet says, looked very much like a bargain concluded over a signature, and was a little more formal than General Greene thought advisable. The key to this sorry business may be found in the first paragraph of General Merritt's instructions to all his generals at the time. No rupture with insurgents. This is imperative. Can ask insurgent generals or Aguinaldo for permission to occupy trenches, but if refused not to use force. I am quite unable to explain, says Mr. Millet, p. 61, why we did not in the very beginning make them understand that we were masters of the situation, and that they must come strictly under our authority. The obvious reason was that a war of conquest to subjugate a remote people struggling to be free from the yoke of alien domination was sure to be more or less unpopular with many of the sovereign voters of a republic. And more or less dangerous therefore, like all unpopular wars, to the tenure of office of the party in power. So that in entering upon a war for conquest, a republic must play politics, using the military arm of the government for the twofold purpose of crushing opposition and proving that there is none. The maxim which makes all fair in war often covers a multitude of sins. But let us turn for a moment from strategy to principle, and see what two other distinguished American war correspondents were thinking and saying about the same time. Writing to Harper's Weekly from Cavite, under date of July 16, concerning the work of the Filipinos during the 8 weeks before that, Mr. O.K. Davis said, the insurgents have driven them, the Spaniards, back over 20 miles of country practically impassable for our men. Aguinaldo has saved our troops a lot of desperately hard campaigning. The insurgent works extend clear around Manila, and the Spaniards are completely hemmed in. There is no hope for them but surrender. Writing to the same paper under date of August 6, Mr. John F. Bass says, we forget that they drove the Spaniards from Cavite to their present entrenched position, thus saving us a long-continued fight through the jungle. This gentleman did not tackle the question of inventing a new definition of liberty consistent with alien domination. He simply says, give them their liberty and guarantee it to them. In the face of such plucky patriotism as he had witnessed, political casuistry about capacity for self-government would have hung its head. Yet Mr. Bass was by no means a novice. He had served with the British Army in Egypt in 1895, through the Armenian massacres of 1896, and in the Cretan Rebellion and Greek War of 1897. His sentiments were simply precisely what those of the average American not under military orders would have been at the time. After the fall of Manila he wrote, August 17, I am inclined to think that the insurgents intend to fight us if we stay in Spain if we go. There were 8,500 American troops in the taking of the city of Manila, on August 13, 1898. The Filipinos were ignored by them, although they afterwards claimed to have helped. As a matter of fact, the Spanish officers in command were very anxious to surrender and get back to Spain. The Filipinos had already made them long for peace, to use a famous expression of General J. F. Bell. The garrison only put up a very slight resistance, to save their face, as the Chinese say, i.e. to save themselves from being court-martialed under some quixotic article of the Spanish Army regulations. The assault was begun about 9:30 a.m. And early that afternoon the Spanish flag had been lowered from the flagstaff in the main square and the stars and stripes run up in its stead. Amid the convulsive sobs of dark-eyed señoritas and the muttered curses of melodramatic Spanish cavaliers. Thanks to the Filipinos' 3½ months' work, the performance only cost us 5 men killed out of the 8,500. The list of wounded totaled 43. Our antecedent loss in the trenches prior to the day of the assault had been 14 killed and 60 wounded. So the job was completed, so far as the records show, at a cost of less than a score of American lives. As Aguinaldo's troops surged forward in the wake of the American advance, they were stopped by orders from the American commander, and prevented from following the retreating Spaniards into Manila. They were not even allowed what is known to the modern small boy as a look-in. They were not permitted to come into the city to see the surrender. President McKinley's message to Congress of December, 1898, describes the last scene of the war as having been enacted at Manila, its starting place. It says, on August 13, after a brief assault upon the works by the land forces, in which the squadron assisted, the capital surrendered unconditionally. In this connection, by way of explaining Aguinaldo's treatment at the hands of our generals from the beginning, the message says, divided victory was not permissible. It was fitting that whatever was to be done should be accomplished by the strong arm of the United States alone. But what takes much of the virtue out of the strong arm proposition is that Generals Merritt and Anderson were carrying out President McKinley's orders all the time they were juggling Aguinaldo out of his positions before Manila, and giving him evasive answers, until the city could be taken by the said strong arm alone. For, as the message puts it, in speaking of the taking of the city, by this the conquest of the Philippine Islands was formally sealed. When General Merritt left Manila on August 30, he proceeded to Paris to appear before the Peace Commission there. His views doubtless had great weight with them on the momentous questions they had to decide. But his views were wholly erroneous, and that they were so is not surprising. As above stated, he did not even meet Aguinaldo, purposely holding himself aloof from him and his leaders. He never did know how deeply they were incensed at being shut out of Manila when the city surrendered. In his report prepared aboard the steamship China, en route for Paris, he says, doubtless much dissatisfaction is felt by the rank and file of the insurgents. But I am of the opinion that the leaders will be able to prevent serious disturbances, etc. Page 40. If General Merritt had caught the temper of the trenches he would have known better, but he saw nothing of the fighting prior to the final scene, nor did he take the field in person on the day of the combined assault on the city, August 13. And therefore missed the supreme opportunity to understand how the Filipinos felt. Says General Anderson in his report. I understood from the general commanding that he would be personally present on the day of battle. On the morning of the 13th, General Babcock came to my headquarters and informed me that the Major General commanding would remain on a dispatch boat. Indeed, so reduced was Manila, by reason of the long siege conducted by the insurgents, that the assault of August 13, not only was, but was expected to be, little more than a sham battle. Says Lieutenant Colonel Pope, Chief Quartermaster, on the evening of August 12 an order was sent me to report with 2 battalions of the 2nd Oregon Volunteers, under Colonel Summers the next day on the Quang Hoi to the commanding general on the Newport, as an escort on his entrance into Manila. At the hour named, I reported etc. As soon as Spanish honor was satisfied, up went the white flag and General Merritt was duly escorted ashore and into the city, where he received the surrender of the Spanish general. In the Civil War, General Merritt had received 6 successive promotions for gallantry, at Gettysburg, Yellow Tavern, Five Forks, etc., and had been with Sheridan at Winchester. So the way he commanded the assault on Manila is proof only of the obligations we then owed the Filipinos. They had left very little to be done. In his account of General Merritt's original personal disembarkation at Cavite, Mr. Frank Millet acquaints his readers with a Philippine custom we afterwards grew quite familiar with and found quite useful, of keeping your shoes dry in landing from a rowboat on a beach by riding astride the shoulders of some husky native boatman. The boatmen make it a point of special pride not to let their passengers get their feet wet. Mr. Millet tells us that a general in uniform looks neither dignified nor picturesque under such circumstances, and that therefore he will not elaborate on the picture, but that it is suggestive more of the hilarious than of the heroic. Presumably when General Merritt went ashore on August 13, from the dispatch boat from which he had been watching the assault on Manila, to receive the surrender of the Spanish general, he followed the same custom of the country he had used on the occasion of his original disembarkation. So that in the taking of Manila, we were probably literally, as well as ethically, like General Mahone of Virginia as he is pictured in a familiar postbellum Negro story. According to which the general met a Negro on a steep part of the road to heaven, told him that St. Peter would only admit mounted parties, mounted the Negro with the latter's consent, rode on his back the rest of the toilsome journey to the heavenly gate, dismounted, knocked, and was cordially welcomed by the saint at the sacred portal thus, "Why how d ye do, General Mahone? Just tie yo hoss and come in." S.D. 208, 1900, page 13. I.B., page 40. Report 1st Philippine Commission, Volume 1, page 172. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt 4. Otis Report, page 13. S.D. 331, 1902, page 2941. Correspondence Relating to the War with Spain, Volume 2, page 788. May 19 to July 9, see General Anderson's report to the Adjutant General of the Army of July 9, 1898, S.D. 208, page 6. See Major J. F. Bell's report to Merritt of August 29, 1898, S.D. 62, page 379. Clerks. C.S.D. 208, pages 101-2. Senate Document 148, 56th Cong, 2D Session, 1901, page 34. S.D. 208, page 99. Admiral Dewey to Senate Committee, 1902, S.D. 331, 1902, page 2940. 7,635,426, see Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 2, page 15. 3,798,507, see Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 2, page 125. See Senate Document 62, 1898, page 379. Albay, Camarines Norte, Camarines Sur, and Sorsogon. Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Isabela, Cagayan. S.D. 62, page 380. Diary of Major Simeon Villa, p. 1898, Senate Document 331, pt 3, 56th Congress, 1st Session, 1902. See Merritt's Report for 1898, War Department Report, 1898, Volume 1, pt 2, page 40. Expedition to the Philippines, page 61. With 10,000 men, we would have had to guard 13,300 Spanish prisoners, and to fight 14,000 Filipinos, says General Anderson, North American Review for February, 1900. Senate Document 208, page 86. Mr. McKinley's Instructions to the Peace Commissioners, Senate Document 148, 56th Cong, 2D Session, 1901, page 6. See General Greene's Report, W.D.R., 1898, Volume 1, pt 2, page 72, where Mr. Millet's conduct in the assault on the city receives special mention. War Department Report, 1898, Volume 1, pt 2, page 73. See War Department Report, 1898, Volume 1, pt 2, page 58. Congressional Record, December 5, 1898, page 5. War Department Report, 1898, Volume 1. pt 2, page 57. IB, Volume 1, pd 4, page 190. Chapter 5. Otis and Aguinaldo. Where people and leaders are agreed. What can the Archon do? Athenian Maxims. Major General Elwell S. Otis and staff arrived at Manila August 21, 1898. He relieved General Merritt and succeeded to the command of the American troops in the Philippines, August 29. Archbishop Chappell, who was papal delegate to the Philippines in 1900, once said to the writer at Manila, in that year, that General Otis was of about the right mental caliber to command a one-company post in Arizona. The impatience manifested in the remark was due to differences between him and the commanding general about the friar question. The remark itself was of course intended, and understood, as hyperbole. But the selection of General Otis to handle the Philippine situation was a serious mistake. He was past 60 when he took command. He continued in command from August 29, 1898, to May 5, 1900, a period of some 20 months. The insurrection was held in abeyance for some 5 months after he took hold, the leaders hoping against hope that the Treaty of Paris would leave their country to them as it did Cuba to the Cubans. And during all that time General Otis was apparently unable to see that war would be inevitable in the event the decision at Paris was adverse to Filipino hopes. A member of General Otis's staff once told me in speaking of the insurrection period that his chief pooh-poohed the likelihood of an outbreak right along up to the very day before the outbreak of February 4, 1899, occurred. Before the insurrection came he would not see it, and after it came he, literally, did not see it, that is to say, during 15 months of fighting he commanded the 8th Army Corps from a desk in Manila and never once took the field. His Civil War record was all right, but he was now getting well along in years. He was also a graduate of the Harvard Law School of the class of 1861, rather prided himself on being a pretty fair jackleg lawyer, and had a most absorbing passion for the details of administrative work. They used to say that the only occasion on which General Otis ever went out of Manila the whole time he was there was when he went up the railroad once to Angeles to see that a proper valuation was put on a then recently deceased quartermaster's department mule. When he left the islands he remarked to a newspaper man that he had had but one day off since he had been there. Unswerving devotion to a desk in time of war, on the part of the commanding general of the army in the field, seemed to him an appropriate subject for just pride. This showed his limitations. He was a man wholly unable to see the essentials of an important situation, or to take in the whole horizon. He was known to the 8th Corps, his command, as a sort of fussy grandpa. His personality and general management of things always suggesting the picture of a painfully nearsighted bespectacled old gentleman busily nosing over papers you had submitted, and finding fault to show he knew a thing or two. However, he had many eminently respectable traits, and did the best he knew how, though wholly devoid of that noble serenity of vision which used to enable Mr. Lincoln, amid the darkest and most tremendous of his problems, to say with a smile to Horace Greeley, "Don't shoot the organist, he's doing the best he can." Before General Otis relieved General Merritt, the latter had written Aguinaldo politely requesting him to move his troops beyond certain specified lines about the city, and Aguinaldo had replied August 27, agreeing to do so, but asking that the Americans promise to restore to him the positions thus vacated in the event under the treaty the United States should leave the Philippines to Spain. August 31, Otis notified Aguinaldo, then still at Bacoor, his first capital, that General Merritt had been unexpectedly called away, and that he, Otis, being unacquainted with the situation must take time before answering the Aguinaldo letter to Merritt of the 27th. On September 8, he did answer, in a preposterously long communication of about 3,000 words, which says, "Among other things, I have not been instructed as to what policy the United States intends to pursue in regard to its legitimate holdings here, and therefore declines to promise anything about restoring the insurgent positions in the event we should leave the islands to Spain under the treaty." Commenting on this in the North American Review for February, 1900, General Anderson says, "I believe we came to the parting of the ways when we refused this request." General Anderson was right. General Merritt had on August 21 sent Aguinaldo a memorandum by the hand of Major J. Franklin Bell which promised, "Care will be taken to leave him, Aguinaldo, in as good condition as he was found by the forces of the government." In the role of political henchman for President McKinley, which General Otis seems to have conceived it his duty to play from the very beginning in the Philippines, it thus appears that he was not troubled about keeping unsullied the faith and honor of the government as pledged by his predecessor. His 3,000-word letter to Aguinaldo of September 8 ignores Merritt's promise as coolly as if it had never been made. His only concern appears to have been to leave the government free to throw the Filipinos overboard if it should wish to. He peevishly implies later on that Aguinaldo's requests in this regard were merely a cloak for designs against us, page 40. But his real reason is given in a sort of stage aside, a letter to the Adjutant General of the Army dated September 12, 1898, wherein he explains, "Should I promise them that in case of the return of the city to Spain, upon United States evacuation, their forces would be placed by us in positions which they now occupy, I thoroughly believe that they would evacuate at once. But, of course, under the international obligations resting upon us no such promise can be given. In the sacred name of national honor, what of the Merritt promise? You only have to turn a few pages in the War Department report for 1899 from the Merritt promise to the Otis repudiation of it." Yes, General Anderson was right. It was when General Otis practically repudiated in writing the written promise of his predecessor, General Merritt, that we came to the parting of the ways in our relations with the Filipinos. Let no American suppose for a moment that the author of this volume is engaged in the ungracious, and frequently deservedly thankless task of mere muckraking. He never met General Otis but once, and then for a very brief official interview of an agreeable nature. He is only attempting to make a small contribution to the righting of a great wrong unwittingly done by a great, free, and generous people to another people then struggling to be free, a wrong which he doubts not will one day be righted, whether he lives to see it so righted or not. General Otis's letter to the Adjutant General of the Army of September 12, above quoted, shows that he was holding himself in readiness to carry out in the Philippines any political program the administration might determine upon, which would mean that he would afterwards come home and tell how entirely righteous that program had been. Had the administration hearkened back to Admiral Dewey's suggestion that the Filipinos were far superior to the Cubans, and decided to set before General Otis in the Philippines the same task it had set before General Wood in Cuba, we would have heard nothing about Filipino incapacity for self-government. General Otis would have taken his cue from the President, his Commander-in-Chief, and said, "I cordially concur in the opinion of Admiral Dewey." Then he would have gone to work in a spirit of generous rivalry to do in the Philippines just what Wood did in Cuba. And the task would have been easier. Had the administration taken the view urged by Judge Gray, as a member of the Paris Peace Commission, that, if we had captured Cadiz and the Carlists had helped us, we would not owe duty to stay by them at the conclusion of the war, and therefore we were not bound to see the Filipinos through their struggle, General Otis would have adopted that view with equal loyalty, and in the presidential campaign of 1900, he would have furnished the administration with arguments to justify that course. This would have been an easy task, also, for 2 of Spain's fleets had been destroyed by us, leaving her but one to guard her home coast cities, and making the sending of reinforcements to the besieged and demoralized garrison of Manila impossible. The native army she relied on throughout the archipelago had gone over bodily to the patriot cause, and there was no hope of successful resistance to it. But General Otis did not have the boundless prestige of Admiral Dewey and so volunteered no advice. As soon as the administration chose its course, he set to work to prove the correctness of it. From him, of course, came all the McKinley administration's original arguments against doing for the Filipinos as we did in the case of Cuba. He was the only legitimate source the American people could look to at that time to help them in their dilemma. They were standing with reluctant feet where democracy and its antithesis meet, and Otis was their sole guide. But the guide was of the kind who wait until you point and ask, "Is that the right direction?" and then answer, "Yes." For days after General Otis sent his above-quoted letter of September 12, to Adjutant General Corbin, Mr. McKinley signed his instructions to the Paris Peace Commissioners, directing them to insist on the cession of Luzon at least. The instructions being full of eloquent but specious argument about the necessity of establishing a guardianship over people of whom we then knew nothing. From that day forward General Otis bent himself to the task of showing the righteousness of that course. "I will let nothing go that will hurt the administration," was his favorite expression to the newspaper correspondents when they used to complain about his press censorship. Hypocrisy is defined to be a false assumption of piety or virtue. The false assumption of piety or virtue which has handicapped the American occupation of the Philippines from the beginning, and which will always handicap it. Until we throw off the mask and honestly set to work to give the Filipinos a square deal on the question of whether they can or cannot run a decent government of their own if permitted, is traceable back to the Otis letter to the Adjutant General of September 12, 1898, ignoring General Merritt's promise to leave Aguinaldo in as good condition as he was found by the forces of the government, in case we should, under the terms of the Treaty of Peace, leave the islands to Spain. General Otis's letter of September 8 to Aguinaldo is apparently intended to convince him that he ought to consider everything the Americans had done up to date as exactly the correct thing, according to the standards of up-to-date, philanthropic, liberty-loving nations which pity double-dealing as medieval. And that he should cheer up, and feel grateful and happy, instead of sulking, Achilles-like, in his tents, and furthermore, which was the crux, that he must move said tents. General Otis does not forget that the revolutionary forces under your command have made many sacrifices in the interest of civil liberty, observe, he does not call it independence, and for the welfare of your people. Admits that they have endured great hardships, and have rendered aid. And avers, as a reason for Aguinaldo's evacuating that part of the environs of Manila occupied by his troops, the war with Spain, was undertaken by the United States for humanity's sake, not for aggrandizement or for any national profit. After stating, as above indicated, that he does not yet know what the policy of the United States is to be in regard to its legitimate holdings here, General Otis proceeds to declare that in any event he will not be a party to any joint occupation of any part of the city, bay, and harbor of Manila, the territory covered by the peace protocol of August 13, and that Aguinaldo must effect the evacuation demanded in the letter of General Merritt before Tuesday the 15th of September, i.e., within a week. Aguinaldo finally withdrew his troops, after much useless parleying and much waste of ink. There was some of the parleying and ink, however, that was not wholly wasted. But to properly appreciate it as illustrative of the fortitude and tact which the early Filipino leaders seem to have combined in a remarkable degree, some prefatory data are essential. Aguinaldo's capital was then at Bacoor, one of the small coast villages you pass through in going by land from Manila to Cavite. From Manila over to Cavite by water is about 7 miles, and by land about 3 or 4 times that. The coastline from Manila to Cavite makes a loop, so that a straight line over the water from Manila to Cavite subtends a curve, near the Cavite end of which lies Bacoor. Thus, Bacoor, being at the mercy of the big guns at Cavite, and also easily accessible by a land force from Manila, to say nothing of Dewey's mighty armada riding at anchor in the offing, was a good place to move away from. There it lay, right in the lion's jaws, should the lion happen to get hungry. Aguinaldo had reflected on all this, and had determined to get himself a capital away from the city, bay, and harbor of Manila, that is to say, to take his head out of the lion's jaws. General Otis's demand of September 8 that he move his troops out of the suburbs of Manila determined him to move his capital as well. He moved it to a place called Malolos, in Bulacan province. Bulacan lies over on the north shore of Manila Bay, opposite Cavite Province on the south shore. Malolos is situated some distance inland, out of sight and range of a fleet's guns, and about 20-odd miles by railroad northwest of Manila. Malolos was also desirable because it was in the heart of an insurgent province having a population of nearly 250,000 people, a province which, by reason of being on the north side of the bay, was sure to be in touch. Strategically and politically, with all Luzon north of the Pasig River, just as Cavite Province, the birthplace of Aguinaldo, and also of the revolutionary government, had been with all Luzon south of the Pasig. Should the worst come to the worst, and as has already been indicated, the insurgents played a sweepstake game from the beginning for independence. With only war as the limit, northern Luzon had more inaccessible mountains from which to conduct such a struggle for an indefinite period than southern Luzon. But while the Otis demand of September 8 decided the matter of the change of capital, Aguinaldo could not afford to tell his troops that he was moving them from the environs of Manila because made to. He was going to accept war cheerfully when it should become necessary to fight for independence, but he still had some hopes of the Paris Peace Conference deciding to do with the Philippines as with Cuba, and wished to await patiently the outcome of that conference. Besides, he was getting in shipments of guns all the time, as fast as the revenues of his government would permit, and thus his ability to protract an ultimate war for independence was constantly enlarging by accretion. The Hong Kong Conference of the Filipino Revolutionary Leaders held in the city named on May 4, 1898, at which Aguinaldo presided, and which mapped out a program covering every possible contingency, has already been mentioned. Its minutes say, if Washington proposes to carry out the fundamental principles of its constitution, it is most improbable that an attempt will be made to colonize the Philippines or annex them. On the other hand, the minutes of this same meeting as we saw recognize that America might be tempted into entering upon a career of colonization, once she should get a foothold in the islands. The program of Aguinaldo and his people was thus, from the beginning, not to precipitate hostilities until it should become clear that, in the matter of land grabbing, the gleam of hope held out by the American program for Cuba was elusive. According to the minutes of the meeting alluded to, such a contingency would, of course, drive them, the Filipinos, to a struggle for their independence, even if they should succumb to the weight of the yoke, etc. Such a struggle, as all the world knows, did ultimately ensue. That part of the parleying following Otis's demand of September 8, that Aguinaldo move his troops, which was not useless, was this, in order to save their face, with the rank and file of their army. The Filipino commissioners asked General Otis if I, Otis, would express in writing a simple request to Aguinaldo to withdraw to the lines which I designated, something which he could show to the troops. So, on September 13, General Otis wrote such a request, and Aguinaldo moved his troops as demanded, but no farther than demanded. He wanted to be in the best position possible in case the United States should finally leave the Philippines to Spain, and always so insisted. Long afterward General Otis insinuated in his report that this insistence, which was uniformly pressed until after the treaty was signed, was mere dishonest pretense, to cloak warlike intentions against the United States. Yet, as we have seen above, one of our peace commissioners at Paris, Judge Gray, just about the same time, was taking that contingency quite as seriously as did Aguinaldo. And early in May, 1898, our Secretary of the Navy, Mr. Long, had cabled Admiral Dewey not to have political alliances with the insurgents that would incur liability to maintain their cause in the future. Before moving his troops pursuant to the Otis demand of September 8, the Otis request was duly published to the insurgent army, and as the insurgents withdrew, the American troops presented arms in most friendly fashion. They certainly made a brave show, says Mr. Millett, Expedition to the Philippines, page 255, for they were neatly uniformed, had excellent rifles, marched well, and looked very soldierly and intelligent. The withdrawal, says General Otis, p. 10, was effected adroitly, as the insurgents marched out in excellent spirits, cheering the American forces. Absolute master of all Luzon outside Manila at this time, with complete machinery of government in each province for all matters of justice, taxes, and police, an army of some 30,000 men at his beck, and his whole people a unit at his back. Aguinaldo formally inaugurated his permanent government, permanent as opposed to the previous provisional government, with a constitution, Congress, and cabinet patterned after our own. Just as the South American republics had done before him when they were freed from Spain, at Malolos, the new capital, on September 15, 1898. The next day, September 16, at Washington, President McKinley delivered to his peace commissioners, then getting ready to start for the Paris Peace Conference, their letter of instructions, directing them to insist on the cession by Spain to the United States of the island of Luzon, at least. In other words, the day after the little Filipino republic, gay with banners and glad with music, started forth on its journey, Mr. McKinley signed its death warrant. The political student of 1912 may say just here, "Oh, I read all that in the papers at the time," or at least it was all ventilated in the presidential campaign of 1900. Mr. McKinley's instructions to the Paris Peace Commission were not made public until after the presidential election of 1900. To be specific, they were first printed and given out to the public in 1901, in Senate Document 148, having been extracted from the jealous custody of the executive by a Senate resolution. It was not until then that the veil was lifted. By that time, no American who was not transcendental enough to have lost his love for the old maxim, right or wrong, my country, cared to hear the details of the story. The Filipinos and our boys had been diligently engaged in killing each other for a couple of years, and the American people said, "A truce to scolding, let us finish this war, now we are in it." But to return from the death warrant of the Philippine Republic signed by Mr. McKinley on September 16, to its christening, or inauguration, the day before. Mr. Millet gives an intensely interesting account of the inaugural ceremonies of September 15, which as Manila correspondent of the London Times and Harper's Weekly he had the good fortune to witness. Says he. The date was at last fixed for September 15. A few days before Aguinaldo had made a triumphant entry into Malolos in a carriage drawn by white horses, and there had been a general celebration of his arrival, with speeches, a gala dinner, open-air concerts, and a military parade. Mr. Higgins, an Englishman, the manager of the railway, kindly offered to take me up to Malolos to witness the ceremony of the inauguration of the new government. The only other passenger was to be Aguinaldo's secretary, a small boyish-looking young man. It seems there had been a strike of the native employees of the railway up the road. Mr. Higgins calmly remarked to the secretary that, in his opinion, if the affairs of the Filipino government were managed in the future as they were at present, the proposed republic would be nothing but a cheap farce. The secretary timidly asked what there was to complain about. Then came a tirade from Higgins, ending with, "I am going to lay this before Aguinaldo today, and I shall expect you to arrange an interview for my friend and myself." Then, turning to the astonished Millet, he said in English, "It does these chaps good to be talked to straight from the shoulder. Since they came to Malolos, the earth isn't big enough to hold them." This scene on the train is, decidedly, as Thomas Carlyle would say, of real interest to universal history. Mr. Millet's government was a lion about to eat a lamb, but the head of his nation, Mr. McKinley, clothed with absolute authority in the premises for the nonce, was balking at the diet. Now, Mr. Millet rather admired the British boldness, just as a northern man likes to hear a southerner talk straight from the shoulder to a darky. As soon as the era of good feeling was over, our people quit treating the Filipinos as Perry did the Japanese in 1854, and began calling them niggers. In fact, the commanding general found it necessary a little later to put a stop to this pernicious practice among the soldiers by issuing a general order prohibiting it. But Mr. Millet's admiration would have been somewhat toned down had he known what we found out later. The real secret of Higgins's personal arrogance was this. The Filipino government needed his railroad in its business. During the war which followed, the insurgents long controlled a large part of this railway, from Manila to Dagupan, which was the only railway in the Philippines. The railway properties suffered much damage incident to the war, and, just how willingly is beside the question, the company rendered material aid to the insurgent cause. So much did they render, that when Higgins had the assurance later to want our government to pay the damages his properties had suffered at the hands of the insurgents, our government at Manila promptly turned his claim down. Subsequently the London office of his company actually inveigled the British Foreign Office into making representation to our State Department about the matter, obviously a very grave step, in international law. The claim was promptly turned down by Washington also, and, happily, that closed the incident. Having exploded Mr. Millet's bubble, let us resume the thread of his story. We reached the station, at Malolos, in about an hour and a half. The town numbers perhaps 30 or 40,000 people. From the first humble nipa shack to the great square where the convent stands, thousands of insurgent flags fluttered from every window and every post. Every man had an insurgent tricolor cockade in his hat. Then follows a detailed account of being introduced, after some ceremony, to Aguinaldo, who is described as a small individual, in full evening black suit, and flowing black tie. Higgins made his complaint about the strikers, and Aguinaldo said, "I will attend to this matter of the strikers," and then changed the topic, asking if the visitors did not wish to attend the opening of the Congress, which they did. From Mr. Millet's account, it is evident that, like Admiral Dewey and most of the Americans who first dealt with the Filipinos except Generals Anderson, MacArthur, and J. F. Bell, he failed to take the Filipinos as seriously as the facts demanded. At that time the Japanese had not yet taught the world that national aspirations are not necessarily to be treated with contumely because a people are small of stature and not white of skin. Consul Wildman at Hong Kong at first wrote the State Department quite peevishly that Aguinaldo seemed much more concerned about the kind of cane he should wear than about the figure he might make in history. Wildman did not then know, apparently, that canes, with all Spanish Filipino colonial officialdom, were badges of official rank, like shoulder straps are with us. The reader will also remember the toothbrush incident hereinbefore reproduced, told by Admiral Dewey to the Senate Committee, in 1902. That incident, naturally enough, amused the committee not a little. But we who know the Filipino know it was merely an awkward and embarrassed answer due to diffidence, and made on the spur of the moment to cloak some real reason which if disclosed would not seem so childish. Misunderstanding is the principal cause of hate in this world. When you understand people, hatred disappears in a way strikingly analogous to the disappearance of darkness on the arrival of light. The more you know of the educated patriotic Filipino, the more certain you become that the government we destroyed in 1898 would have worked quite as well as most any of the republics now in operation between the Rio Grande and Patagonia. The masses of the people down there, the peons, are probably quite as ignorant and docile as the Filipino Tao, peasant, and I question if the educated men of Latin America, the class of men who, after all, control in every country, could, after meeting and knowing the corresponding class in the Philippines, get their own consent to declare the latter their inferiors either in intelligence, character, or patriotism. But to return to the inauguration. Mr. Millet saw the inaugural ceremonies in the church, and heard Aguinaldo's address to the Congress. Of the audience he says, few among them would have escaped notice in a crowd for they were exceptionally alert, keen, and intelligent in appearance. Of this same Congress and government, Mr. John Barrett, who was American minister to Siam about that time, and is now, 1912, head of the Bureau of American Republics at Washington, an institution organized and run for the purpose of persuading Latin America that we do not belong to the Imperial International Society for the Partition of the Earth and that we are not in the business of gobbling up little countries on pretext of policing them, said in an address before the Shanghai Chamber of Commerce on January 12, 1899. He, Aguinaldo, has organized a government which has practically been administering the affairs of that great island, Luzon, since the American occupation of Manila, which is certainly better than the former administration. He has a properly constituted cabinet and Congress, the members of which compare favorably with Japanese statesmen. The present Philippine Assembly had not had its first meeting when I left the islands in the spring of 1905. It was organized in 1907. In the summer of 1911, I had the pleasure of renewing an old and very cordial acquaintance with Dr. Heiser, Director of Public Health of the Philippine Islands, who is one of the most considerable men connected with our government out there, and is also thoroughly in sympathy with its indefinite continuance in its present form. The doctor is a broad-gauged man likely to be worth to any government, in matters of public health, whatever such government could reasonably afford to pay in the way of salary, and is doubtless well paid by the Philippine Insular Government. He can hardly be blamed, therefore, for being in sympathy with its indefinite continuance in its present form. Dr. Heiser is a man of too much genuine dignity to be very much addicted to slang, but when I asked him about the Philippine Assembly, I think he said it was a crackerjack. At any rate, I have never heard any legislative body spoken of in more genuinely complimentary terms than those in which he described the Philippine Assembly. I learned from him incidentally that their capacity for self-government is so crude, however, as yet, that the members have not yet learned to read newspapers while a colleague whose seat is next to theirs is addressing the House and trying to get the attention of his fellows. Nor do they keep up such a buzz of conversation that the man who has the floor cannot hear himself talk. They listen to the program of the public business. Some 5 years ago, in an article written for the North American Review concerning the Philippine problem, the author of the present volume said, "Among other things, during nearly 4 years of service on the bench in the Philippines, the writer heard as much genuine, impassioned, and effective eloquence from Filipino lawyers. Saw exhibited in the trial of causes as much industrious preparation, and zealous, loyal advocacy of the rights of clients, as any ordinary nisi prius judge at home is likely to meet with in the same length of time. Any country that has plenty of good lawyers and plenty of good soldiers, backed by plenty of good farmers, is capable of self-government." As President Sherman of Cornell University, who headed the first Philippine Commission, the one that went out in 1899, said in closing his Founders' Day address at that institution on January 11, 1902, "Any decent kind of government of Filipinos by Filipinos is better than the best possible government of Filipinos by Americans." The Malolos government, which Mr. Millet saw inaugurated on September 15, 1898, would probably have filled this bill. Had the Filipino people then possessed the consciousness of racial and political unity as a people which was developed by their subsequent long struggle against us for independence, and which has been steadily developing more and more under the mild sway of a quasi-freedom whose princely prodigality in spreading education is marred only by its declared program that no living beneficiary thereof may hope to see the independence of his country, and that the present generation must resign itself to tariff schedules fixed at Washington, there is no reasonable doubt that the original Malolos government of 1898 would have been a very decent kind of government. All through the last 4 months of 1898, the two hostile armies faced each other in a mood which it needed but a spark to ignite, awaiting the outcome of the peace negotiations arranged for in September, commenced in October, and concluded in December. While they are thus engaged about Manila, let us turn to a happier picture, the situation in the provinces under the Aguinaldo government. See his report, War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt 4, page 3. On August 20, War Department Report 1899, Volume I, pt 4, page 345. IB, page 5. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt 4, pages 346-7. IB, page 335. Senate Document 148, 56th Cong, 2D Session, page 34. SD 208, pt 2, pages 7, 8. Otis's Report, page 10. Navy Department Report, 1898, Appendix, page 101. To say nothing of the chariot and four, and a band of 100 pieces, and everything in the grandest style, of which Admiral Dewey told the Senate Committee in 1902, S.D. 331, 1902, page 2972. See page 7, S.D. 148, 56th Cong, 2D Ses. Expedition to the Philippines, page 255. Putting the road and accessories into the same state as they were on February 4, 1899, was the language in which Mr. Higgins formulated his demand in a letter to General Otis on January 25, 1900. See War Department. Record, 1900, Volume 1, PD 4, page 516. North American Review, January 18, 1907, page 140. Chapter 6. The Wilcox-Sargent Trip. A smiling, peaceful, and plenteous land. As yet unblighted by the scourge of war. Where happiness and hospitality walk hand in hand. And newborn freedom bows to law. Anonymous. In the last chapter, we saw Aguinaldo's republic formally established at Malolos, September 15, claiming jurisdiction over all Luzon. Entitled Merit and Aguinaldo, we saw the political condition of southern Luzon in August, 1898, and the following months, and verified the correctness of Aguinaldo's claims as to complete mastery there then. Let us now examine the state of affairs in northern Luzon in the fall of 1898. In Senate Document 196, 56th Congress, First Session, dated February 26, 1900, transmitted by Secretary of the Navy Long, in response to a Senate resolution. May be found a report of a tour of observation through the half of Luzon Island which lies north of Manila and the Pasig River, made between October 8 and November 20, 1898, note the dates. For the Paris Peace Conference began October 1 and ended December 10, by Paymaster W. B. Wilcox and Naval Cadet L. Arch. Sargent. This report was submitted by them to Admiral Dewey under date of November 23, 1898, and by him forwarded to the Navy Department for its information. With the comment that it, in my opinion, contains the most complete and reliable information obtainable in regard to the present state of the northern part of Luzon Island. The Admiral's endorsement was not sent to the Senate along with the report. It appears in a book afterwards published by Paymaster Wilcox in 1901, entitled Through Luzon on Highways and Byways. The book is merely an elaboration of the report, and reproduces most of the report, if not all of it, verbatim. The book of Paymaster Wilcox may be treated as, practically, official, for historical purposes. The preface recites that in October, 1898, American control was effective only in Manila and Cavite, that the insurgents, under Aguinaldo, who had proclaimed himself president of the whole archipelago, immediately after Dewey's victory, were in supposedly complete possession of every part of the island outside of these two cities, that their lines were so close to the outposts of our army that their people could at times converse with our soldiers. And that General Otis's authority did not extend much beyond a 3-mile radius from the center of Manila, while Admiral Dewey held and operated the Navy Yard at Cavite. Even the country between Manila and Cavite was in the hands of Aguinaldo, so much so that our officers had been refused permission to land at any intermediate point by water, and were prohibited from traversing the distance by road. Wilcox and Sargent procured leave of absence from Admiral Dewey to make their trip. They went first to Malolos, but failed to get anything in the way of safe conduct from Aguinaldo. He is described, however, as of great force of character, and he dominates all around him with a power that seems peculiar to himself. Wilcox had seen him before at Cavite. He adroitly read between the lines that the government of the United States did not then, nor would it at any future time, recognize his authority, says the writer. Our travelers left Manila, October 8, 1898, on the Manila-Dagupan Railway, for a place called Bayambang, which is the capital of Pangasinan Province, about 100 miles north of Manila. In Pangasinan, the people were all very respectful and polite and offered the hospitality of their homes. From Bayambang they struck off from the railroad and proceeded eastward comfortably and unmolested a day's journey, to a town in the adjoining province of Nueva Ecija, Rosales, where they received a cordial reception at the hands of the Presidente, Mayor, Aguinaldo's Presidente of course, not the Presidente left over from the Spanish regime. At this time all the local government of the different towns was in the hands of Aguinaldo's adherents, says the descriptive itinerary we are following. The tourists were provided at Rosales by order of Aguinaldo with a military escort, which was continued by relays all the way to Apari, the northernmost town of Luzon, at the mouth of the Cagayan River. Paymaster Wilcox says he carried $500 Mexican in his saddlebags, but used only a trifling portion of this amount, for in every town my entertainment was given without pay. They went from Rosales to Humingan, in Nueva Ecija. At Humingan they were again entertained by the Presidente at dinner, with music following, and comfortably housed. The Presidente made many inquiries about the war with Spain and their own future. Their future, as revealed by the raised curtain of a year later, was that their country was being overrun by Lawton's division of the 8th Army Corps, the author of this volume having passed through this same town of Humingan in November, 1899. As an officer of the Scouts used to develop fire for General Lawton's column. They journeyed eastward through the province of Nueva Ecija from Humingan to a little village, Puncan, in the foothills of the mountains they planned to cross. Of this place and the hospitality there, our traveler remarks, "I shall never forget the welcome of the local official, the Presidente." Thence they proceeded a few more stages and parasangs, northward over the Caranglan Pass, into Nueva Vizcaya province, the watershed of north-central Luzon, and thence down the valley of the Cagayan River via Iligan and Tuguegarao to Apari. Being always hospitably entertained in every town through which they passed by the Presidente or mayor of the town, the local representative of the Philippine Republic. In the New York Independent of September 14, 1899, Cadet Sergeant, in an article about this trip, gives the words of the new Filipino national hymn, which he describes as sung with great enthusiasm everywhere he and Wilcox were entertained in the various towns. I desire to preserve a sample verse of it here. The music it is set to is much like the Marseillaise, quite as stirring. Del sueño de tres siglos. Hermanos despertad. Gritando fuera España. Viva la libertad. Which, being interpreted, means, from the sleep of 3 centuries. Brothers, awake. Crying, out with Spain. Live liberty. Had another sergeant and another Wilcox made a similar trip through the provinces of southern Luzon about this same time, under similar friendly auspices, before we turned friendship to hate and fear and misery? In the name of benevolent assimilation, they would, we now know, have found similar conditions. Some suspicions were aroused on 1 or 2 occasions. But once the local authorities became convinced that the trip was being made by consent of the illustrious Presidente, Aguinaldo, El Egregio Presidente, is the Spanish of it, all was sunshine again. The mayor of each town, the Presidente, would receive from the escort coming with them from the last town they had stopped at, a letter from the mayor, or Presidente, of said last town. The old escort would return to their town, and a new one would be provided to give them safe conduct to the next town. This was no newfangled scheme of Aguinaldo's. It was an ancient custom of the Spanish government, and was an ideal nucleus of administration for the new government. Curiously enough, the army knew practically nothing of this trip in the days of the early fighting. All that country was to us a terra incognita, until overrun by Captain Backfiller, with a part of the 25th Infantry in the fall of 1899, the following year. So was the rest of the archipelago alike terra incognita, until likewise slowly conquered by hard fighting. That is why we so utterly fail to understand what a wonderfully complete, going concern Aguinaldo's government had become throughout the Philippine archipelago before the Treaty of Paris was signed. Descending from the watershed of north-central Luzon in the province of Nueva Vizcaya already mentioned, our travelers reached the town of Carig, in the foothills which fringed that side of the watershed. There they were met by Simeon Villa, military commander of Isabela province, the man who was chief of staff to Aguinaldo afterwards, and was captured by General Funston along with Aguinaldo in the spring of 1901. Villa's immediate superior was Colonel Tirona, at Apari, the colonel commanding all the insurgent forces of the Cagayan Valley. Villa was accompanied by his aide, Lieutenant Ventura Guzman. The latter is an old acquaintance of the author of the present volume, who tried him afterwards, in 1901, for playing a minor part in the murder of an officer of the Spanish army committed under Villa's orders just prior to, or about the time of, the Wilcox Sargent visit. He was found guilty, and sentenced, but later liberated under President Roosevelt's amnesty of 1902. He was guilty, but the deceased, so the people in the Cagayan Valley used to say, in being tortured to death, got only the same sort of medicine he had often administered thereabouts. At any rate, that was the broad theory of the amnesty in wiping out all these old cases. Villa was a Tagal and had come up from Manila with the expedition commanded by Colonel Tirona, which expedition was fitted out with guns furnished Aguinaldo by Admiral Dewey, or, if not furnished, permitted to be furnished. But Guzman was a member of one of the wealthiest and most influential native families of that province, Isabela. General Otis's reports are full of the most inexcusable blunders about how the Tagals took possession of the various provinces and made the people do this or that. Villa's relations with Guzman were just about those of a New Yorker or a Bostonian sent up to Vermont in the days of the American Revolution to help organize the resistance there. In conjunction with one of the local leaders of the Patriot cause in the Green Mountain State. Both were members of the Katipunan, the Filipino Revolutionary Secret Society, an organization patterned after Masonry, membership in which was always treated by the Spaniards as sedition, and usually visited with capital punishment. Nearly every Filipino of any spirit belonged to it on May 1, 1898, the date of the naval battle of Manila Bay. It is the all-pervading completeness of this organization at that time, it could give old Tammany Hall cards and spades, which explains the astonishing rapidity of Aguinaldo's political success, i.e. the astonishing rapidity with which the Malolos government acquired control of Luzon between May and October, 1898. Their cabalistic watchword was, Paisano, fellow countrymen, their battle cry, independence. In the fall of 1898, at the time of this Wilcox Sargent trip through Luzon, the Filipinos really had tasted the sweets of independence. To use the phrase of the people of Iloilo in declining on that ground to surrender to General Miller in December thereafter and electing the arbitrament of war. The writer is perhaps as familiar with the history of that Cagayan Valley as almost any other American. It is true there were cruelties practiced by the Filipinos on the Spaniards. But they were ebullitions of revenge for 3 centuries of tyranny. They do not prove unfitness for self-government. I for one prefer to follow the example set by the Roosevelt amnesty of 1902, and draw the veil over all those matters. With the Spaniards it was a case of sauve caput. With the Filipinos, it was a case, as old man Dimas Guzman, father to this Lieutenant Ventura we have just met, used to put it, of mi las vais a pagar, which, liberally interpreted, means, the bad quarter of an hour has arrived for the Spaniards. The day of reckoning has come. I sentenced both Dimas and Ventura to life imprisonment for being accessory to the murder of the Spanish officer above named, Lieutenant Pira. Villa officiated as archfiend of the gruesome occasion. I am quite sure I would have hung Villa without any compunction at that time, if I could have gotten hold of him. I tried to get hold of him, but Governor Taft's Attorney General, Mr. Wilfley, wrote me that Villa was somewhere over on the mainland of Asia on British territory, and extradition would involve application to the London Foreign Office. The intimation was that we had trouble enough of our own without borrowing any from feuds that had existed under our predecessors in sovereignty. I have understood that Villa is now practicing medicine in Manila. More than one officer of the American Army that I know, afterwards did things to the Filipinos almost as cruel as Villa did to that unhappy Spanish officer, Lieutenant Pira. On the whole, I think President Roosevelt acted wisely and humanely in wiping the slate. We had new problems to deal with, and were not bound to handicap ourselves with the old ones left over from the Spanish regime. It appears that Villa became a little suspicious of the travelers. He detained them at Carrig 7 days. Finally there came a telegram from his chief at Apari, Colonel Tirona, to our 2 travelers, which read, I salute you affectionately, and authorize Villa to accompany you to Iligan. At Iligan, the capital of Isabela province, the travelers were lavishly entertained. They were given a grand ball, and feast, a kind of dinner dance, we would call it. To the like Messrs. Sargent and Wilcox throw on the then universal acknowledgment of the authority of the Aguinaldo government, and the perfect tranquility and public order maintained under it, in the Cagayan Valley. I may add that as judge of that district in 1901–2 there came before me a number of cases in the trial of which the fact would be brought out of this or that difference among the local authorities having been referred to the Malolos government for settlement. And they always waited until they heard from it. The doubting Thomas will attribute this to the partiality of the Filipinos to procrastination in general. I know it was due to the hearty cooperation of the people with, and their loyalty to, the then existing government, and to their pride in it. Mr. Sargent tells a characteristic story of Villa, whose vengeful feeling toward the Spaniards showed on all occasions. The former Spanish governor of the province was of course a prisoner in Villa's custody. Villa had the ex-governor brought in, for the travelers to see him, and remarked, in his presence to them, "This is the man who robbed this province of $25,000 during the last year of his office." From Iligan our travelers proceeded to Apari, cordially received everywhere, and finding the country in fact, as Aguinaldo always claimed in his proclamations of that period seeking recognition of his government by the powers, in a state of profound peace and tranquility, free from brigandage and the like. At Apari the visitors were cordially welcomed by Colonel Tirona, and much faved. While they were there, Tirona transferred his authority to a civil regime. Says Paymaster Wilcox. The steamer Saturnus, which had left the harbor the day before our arrival, brought news from Hong Kong papers that the senators from the United States at the Congress at Paris favored the independence of the islands with an American protectorate. Colonel Tirona considered the information of sufficient reliability to justify him in regarding Philippine independence as assured, and warfare in the islands at an end. He then goes on to describe the inauguration of civil government in Cagayan province. I hope all this will not weary the American reader. It was vividly interesting to me when I read it for the first time 13 years afterward, in 1911, because it was such unexpected information, so surprising. It will be equally interesting to all other Americans who participated in putting down the subsequent insurrection and in setting up the Taft civil government in that same valley 3 years later. I was in that town, for a similar purpose, with Governor Taft in 1901, after a bloody war which almost certainly would not have occurred had the Paris Peace Commission known the conditions then existing, just like this. All over Luzon and the Visayan Islands. Of course the southern islands were a little slower. But as Luzon goes, so go the rest. The rest of the archipelago is but the tail to the Luzon kite. Luzon contains 4 million of the 8 million people out there, and Manila is to the Filipino people what Paris is to the French and to France. Luzon is about the size of Ohio, and the other 6 islands that really matter, are in size mere little Connecticuts and Rhode Islands, and in population mere Arizonas or New Mexicos. Describing the ceremonies of the inauguration of civil government in Cagayan, the Wilcox Sargent report to Admiral Dewey says, "The presidentes of all the towns in the province were present at the ceremony. Colonel Tirona made a short speech. He then handed the staff of office to the man who had been elected chief provincial, governor of the province. This officer also made a speech in which he thanked the military forces and assured them that the work they had begun would be perpetuated by the people, where every man, woman, and child stood ready to take up arms to defend their newly won liberty and to resist with the last drop of their blood the attempt of any nation whatever to bring them back to their former state of dependence." He then knelt, placed his hand on an open Bible, and took the oath of office. Does not such language in an official report made by officers of the Navy to Admiral Dewey in November, 1898, show an undercurrent of deep feeling at the position the administration had put Admiral Dewey in with Aguinaldo? When it decided to take the Philippines, and accordingly sent out an army whose generals ignored his protégé? The speech of the provincial governor was followed, says the Wilcox Sargent report, same page, by speeches from the other officers who constitute the provincial government, the heads of the 3 departments, justice, police, and internal revenue. Every town in this province has the same organization. Article 3. Of Aguinaldo's decree of June 18, previous, providing an organic law or constitution for his provisional government, see Chapter 2. Ante, had provided precisely the organization which Wilcox and Sargent thus saw working at Apari and throughout the Cagayan Valley in October, 1898. The importance of all this to the question of how the Filipinos feel toward us today, in this year of grace, 1912, and to the element of righteousness there is in that feeling, is too obvious to need comment. Americans interested in business in the Philippines come back to this country from time to time and give out interviews in the papers declaring that the Filipinos do not want independence. What they really mean is that it makes no difference whether they want it or not, they are not going to get it. And it is precisely these Americans, and their business associates in the United States, who have gotten through Congress the legislation which enables them to give the Filipino just half of what he got 10 years ago for his hemp. And other like legislation, and the Filipinos know it. The gulf in the Philippines between the dominant and the subject race will continue to widen as the years go by. So long as indirect taxation without representation continues to be perpetrated at Washington for the benefit of special interests having a powerful lobby. If the American people themselves are groaning under this very sort of thing, and apparently unable to help themselves, what is the a priori probability as to our voteless and therefore defenseless little brown brother? Like the sheep before the shearer, he is dumb. But to return to our travelers and their journey. A Norwegian steamer came into port, meaning the harbor of Apari, that afternoon, and this seemed our only hope. She was chartered by 2 Chinamen. At first they refused us permission to embark, and declined to put in at any port on the west coast. No sooner was this related to Colonel Tirona than he sent notice that the ship could not clear without taking us and making a landing where we desired. This argument was convincing. Colonel Tirona provided them with a letter addressed to Colonel Tino at Vigan, the chief town of the west coast of Luzon and the capital of the province of Ilocos, which province fronts the China Sea. Messrs. Wilcox and Sargent proceeded aboard the Norwegian steamer from Apari westward, doubling the northwest corner of Luzon, and steaming thence due south to the nearest port. Vigan was the Filipino military headquarters of the western half of northern Luzon, just as Apari was at the same time of the eastern half. On the west coast the travelers were treated always courteously, but with considerable suspicion. The explanation is easy. That region is in closer touch with Manila, and with what is going on and may be learned at the capital, than is the Cagayan Valley which our tourists had just left. They bade the commanding officer at Vigan goodbye, November 13, 1898. Passing south through Namacbacan, which the command I was with took a year or so later, they came to San Fernando de Union, some 20 miles farther south along the coast road. Here they met Colonel Tino and presented their letter from Tirona. He gave them a dinner, of course. How a Filipino does love to entertain, and make you enjoy yourself. Talk about your true Southern hospitality. You get it there. Speeches were made, and great things promised by the Philippine Republic in the near future, says Mr. Wilcox. After the dinner and speech-making came the inevitable dance. After that Colonel Tino started them off on their journey southward toward Manila duly provided with carriages. Passing Arangay on November 18, 1898 our travelers finally reached Dagupan, the northern terminus of the Manila-Dagupan Railway, and there took a train for Manila, 120 miles away. In his report covering the fall of 1898, General Otis always scoldingly says of the Filipinos that in all the parleyings of his commissioners with Aguinaldo's commissioners before the outbreak, the latter never did know what they really wanted. The truth was they believed the Americans were going to do with them exactly as every other white race they knew of had done with every other brown race they knew of, but they did not tell General Otis so. Mr. Wilcox, a more friendly witness of that same period, states their position thus at page 20 of the report to Admiral Dewey: they desire the protection of the United States at sea, but fear any interference on land. On one point they seemed united, viz. that whatever our government may have done for them, it had not gained the right to annex them, adding, in relation to the physical preparations to make good this contention, in the event of war. The Philippine government has an organized force in every province we visited. The whole tone of the Wilcox-Sargent report and the subsequent Wilcox book is an implied reiteration, after intimate, extended, and friendly contact with the people of all Luzon north of the Pasig River, of Admiral Dewey's telegram sent to the Navy Department, June 23, 1898, the people are far superior in intelligence and capacity for self-government to the people of Cuba, and I am familiar with both races. In fact, Messrs. Wilcox and Sargent do not raise the question of capacity for self-government at all, any more than Commodore Perry did when similarly welcomed in 1854 by the Japanese. The 6 main Visayan islands. Mohammedan Mindanao is always dealt with in this book as a separate and distinct problem. Senate Document 196, 56th Cong, 1st, Session, page 14. Here the author's commanding officer, Major Batson, was shot a year and a day later while directing with his usual clear-headed intrepidity the fire of a part of his battalion to protect the crossing of the rest of it over the Arangay River. We being at the time in hot pursuit of Aguinaldo, whose rear guard made a stand in the trenches on the other side of the river. Chapter 7. The Treaty of Paris. No man can serve 2 masters. Matthew 6:24. Confine the empire within those limits which nature seems to have fixed as its natural bulwarks and boundaries. Augustus Caesar's will. This is a tale of 3 cities, Paris, Washington, and Manila. Article 3. Of the peace protocol signed at Washington, August 12, 1898, provided. The United States will occupy and hold the city, bay, and harbor of Manila, pending the conclusion of a treaty of peace which shall determine the control, disposition, and government of the Philippines. The papers relating to the treaty with Spain, including the telegraphic correspondence between President McKinley and our peace commissioners pending the negotiations, were sent to the Senate, January 30, 1899. Just 1 week before the final vote on the treaty, but the injunction of secrecy was not removed until January 31, 1901, after the presidential election of 1900. They then were published as Senate Document 148, 56th Congress, 2D Session. It was not until then that the veil was lifted. The instructions to the peace commissioners were dated September 16, 1898. The commissioners were, William R. Day, of Ohio, Republican, just previously Secretary of State, now, 1912, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Whitelaw Reid, Republican, then editor of the New York Tribune, now ambassador to Great Britain, and 3 members of the United States Senate, Cushman K. Davis, of Minnesota, William P. Fry, of Maine, Republicans, and George Gray, of Delaware, Democrat. Senator Davis died in 1900, and Senator Fry in 1911. Senator Gray has been, since 1899, and is now, United States Circuit Judge for the 3D Judicial District. Among other things, the President's instructions to the commissioners said, "It is my earnest wish that the United States in making peace should follow the same high rule of conduct which guided it in facing war. The luster and the moral strength attaching to a cause which can be confidently rested upon the considerate judgment of the world should not under any illusion of the hour be dimmed by ulterior designs which might tempt us into an adventurous departure on untried paths." By elaborate rhetorical gradations, the instructions finally get down to this. Incidental to our tenure in the Philippines is the commercial opportunity. The United States cannot accept less than the cession in full right and sovereignty of the island of Luzon. Though already noticed, we venture, in this connection, again to recall that in the month previous, August 1898, a gentleman high in the councils of the administration declared in one of the great reviews of the period, we see with sudden clearness that some of the most revered of our political maxims have outlived their force. Among these revered maxims, thus suddenly fossilized by his ipse dixit, Mr. Vanderlip exuberantly includes the teachings of Washington's farewell address and the later crystallization of its main thought by President Monroe, the Monroe Doctrine. Adding that in lieu of these, a new mainspring has become the directing force, the mainspring of commercialism. as permanent chairman of the Philadelphia Convention, which renominated Mr. McKinley for the presidency thereafter. In 1900, Senator Lodge, speaking of the issues raised by the Treaty of Paris, said, "We make no hypocritical pretense of being interested in the Philippines solely on account of others. We believe in trade expansion. Philanthropy and 5% go hand in hand," said Mr. Vanderlip's chief, Secretary of the Treasury Lyman J. Gage, about the same time. Such was the temper of the times when the treaty was made. The first meeting with the Spanish commissioners took place at Paris, October 1. The opening event of the meeting, the initial move of the Spaniards, is extremely interesting in the light of subsequent events, especially in connection with the Iloilo fiasco, hereinafter described. Spanish communication represents, says Judge Day's cablegram to the President, that status quo has been altered and continues to be altered to the prejudice of Spain by Tagalo rebels, whom it describes as an auxiliary force to the regular American troops. Even diplomacy, in a conciliatory communication limited to the obvious, called the Filipinos our allies. The Spanish initial move was more immediately prompted by the fact that in point of absolute astronomical time Manila, though captured when it was morning of August 13 there, was captured when it was evening of August 12, at Washington. And the protocol was signed at Washington in the evening of August 12. While this point was material, because we had captured $900,000 in cash in the Spanish treasury at Manila and much other property, the title to which, under the laws of war between civilized nations, depended on just what time it was captured. The matter was finally swallowed up and lost sight of in the agreement to give Spain a lump $20 million for the archipelago. But the initial move had other aspects. In the event we should take the Philippines off her hands, Spain was going to insist that we should get back from the Filipinos, our allies, and restore to her all the Spaniards they captured after August 12. She knew that in all probability if we bought the islands we would be buying an insurrection, and she was taking care of her own, at our expense. The next feature of the proceedings entitled to attention in a bird's-eye view like this, concerns the question whether we should take only Luzon, or the whole archipelago. President McKinley cabled Admiral Dewey on August 13, the day after the protocol was signed, asking as to the desirability of the several islands, coal and other mineral deposits. And, in a naval and commercial sense which, of the several islands, would be most advantageous. Admiral Dewey had replied, of course, that Luzon was the most desirable, but volunteered no advice. He did state, no coal of good quality can be procured in the Philippine Islands, which is still true. Allusion is made to this telegram in the proceedings, but no copy of it is there set forth. On October 4, our commissioners wired President McKinley suggesting that he cable out to the Admiral and ask him whether it would be better to retain Luzon or the whole group. Mr. McKinley answered that he had asked Admiral Dewey before General Merritt left Manila to give the latter his views in writing, on general question of Philippines, and that his report is in your hands in response to both questions. But the commission replied that Admiral Dewey had sent only a copy of a report of General Francis V. Greene's and nothing else. There is no record of any further advice or opinion from Admiral Dewey on the point except that in General Otis's report, p. 67, we get glimpses of a telegram that has never yet, apparently, been published, sent by Dewey to Washington early in December, 1898, suggesting that we interfere as little as possible in the internal affairs of the islands. No. Admiral Dewey must be acquitted of having ever counseled the McKinley administration to buy the Philippines. On October 7 the Commission telegraphed Washington that General Merritt attaches much weight to the opinion of the Belgian consul at Manila, M. André, and that, consul says United States must take all or nothing. That, if southern islands remained with Spain they would be in constant revolt, and United States would have a second Cuba, that Spanish government would not improve, and would still protect monks in their extortion. To this advice there was absolutely no answer. It was a case of all or nothing, and it had already become a case of all, when on September 16 previous Mr. McKinley signed his original instructions to the Commission stating, the United States cannot accept less than Luzon. The Commission's telegram of October 7 goes on to quote from the Belgian consul's opinion that present rebellion represents only 0.5% of the inhabitants. The consul was not before them in person. They were quoting from a memorandum submitted by him to General Merritt at Merritt's request, made at Manila and dated August 29, the day General Merritt sailed away from Manila bound for Paris via the Suez Canal. He had brought the memorandum along with him. From the previous chapters the reader will, of course, understand that Americans and Europeans at Manila in August, 1898, were paying very little attention to Aguinaldo and his claims as to the extent of his authority in the provinces. It is therefore not surprising that André's memorandum of August 29 should have made the foolish statement, present rebellion represents only 0.5% of inhabitants. But it is eternally regrettable that his statement on this point had any weight with the commissioners, for it was, or by that time at least, October 7, had become, just about 99.5%, wide of the mark. As a matter of fact, by October 7 it would have been more accurate to have said, in lieu of the above, present rebellion represents practically whole people. You see, we started an insurrection in May, in October it had become a full-grown affair, and in December we bought it. The telegram of October 7 also quoted General Merritt as saying, insurgents would be victorious unless Spaniards did better in future than in past. And as considering it feasible for United States to take Luzon and perhaps some adjacent islands and hold them as England does her colonies. These are about the only two sound suggestions General Merritt made to that commission. In the next breath they quote him as saying, natives could not resist 5,000 troops. The fact that they did resist more than 120,000 troops, that it took more than that, all told, to put down the insurrection, is sufficient to show how much General Merritt's advice was worth. He was right on 2 points, as indicated. Both Spanish fleets had been destroyed and Spain had but one left to protect her home coast cities. The death knell of her once proud colonial empire had sounded. Decrepit as she was, she could not possibly have sent any reinforcements to the Philippines. Besides, the Filipinos would have eaten them up. General Merritt's suggestion to hold them as England does her colonies was also sensible. In fact, that was the only thoroughly honest thing to have done, if we were going to take them at all. England never acts the hypocrite with her colonies. She makes them behave. She does not let native people preach sedition in native newspapers, because of sentimental bosh about freedom of the press, until the whole country becomes a smoldering hotbed of sedition. She has blown offending natives from the cannon's mouth, when deemed necessary to cure them and their country of the desire for independence. If we are going to have colonies at all, we ought to govern them with the upright, downright ruthless honesty of the British. It is more merciful in the long run. But we ought not to have colonies at all. For if there is one thing this republic stands for, above all other things, it is the righteousness of aversion to a foreign yoke. In their telegram of October 7, the peace commissioners, now squarely confronted with the question of forcible annexation, begin to let the administration down easy. They say, General Anderson in correspondence with Aguinaldo in June and July seemed to treat him and his forces as allies and native authorities, but subsequently changed his tone. Merritt and Dewey both kept clear of any compromising communications. A dispatch sent by Judge Day certainly comes from high authority. The word compromising is therefore important. To say that Admiral Dewey did not treat Aguinaldo as an ally is to raise a mere technical point. But Aguinaldo never did get anything from him in writing. What he got consisted more of deeds than words. And actions speak louder than words. We had an alliance with Aguinaldo, a most compromising alliance, and afterwards repudiated it. Admiral Dewey made it and General Merritt repudiated it. Dewey did, without the President's knowledge, exactly what the President and the American people would have had him do at the time. And Merritt did exactly what the President ordered him to do. But between the making of the alliance, and the repudiation of it, the President and the American people changed their minds. I say the American people, because they afterwards ratified all that Mr. McKinley did. You see, the bitterness that lies away down in the secret recesses of the hearts of the Filipino people today has its source at this point. They had a gentleman's agreement, as it were, with us, not in writing, made at a time when the thought of a colony had never entered our minds. They fought in a common cause with us on the faith of that agreement, drove the Spaniards into Manila in numerous victorious engagements involving much loss of life, on their part, keeping the Dons thereafter bottled up in Manila on the land side while their ally, Admiral Dewey, was doing the same on the sea side. The said Dons were living on horses and rats, and famine was imminent when our troops arrived and began to finish the work of taking the beleaguered city. And then, having changed our minds and decided to annex the islands, we repudiated our gentleman's agreement, on the idea that the end justified the means. And the end, as it has turned out, did not even justify the means, seeing that the islands have proved a heavy financial liability instead of a profitable asset. Judge Day's telegram to Secretary Hay of October 12, p. 27, contains this curious and surprising passage as to Cuba. Senator Gray in favor of accepting sovereignty unconditionally that we may thereby avoid future complications with Cubans. Claiming sovereignty while we are in process of pacifying island, we desire instructions on this point. The future of Cuba, however, trembled in the balance but for a moment. Before the shellbud cables had had time to quit vibrating with the question thus propounded, there came back this splendidly clean-cut answer from the President. We must carry out the spirit and letter of the resolution of Congress, declaring war. In characterizing Judge Gray's position, above indicated, as surprising, no reflection upon him is intended. On the contrary, such a position, assumed by a man of such conceited intellectual probity, is illuminating as to the attitude subsequently taken concerning the Philippines by the Democratic senators who voted for the treaty. This attitude is stated by Senator Lodge, in his history of the war with Spain, with all the incisive forcefulness to which the country has so long been accustomed in the public utterances of that distinguished man, and seeing that no promise had been made, as in the case of Cuba, Senator Lodge's statement of the position of those who voted for the treaty should forever set at rest the stale injustice, still occasionally repeated, that Mr. Bryan played politics in 1898-9 in urging his friends in the Senate to vote for its ratification. Says Senator Lodge, History of the War with Spain, p. 231. The friends of ratification took the very simple ground that the treaty committed the United States to no policy, but left them free to do exactly as seemed best with all the islands. That the American people could be safely entrusted with this grave responsibility, and that patriotism and common sense alike demanded the end of the war and the re-establishment of peace, which could only be effected by the adoption of the treaty. October 14, Washington wires the commission that Admiral Dewey has just cabled. It is important that the disposition of the Philippine Islands should be decided as soon as possible. General anarchy prevails without the limits of the city and Bay of Manila. Natives appear unable to govern. In this cablegram the Admiral most unfortunately repeated as true some wild rumors then currently accepted by the Europeans and Americans at Manila, which of course were impossible of verification. I say, unfortunately, with some earnestness, because it does not appear on the face of his message that they were mere rumors. And, that they were wholly erroneous, in point of fact, has already been cleared up in previous chapters, wherein the real state of peace, order and tranquility which prevailed throughout Luzon at that time has been, it is believed, put beyond all doubt. But what manna in the wilderness to the McKinley administration, now that it was bent on taking the islands, was that Dewey message of October 14, the natives appear unable to govern. On October 17, Mr. Day wires Mr. Hay that the peace commissioners feel the importance of preserving, so far as possible, the condition of things existing at the time of signing the protocol, to prevent any change in the status quo. He says, might not our government take more active and positive measures than heretofore for preservation of order and protection of life and property in Philippine Islands? How could we, when Aguinaldo and his people were in the saddle all over Luzon, had taken the status quo between their teeth and run away with it, and were prepared to fight if bidden to halt and dismount? and, which is more, were preserving order perfectly themselves. On October 19, Mr. Hay repeated by wire to Mr. Day a cablegram from General Otis which said, "Do not anticipate trouble with insurgents, affairs progressing favorably." General Otis was making a desperate effort to humor Mr. McKinley's consent of the governed theory and program. But it was a situation, not a theory, which confronted him. The date of the high-water mark of the Paris peace negotiations is October 25. On that day, Mr. Day wired Mr. Hay. Differences of opinion among commissioners concerning Philippine Islands are set forth in statements transmitted, by cable also, herewith. On these we request early consideration and explicit instructions. Liable now to be confronted with this question in joint commission almost immediately. Messrs. Davis, Fry, and Reed sent a joint signed statement. They urged taking over the whole archipelago, saying that, as their instructions provided for the retention at least of Luzon, we do not consider the question of remaining in the Philippine Islands as at all now properly before us. They also urged that as Spain governed and defended the islands from Manila, we became, with the destruction of her fleet and the surrender of her army, as complete masters of the whole group as she had been. With nothing needed to complete the conquest save to proceed with the ample forces we had at hand to take unopposed possession. The vice of this proposition, from the strategic as well as the ethical point of view, is of course clear enough now. Spain's government was already tottering in the Philippines when the Spanish-American War broke out. To be, as complete masters as she had been, was like becoming the recipient of a quit-claim deed. Also, ours was not a case of taking unopposed possession. An adverse claimant, relying on immemorial prescription, was in full possession. All the tenants on the land had a turn to him, and they were ready to defend their claim against all comers with their lives. They reminded one of the recurrent small farmer whom some great timber or other corporation seeks to oust, patrolling his land lines rifle in hand, on the lookout for the corporation's agent and the sheriff with the dispossessory warrant. Messrs. Davis, Fry, and Reed go on to say, military and naval witnesses agree that it would be practically as easy to hold and defend the whole as a part. Hardly anyone can fail to read with interest the following accurate and vivid picture which they give of the physical strategic unity of the Philippine Islands. There is hardly a single island in the group from which you cannot shoot across to one or more of the others, scarcely another archipelago in the world in which the islands are crowded so closely together and so interdependent. This explains also why the Filipino people are a people. Whenever the American people understand that, they will give them their independence, unless they get an idea that government of their people by their people for their people would be distasteful to them. In the memorandum of their views telegraphed to Washington on October 25, Messrs. Davis, Fry, and Reed also say, public opinion in Europe, including that of Rome, expects us to retain whole of Philippine Islands. Archbishop Chappell was in Paris at the time of these negotiations. He afterwards told the writer in Manila that he got that $20 million put in the Treaty of Paris. The Church preferred that our title should be a title by purchase rather than a title by conquest, and Mr. McKinley was vigorously urging the latter. Between the legal effects of the two, there is a world of difference. The Church outgeneraled the President, checkmated him with a bishop. Look at that part of the treaty which affects church property. Article 8. The session cannot in any respect impair the property or rights of ecclesiastical bodies. The Church of Rome, or at least some of the ecclesiastical bodies pertaining to it in the Philippines, own the cream of the agricultural estates. By the treaty they have not lost a dollar. It might have been otherwise, had not Mr. McKinley's original claim of title by conquest been overcome at Paris. Judge Day's memorandum of his own views, telegraphed on October 25 along with those of his colleagues, stated that he was unable to agree that we should peremptorily demand the entire Philippine group. That, in the spirit of our instructions, and bearing in mind the often declared disinterestedness of purpose and freedom from designs of conquest with which the war was undertaken, We should be consistent in demands in making peace with due regard to our responsibility because of the conduct of our military and naval authorities in dealing with the insurgents. Again, he says, we cannot leave the insurgents either to form a government. He of course did not know what a complete government they had already formed, or to battle against a foe which might readily overcome them. He also was of course unaware how thoroughly anxious the Spaniards then in the Philippines were to get away, and how completely they were at the mercy of the new Philippine Republic and its forces. On all hands, says Judge Day, it is agreed that the inhabitants of the islands are unfit for self-government. Of course we knew absolutely nothing worth mentioning about the Filipinos at that time. Judge Day then proposes, for the reasons indicated, to accept Luzon and some adjacent islands, as being of strategic advantage, and to leave Spain the rest, with a treaty stipulation for non-alienation without the consent of the United States. It seems to me that Judge Day's scheme was the least desirable of all. Senator Gray's memorandum of the same date is a red-hot argument against taking over any part of the archipelago. He begins thus. The undersigned cannot agree that it is wise to take Philippine Islands in whole or in part. To do so would be to reverse accepted continental policy of the country, declared and acted upon through our history. It will make necessary immense sums for fortifications and harbors, climate and social conditions demoralizing to character of American youth. On whole, instead of indemnity, injury. Cannot agree that any obligation incurred to insurgents. If we had captured Cadiz and Carlists had helped us, would not be our duty to stay by them at the conclusion of war. No place for government of subject people in American system. Even conceding all benefits claimed for annexation. We thereby abandon the moral grandeur and strength to be gained by keeping our word to nations of the world for doubtful material advantages and shameful stepping down from high moral position boastfully assumed. Now that we have achieved all and more than our object, let us simply keep our word. Above all, let us not make a mockery of the President's instructions, where, after stating that we took up arms only in obedience to the dictates of humanity and that we had no designs of aggrandizement and no ambition for conquest. The President eloquently says, "It is my earnest wish that the United States in making peace should follow the same high rule of conduct which guided it in facing war." The next day, October 26, came this laconic answer. The cession must be of the whole archipelago or none. The latter is wholly inadmissible and the former must be required. Probably the one thing about the Paris peace negotiations that is sure to interest the average American most at this late date is the matter of how we came to pay that 20 millions. It was this way. On October 27, the Commission wired Washington. Last night Spanish ambassador called upon Mr. Reed. It seems they talked long and earnestly far into the night, trying to find a way which would prevent the conference from resulting in sudden disruption, and consequent resumption of the war. Mr. Reed made plain the inflexible determination of the American people not to assume the Cuban debt. The ambassador said, Montero Rios could not return to Madrid now if known to have accepted entire Cuban indebtedness. And asked delay to see if some concessions elsewhere might not be found which would save Spanish commissioners from utter repudiation at home. There is no doubt that the talk we are now considering was a heart-to-heart affair, probably quite informal. Yet it is one of the most important talks that have occurred between any two men in this world in the last 50 years. Mr. Reed finally threw out a hint to the effect that as the preponderance of American public sentiment seemed rather inclined to retain the Philippines, it was possible, he said, but not probable that out of these conditions the Spanish commissioners might find something either in territory or debt which might seem to their people at least like a concession. It was the leaven of this hint that leavened the whole loaf. There was doubtless much informal parleying after that, but finally, the American commissioners, having become satisfied that Spanish honor would not be offended by an offer having the substance, if not the form, of charity, and being very tired of Spain sparring for wind in the hope of a European coalition against U.S. should war be resumed, submitted the following proposal. The government of the United States is unable to modify the proposal heretofore made for the cession of the entire archipelago of the Philippine Islands. But the American commissioners are authorized to offer to Spain, in case the cession should be agreed to, the sum of $20 million. This alluring offer was accompanied with the stern announcement that, upon the acceptance of the proposals herein made but not otherwise, it will be possible to proceed to the consideration of other matters. Also, our commissioners wired Washington. If the Spanish commissioners refuse our proposition, nothing remains except to close the negotiations. This was very American and very final. Washington answered, "Your proposed action approved." November 29, Mr. Day wired Mr. Hay. Spanish commissioners at today's conference presented a definite and final acceptance of our last proposition. And that is how that 20 millions found its way into the treaty, not forgetting the prayers and other contemporaneous activities of Archbishop Chappell. After the tremendous 8 weeks tension had relaxed, and before the final reduction to writing of all the details, we see this dear little telegram, from Secretary of State Hay, himself a writer of note, come bravely paddling into port. Where it was cordially received by both sides, taken in out of the wet, and put under the shelter of the treaty. Mr. Hay to Mr. Day, in renewing conventional arrangements, do not lose sight of copyright agreement. And here is the last act of the drama. Mr. Day to Mr. Hay, Paris, December 10, 1898, treaty signed at 8:50 this evening. Senate Document 62.1, 55th Con, 3D Session, 1898-9, page 283. Honorable Frank A. Vanderlip, then Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, now, 1912, President of the National City Bank, New York, in the Century Magazine, August, 1898. S.D. 148, page 15. Navy Department Report for 1898, Appendix, page 122. Senate Document 148, page 19. Chairman of the Spanish Commission. Meaning evidently payment of some of Spain's debts with money she could probably get from us for the asking, as a matter of sympathy for the fellow who is down and out. Mr. McKinley had before that sent word significantly that he was not unmindful of the distressing financial embarrassments of Spain. Chapter 8. The Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation. Prometheus stole the heavenly fire from the altar of Jupiter to benefit mankind. And Jupiter thereupon punished both Prometheus and the rest of mankind by creating and giving to them the woman Pandora, a supposed blessing but a real curse. Pandora brought along a box of blessings, and when she opened it, everything flew out and away but hope. Tales from Aeschylus. The ever-memorable Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation, the Pandora Box of Philippine Woes, was signed December 21, 1898, and its contents were let loose in the Philippines on January 1, 1899. Let us consider for a moment the total misapprehension of conditions in the islands under which Mr. McKinley drafted and signed that famous document, a misapprehension due to General Otis's curious blindness to the great vital fact of the situation, viz. that the Filipinos were bent on independence from the first, and preparing to fight for it to the last. Take the following Otis utterance, for example, concerning a date when practically everybody in the 8th Army Corps, and every newspaper correspondent in the Philippines, recognized that war would be certain in the event the Paris peace negotiations should result, as common rumor then said they would result, in our taking over the islands. My own confidence at this time in a satisfactory solution of the difficulties which confronted us may be gathered from a dispatch sent to Washington on December 7, wherein I stated that conditions were improving, and that there were signs of revolutionary disintegration. There can be no doubt that, at the date of that dispatch, General Otis had been given to understand that under the Treaty of Paris we were going to keep the islands if the treaty should be ratified. And also that the if might give the administration trouble, should trouble arise with the Filipinos before the if was disposed of at home. As heretofore intimated, in addition to his preference for legal and administrative work to the work of his profession, in the Philippines General Otis constituted himself from the beginning a political henchman. Ample evidence will be introduced later on to show beyond all doubt that all through the early difficulties, when the American people should have been frankly dealt with and given the facts, General Otis would, in the exercise of his military powers as press censor, always say to the war correspondents, "I will let nothing go that will hurt the administration." Let us see what the real facts of the Philippine situation were at the date of the Treaty of Paris, December 10, or, which is the same thing, when General Otis sent his dispatch of December 7. When the Treaty of Paris was signed, General Otis was in possession of Manila and Cavite, with less than 20,000 men under his command, and Aguinaldo was in possession of practically all the rest of the archipelago, with between 35,000 and 40,000 men under his command, armed with guns, and the whole Filipino population were in sympathy with the army of their country. We have already seen the conditions in the various provinces at that time and also the inauguration of the native central government. Let us now examine the military figures. 10,000 American soldiers were on hand when Manila was captured, August 13, and 5,000 more had arrived under command of Major General Elwell S. Otis a week or so after the fall of the city. They had 13,000 Spanish soldiers to guard. In addition to this, by the terms of the capitulation, the city, population say 300,000, its inhabitants, its churches and educational establishments, and its private property of all descriptions had been placed under the special safeguard of the faith and honor of the American army. Some 4,500 to 5,000 more troops began to swarm out of San Francisco bound for Manila in the latter part of October, 1898, the last of them reaching Manila December 11, the day after the Treaty of Paris was signed. After that there were no further additions to General Otis's command prior to the outbreak of war with the Filipinos, February 4, 1899. Of these, approximately 20,000 men, only 1,500 to 2,000 were regulars, having the Krag-Jorgensen smokeless gun. The rest were state volunteers, armed with the antiquated Springfield rifles, the same the 71st New York and the 2D Massachusetts had been permitted to carry into the Santiago campaign the summer before. Aguinaldo's people were equipped entirely with Mausers captured from the Spaniards, and other rifles, bought in Hong Kong mostly, using smokeless ammunition. Now Major General, J.F. Bell, who is, in the judgment of many, one of the best all-round soldiers in the American Army today, was in charge of the Division of Military Information at Manila both before and after the taking of the city. General Bell has done many fine things, in the way of reckless bravery in battle at the critical moment and of bold reconnoitering in campaign, and what he fails to find out about an enemy, or a prospective enemy, is not apt to be ascertainable. In a report bearing date August 29, 1898, prepared in anticipation of possible trouble with the Filipinos, he estimated the number of men under arms that Aguinaldo had at between 35,000 and 40,000. This estimate is based by General Bell in his report on the number of guns out in the hands of the Filipinos, which he figures thus. Captured from Spanish militia, 12,500. From Cavite Arsenal, 2,500. From Jackson and Evans, American merchants trading with Hong Kong, 2,000. From Spanish, captured in battle, 8,000. In hands of Filipinos previous to May 1, 1898. 15,000. Total, 40,000. From this number General Bell deducts several thousands as having been recaptured by the Spaniards, or bought in. I at once hear some former comrade in arms of the Philippine insurrection say, "Oh, no. They couldn't have had as many as 40,000 guns, or near that." I thought the same thing when I first read General Bell's report on the matter. But he removes the doubt thus: they are being continually sent away to other provinces. We did not understand Aguinaldo's movements then. All his troops were not around Manila. From what I learned from General Lawton and his staff in 1899, my belief is that Aguinaldo had perhaps 30,000 men with guns around Manila, and out along the railroad, at the time of the outbreak of February 4. It is idle, of course, at this late date, to claim that the Filipinos were not bent on independence from the first. The matured plans of their leaders, formulated at Hong Kong May 4, 1898, before they ever started the insurrection, preserved in the captured minutes of the meeting already noticed. Provide the program to be adopted in the event we should be tempted to keep the islands. In that event, they were prepared against surprise, or any necessity for making new plans, and were agreed to accept war as inevitable. From the first, they made ready for it. Governmentally and strategically, the Philippine Islands, except Mohammedan Mindanao, which is a separate and distinct problem, may be described very simply and sufficiently as consisting of the great island of Luzon, on which Manila is situated, and the Visayan group. We are already familiar with the conditions in Luzon in December 1898. You hear a great deal about the Philippine archipelago consisting of 1,001 islands, but there are only 8 that are, broadly speaking, worth considering here. The moment a jagged submarine ledge peeps out of the water it becomes an island. And even before that it may wreck a ship. But we are talking about islands that need to be charted on the sea of world politics. The Visayan Islands that really count at all in a great problem such as that we are now considering, are but 6 in number: Panay, capital Iloilo; Cebu, capital Cebu; Bohol, Negros, Samar, and Leyte. Iloilo is some 300 and odd miles south of Manila, and, besides being the capital of Panay, is the chief port of the Visayas and the second city of the archipelago, Cebu being the third. Under the Spaniards, as now under us, a vessel might clear from either of these places for any part of the world. As we saw in the chapter preceding this, as early as November 18, Admiral Dewey had cabled Washington that the entire island of Panay was in possession of insurgents, except Iloilo. By the end of December, all the Spanish garrisons in the Visayan Islands had surrendered to the insurgents. Otis's report, page 61. Iloilo did not surrender to the insurgents until the day before Christmas. But let us not anticipate. December 13, General Otis received a petition for protection signed by the businessmen and firms of Iloilo, page 54, sent of course with the approval of the general commanding the imperiled Spanish garrison. December 14, he wired Washington for instructions as to what action he should take on this petition, saying, among other things, Spanish authorities are still holding out, but will receive American troops. And adding one of his inevitable notes of optimism as to the tameness of Filipino aspirations, at Iloilo, for independence, insurgents reported favorable to American annexation. General Otis knew the Spanish troops were hard-pressed by the insurgents down at Iloilo, and eagerly awaited a reply. President McKinley was then away from Washington, on a southern trip, to Atlanta and Macon, Georgia, and other points, and nobody at home was giving any thought to the Filipinos. While they were knocking successively at the gates of the various Visayan capitals, and receiving the surrender of their Spanish defenders. It was getting toward the Yuletide season. President McKinley was engaged, quite seasonably, in putting the finishing touches to the great work of his life, which was welding the North and the South together forever by wise and kindly manipulation of the countless opportunities to do so presented by the latest war. It was a season of general peace and rejoicing in a thrice-blessed land, and nobody in the United States was looking for trouble with the Filipinos. With our people it was a case of ignorance being bliss, so far as the Philippine Islands and their inhabitants were concerned. In his autobiography of 70 years, Senator Hoar tells of an interview with President McKinley concerning his, the Senator's, attitude toward the Treaty of Paris, early in December, 1898. He greeted me with the delightful and affectionate cordiality which I always found in him. He took me by the hand, and said, "How are you feeling this winter, Mr. Senator?" I was determined there should be no misunderstanding. I replied at once, "Pretty pugnacious, I confess, Mr. President." The tears came into his eyes and he said, grasping my hand again, "I shall always love you whatever you do." It behooves this nation, and all nations, to consider those tears. They explain all the subsequent history of the Philippines to date. Mr. McKinley had proved himself a gallant soldier in his youth, and he knew something of the horrors of war. He was also one of the most amiable gentlemen that ever lived. But it is no disrespect to his memory to say that while Mr. McKinley was a good man, Senator Hoar was his superior in moral fiber, and he knew it, and he knew the country knew it. He knew that Senator Hoar was going to fight the ratification of the treaty to the last ditch, speaking for the rights of man in such old, worn-out formulae. And that his only defense before the bar of history would have to rest on trade expansion, alias the almighty dollar. Those tears were harbingers of the coming strife in the Philippines. They were shed for such lives as that strife might cost. They were an assumption of responsibility for such shedding of blood as the treaty might entail. The President returned to Washington from his southern trip on December 21, and on December 23 D.P. 55, cabled General Otis the following reply to his request of December 14 for instructions. Send necessary troops to Iloilo, to preserve the peace and protect life and property. It is most important that there should be no conflict with the insurgents. Be conciliatory but firm. Senator Hoar had put Mr. McKinley on notice that he was going to present the ethics of the case in the debate on the treaty. Congress had gone home for the holidays, and after it reassembled in January the treaty would come up. The vote was sure to be close, and a too vigorous manifestation of belief on the part of the Filipinos that this nation was not closing the war with Spain animated by the same high rule of conduct which guided it in facing war. Mr. McKinley's instructions to the peace commissioners might defeat the ratification of the treaty. Indeed, the final vote of February 6 was so close that the administration had but one vote to spare. The final vote was 57 to 27, just one over the necessary two-thirds. The smoke of a battle to subjugate the Filipinos might dim the luster and the moral strength, as Mr. McKinley had expressed it in his instructions to the peace commissioners, of a war to free the Cubans. Therefore there must be no trouble, at least until after the ratification of the treaty. President McKinley had invented in the case of Cuba a very catchy phrase: forcible annexation would be criminal aggression, and every time anybody now quoted it on him it tended to take the wind out of his sails. So benevolently eager was that truly kind-hearted and Christian gentleman to avoid the appearance of criminal aggression, that he evidently got to thinking about that telegram of December 23 in which he had authorized General Otis to send troops to the relief of the beleaguered Spanish garrison at Iloilo. And also about the message from Admiral Dewey received November 18 previous, to the effect that the entire island of Panay except Iloilo was then already in the hands of the insurgents. The result was that he decided not to let his conciliatory proclamation of December 21 await the slow process of the mails, and therefore, though it consisted of something like 1,000 words, he had it cabled out to General Otis in full on December 27. It is now here reproduced in full because it precipitated the war in the Philippines, and is the key to all our subsequent dealings with them. The Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation. Executive Mansion, Washington, December 21, 1898. The destruction of the Spanish fleet in the harbor of Manila by the United States Naval Squadron commanded by Rear Admiral Dewey, followed by the reduction of the city and the surrender of the Spanish forces, practically effected the conquest of the Philippine Islands and the suspension of Spanish sovereignty therein. With the signature of the Treaty of Peace between the United States and Spain by their respective plenipotentiaries at Paris on the 10th instant, and as a result of the victories of American arms, the future control, disposition, and government of the Philippine Islands are ceded to the United States. In the fulfillment of the rights of sovereignty thus acquired and the responsible obligations of government thus assumed, the actual occupation and administration of the entire group of the Philippine Islands becomes immediately necessary. And the military government heretofore maintained by the United States in the city, harbor, and Bay of Manila is to be extended with all possible dispatch to the whole of the ceded territory. In performing this duty the military commander of the United States is enjoined to make known to the inhabitants of the Philippine Islands that in succeeding to the sovereignty of Spain, in severing the former political relations, and in establishing a new political power, the authority of the United States is to be exerted for the securing of the persons and property of the people of the islands and for the confirmation of all their private rights and relations. It will be the duty of the commander of the forces of occupation to announce and proclaim in the most public manner that we come not as invaders or conquerors, but as friends, to protect the natives in their homes, in their employments, and in their personal and religious rights. All persons who, either by active aid or by honest submission, cooperate with the government of the United States to give effect to these beneficent purposes will receive the reward of its support and protection. All others will be brought within the lawful rule we have assumed, with firmness if need be, but without severity, so far as possible. Within the absolute domain of military authority, which necessarily is and must remain supreme in the ceded territory until the legislation of the United States shall otherwise provide. The municipal laws of the territory in respect to private rights and property and the repression of crime are to be considered as continuing in force, and to be administered by the ordinary tribunals, so far as practicable. The operations of civil and municipal government are to be performed by such officers as may accept the supremacy of the United States by taking the oath of allegiance, or by officers chosen, as far as practicable, from the inhabitants of the islands. While the control of all the public property and the revenues of the state passes with the cession, and while the use and management of all public means of transportation are necessarily reserved to the authority of the United States. Private property, whether belonging to individuals or corporations, is to be respected except for cause duly established. The taxes and duties heretofore payable by the inhabitants to the late government become payable to the authorities of the United States unless it be seen fit to substitute for them other reasonable rates or modes of contribution to the expenses of government, whether general or local. If private property be taken for military use, it shall be paid for when possible in cash, at a fair valuation, and when payment in cash is not practicable, receipts are to be given. All ports and places in the Philippine Islands in the actual possession of the land and naval forces of the United States will be opened to the commerce of all friendly nations. All goods and wares not prohibited for military reasons by due announcement of the military authority will be admitted upon payment of such duties and other charges as shall be in force at the time of their importation. Finally, it should be the earnest wish and paramount aim of the military administration to win the confidence, respect, and affection of the inhabitants of the Philippines by assuring them in every possible way that full measure of individual rights and liberties which is the heritage of free peoples, and by proving to them that the mission of the United States is one of benevolent assimilation, substituting the mild sway of justice and right for arbitrary rule. In the fulfillment of this high mission, supporting the temperate administration of affairs for the greatest good of the governed, there must be sedulously maintained the strong arm of authority, to repress disturbance and to overcome all obstacles to the bestowal of the blessings of good and stable government upon the people of the Philippine Islands under the free flag of the United States. William McKinley. The words used in the foregoing proclamation, which were regarded by the Filipinos as fighting words, i.e., as making certain the long-anticipated probability of a war for independence, are those which appear in italics. The rest of the proclamation counted for nothing with them. They had been used to the hollow rhetoric and flowery promises of equally eloquent Spanish proclamations all their lives, they and their fathers before them. In suing to President McKinley for peace on July 22d, previous, the Prime Minister of Spain had justified all the atrocities committed and permitted by his government in Cuba during the 30-year struggle for independence there which preceded the Spanish-American War by saying that what Spain had done had been prompted only by a desire to spare the great island from the dangers of premature independence. Clearly, from the Filipino point of view, the United States was now determined to spare them from the dangers of premature independence, using such force as might be necessary for the accomplishment of that pious purpose. The truth is that, Prometheus-like, we stole the sacred fire from the altar of freedom whereupon the flames of the Spanish war were kindled, and gave it to the Filipinos, justifying the means by the end. And, the links of the lame Lemnian have been festering in our flesh ever since. The benevolent assimilation proclamation was a kind of Pandora box, supposed to contain all the blessings of liberty, but when the lid was taken off, woes innumerable befell the intended beneficiaries, and left them only the hope of freedom, from us. Verily there is nothing new under the sun. It is written, Thou shalt not steal anything, not even sacred fire. There is no such thing as nimble morality. The lesson of the old Greek poet fits our case. So also, indeed, do those of the modern sage, Maeterlinck, for the Filipinos could have found their own bluebird for happiness. The record of our experience in the Philippines is full of reminders, which will multiply as the years go by, that, after all, every people have an unalienable right to pursue happiness in their own way as opposed to somebody else's way. That is the law of God, as God gives me to see the right. Conceived during the Christmas holiday season and in the spirit of that blessed season and presented to the Filipino people on New Year's Day. Received by them practically as a declaration of war and baptized in the blood of thousands of them in the Battle of February 4 thereafter, the manner of the reception of this famous document. The initial reversal and subsequent evolution of its policies, and all the lights and shadows of benevolent assimilation will be traced in the chapters which follow. Otis's Report for 1899, page 43. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, PD 4, page 3. IB, PT 2, page 75. Senate Document 62, page 379. Published at page 7 of Senate Document 208, PT 2, 56th Congress, First Session, 1900. Called in Spanish, Visayas, or Bisayas. Visayas is an adjective derived from the name of the Bay of Biscay, B, and V being interchangeable in Spanish. For a fuller description of the archipelago, see Volume 2, page 315. This proclamation has been printed many times, in various government publications, e.g., War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, PD 4, pages 355-6, Senate Document 208, 56th Congress, First Session, 1900, pages 82-3, etc. Senate Document 62.1, 55th Congress, 3D Session, page 272. Chapter 9. The Iloilo Fiasco. The King of France with 40,000 men marched up the hill and then marched down again. Old English Ballad. We have already seen how busily Aguinaldo occupied himself during the protracted peace negotiations at Paris in getting his government and people ready for the struggle for independence which he early and shrewdly guessed would be ultimately forthcoming. General Otis was in no position to preserve the status quo. The status quo was a worm in hot ashes that would not stay still. The revolution was a snowball that would roll. The day after Christmas, General Otis at last sent an expedition under General Marcus P. Miller to the relief of Iloilo, but when it arrived, December 28, the Spaniards had already turned the town over to the insurgent authorities, and sailed away. When General Miller arrived, being under imperative orders from Washington to be conciliatory, and under no circumstances to have a clash with the insurgents, the administration's most earnest solicitude being to avoid a clash. At least until the treaty of peace with Spain should be ratified by the United States Senate, he courteously asked permission to land, several times, being refused each time. With a request of this sort sent ashore January 1, 1899, he transmitted a copy of the proclamation set forth in the preceding chapter. The insurgent reply defiantly forbade him to land. Therefore he did not land, because Washington was pulling the strings, until after the treaty was ratified. So here we are at Iloilo, an exploded bluff, wrote war correspondent J.F. Bass to his paper, Harper's Weekly. By the time the treaty was ratified, the Battle of Manila of February 4 had occurred, and the pusillanimity of self-doubting diplomacy had given way to the red honesty of war. As was noticed in the chapter preceding this, by the end of December, 1898, all military stations outside Luzon, with the exception of Zamboanga, in the extreme south of the great Mohammedan island of Mindanao near Borneo, had been turned over by the Spaniards to the insurgents. When General Miller, commanding the expedition to Iloilo, arrived in the harbor of that city with his teeming troopships and naval escorts on December 28, an aide of the Filipino commanding general came aboard the boat he was on and desired to know, says General Miller's report, if we had anything against them, were we going to interfere with them. General Miller then sent some of his own aides ashore with a letter to the insurgent authorities, explaining the peaceful nature of his errand. They at once asked if our people had brought down any instructions from Aguinaldo. Answering in the negative, General Miller's aides handed them his olive branch letter. They read it and said they could do nothing without orders from Aguinaldo, in cases affecting their federal government. The grim veteran commanding the American troops smoked on this for a day or so, and then asked a delegation of insurgents that were visiting his ship by his invitation, they would not let him land. You see, whether if he landed they would meet him with armed resistance. The Malay reverence for the relation of host and guest resulted in an evasive reply. They could not answer. But after they went back to the city they did answer. And this is what they wrote. Upon the return of your commissioners last night, we discussed the situation and attitude of this region of Visayas in regard to its relations and dependence upon the central government of Luzon, the Aguinaldo government, of course. And I have the honor to notify you that, in conjunction with the people, the army, and the committee, we insist upon our pretension not to consent to any foreign interference without express orders from the central government of Luzon with which we are one in ideas, as we have been until now in sacrifices. If you insist upon disembarking your forces, this is our final attitude. May God forgive you, etc. Iloilo, December 30th, 1898. This letter is recited in General Miller's report to be from President Lopez, of the federal government of Visayas. General Miller then wrote Otis begging permission to attack on the ground that upon the success of the expedition he was in charge of depends the future speedy yielding of insurrectionary movements in the islands. War Correspondent Bass, who was on the ground at the time, also wrote his paper, the effect on the natives will be incalculable all over the islands. But General Otis was trying to help Mr. McKinley nursed the treaty through the Senate on the idea that there weren't going to be any insurrectionary movements in the islands. That all dark and misguided conspiracies of selfishly ambitious leaders looking to such impious ends would fade before the sunlight of benevolent assimilation. Cautioning Otis against any clash at Iloilo, Mr. McKinley wired January 9, conflict would be most unfortunate, considering the present time given the insurgents cannot injure us, and must weaken and discourage them. They will see our benevolent purpose, etc. The Iloilo fiasco did indeed furnish to the insurgent cause aid and comfort at the psychologic moment when it most needed encouragement to bring things to a head. It presented a spectacle of vacillation and seeming cowardice which heartened the timid among the insurgents and started among them a general eagerness for war which had been lacking before. In one of his bulletins to Otis, General Miller tells of 2 boats' crews of the 51st Iowa landing on January 5, and being met by a force of armed natives who asked them their business and warned them off. Whereupon they heeded the warning and returned to their transport. This regiment had then been cooped up on their transport continuously since leaving San Francisco November 3d, previous, 63 days. They were kept lying off Iloilo until January 29, and then brought back to Manila and landed, after 89 days aboard ship, all idea of taking Iloilo before the Senate should act having been abandoned. The benevolent assimilation proclamation was received by cable in cipher, at Manila, December 29, and as soon as it had been written out in longhand General Otis hurried a copy down to General Miller at Iloilo by a ship sailing that day. So that General Miller might understand the position and policy of our government. But he forgot to tell Miller to conceal the policy for the present. So the latter, on January 1, not only sent a copy of it to the President of the Federal Government of Visayas, Mr. Lopez, but in the note of transmittal he asked, says his report, that they permit the entry of my troops. What a fatal mistake! Here was a proclamation representing all the majesty, dominion, and power of the American government, signed by the President of the United States, in terms asserting immediate, absolute, and supreme authority. And the natives were asked if they would permit its enforcement. General Miller's report says that he also had the proclamation translated into Spanish and distributed to the people. The people laugh at it, he says. The insurgents call us cowards and are fortifying at the point of the peninsula, and are mounting old smoothbore guns left by the Spaniards. They are entrenching everywhere, are bent on having one fight, and are confident of victory. The longer we wait before the attack, the harder it will be to put down the insurrection. This is especially interesting in the light of President McKinley's justification of the wisdom of temporizing, on the idea that delay would weaken the insurgents and could not hurt us. Let no one convince you, writes Miller to Otis on January 5, that peaceful means can settle the difficulty here. The appeal to Otis to permit commencement of operations was without avail. Otis was the Manila agent of the Aldrich Old Guard in the Senate, in charge of the pending treaty. He would simply send the disgusted Miller messages not to be hasty, assuring him that the firing of a shot at Iloilo would mean the precipitation of general conflict about Manila and all over the place. And that this would be most disappointing to the President of the United States, who continually urges extreme caution and no conflict. The administration was counting senatorial noses at the time, and that its anxiety was justified is apparent from the fact already noted, that on the final vote whereby the treaty was ratified it had but one vote to spare. So General Miller sat sunning himself on the deck of his transport, and watching the insurgents working like ants at their fortifications, and vainly wishing his 2,500 men could get ashore at least long enough to stretch themselves a bit. John F. Bass, correspondent for Harper's Weekly, left Iloilo, returned to Manila, and wrote his paper on January 23. I returned to Manila well knowing that there was nothing more to be done in Iloilo until the Senate voted on the Treaty of Peace. On the 8th day after General Miller had asked permission of the Iloilo village Hamptons to enforce the orders of the President of the United States, the federal government of the Visayas, through its president, Senor Lopez, finally deigned to notice Mr. McKinley's proclamation. It said under date of January 9, General, we have the high honor of having received your message, dated January 1 of this year, enclosing letter of President McKinley. You say in one clause of your message, as indicated in the President's cablegram, under these conditions the inhabitants of the island of Panay ought to obey the political authority of the United States. And they will incur a grave responsibility if, after deliberating, they decide to resist said authority. So the Council of State of this region of Visayas are, at this present moment, between the authority of the United States, that you try to impose on us, and the authority of the central government of Malolos. Then follows this remarkable statement of the case for the Filipinos. The supposed authority of the United States began with the Treaty of Paris, on the 10th of December, 1898. The authority of the central government of Malolos is founded in the sacred and natural bonds of blood, language, uses, customs, ideas, and sacrifices. General Otis was fond of throwing cold water on any particularly eloquent Filipino insurrecto document he had occasion to put in his reports by saying that Mabini was the brains of the Malolos government, meaning the only brains it had, and that he probably wrote such document. Whatever it might be. But here is a piece of real eloquence, originating away down in the Visayan Islands, as far away from Malolos as Colonel Stark and his Green Mountain Boys were from Washington and Hamilton in 1776 and after. What then is the explanation of composition so forceful in its impassioned simplicity, and in the light of subsequent events, so pathetic? There is but one explanation. It came from the heart. It was the cry of the soul of humanity seeking its natural affiliations. It was the language of what Aguinaldo's early state papers always used to call the legitimate aspirations of his people, legitimate aspirations which we later strangled. The reason of the writer's earnestness is that a few months later he helped do some of the strangling. 13 years afterwards, a thorough acquaintance with the Filipino side of the matter, derived from an examination of the information which has been gradually accumulated and published by our government during that time, causes him to say, Father, forgive me, for I knew not what I did. The 35,000 volunteers of 1899 knew nothing about the Filipinos or their side of the case. We were like the deputy sheriff who goes out with a warrant duly issued to arrest a man charged with unlawful breach of the peace. It is not his business to inquire whether the man is guilty or not. If the man resists arrest, he takes the consequences. On the second day after the above defiance of the President of the United States was served up to General Miller, that gallant officer having dutifully swallowed it, sent an officer ashore on a diplomatic mission. The name and rank of this military ambassador were Acting Assistant Surgeon Henry der Phelan, who clearly appears to have been a man of keen insight and considerable ability. His written report to General Miller of what transpired is a document of permanent interest and importance to the annals of men's struggles for free institutions. It states that at the meeting the spokesman of the Filipinos, Attorney Raimundo Melliza, began by saying that all the Americans owned was Manila. That was unquestionably true, so our ambassador, it seems, did not gainsay it. Dar. Phelan suggested that the Americans had sacrificed lives and money in destroying the power of Spain. The spokesman, Attorney Melliza, replied that they also had made great sacrifice in lives, and that they had a right to their country which they had fought for, and that we are here now to take from them what they had won by fighting. That they had been our allies, and we had used them as such. Dr. Phelan's report goes on to say, I replied that military occupation was a necessity for a time, and that as soon as order was assured it would be withdrawn. They smiled at this. Well, they might. 14 years have elapsed since then, and the lawmaking power of the United States has never yet declared whether the American occupation of the Philippine Islands is to be temporary, like our occupation of Cuba was, or permanent. Like the British occupation of Egypt is. True, Dr. Phelan said military occupation, but the smile was provoked by the suggestion of temporariness. After the committee smiled, they remarked. We have fought for independence and feel that we have the power of governing and need no assistance. We are showing it now. You might inquire of the foreigners if it is not so. Dar. Phelan's report proceeds. They stated that their orders were not to allow us to disembark, and that they were powerless to allow us to come in without express orders from their government. In regard to the Treaty of Paris, the spokesman, Lawyer Melliza, said. International law forbids a nation to make a contract in regard to taking the liberties of its colonies. Lawyer Melliza was wrong. If he had said, the law of righteousness, instead of international law, his proposition, thus amended, would have been incontrovertible. On September 19, 1911, one of the great newspapers of this country, the Denver Post, sent out to the members of the Congress of the United States, and to the Fourth Estate also, the newspaper editors, a circular letter proposing that we sell the Philippine Islands to Japan. A member of the United States Senate sent this answer. I do not favor your proposition. Selling the islands means selling the inhabitants. The question of traffic in human beings, whether by wholesale or retail, was forever settled by the Civil War. About the same time a leading daily paper of Georgia had an editorial on the Denver Post's proposition, the most conspicuous feature of which was that Japan was too poor to pay us well, should we contemplate selling the Filipinos to her. So it was no use to discuss the matter at length. No, Lawyer Melliza's proposition has no standing in international law yet. But it has with what Mr. Lincoln's first inaugural called, the better angels of our nature, if we stop to reflect. Another interesting feature of the Phelan report to General Miller is the following. I asked Lawyer Melliza if Aguinaldo said we could occupy the city would they agree to it. He replied most emphatically that they would. At that time, in January, 1899, while the debate on the treaty was in progress in the United States Senate, there was hardly a province in that archipelago where you would not have encountered the same inflexible adherence to the Aguinaldo government. Dr. Phelan's report closes thus. At the conclusion of the meeting it was said that as this question involved the integrity of the entire republic, it could not be further discussed here, but must be referred to the Malolos government. There is one other statement made by the spokesman of the Filipinos, at their meeting with Dr. Phelan, which arrested and gripped my attention. That it may interest the reader as it did me, it will need but a word or so as preface. In the fall of that same year, 1899, when my regiment, the 29th Infantry, U.S. Volunteers, reached the islands, it was supposed that the insurrection had about played out, i.e., that it had been beaten to a frazzle, because the Filipinos no longer offered to do battle in force in the open. Yet all that fall, and all through 1900 and after, a most obstinate guerrilla warfare was kept up. Anywhere in the archipelago you were liable to be fired on from ambush. At first we could not understand this. Later we found out it was the result of an order of Aguinaldo's, faithfully carried out, not to assemble in large commands, but to conduct a systematic guerrilla warfare indefinitely. We learned this by capturing a copy of the order, which was quite elaborate. Dr. Phelan's report says, "I told him, Melliza, that the city was in our power, and that we could destroy it at any time. Lawyer Melliza replied that he cared nothing about the city, that we could destroy it if we wished. We will withdraw to the mountains and repeat the North American Indian warfare. You must not forget that." Later, they did. On January 15, General Otis wrote General Miller again cautioning him against any clash at Iloilo, and saying of conditions at Manila and Malolos, "The revolutionary government is very anxious for peaceful relations." 3 days later Senator Bacon saw the situation with clearer vision from the other side of the world than General Otis could see it under his nose. And said on the floor of the Senate on January 18 concerning the conditions at Manila and Malolos, "While there is no declaration of war, while there is no avowal of hostile intent, with two such armies fronting each other with such divers intents and resolves, it will take but a spark to ignite the magazines which is to explode." The spark was ignited on February 4, 1899, by a sentinel of the Nebraska regiment firing on some Filipino soldiers who disregarded his challenge to halt, and killing one of them. War once on, General Miller was directed on February 10, after he had lain in Iloilo harbor for 44 days, to take the city. So at last he gave written notice to the insurgents in Iloilo demanding the surrender of the city in garrison, before sunset Saturday, the 11th instant, and requesting them to give warning to all non-combatants. Thereupon the insurgents set fire to the city and departed. The self-doubting lay in the doubt of the administration as to whether its program of conquest would or would not be ratified by the Senate. The pusillanimity lay, wholly unbeknown to Washington of course, in the estimate of us it produced among the Filipinos. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 62. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 64. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 79. IB, page 67. "I sent you the President's proclamation, not for publication, but for your information," wrote Otis to Miller after the latter had let the cat out of the bag. Senate Document 208, page 58. Senate Document 208, 56th Cong, First Session, page 54. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 66. Ibid. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 59. Senate Document 208, 56th Cong, First Session, 1900, pages 54 to 5. Colonel Enoch H. Crowder, General Otis's judge advocate, was the brains of the Otis government. But the difference between General Otis and Aguinaldo was that Aguinaldo always had the good sense to follow Mabini's advice, while Otis did not always follow Crowder's. Senate Document 208, page 56. SD 208, page 58. See Congressional Record, January 18, 1899, page 734. Senate Document 208, page 59. Chapter 10. Otis and Aguinaldo, continued. A word spoken in due season, how good is it? Proverbs 15:23. In the last chapter we saw the debut of the benevolent assimilation program at Iloilo. We are now to observe it at Manila. General Otis says in his report for 1899. After fully considering the President's proclamation and the temper of the Tagalos with whom I was daily discussing political problems and the friendly intentions of the United States government toward them, I concluded that there were certain words and expressions therein, such as sovereignty, right of cession, and those which directed immediate occupation, etc., which might be advantageously used by the Tagalo war party to incite widespread hostilities among the natives. It was my opinion, therefore, that I would be justified in so amending the paper that the beneficent object of the United States government would be clearly brought within the comprehension of the people. Accordingly, he published a proclamation as indicated, on January 4, at Manila. In a less formal communication concerning this proclamation, viz. a letter to General Miller at Iloilo, General Otis comes to the point more quickly thus. After some deliberation we put out one of our own which it was believed would suit the temper of the people. The only thing in the Otis proclamation specifically directed toward soothing the temper of the people, was a hint that the United States would, under the government it was going to impose, appoint the representative men now forming the controlling element of the Filipinos to civil positions of responsibility and trust, p. 69, and this, far from soothing Filipino temper, was interpreted as an offer of a bribe if they would desert the cause of their country. The bona fides of the offer they did not doubt for a moment. In fact, it caught a number of the more timid prominent men, especially the elderly ones of the ultra-conservative element preferring submission to strife. But the younger and bolder spirits were faithful, many of them unto death, and all of them unto many battles and much hiking. General Otis's report goes on to tell how, about the middle of January, after he had published his sugar-coated edition of the presidential proclamation at Manila, it then at last occurred to him that General Miller might have published the original text of it in full at Iloilo, and, fearing that, says he, I again dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Potter to Iloilo, evidently post-haste. But it appears that when the breathless Potter arrived, the lid was already off. The horse had left the stable and the door was open, as we saw in the preceding chapter. However, as the Otis report indicates in this connection, p. 67, copies of the original McKinley Proclamation, as published in full at Iloilo by General Miller, were of course promptly forwarded by the insurgents at Iloilo to the insurgent government at Malolos. So all that General Otis got for his pains was detection in the attempt to conceal the crucial words asserting American sovereignty in plain English. He tells us himself that as soon as the Malolos people discovered the trick, the proclamation, became, in the light of the Otis doctrine, the object of venomous attack. His report was of course written long after all these matters occurred, but its language shows a total failure on the part of its author, even then, to understand the cause of the bitterness he denominates venom. This bitterness grew naturally out of what seemed to the Filipinos an evident purpose of the United States to take and keep the islands and an accompanying unwillingness to acknowledge that purpose. As shown by the conspicuous discrepancies between the original text of the proclamation as published at Iloilo by General Miller, on January 1, and the modified version of it given out by General Otis at Manila on January 4. The ablest of the insurgent newspapers, says he, p. 69, which was now issued at Malolos and edited by the uncompromising Luna, attacked the policy as declared in the proclamation, and its assumption of sovereignty with all the vigor of which he was capable. The nature of Editor Luna's philippics is not described by General Otis in detail, the only specific notion we get of them being from General Otis's echo of their tone, which, he tells us, was to the effect that everything tended simply to a change of masters. But in another part of the Otis report, p. 163, we find an epistle written about that time by one partisan of the revolution to another, whose keynote, given in the following extracts, was doubtless in harmony with the Luna editorials. We shall not have them, Filipinos enough to conduct a decent government, in 10, 20, or 100 years. Because the Yankees will never acknowledge the aptitude of an inferior race to govern the country. Do not dream that when American sovereignty is implanted in the country the American office holders will give up. Never. If it depends upon them to say whether the Filipinos have sufficient men for the government of the country they will never say it. Is not the American who pretends that he would have done anything but just what the Filipinos did, had he been in their place, i.e., fought to the last ditch for the independence of his country, the rankest sort of a hypocrite? General Otis was a soldier, and his views may have been honestly colored by his environment. But how at this late date can any fair-minded man read the above extracts illustrative of the temper in which the Filipinos went to war with us without acknowledging the righteousness of the motives which impelled them? Aguinaldo promptly met General Otis's proclamation of January 4 by a counter-proclamation put out the very next day, in which he indignantly protested against the United States assuming sovereignty over the islands. Even the women, says General Otis, page 70, in a document numerously signed by them, gave me to understand that after the men were all killed off they were prepared to shed their patriotic blood for the liberty and independence of their country. General Otis actually intended this last as a sly touch of humor. But when we recollect Mr. Millet's description, of the women coming to the trenches and cooking rice for the men while the Filipinos were slowly drawing their cordon ever closer about the doomed Spanish garrison of Manila in July and August previous, fighting their way over the ground between them and the besieged main body of their ancient enemies inch by inch, while Admiral Dewey blockaded them by sea, General Otis's sly touch of humor loses some of its slyness. The insurgent army also, he says, page 70, was especially affected and only awaited an opportunity to demonstrate its invincibility in war with the United States troops whom it had commenced to insult and charge with cowardice. The benighted condition of the insurgents in this regard was directly traceable to the Iloilo fiasco. It was that, principally, which made the insurgents so foolishly overconfident and the subsequent slaughter of them so tremendous. Further on in his report General Otis says, with perceptible petulance, in summing up his case against the Filipinos, the pretext that the United States was about to substitute itself for Spain was resorted to and had its effect on the ignorant masses. Speaking of his own modified version of the Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation, General Otis says, p. 76. No sooner was it published than it brought out a virtual declaration of war from, in this instance at least, the wretchedly advised President Aguinaldo. On January 5, issued the following, giving the reply proclamation in full. No man can read the Otis report itself without feeling that if he, the reader, had been playing Aguinaldo's hand he would have played it exactly as Aguinaldo did. To General Otis the government at Malolos, their Malolos arrangement, he used to call it, seemed quite an impudent little opera bouffe affair, a tin-horn government, as Senator Spooner suggested in the same debate on the treaty, in which he called his rugged and fiery friend from South Carolina, Senator Tillman, the senator from Aguinaldo, and immediately thereafter, with that engaging frankness that always so endeared him to his colleagues on both sides of the chamber, removed the sting from the jest by admitting that neither he, Spooner, nor Tillman, nor anybody else in the United States, knew anything about Aguinaldo or his government. But in the calmer retrospect of many years after, we have seen, through the official documents which have become available in the interval, that said government was in complete and effective control of practically the whole archipelago, and had the moral support of the whole population at a time when our troops controlled absolutely nothing but the two towns of Manila and Cavite. Therefore, when we read in the Aguinaldo proclamation such phrases as, in view of this, I summoned a council of my generals and asked the advice of my cabinet, and in conformity with the opinion of both bodies I did so and so. My government cannot remain indifferent to this or that act of the Americans assuming sovereignty over the islands, thus it is that my government is disposed to open hostilities if, etc. They do not sound to us so irritatingly bombastic as they did to General Otis, distributed under his nose as the proclamation containing them at once was, by thousands, throughout a city of which he was nominally in possession, but 9/10 of whose 300,000 inhabitants he was obliged to believe in sympathy with the insurgents. My government, says the Aguinaldo proclamation, rules the whole of Luzon, the Visayan Islands, and a part of Mindanao. Except as to Mindanao, which cut absolutely no figure in the insurrection until well toward the end of the guerrilla part of it, we have already examined this claim and found by careful analysis that it was absolutely true by the end of December 1898. After a rapid review of how he had been aided and encouraged in starting the revolution against the Spaniards by Admiral Dewey, and then given the cold shoulder by the army when it came Aguinaldo's manifesto says. It was also taken for granted that the American forces would necessarily sympathize with the revolution which they had managed to encourage, and which had saved them much blood and great hardships. And, above all, we entertained absolute confidence in the history and traditions of a people which fought for its independence and for the abolition of slavery, and which posed as the champion and liberator of oppressed peoples. We felt ourselves under the safeguard of a free people. That this statement also was authorized by the facts is evident from the minutes of the Hong Kong meeting of May 4, already noticed, presided over by Aguinaldo, and called to formulate the program for the insurrection he was about to sail for the Philippines to inaugurate, in which, after much discussion among the revolutionary leaders, it was agreed that while they must be prepared for all possible contingencies, yet, if Washington proposes to carry out the fundamental principles of its constitution, it is most improbable that an attempt will be made to colonize the Filipinos or annex them. In short, the Aguinaldo Proclamation of January 5 suggests with a briefness which Filipino familiarity with the great mass of facts already laid before the reader in the preceding chapters made appropriate. All the causes for which the Malolos government was ready, if need be, to declare war. And winds up by boldly serving General Otis with notice that if the Americans try to take Iloilo and the Visayan Islands, my government is disposed to open hostilities. On January 9 President McKinley cabled out to General Otis asking if it would help matters to send a commission out to explain to the Filipinos our benevolent intentions. This idea thus suggested materialized, a few weeks later, in the Sherman Commission, of which more anon. The next day, January 10, General Otis answered endorsing the sending of commissioners of tact and discretion, and adding, "Great difficulty is that leaders cannot control ignorant classes." As a matter of fact, the leaders were leading. They were not arguing with the tide. They were merely riding the crest of it. Actually, General Otis would have stopped the 600 Marseillais who knew how to die, the ones whose march to Paris, according to Thomas Carlyle, inspired the composition of the French national air. The Marseillaise, and tried to parley with the head of the column on the idea of getting them to abandon their enterprise and disperse to their several homes. He also says, in the cablegram under consideration, "If peace kept for several days more immediate danger will have passed." In other words, he was holding off the calf as best he could pending the ratification of the treaty. From the text itself, however, of General Otis's report, it is clear enough, that even he was getting anxious to give the Filipinos a drubbing as soon as the treaty should be safely passed. Referring to a message from the President enjoining avoidance of a clash with the Filipinos, he says, p. 80. The injunction of His Excellency the President of the United States to exert ourselves to preserve the peace had an excellent effect upon the command. Officers and men were restless under the restraints imposed, and eager to avenge the insults received. Now they submit very quietly to the taunts and aggressive demonstrations of the insurgent army who continue to throng the streets of the business portion of the city. See the lamb kick the lion viciously in the face, and observe the lion as he first lifts his eyes heavenward and says meekly, "Thy will be done." This is benevolent assimilation. And then turns them Senate-ward and murmurs, "I cannot stand this much longer, kind sirs." Say when. The Way war correspondent John F. Bass puts the situation about this time in a letter to his paper, Harper's Weekly, was this. Jimmy Green bites his lip, hangs on to himself, and finds comfort in the idea that his time will come. After Aguinaldo's ultimatum of January 5 about fighting if we took Iloilo, General Otis refrained from taking Iloilo, and continued to communicate with the insurgent chieftain, appointing commissioners to meet commissioners appointed by him. These held divers and sundry sessions, whose only result was to kill time, or at least to mark time, while the administration was getting the treaty through the Senate. The object of these meetings is thus set forth in the Military Order of January 9, 1899, appointing the Otis portion of the Joint High Parleying Board to meet a commission of like number appointed by General Aguinaldo, and to confer with regard to the situation of affairs and to arrive at a mutual understanding of the intent, purposes, aim, and desires of the Filipino people and the people of the United States. That peace and harmonious relations between these respective peoples may be continued. The minutes of the first meeting of this board, prepared by the Spanish-speaking clerk or recorder, recite the above declared purpose verbatim, in all its verbosity. And then go on to say that our side asked that the commissioners appointed by General Aguinaldo give their opinion as to what were the purposes, aspirations, aims, and desires of the people of the archipelago. The next paragraph is almost Pickwickian in its unconscious terseness. To this request the commissioners appointed by General Aguinaldo made response that in their opinion the aspirations, purposes, and desires of the Philippine people might be summed up in two words: absolute independence. Of course even General Otis does not reproduce this laconic answer as part of his petulant summing up of how little the Filipinos knew, before the outbreak of February 4th, as to what they really wanted. He merely alludes to it as being of record elsewhere. It is 1 pound the various pieces of jetsam and flotsam that have floated from the sea of those great events to the shores of government publications since. The minutes of these meetings may be found among the hearings before the Senate Committee of 1902. General Otis's report complains that Aguinaldo's commissioners did not know what they wanted, could not give any satisfactory explanation of the measure of protection they wanted. They having declared that they would greatly prefer the United States to establish a protectorate over them to keep them from being annexed by some other power. But he fails to state, which is a fact shown by the minutes of the meeting of January 14, p. 2721, that the Filipino commissioners did say that this was a question which would only be reached between their government and ours when the latter should agree to officially recognize the former. To quote their exact language, which is rather clumsily translated, they said, "The aspiration of the Filipino people is the independence with the restrictions resulting from the conditions which its government may agree with the American, when the latter agree to officially recognize the former." It is perfectly clear from the voluminous minutes of the proceedings that the Filipinos were only seeking some declaration of the purpose of our government which would satisfy their people that the program was something more than a mere change of masters. They begged, says General Otis, page 82, for some tangible concession from the United States government, one which they could present to the people and which might serve to allay excitement. General Otis of course had no authority to bind the government and so could make no promise. But the day this Otis-Aguinaldo parleying board had its second meeting, January 11th, and probably with no more knowledge of its existence than the reader has of what is going on in the Fiji Islands at the moment he reads these lines. Senator Bacon introduced in the United States Senate some resolutions which were precisely the medicine the case required and precisely the thing the Filipinos were pleading for. These resolutions concluded thus: that the United States hereby disclaim any disposition or intention to exercise sovereignty, jurisdiction, or control over said islands except for the pacification thereof, and assert their determination when an independent government shall have been duly erected therein entitled to recognition as such, to transfer to said government, upon terms which shall be reasonable and just, all rights secured under the cession by Spain, and to thereupon leave the government and control of the islands to their people. They were a twin brother to the Teller-Cuban resolution which was incorporated into the resolution declaring war against Spain, being verbatim the same, except with the necessary changes of name, of islands, for island, etc. On January 18, while the feudal parleying board aforesaid was still feudally parleying at Manila, Senator Bacon made an argument in the Senate in support of his resolution, whose far-sighted statesmanship, considered in relation to the analogies of its historic setting, most strikingly reminds us of Burke's great speech on conciliation with America delivered under similar circumstances nearly a century and a quarter earlier. After alluding to the naturalness of the apprehension of the Filipinos, that it is the purpose of the United States government to maintain permanent dominion over them, Senator Bacon urged, "The fundamental requirement in these resolutions is that the government of the United States will not undertake to exercise permanent dominion over the Philippine Islands. The resolutions are intentionally made broad. So that those who agree on that fundamental proposition may stand upon them even though they may differ materially as to a great many other things relative to the future course of the government in connection with the Philippine Islands. Senator Bacon then quoted the following from some remarks Senator Foraker had previously made in the course of the great debate on the treaty. I do not understand anybody to be proposing to take the Philippine Islands with the idea and view of permanently holding them. The President of the United States does not, I know, and no senator in this chamber has made any such statement. And added, if the views expressed by the learned senator from Ohio in his speech are those upon which we are to act, there is very little difference between us. And there will be no future contention between us if we can have an authoritative expression from the lawmaking power of the United States in a joint resolution that such is the purpose of the future. Says the Holy Scripture, a word spoken in season, how good is it? Had the Bacon resolutions passed the United States Senate in January, 1899, we never would have had any war with the Filipinos. They would have presented at the psychologic moment the very thing the best and bravest of the Filipino leaders were then pleading with General Otis for, something tangible. Something which they could present to their people and which would allay excitement. By allaying the universal fear that we were going to do with them exactly as all other white men they had ever heard of had done with all other brown men they had ever heard of under like circumstances, viz. Keep them under permanent dominion with a view of profit. In his letter accepting the nomination for the presidency in 1900, Mr. McKinley sought to show the Filipinos to have been the aggressors in the war by a reference to the fact that the outbreak occurred while the Bacon resolution was under discussion in the Senate. This hardly came with good grace from an administration whose friends in the Senate had all along opposed not only the Bacon resolution but also all other resolutions frankly declaratory of the purpose of our government. The supreme need of the hour then was, and the supreme need of every hour of every day we have been in the Philippines since has been, an authoritative expression from the lawmaking power of the United States, not mere surmises of a president, confessedly devoid of binding force, but an authoritative expression from the lawmaking power, declaratory of the purpose of our government with regard to the Philippine Islands. Secretary of War Taft visited Manila in 1907 to be present at the opening of the Philippine Assembly. In view of the universal longing which he knew existed for some definite authoritative declaration as to whether our government intends to keep the islands permanently or not, he said, I cannot speak with authority. The policy to be pursued with respect to them is, therefore, ultimately for Congress to determine. I have no authority to speak for Congress in respect to the ultimate disposition of the islands. This bitter disappointment of the public expectation and hope of something definite, certainly did not lessen the belief of the Filipinos that we have no notion of ever giving them their independence. Had the Senate known what the Filipino commissioners were so earnestly asking of the Otis commissioners in January, 1899, the Bacon resolution would probably have passed. In fact, it is demonstrable almost mathematically that, had the administration's friends in the Senate allowed that resolution to come to a vote before the outbreak of February 4, instead of filibustering against it until after that event, it would have passed. As stated in the footnote, the roll call on the final vote on it, which was not taken until February 14, showed a tie, 29-29, the Vice President of the United States casting the deciding vote which defeated it. Much dealing with real life and real death has blunted my artistic sensibilities to thrills from the mere pantomime of the stage. But as here was a vote where, had a single senator who voted no voted aye, some $300 million, over 1,000 lives of American soldiers killed in battle, some 16,000 lives of Filipino soldiers killed in battle, and possibly 100,000 Filipino lives snuffed out through famine, pestilence, and other ills consequent on the war, would have been saved. I cannot refrain from reproducing the vote, perhaps the most uniquely momentous single roll call in the parliamentary history of Christendom. Ayes. Bacon. Bate. Berry. Caffery. Chilton. Clay. Cockrells. Faulkner. Gorman. Gray. Hale. Harris. Heightfield. Hoare. Jones of Arkansas. Jones of Nevada. Lindsay. McLaurin. Martin. Money. Murphy. Perkins. Pettigrew. Pettis. Quay. Rollins. Smith. Tillman. Turner. Nays. Allison. Burroughs. Carter. Chandler. Debeau. Fairbanks. Fry. Gear. Hannah. Hawley. Kyle. Lodge. McBride. McHenry. Macmillan. Mantle. Morgan. Nelson. Penrose. Platt of Connecticut. Platt of New York. Pritchard. Ross. Shoup. Simon. Stewart. Teller. Warren. Walcott. In January 1899, the out-and-out land grabbers had not yet made bold to show their hand, the friends of the treaty confining themselves to the alleged shame of doing as we had done with Cuba. On account of the supposed semi-barbarous condition of the various tribes out there, leaving the possibility of profit to quietly suggest itself amid the noisy exhortations of altruism. It was not until after the milk of human kindness had been spilled in war that Senator Lodge said at the Philadelphia National Republican Convention of 1900. We make no hypocritical pretense of being interested in the Philippines solely on account of others. We believe in trade expansion. Speaking, p. 82, of the meetings of what for lack of a better term I have above called the Otis-Aguinaldo Joint High Parleying Board, General Otis says in his report. Finally, the conferences became the object of insurgent suspicion and amusement. The Filipino newspapers called attention to the fact that large reinforcements of American troops were on the way to Manila, and very plausibly inferred that the parleying was for delay only. By January 26 the politeness of both the American and the Filipino commissioners had been worn to a frazzle, and they adjourned, each recognizing that the differences between them could ultimately be settled only on the field of battle. In the event of the ratification of the treaty. January 27, General Otis cabled to Washington a letter from Aguinaldo, of which he says in his report, I was surprised because of the boldness with which he therein indicated his purpose to continue his assumptions and establish their correctness by the arbitrament of war, p. 84, General Otis was surprised to the last. Aguinaldo's letter is not at all surprising, though extremely interesting. It sends General Otis a proclamation issued January 21, announcing the publication of a constitution modeled substantially after that of the United States, even beginning with the familiar words about securing the blessings of liberty, promoting the general welfare, etc. And concludes with an expression of confident hope that the United States will recognize his government, and a bold implication of determination to fight if it does not. On the evening of February 4 an insurgent soldier approaching an American picket failed to halt or answer when challenged, and was shot and killed. Nearly 6 months of nervous tension thereupon pressed for liberation in a general engagement which continued throughout the night and until toward sundown of the next day, thus finally unleashing the dogs of war. In the Washington Post of February 6, 1899, Senator Bacon is quoted as saying, I will cheerfully vote all the money that may be necessary to carry on the war in the Philippines. But I still maintain that we could have avoided a conflict with those people had the Senate adopted my resolution, or a similar resolution announcing our honest intentions with regard to the Philippines. Said the New York Criterion of February 11, 1899. Whether we like it or not, we must go on slaughtering the natives in the English fashion, and taking what muddy glory lies in this wholesale killing until they have learned to respect our arms. The more difficult task of getting them to respect our intentions will follow. The Washington Post of February 6, 1899, may not have quoted Senator Bacon with exactitude. But what the senator did say on the floor of the Senate is important, historically. Under date of February 22, 1912, Senator Bacon writes me, in answer to an inquiry. I enclose a speech made by me upon the subject in the Senate February 27, 1899, and upon pages 6, 7, and 8 of which you will find a statement of my position. And the reasons given by me therefore. Of course you cannot go at length into that question in your narration of the events of that day, but my position was that, while I did not approve of the war, and did not approve of the enslavement of the Filipinos, and while if I had my way I would immediately set them free, at the same time, as war was then flagrant, and there were then some 20-odd thousand American troops in the Philippine Islands, we must either support them or leave them to defeat and death. I do not know how far you can use anything then said by me, but if you make allusion to the fact that I was willing to supply money and troops to carry on the war in the Philippines, I would be glad for it to be accompanied by a very brief statement of the ground upon which I based such action. The above makes it unnecessary to quote at length from the speech referred to, which may be found at pages 2456 seek of the Congressional Record for February 27, 1899. However, there is one passage in the speech to which I especially say amen, and invite all whose creed of patriotism is not too sublimated for such a common feeling to join me in so doing. Senator Bacon will now state the creed. The oft-repeated expression, "Our country, right or wrong," has a vital principle in it, and upon that principle I stand. The senator immediately follows his creed with these commentaries. In this annexation of the Philippine Islands through the ratification of the treaty, and in waging war to subjugate the Filipinos, I think the country, acting through constitutional authorities, is wrong. But it is not for me to say because the country has been committed to a policy that I do not favor and have opposed, in consequence of which there is war, that I will not support the government. Under the civilizing influence of Krag-Jorgensen rifles and the moral uplift of high explosive projectiles, what our soldiers used to call, with questionable piety, the fear of God, was finally put into the hearts of the Filipinos. After much carnage by wholesale in battle formation and later by retail in a species of guerrilla warfare as irritating as it was obstinate. But they have never yet learned to respect our intentions, because under the guidance of 3 successive presidents we have studiously refrained from any authoritative declaration as to what those intentions are. We are loath to hark back to the only right course, a course similar to our action in Cuba, because of the expense we have been to in the Philippines. But we also know that the islands are and are likely to continue, a costly burden, a nuisance, and a distinct strategic disadvantage in the event of war, and that Mr. Cleveland was right when he said, "The government of remote and alien people should have no permanent place in the purposes of our national life." The mistaken policy which involved us in a war to subjugate the Filipinos, following our war to free the Cubans, will never stand atoned for before the bar of history, nor can the Filipinos ever in reason be expected to respect our intentions, until the law-making power of the government shall have authoritatively declared what those intentions are, i.e., what we intend ultimately to do with the islands. Senator Bacon's resolutions of 1899 were, are, and always will be the last word on the first act needed to rectify the original Philippine blunder, announcing, as they would, to use the language attributed to their distinguished author by the Washington Post of February 6, 1899, above quoted, our honest intentions with regard to the Philippines. So eager is the exploiter to exploit the islands, and so apprehensive is the Filipino that the exploiter will have more influence at Washington than himself and therefore be able ultimately to bring about a practical industrial slavery, that common honesty demands such a declaration. To doctor present Filipino discontent with benevolent uncertainty is a mere makeshift. The remedy the situation needs is simple, but as yet untried, frankness. The chief of the causes of the present discontent among the Filipinos with American rule is precisely the same old serpent that precipitated the war 13 years ago, to wit, lack of a frank and honest declaration of our purpose. The trouble then lay, and still lies, and, in the absence of some such declaration as that proposed by the Bacon resolution, will always lie in what seemed then, and still seems, to the Filipinos, an evident purpose to keep the islands and an accompanying unwillingness to acknowledge that purpose. Some may object that one Congress cannot bind another. The same argument would have killed the Teller Amendment to the declaration of war with Spain avowing our purpose as to Cuba. Such an argument assumes that this nation has no sense of honor, and that it should cling for a while longer to the stale Macauberism that the islands may yet pay, before it decides whether it will do right or not. And signalizes such decision by formal announcement through Congress. To men capable of such an assumption as the one just indicated, this book is not addressed. 3 successive presidents, Messrs. McKinley, Roosevelt, and Taft, have with earnest asseveration of benevolent intention tried without success all these years to win the affections of the Filipino people. And to make them feel that our flag had not lost its gift of benediction in its worldwide journey to their shores, as Mr. McKinley used to say. But the cornerstone of the policy was laid before we knew anything about how the land lay, and on the assumption, made practically without any knowledge whatever on the subject, that the Filipino people were incapable of self-government. The cornerstone of our Philippine policy has been from the beginning precisely that urged by Spain for not freeing Cuba, viz., to spare the people from the dangers of premature independence. The 3 presidents named above have always been willing to imply independence, but never to promise it. And the unwillingness to declare a purpose ultimately to give the Filipinos their independence has always been due to the desire to catch the vote of those who are determined they shall never have it. In this inexorable and unchangeable political necessity lies the essential contemptibleness of Republican imperialism, and the secret of why the Filipinos, notwithstanding our good intentions, do not like us, and never will under the present policy. How can you blame them? Yet the more you know of the Filipinos, the better you like them. Self-sacrificing, brave, and faithful unto death in war, they are gentle, generous, and tractable in peace. Moreover, respect for constituted authority, as such, is innate in practically every Filipino, which I am not sure can be predicated concerning each and every citizen of my beloved native land. And we can win the grateful and lasting affection of the whole 7 or 8 millions of them any day we wish to. How? Have done with vague, vote-catching presidential obiter, and through your Congress declare your purpose. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 66. Senate Document 208, 56th Cong., First Session, 1900, page 58, Letter to General Miller. A campaign synonym for forced marching. It has no known etymology, but to the initiated it suggests torrential downpouring of rain and bedraggled mud-spattered columns of troops. Senate Document 208, pt. 2, page 7. Otis Report, page 80. The American, Tommy Atkins. Otis Report, 1899 War Department. RPT, 1899, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 81. See Senate Document 331, 1902, page 2709 each seek. Congressional Record, January 11, 1899, page 735. IB, January 18, 1899, page 733. The vote on the Bacon Resolution was a tie, 29-29, and the Vice President of the United States then cast the deciding vote against it. Cong. Rec. Feb. 14, 1899, page 1845. See Present-Day Problems, by William H. Taft, page 9, Dodd, Mead, and Company, N.Y. 1908. Congressional Record, February 14, 1899, page 1846, 55th Cong., 3D Session. Chapter 11. Otis and the War. Am I the boss, or am I a tool? Am I Governor General or a hobo? Now I'd like to know who's the boss of the show. Is it me, or Emilio Aguinaldo? Army Song of the Philippines under Otis. The thing is on, said General Hughes, Provost Marshal of Manila, to General Otis, at Malacanan Palace, on the night of February 4, 1899, about 8:30 o'clock, as soon as the firing started. He was talking about something which every American in Manila except General Otis had for months frankly recognized as inevitable, the war. On the day of the outbreak of February 4, General Otis had under his command 838 officers and 20,032 enlisted men, say in round numbers a total of 21,000. Of these some 15,500 were state volunteers mostly from the western states, and the rest were regulars. All the volunteers and 1,650 of the regulars were, or were about to become, entitled to their discharge, and their right was perfected by the exchange of ratifications of the Treaty of Peace with Spain on April 11, 1899. The total force which he was thus entitled to command for any considerable period consisted of less than 4,000. Of the 21,000 men on hand as aforesaid, on February 4, deducting those at Cavite and Iloilo, the sick and wounded, those serving in civil departments, and in the staff organizations, the effective fighting force was 14,000. And of these 3,000 constituted the provost guard in the great and hostile city of Manila. Thus there were only 11,000 men, including those entitled to discharge, available to engage the insurgent army, which, says Secretary of War Root, was 2 or 3 times that number, well armed and equipped, and included many of the native troops formerly comprised in the Spanish army. Such was the predicament into which General Otis's supremely zealous efforts to help the administration get the treaty through the Senate by withholding from the American people the knowledge of facts which might have put them on notice that they were paying $20,000 for a $200 million insurrection, had brought us. This is not a tale of woe. It is a tale of the disgust, good-humored, because stoical, which finally found expression at the time in the army song that heads this chapter. Disgust at unnecessary sacrifice of American life which could so easily have been prevented had General Otis only revealed the real situation in time to have had plenty of troops on hand. It is a requiem over those brave men of the 8th Army Corps from Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and the western states that bore the brunt of the early fighting, whose lives were needlessly sacrificed in 1899 as the result of an unpreparedness for war due to anxiety not to embarrass Mr. McKinley in his efforts to get the treaty through the Senate, an unpreparedness which remained long unremedied thereafter in order to conceal from the people of the United States the unanimity of the desire of the Filipinos for independence. It is quite true that none of our people then in the islands realized this unanimity in all its pathos at the outset, but it soon became clear to everybody except the commanding general. It naturally dawned on him last of all, because he did not visit the most reliable sources of information, to wit, the battlefields during the fighting, and therefore did not see how tenaciously the Filipinos fought for the independence of their country. Moreover, General Otis tried to think till the last along lines in harmony with the original theory of benevolent assimilation. Hence Mr. Root's nonsense of 1899 and 1900 about the patient and unconsenting millions, dominated by the Tagalog tribe. Which nonsense was immensely serviceable in a campaign for the presidency wherein antidotes for sympathy with a people struggling to be free were of supreme practical political value. General Otis actually had Mr. McKinley believing as late as December, 1899, at least, that the opposition to a change of masters in lieu of freedom was confined to a little coterie of self-seeking politicians who were in the business for what they could get out of it, and that the great majority would prefer him, Otis, to Aguinaldo, as Governor-General. It is difficult on first blush to accept this statement as dispassionately correct, but there is no escape from the record. Mr. McKinley said in his annual message to Congress in December, 1899, in reviewing the direction he gave to the Paris peace negotiations which ended in the purchase of the islands, and the war with the Filipinos which had followed, and had then been raging since February 4 previous, I had every reason to believe, and still believe that the transfer of sovereignty was in accordance with the wishes and aspirations of the great mass of the Filipino people. Yet every American soldier who served in the Philippines at the time knows that Aguinaldo held the whole people in the hollow of his hand, because he was their recognized leader, the incarnation of their aspirations. During the presidential campaign of 1900, while the war with the Filipinos was still raging, partisan rancor bitterly called in question the sincerity of President McKinley's statement in his annual message to Congress of December, 1899. That he then still believed the transfer of sovereignty was in accord with the wishes and aspirations of the great mass of the Filipino people. On the ground that he must by the time he made that statement have understood how grossly, however honestly, General Otis had misled him as to the unanimity and tenacity of the Filipino purpose. But it is only necessary to read Admiral Dewey's testimony before the Senate Committee of 1902 to understand Mr. McKinley's allusion in this same message to Congress of 1899 to the sinister ambition of a few leaders, and this, once understood, explains the other statement of the message. Admiral Dewey came home in the fall of 1899 and undoubtedly filled Mr. McKinley with the estimate of Aguinaldo which makes such painful reading in the Admiral's testimony of 1902 before the Senate Committee, where he abused Aguinaldo like a pickpocket, so to speak, saying his original motive was principally loot. In the fall of 1899 Aguinaldo had issued a proclamation claiming that Admiral Dewey originally promised him independence, and Admiral Dewey had bitterly denounced this as a falsehood. So that the Admiral always cherished a very real resentment against the insurgent chief thereafter. His estimate of the Filipino leader as being in the insurrection merely for what he could get out of it was wholly erroneous, and has long since been exploded. All our generals of the early fighting and all Americans who have known him since being unanimous that Aguinaldo was and is a sincere patriot. But it undoubtedly explains Mr. McKinley's still clinging, in 1899, to the notion derived from General Otis that the insurrection did not have the moral and material backing of the whole Filipino people. The Filipino leaders were familiar with the spirit of our institutions. The men who controlled their councils were high-minded, educated, patriotic men. For myself and the officers and men under my command, wrote General Merritt to Aguinaldo in August, 1898, just after the fall of Manila, I can say that we have conceived a high respect for the abilities and qualities of the Filipinos. And if called upon by the government to express an opinion, it will be to that effect. The leaders believed that the American people did not fully understand the identity of the Philippine situation with that in Cuba, and that if they had, the treaty would not have been ratified. They also knew the supreme futility of trying to get the facts before the American people by peaceful means. And it was really with the abandon of genuine patriotism that they plunged their country into war. We did not know it then, but we do know it now. It would be simply wooden-headed to affirm that they ever expected to succeed in a war with us. Of course some of the jeunesse dorée, as General Bell calls them in one of his early reports, grew very aggressive and insulting toward the last. But the thinking men went into the war for independence in a spirit of decent respect to the opinions of mankind, to correct the impression General Otis had communicated to Mr. McKinley, and through him to our people, in the hope that the more lives they sacrificed in such a war, they risked, and many of them lost, their own also, the nearer they would come to refuting the idea that they did not know what they wanted. It was the only way they had to appeal to Caesar, i.e., to the great heart of the American people. As the war grew more and more unpopular in the United States, the impression was more and more nursed here at home that the people did not really want independence, but were being coerced, and that they were like dumb-driven cattle. The striking similarity of these suggestions to those by which tyranny has always met the struggles of men to be free, did not seem to occur to the American public. They were accepted as authoritative, being convenient also as an antidote to sympathy. General Otis had suppressed such words as sovereignty, protection, and the like from his original sugar-coated edition of the Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation, offering an elaborate cock-and-bull explanation of why he did so. The Filipino answer to this took the form of a very clever newspaper cartoon, representing an American in a caromata, a kind of two-wheeled buggy, with a Filipino between the shafts pulling it. Which cartoon of course, never reached the United States. The Filipinos had never heard the story on General Mahone about Taiyo Hasan, come in, but they had heard of the jinrikishas of Japan. And they had read in Holy Writ and elsewhere of conquered people becoming hewers of wood and drawers of water to invading conquerors. And they are not without a sense of humor. It is a common mistake with many Americans, for quite a few among us suffer intellectually from over-sophistication, to suppose we monopolize all the sense of humor there is, and that alone is proof of a due sense of proportion. At any rate, the Filipinos, with all due respect to General Otis's good intentions, understood that sovereignty and protection meant alien domination. So there was nothing in the Otis notion that for them those words had a peculiar meaning which might be advantageously used by the Tagalo war party to incite, etc. Having now gotten into a war on the theory that only a small fraction of the Filipino people were opposed to a new and unknown yoke in lieu of the old one, General Otis still continued to try to square his theory with the facts. For many months he sat at his desk in Manila cheerily waging war with an inadequate force, and retaining in the service and on the firing line after their terms of enlistment expired, under pretense that they consented to it willingly. A lot of fellows from Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and the western states, who had volunteered for the war with Spain, with intent to kill Spaniards in order to free Cubans, and not with intent to kill Filipinos for also wanting to be free. Seeing nothing of the fighting himself, he of course failed to get a correct estimate of the tenacity of the Filipino purpose. No purpose is here entertained to suggest that any of those early volunteers went around preaching mutiny, or feeling mutinous. They did not originally like the Filipinos especially. Furthermore, they liked the Philippines less than they did the Filipinos, and they had a vague notion that someone had blundered. But it was not theirs to ask the reason why. Besides, the orders from Washington being not to clash with the Filipinos at least until the treaty was ratified, the Filipino soldiers and subaltern officers had been calling them cowards for some time with impunity. So that as soon as the treaty was safely put over, they were very glad to let off steam by killing a few hundred of them. But their hearts were not in the fight, in the sense of clear and profound conviction of the righteousness of the war. However, war is war, and they were soldiers, and orders is orders, as Tommy Atkins says. So let us turn to an honester, if grimmer, side of the picture. The first battle of the war began about 8:30 o'clock on the night of February 4th, and lasted all through that night and until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Our casualties numbered about 250 killed and wounded. The insurgent loss was estimated at 3,000. Those of the insurgents will never be known, says General Otis. We buried 700 of them. There was fighting pretty much all around Manila, for the insurgents had the city almost hemmed in. An arc of a circle, broken in places possibly, but several miles long, drawn about the city, would probably suggest the general idea of the enemy's lines. They had been allowed to dig trenches without interference while the debate in the Senate on the treaty was in progress, pursuant to the temporary peace at any price program. The arc was broken into smithereens by 5 p.m. of February 5th. When the morning of February 6th came, Colonel James F. Smith, commanding the 1st Californias, was non est inventus, and so was a large part of his regiment. No one seemed to know definitely his location, says the Otis report. As a matter of fact, he had taken 2 battalions of his regiment and waded clean through the enemy's lines, and had to be sent for to come back to form again with the line of battle needed to protect the city. So the Californias probably carried off the pick of the laurels of the first day's fighting. General Anderson, commanding the 1st Division of the 8th Corps, threw them some very handsome well-earned bouquets in his report, stating also that their colonel had shown the very best qualities of a volunteer officer. Why he limited it to volunteer does not appear, but is inferable from the well-known disposition of all regulars to consider all volunteers rookies, and recommended that he be made a brigadier general, which shortly afterward was done. It would be invidious to follow the various phases of the subsequent early fighting, and single out one or more states and tell of the hard-earned and well-deserved honors they won, because space forbids a proper tribute to the heroism of all of them. As for the regulars, they were the same they were at Santiago de Cuba, the same they always are anywhere you put them. When a newspaper man would come around a regular regiment during the fighting before Santiago, he would be told that they had no news to give him. We ain't heroes, we're regulars, they would say. After the outbreak of February 4th, all our people did well, acted nobly, angels could no more. Neither could devils, as shown by the losses inflicted on the enemy. There was more fighting outside Manila during the next 2 or 3 days, and when that was done the somewhat shattered insurgent legions had recoiled to the distantly visible foothills. Convinced that their notion they could take Manila was very foolish and very rash. At the town of Caloocan, some 3 or 4 miles out to the north of Manila, were located the shops and round houses of the Manila and Dagupan Railway, which runs from Manila in a northwesterly direction about 120 miles to Dagupan, and was then the only railroad in the archipelago. It was fed by a vast rich farming country, the Great Plain of central Luzon. Naturally, the central plain which fed the railroad that traversed it and kept its teeming myriads of small farmers in touch with the great outside world was to be sooner or later, the theater of war. To seize transportation is instinctively the first tactical move of a military man. Lieutenant General Luna, Commander-in-Chief, next to Aguinaldo, of the revolutionary forces, the man whom later Aguinaldo had shot, was just then at Caloocan with 4,000 men. So it fell to General MacArthur, commanding the 2nd Division of the 8th Corps, to move on Caloocan, which he did on February 10. John F. Bass, correspondent for Harper's Weekly, writing from Manila a short time after this, describes this movement. It was our first move away from the city of Manila. With a few masterly strokes of the pen, which I regret there is not space to reproduce here in full, Mr. Bass gives a vivid picture of the various engagements, and of the background of burning villages, smoke, fire, shot, and shell, the ceaseless tramp of tired and often bleeding feet, etc. Heroism, he says, became a matter of course and death an incident. Finally his story pauses for a moment thus, the natural comment is that all this is merely war, the business of the soldier. True, nor do I think Jimmy Green, Mr. Bass's name for our Tommy Atkins, is troubled with heroics. He accepts the situation without excitement or hysterics. He has little feeling in this matter for his heart is not in this fight. Here Brother Bass's moralizing ceases abruptly, and the contagious excitement of the hour catches him. Just as it always does the average man under such circumstances. From La Loma Church you may get the full view of our long line crossing the open field, evenly, steadily, irresistibly, like an enrolling wave on the beach. Watch the regiments go forward, and form under fire, and move on, and you will exclaim, magnificent, and you will gulp a little and feel proud without exactly knowing why. Then gradually the power of that line will force itself upon you, and you will feel that you must follow, that wherever that line goes you must go also. By and by you will be sorry, but for the present the might of an American regiment has got possession of you. Anybody who has ever been with an American regiment in action knows exactly how the man who wrote that felt. The American who has never had the experience Mr. Bass describes above has missed one way of realizing the majesty of the power of the republic whereof he is privileged to be a citizen. For if there is one national trait which more than any other explains the greatness of our country, it is the instinct for organization. The fondness for self-multiplication to the nth power by intelligent cooperation with one's fellows to a common end. Especially is the experience in question inspiring where the example of the field officers is particularly appropriate to the occasion. Take for instance the following, concerning the conduct of Major J. Franklin Bell in this advance on Caloocan, from the report of Major Cobb, commanding the artillery. As the right cleared the head of the ravine, I could see Major J. F. Bell leading a company of Montana troops in front of the right advancing, firing, toward entrenchments. He was on a black horse to the last leading and cheering the men. His work was most gallant and especially cheering to me. No mere scribe can magnify General Bell's matchless efficiency in action, but it is certainly inspiring to contemplate. There are no fuss and feathers about him. Yet his power, proven on many a field in the Philippines, to kindle martial ardor by example, suggests the ubiquitous helmet of Navarre of Lord Macaulay's poem. A little later correspondent Bass develops what he meant by and by you will be sorry. You see it is not comfortable business, this of hustling about among the dead and dying. In the excitement, you are so liable to step on the face of some poor devil you knew well, maybe a once warm friend. In this connection Mr. Bass says, There is this difference between the manner in which American and Filipino soldiers die. The American falls in a heap and dies hard, the Filipino stretches himself out, and when dead is always found in some easy attitude, generally with his head on his arms. They die the way a wild animal dies, in just such a position as one finds a deer or an antelope which one has shot in the woods. So far as the writer is advised and believes, nobody who knows John F. Bass ever suspected him of being a quitter. He must have been reading the London Standard, which said about that time, "It is a little startling to find the liberators of Cuba engaged in suppressing a youthful republic which claims the sacred right of self-government." Bass had written his newspaper in August previous, after observing how pluckily the Filipinos had fought and licked the Spaniards, give them their independence and guarantee it to them. The overwhelming sentiment of the 8th Army Corps when we took the Philippines was against taking them. And those who had kept informed knew that the Senate had ratified the treaty by a majority only one more than enough to squeeze it through, the vote having been 57 to 27. At least 56 being thus indispensable to make the necessary constitutional two-thirds of the 84 votes cast. And that Wall Street and the white man's burden or land-grabbing contingent, philanthropy and 5%, as Secretary of the Treasury Lyman J. Gage put it at the time, were responsible for these shambles Mr. Bass describes. At this juncture some soft-headed gentleman asks, what is this man who writes this book driving at? Is he trying to show that the American soldiers in the Philippines in February, 1899, all wanted to quit as soon as the war broke out? Not at all. In the first place, it hardly lay in American soldier nature to want to quit when Aguinaldo was telling us, if you don't take your flag down and out of these islands at once and promptly get out yourselves along with it, I will proceed to kick you out and throw it out. And in the next place, in the war with the Filipinos, as in all other wars, fuel was added to the flame as soon as the war broke out. Among the Americans, charges soon came into general circulation and acceptance that the Filipinos had planned, but been frustrated in, a plot looking to a general massacre of all foreigners in Manila. This alleged plot was supposed to have been scheduled to be carried out on a certain night shortly after February 15, 1899. Among the Filipinos, on the other hand, countercharges soon followed, and met with general credence, that the Americans made a practice of killing prisoners taken in battle, including the wounded. Neither charge was ever proven, but both served the purpose, at the psychologic moment, of possessing each side with the desire to kill, which is the business of war. Let us glance briefly at these recriminations. Between pages 1916 and 1917 of Senate Document 331, Part 2 may be found a photolithograph of the celebrated alleged order of the Filipino Revolutionary Government of February 15, 1899, to massacre all foreign residents of Manila. In his report for 1899, General Otis himself describes this order as one, which for barbarous intent is unequaled in these modern times in civilized warfare, and speaks of it as issued by the Malolos government through the responsible officer who had raised and organized the hostile inhabitants within the city. After Aguinaldo was captured in 1901, according to an account given by General MacArthur to the Senate Committee in 1902, of a conversation with the insurgent leader. The latter was shown a copy of this document purporting to have been signed by General Luna, one of his generals. He disclaimed having in any way sanctioned it, in fact disclaimed any prior knowledge of it whatsoever, a disclaimer which General MacArthur appears to have accepted as true, frankly and entirely. At page 1890 of the same volume, Captain J. R. M. Taylor, 14th U.S. Infantry, a gallant soldier and an accomplished scholar, who was in charge in 1901 of the captured insurgent records at Manila, states that he was informed that the document was originally signed by Sandico, then Secretary of the Interior of the Revolutionary Government. Captain Taylor made an attempt to run the matter down, but obtained no evidence convincing to him. A like investigation by General MacArthur in 1901 had a like result. On the other hand, Major William H. Bishop, of the 20th Kansas, was credited in a soldier's letter written home, which first came to light in this country, with killing unarmed prisoners during the advance on Caloocan. The charges originated with a private of that regiment. Major Bishop denied the charges. An investigation followed, in the course of which somebody made an innuendo, or charge, it is not important which, that other officers used their influence to prevent a full ventilation of the matter, specifically, General Funston, then Colonel of the 20th Kansas, and Major Metcalf, of the same regiment. These last two also made a most vigorous general denial, and nothing whatever was established against them. The whole matter was finally disposed of by being forwarded to the War Department at Washington by General Otis on July 13, 1899, some 6 months after the occurrences alleged. With the remark that he, General Otis, doubted the wisdom of a court-martial of the soldier who had made the charge against Major Bishop, as it would give the insurgent authorities a knowledge of what was taking place. And they would assert positively that our troops practiced inhumanities, whether the charges could be proven or not, and that they would use the incident as an excuse to defend their own barbarities. The last endorsement on the papers preceding General Otis's final endorsement was one by Colonel Crowder, now, 1912, Judge Advocate General of the United States Army, in which he said, "I am not convinced from a careful reading of this report that Private Brenner has made a false charge against Captain Bishop," adding that, considerations of public policy, sufficiently grave to silence every other demand, require that no further action be taken in this case. The considerations of public policy were of course those indicated in General Otis's final endorsement on the papers, already quoted. They were compellingly controlling, in my judgment, independently of the merits. Washing one's soiled linen in public is never advisable, and placing a weapon in your enemy's hand in time of war is at least equally unwise. Some shreds of this once much mooted matter doubtless still linger in the public memory. It has been thus briefly ventilated here solely to trace the genesis of the bitterness of that war, and of numerous later barbarities avenged in kind. The bitterness thus early begun grew as the war went on, until every time a hapless Filipino peasant soldier speaking only 2 or 3 words of Spanish would falsely explain, when captured, that he was a non-combatant, an amigo, friend. It usually at once filled the captor with vivid recollections of slain comrades, and of rumored or sometimes proven mutilation of their bodies after death. And these reflections would at once fill him with a yearning desire to blow the top of the amigo's head off, whether he yielded to the desire or not. Of no instance where he did so yield am I aware. But I do know that the invariable statement of all Filipinos unarmed and ununiformed when captured, to the effect that they were amigos, became to the American soldier not remotely dissimilar to the waving of a red rag at a bull. Of course this was also due, largely, to the guerrilla practice of hiding guns when hard-pressed and actually plunging at once into some make-believe agricultural pursuit. As for Major Bishop, it is inconceivable to me that he gave any order to kill unarmed prisoners. Even admitting for the sake of the argument that he is a fiend, he is not a fool. As a matter of fact, he was a brave soldier, as all the reports show, and is a reputable lawyer, having many warm friends whose opinion of any man would command respect anywhere. The truth of the whole matter probably is that just before going into battle, when our troops were in an ugly temper by reason of the rumors of barbarities alleged to have been perpetrated by the enemy, or contemplated by him, the word was passed along the line to take no more prisoners than we have to, and that thought originated with some irresponsible private soldier of the line inflamed by stories of mutilation of our dead or of maltreatment of our wounded. Such a word, so passed from man to man, can, in the heat of conflict, very soon evolve into something having for practical purposes all the force and effect of an order. Through the foregoing, and like causes, including the water cure, later invented to persuade amigos to discover the whereabouts of hidden insurgent guns or give information as to the movements of the enemy, our war with the Filipinos became, before it was over, a rather dark and bloody affair, accentuated as it was, from time to time, by occasional Filipino success in surprising detachments from ambush, or by taking them unawares and off their guard in their quarters, and eliminating them, the most notable instance of the first being the crumpling of a large command of the 15th Infantry by General Juan Calas, in southern Luzon. And the most indelibly remembered and important example of the second being the massacre of the 9th Infantry people at Balangiga, in Samar, in the fall of 1901. Certainly more than one American in that long-drawn-out war did things unworthy of any civilized man, things he would have believed it impossible, before he went out there, ever to come to. Personally, I have heard, so far as I now recollect, of comparatively few barbarities perpetrated by Filipinos on captured American soldiers. Barbarities on their side seem to have been reserved for those of their own race whom they found disloyal to the cause of their country. Personally, I have never seen the water cure administered. But I once went on a confidential mission by direction of General MacArthur, in the course of which I reported first, on arriving in the neighborhood of the contemplated destination, to a general officer of the regular army who is still such today. That night the general was good enough to extend the usual courtesy of a cot to sleep on, in the headquarters building. Toward dusk I went to dine with a certain lieutenant, also of the regular army. As we approached the lieutenant's quarters a sergeant came up with a prisoner, and asked instructions as to what to do with him. The lieutenant said, "Take him out and find out what he knows." "Do you understand, Sergeant?" The sergeant saluted, answered in the affirmative, and moved away with his prisoner. We went into the lieutenant's quarters, and while at dinner heard groans outside. I said, "What is that, Jones?" Jones said, "That's the water cure he's giving that hombre." "Want to see it?" I replied that I certainly did not. Returning that night to the general's headquarters, after breakfast the next morning I met my friend Jones coming out of the general's office. I said, "What's the matter, what are you doing here?" he having mentioned the evening before an expedition planned for the morrow. He said, "Well, I've just had a talk with the general to see if I could get my resignation from the army accepted." "Why?" said I. "Well," was the reply, "that, designating the prisoner of the night before by a double-barreled epithet, died on me last night." Just how the matter was hushed up I have never known, but Jones was never punished. More than one general officer of the United States Army in the Philippines during our war with the Filipinos at least winked at the water cure as a means of getting information. And quite a number of subalterns made a custom of applying it for that purpose. It was practically the only way you could get them to betray their countrymen. Did I report the incident to General MacArthur? Certainly not. It was the business of the general commanding the district. The water cure, though very painful, was seldom fatal, and when not fatal was almost never permanently damaging, and it was about the only way to shake the loyalty of the average Filipino and make him give information as to hidden insurgent guns, guerrilla bands, etc. It was a part of benevolent assimilation. Let us now return to the early battlefields about Manila which we left, initially, to analyze the extreme bitterness of the feeling between the combatants that very early began to develop. We left war correspondent John F. Bass among the dead and dying on one of these fields, supposedly musing on the white man's burden, or land-grabbing, or trust for civilization theory. Or whatever it was that moved the 57 senators whose votes had ratified the treaty by a majority of just one more than the constitutionally necessary 2/3. The reason the writer lays so much stress on Mr. Bass's letters to Harper's Weekly on the early fighting in the Philippines, is because his remarks come direct from the battlefield, and are, as it were, res gesti. They were made dum fervit opus, to use a law Latin phrase which in plain English means, while the iron is hot. They reflect more or less accurately the feelings of the men whose deeds he was recording. He, N.O.K. Davis, now Washington correspondent of the New York Times, and John T. McCutcheon, of Chicago, the now famous cartoonist, who was with Dewey in the Battle of Manila Bay, and Robert Collins, now London correspondent of the Associated Press, and Dick Little of the Chicago Tribune, a little man about 6'3". And lots of other good men and true, were all through that fighting, and we will later come to an issue of personal veracity between them and General Otis which culminated in the retirement from office of Secretary of War Alger. And ought to have resulted in the recall of General Otis, but did not, because to have acknowledged what a blunderer General Otis had been and to have relieved him from command, as he should have been relieved, would have been to swap horses crossing a stream, as Mr. Lincoln used to put it in declining to change generals during a given campaign. The object here is to bring out the truth of history as to how the men who bore the brunt of the early fighting felt about it. Testimony as to what the officers and men of the army said would be of no value, because a complaining soldier's complaints are too often only a proof of cold feet. These newspaper men, not under military orders, were daily risking their lives voluntarily, just to keep the American public informed. And the American public were kept in darkness and only vouchsafed bulletins giving them the progressive lists of their dead and wounded, and this last only on demand made upon Secretary Alger by the people of Minnesota, the Dakotas, etc. Through their senators. The War Department did not want the people to know, did not want to admit itself, how plucky, vigorous, and patriotic the resistance was. The period of the fighting done by the state volunteers from February until fall, when public opinion finally forced the administration to send General Otis an adequate force, is slurred by Secretary of War Root in his report for 1899. I do not mean that it was slurred intentionally. But the Philippines were a long way off, and Mr. Root and Mr. McKinley naturally relied for their information on their commanding general on the spot. There were gallant deeds done in the Philippines by those Western fellows of the state regiments which volunteered for the war with Spain, that would have made the little fighting around Santiago look like, well, to borrow from Jimmy Fadden's fertile vocabulary, like 30 cents. But General Otis was not in a position to get the thrill of such things from his office window, so very few of them were given much prominence by him in his dispatches to the Adjutant General of the Army. This was wise enough from a political standpoint, seeing that a presidential campaign was to ensue in 1900 predicated on the proposition that American sovereignty was in accord with the wishes and aspirations of the great mass of the Filipinos. To use the words of the President's message to Congress of December, 1899. Caloocan was taken by General MacArthur on February 10. The natural line of advance thereafter was of course up the railroad, because the insurgents held it, and needed it as much as we would. Throughout February there were engagements too numerous to mention. The Navy also entertained the enemy whenever he came too near the shores of Manila Bay. One incident in particular is worthy of note, and worthy of the best traditions of the Navy. I refer to the conduct of Assistant Engineer Emery Winship off Malabon, March 4, 1899. Malabon is 5 miles north of Manila, on the bay, not far from Caloocan. On the day named, a landing party of 125 men from the U.S.S. Bennington went ashore near Malabon to make photographs, in aid of Navy gunnery, of certain entrenchments and buildings that had been struck by shells from the Monadnock. They foolishly failed to throw out scouts ahead of their column, and were suddenly greeted with a withering fire from a whole regiment of insurgents who had seen them first and lain in wait for them. They retired with considerably more haste than they had gone forth. The insurgents advanced, firing, at double quick, toward the comparative handful of Americans, and would undoubtedly have killed the last man jack of them, but Engineer Winship, who had been left in charge of the tug that brought the landing party shoreward, to keep up steam, saw the situation and promptly met it. He unlimbered a 37mm Hotchkiss revolving machine gun which stood in the bow of the tug, and opened up with accurate aim on the advancing regiment of Filipinos. Naturally he at once became a more important target than the retreating body. Nevertheless, he kept pumping lead into that long howling murderous advancing brown line until, when within 200 yards of where the tug lay, the line recoiled and retreated, and the landing party got safely back to the ship. It was, literally, a case of saving the lives of more than 100 men, by fearless promptness and dogged tenacity in the intelligent and skillful performance of duty. The awnings of the tug were torn in shreds by the enemy's rain of bullets, and her woodwork was much peppered. Winship was hit 5 times, and still carries the bullets in his body, having been retired on account of disability resulting therefrom, after being promoted in recognition of his work. Soon after March 25, General MacArthur, commanding the 2nd Division of the 8th Army Corps, advanced from Caloocan up the railroad to Malolos, the insurgent capital, some 20 miles away. Malolos was taken March 31. Our February killed were 6 officers and 71 enlisted men, total 77, and a total of 378 wounded. By the end of March the list swelled to 12 officers and 127 enlisted men killed, total 139, and a total of 881 wounded, making our total casualties, as reported April 1, 1020. Also 15% of the command, or about 2,500, were on sick report on that date from heat prostrations and the like. For these and other reasons, farther advance up the railroad was halted for a while. Meantime, General Lawton, with his staff, consisting of Colonel Edwards, Major Starr, and Captains King and Sewell, the Big Four, they were called, had come out from New York City by way of the Suez Canal, bringing most welcome reinforcements. The 4th and 17th Infantry. These people arrived between the 10th and the 22d of March. What happened soon after, as a result of their arrival, must now become for a brief moment, a part of the panorama, the lay of the land General Lawton first swept over being first indicated. Luzon is practically bisected, east and west, by the Pasig River and a lake out of which it flows almost due west into Manila Bay, Manila being at the mouth of the river. Under the Spaniards, all Luzon north of the Pasig had been one military district and all Luzon south of the Pasig another. The 8th Army Corps always spoke of northern Luzon as the North Line, and of southern Luzon as the South Line. The lake above mentioned is called the Laguna de Bay. It is nearly as big as Manila Bay, which last is called 20-odd miles wide by 30 long. On the map, the Laguna de Bay roughly resembles a half-moon, the man in which looks north, the western horn being near Manila, and the eastern near the Pacific coast of Luzon. General Otis had learned that at a place called Santa Cruz, toward the eastern end of the Laguna de Bay, there were a lot of steam launches and a Spanish gunboat, which, if captured, would prove invaluable for river fighting and transportation of supplies along the Rio Grande de Pampanga and the other streams that watered the great central plain through which the railroad ran and which would have to be occupied later. So as soon as possible after General Lawton arrived and the necessary men could be spared, he was sent with 1,500 troops to seize and bring back the boats in question. Of course the country he should overrun would have to be overrun again, because there were not troops enough to spare to garrison and hold it. But for the present, the launches would help. This expedition was successful, leaving the head of the lake nearest Manila on April 9, and returning April 17. It met with some good hard fighting on the way, sweeping everything before it of course, inflicting considerable loss, and suffering some. General Lawton's report mentions, among other officers whose conspicuous gallantry and efficiency in action attracted his attention, Colonel Clarence R. Edwards, now Chief of the Bureau of Insular Affairs of the War Department, of whose conduct in the capture of Santa Cruz on the morning of April 10, he says, "No line of battle could have been more courageously or intelligently led." The resistance was pretty real to Colonel Edwards then, i.e. the benevolent assimilation was quite strenuous, and it continued to be so until his great commander was shot through the breast in the forefront of battle in the hour of victory in December thereafter. And the colonel came home with the general's body. Since then the colonel has soldiered no more, but has remained on duty at Washington, the birthplace of the original theory that the Filipinos welcomed our rule. Charged with the duty of yearning over the erring Filipino who thinks he can govern himself but is mistaken, and also with the still more difficult task of trying to live up to the original theory as far as circumstances will permit. As a matter of fact, the Filipinos would probably have gotten along much better than the Cubans if we had let General Lawton do there what he and General Wood were set to work doing in Cuba shortly after Santiago fell. Public opinion is a very dangerous thing to trifle with, and when, in September, 1899, there was a story going the rounds of the American newspapers that Lawton, the hero of El Caney, the man who had reflected more glory on American arms in striking the shackles of Spain from Cuba than any other one soldier in the army, had called the war in the Philippines, this accursed war. The War Department got busy over the cable to General Otis and obtained from him a denial that General Lawton had made such a remark. But the public knew it's Lawton and what he had done in Cuba, and had a suspicion there might be some truth in the rumor. So the War Department cabled out saying, "Newspapers say Lawton's denial insufficient, and then repeating the words attributed to him. So General Otis sent another denial that filled the bill. Of course General Lawton made no such remark. He was too good a soldier. It would have demoralized his whole command. But I served under him in both hemispheres, and I will always believe that he had a certain amount of regret at having to fight the Filipinos to keep them from having independence, when they were a so much likelier lot, take it all in all, than the Cubans we saw about Santiago. Moreover, I believe that had it not been then too late to ask him, he would have subscribed to the opinion Admiral Dewey had cabled home the previous summer: these people are far superior in their intelligence and more capable of self-government than the natives of Cuba, and I am familiar with both races. After the expedition down the lake, General Lawton went on the North Line. So let us now turn thither also. For wherever Lawton was, there was fighting. In the latter half of April, General MacArthur advanced north along the railroad, and took Calumpit, where the railroad crosses the Rio Grande, on April 28. This was the place where, under cover of the accurate concentrated fire of the guns of the Utah Light Artillery commanded by Major Young, a few Kansas men with ropes tied to their bodies swam the river in the face of a heavy fire from the enemy, fastened the ropes to some boats on the enemy's side, and were pulled back in the boats, by their comrades, to the side they had come from. The Kansans then crossing the river under the lead of the gallant Funston, and driving the enemy from his trenches. The desperate bravery of the performance, like so many other things General Funston did in the Philippines, was so superb that one forgets how contrary it was to all known rules of the game of war. If it was Providence that saved Funston and his Kansans from annihilation, certainly Providence was ably assisted on that occasion by Major Young in his Utah battery. Shortly after this General MacArthur entered San Fernando, the second insurgent capital, which is 40 miles or so up the railroad from Manila. During the month of May General Lawton kept the insurgents busy to the east of the railroad, between it and the Pacific Coast Range, taking San Isidro, whither the third insurgent capital was moved after Malolos fell, on May 17. Here he made his headquarters for a time, as did General MacArthur at San Fernando. It had been supposed that practically the whole body of the insurgent army was concentrated in the country to the north of Manila, but this proved a mistake. They now began to threaten Manila from the country south of the Pasig. Says General Otis, the enemy had become again boldly demonstrative at the south, and it became necessary to throw him back once more. General Lawton was directed to concentrate his troops in the country about San Isidro, turn them over to the command of someone else, and come to Manila to organize for a campaign on the South Line. The details of this expedition belong to a military history, which this is not. The expedition left its initial point of concentration near Manila on June 9. Its great event was the Battle of Zapote River on June 13. Along this river in 1896 the insurgents had gained a great victory over the Spaniards. They had trenches on the farther side of the river which they deemed impregnable. General Lawton attacked them in these entrenchments June 13. At 3 o'clock that afternoon he wired General Otis at Manila giving him an idea of the battle and stating that the enemy was fighting in strong force and with determination. At 3:30 o'clock he wired, "We are having a beautiful battle. Hurry up ammunition, we will need it." And at 4 o'clock, "We have the bridge. It has cost us dearly. Battle not yet over. It is a battle however." It was in this battle of Zapote River that Lieutenant William L. Kenly, of the regular artillery, did what was perhaps the finest single bit of soldier work of the whole war, in recognition of which his conduct in the battle was characterized as magnificent by so thorough a soldier as General Lawton, who recommended him to be brevetted for distinguished gallantry in the presence of the enemy, with this remark. As General Ovenshine says, speaking of Lieutenant Kenly in his battery, "This is probably the first time in history that a battery has been advanced and fought without cover within 30 yards of strongly manned trenches." For what he did on that occasion, Kenly ought to have had a Medal of Honor, which, except life insurance and a good education, is the finest legacy any government can enable a soldier to bequeath to his children. If the war had been backed by the sentiment of the whole country, as the Spanish War was, he would have gotten it. As it was, the only thing he ever got for it, so far as the writer is advised, was to have his name spelt wrong in an account of the incident in the only book wherein there has yet been attempted a record of the many deeds of splendid daring that marked the only war into which this nation ever blundered. While there were diverse and sundry movements of our troops hither and thither, and much sacrifice of life, after General Lawton's Zapote River campaign in June, no substantial progress was made in conquering and occupying the islands until the fall following the Zapote River campaign above mentioned, when the 25 regiments of volunteers were organized and sent out. All that was done until then, after the capture of San Fernando, may be summed up broadly, by saying that we protected Manila and held the railroad, as far as we had fought our way up it. It is true that the city of Iloilo had been occupied on February 11, the city of Cebu shortly afterward, the island of Negros, an oasis of comparative quiet in a great desert of hostility, a little later. Also that a small Spanish garrison at the little port of Jolo in the Mohammedan country near Borneo had also been relieved by a small American force on the 19th of May. But these irresolute movements accomplished nothing except to deprive our force at the front of about 4,000 men and to awaken the Visayan Islands to active and thorough organization against us. Preparatory to an understanding of the fall campaign, in which patchwork and piecemeal warfare was superseded by the real thing, it will now be necessary to consider the political, or let us call it the politico-military, aspect of the first half-year of the war. General Otis's folly had led him to advise Washington as early as November, 1898, that he could get along with 25,000 troops, and the Otis underestimate of the resistance we would meet if we took the islands had undoubtedly influenced Mr. McKinley in deciding to take them. 25,000 troops was only 5,000 more than General Otis had with him at the time he made the recommendation, and signified that he was not expecting trouble. The Treaty of Paris was signed on December 10, 1898, and on December 16, President McKinley's Secretary of War informed Congress that 25,000 troops would be enough for the Philippines. When the treaty was ratified February 6, 1899, the war in the Philippines had already broken out. On March 2, 1899, 2 days before the 55th Congress expired, in fact on the very day that Congress appropriated the $20 million to pay Spain for the islands, an act was passed authorizing the President to enlist 35,000 volunteers to put down the insurrection in the islands. The term of enlistment of these volunteers was to expire June 30, 1901. As the New Thought people would say, hold the thought. June 30, 1901, is the end of our government's fiscal year. That date, the date of expiration of the enlistment of the volunteer army raised under the Act of March 2, 1899, is a convenient key to the whole history of the American occupation of the Philippines since the outbreak of our war with the Filipinos. February 4, 1899, including the titanic efforts of the McKinley administration in the latter half of 1899 and the first half of 1900 to retrieve the Otis blunders. The premature resumption by Judge Taft, during and in aid of Mr. McKinley's campaign for the presidency in 1900, of the original McKinley Benevolent Assimilation Program, on the theory, already wholly exploded by a long and bitter war, that the great majority of the people welcomed American rule and had only been coerced into opposing us, and the premature setting up of the civil government on July 4, 1901. No candid mind seeking only the truth of history can fail to see that when President McKinley sent the Taft Commission to the Philippines in the spring of 1900, part of their problem was to facilitate Mr. McKinley in avoiding later on any further call for volunteers to take the place of those whose terms would expire June 30, 1901. The amount of force that has been needed to saddle our government firmly on the Filipino people is the only honest test by which to examine the claim that it is unto them as Castoria unto children. In February, 1899, the dogs of war being already let loose, President McKinley had resumed his now wholly impossible benevolent assimilation program, by sending out the Sherman Commission, which was the prototype of the Taft Commission, to yearningly explain our intentions to the insurgents, and to make clear to them how unqualifiedly benevolent those intentions were. The scheme was like trying to put salt on a bird's tail after you have flushed him. This commission was headed by President Sherman, of Cornell University. It arrived in March, armed with instructions as benevolent in their rhetoric as any the Filipinos had ever read in the days of our predecessors in sovereignty, the Spaniards. And the commission were of course duly astounded that their publication had no effect. The Filipinos in Manila tore them down as soon as they were put up. The instructions clothed the commission with authority to yield every point in issue except the only one in dispute, independence. On this alone they were firm. But so were the people who had already submitted the issue to the arbitrament of war. Of course the Sherman Commission, therefore, accomplished nothing. It held frequent communication with the enemy in the field and came near an open rupture with General Otis, who was nominally a member of it. But even that unwise man knew war when he saw it, and knew the futility of trying to mix peace with war. War being hell, the sooner 'tis over the better for all concerned. After Professor Sherman had been quite optimistically explaining our intentions for about 3 months, under the tragically mistaken notion Mr. McKinley had originally derived from General Otis that the insurrection had been brought about by the sinister ambition of a few leaders, General Otis wired Washington, on June 4. Negotiations and conferences with insurgent leaders cost soldiers lives and prolong our difficulties, adding with regard to the Sherman Commission, ostensibly it will be supported here, and to the outside world gentle peace shall prevail. But intimating that he would be very much gratified if the department would allow him to handle the enemy, and stop Dr. Sherman from having their leaders come in under flags of truce to parley. After that Dr. Sherman's activities seem to have been confined to the less mischievous business of gathering statistics. His mistake was simply the one he had brought with him, derived from President McKinley. He came back home, however, thoroughly satisfied that the Filipinos did of a verity want the independence they were fighting for, and quite as sure that republics should not have colonies as General Anderson's experience had previously made him. It has long been known throughout the length and breadth of the United States that Dr. Sherman is in favor of Philippine independence. On June 26, just 13 days after the Zapote River fight had stopped the insurgents on the South Line from threatening almost the very gates of the city of Manila itself, General Otis had another attack of optimism. On that date he wired Washington, "Insurgent cause may collapse at any time." Finally, the war correspondents at Manila, wearied with the military press censorship whereby General Otis had so long kept the situation from the people at home, with his eternal "situation well in hand" telegrams, got together. Inspired no doubt by the example of the Roosevelt round robin that had rescued the 5th Army Corps from Cuba after the fighting down there, and prepared a round robin of their own, a protest against further misrepresentation of the facts. This they of course knew General Otis would not let them cable home. However, they asked his permission to do so, the committee appointed to beard the lion in his den being O.K. Davis, John T. McCutcheon, Robert Collins, and John F. Bass. General Otis threatened to put them off the island. This did not bother them in the least. General Otis told the War Department afterwards that he did not punish them because they were courting martyrdom, or words to that effect. As a matter of fact, they were merely determined that the American people should know the facts. That of putting them off the island was just a fussy phrase of Mother Otis, long familiar to them. They were under his jurisdiction. But they were Americans, and reputable gentlemen, and he knew he was responsible for their right treatment. After General Otis had duly put the expected veto on the proposed cablegram of protest, the newspaper men sent their protest over to Hong Kong by mail, and had it cabled to the United States from there. It was published in the newspapers of this country July 17, 1899. A copy of it may be found in any public library which keeps the bound copies of the great magazines, in the Review of Reviews for August, 1899, pages 137-8. It read as follows. The undersigned, being all staff correspondents of American newspapers stationed in Manila, unite in the following statement. We believe that, owing to official dispatches from Manila made public in Washington, the people of the United States have not received a correct impression of the situation in the Philippines, but that those dispatches have presented an ultra-optimistic view that is not shared by the general officers in the field. We believe the dispatches incorrectly represent the existing conditions among the Filipinos in respect to internal dissension and demoralization resulting from the American campaign and to the brigand character of their army. We believe the dispatches err in the declaration that the situation is well in hand, and in the assumption that the insurrection can be speedily ended without a greatly increased force. We think the tenacity of the Filipino purpose has been underestimated, and that the statements are unfounded that volunteers are willing to engage in further service. The censorship has compelled us to participate in this misrepresentation by excising or altering uncontroverted statements of facts on the plea that they would alarm the people at home, or have the people of the United States by the ears. The men of the pen had been so long under military rule and had seen so much of courts-martial that their document savored of military jurisprudence. After making the above charges, it set forth what it called specifications. These were: prohibition of hospital reports, suppression of full reports of field operations in the event of failure, numbers of heat prostrations in the field, systematic minimization of naval operations, and suppression of complete reports of the situation. The paper was signed by John T. McCutcheon and Harry Armstrong, representing the Chicago Record, O.K. Davis and P. G. McDonnell, representing the New York Sun, Robert M. Collins, John P. Dunning, and L. Jones, representing the Associated Press, John F. Bass and William Dinwiddie, representing the New York Herald, E. D. Skeen, representing the Scripps-McRae Association, and Richard Little, representing the Chicago Tribune. Mr. Collins, the Associated Press representative, wrote his people an account of this whole episode, which was also given wide publicity. After describing the committee's interview with the general down to a certain point, he says, "But when General Otis came down to the frank admission that it was his purpose to keep the knowledge of conditions here from the public at home, and when the censor had repeatedly told us, in ruling out plain statements of undisputed facts, my instructions are to let nothing go that can hurt the administration, we concluded that protest was justifiable." Collins had written what he considered a conservative review of the situation in June, saying reinforcements were needed. Of the suppression of this he says, "The censor's comment, I made a note of it, was, of course we all know that we are in a terrible mess out here, but we don't want the people to get excited about it. If you fellows will only keep quiet now we will pull through in time without any fuss at home." Mr. Collins's letter proceeds, "When I went to see him, Otis, he repeated the same old story about the insurrection going to pieces. As to the charge of suppressing the real condition of our sick in the hospitals, Mr. Collins says that General Otis remarked that the hospitals were full of perfectly well men who were shirking and should be turned out. On June 2, 1899, according to General Otis's report, page 121, 60% of one of the state volunteer regiments were in hospital sick or wounded and there were in its ranks an average of but 8 men to a company fit for duty. The report of the regimental surgeon stating this was forwarded by General Otis to Washington with the comment that there were few cases of serious illness. That the then present station of these troops, the place where the fighting was hottest, San Fernando, is considered by the Filipinos as a health resort, and that, when orders to take passage to the United States are issued, both the Montana and South Dakota troops will recover with astonishing rapidity. This round robin of course produced a profound sensation in the United States. It was just what the American public had long suspected was the case. Shortly afterward Secretary of War Alger resigned. Coming as it did on the heels of the scandal about embalmed beef having been furnished to the army in Cuba, it made him too much of a load for the administration to carry. He was succeeded by Mr. Root, an eminent member of the New York Bar, whose masterful mind soon saw the essentials of the situation and proceeded to get a volunteer army recruited, equipped, and sent to the Philippines without further unnecessary delay. See General Hughes's testimony before Senate Committee, 1902, Senate Document 331, page 508. See Annual Report of the Secretary of War to the President for 1899, pages 70 to seek. This is no mere attempt at rhetorical decoration. Said General MacArthur to the Senate Committee in 1902 concerning Aguinaldo, he was the incarnation of the feelings of the Filipinos. Senate Document 331, 1902, page 1926. Senate Document 331, 1902, pages 2927 edc. Senate Document 208, 56th Song. First Session, page 23. Senate Document 62, 55th Cong, 3D Session, 1898-9, page 383. See End of. Ante. Otis Report for 1899, page 66. Report, page 99. IB, page 100. IB, page 150. Raw Recruits. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, PT 4, page 375. There were 13 states represented by at least one organization. These were the 1st Californias, 2nd Oregons, 1st Colorados, 1st Nebraskas, 10th Pennsylvanias, Major Young's Utah Battery, the 1st Idahos, 13th Minnesotas, the North Dakota Artillery, the 20th Kansas, and the Tennessees, Montanas, and Wyomings. The regular regiments represented were the 14th, 8th, and 23d Infantry and 4th Cavalry. There were also some batteries of the 3rd Regular Artillery, and a number of engineers, hospital corps, and signal corps people. War Department Report, 1899, Volume I, PT 4, page 440. Hearings on Affairs in Philippine Islands, 1902. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, PT 4, page 109. Senate Document 331, page 1890. Senate Document 331, pages 1890 edc. IB, page 1436. Senate Document 331, page 1448. IB, PT 2, p. 1447. The water cure, a cure for reticence, consisted in placing a bamboo reed in the victim's mouth and pouring water down his throat, thus painfully distending his stomach and crowding all his viscera. Allowed to void this after a time, he would, under threat of repetition, give the desired information. Since the above was written, the officer in question has joined the great majority. It was that fearless, faithful, and kindly man, General Fred D. Grant, who died in April, 1912. The lieutenant is no longer in the army, but he resigned voluntarily long after the incident related in the text, and for reasons wholly foreign to said incident. Of course my host's name was not Jones, but Jones will do. Spanish for man. A Philippine campaign expression for losing one's nerve and wanting to quit. Otis's Report, page 133. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, p. 5, page 35. In this handsome commendation General Lawton also included Major Charles G. Starr, one of the best all-round soldiers I ever knew. See Correspondence Relating to the War with Spain, Volume 2, pages 1068 edc. Otis's Report, page 115. An interesting account of this experience is given by General Funston himself in the October, 1911, number of Scribner's Magazine, in an article entitled, From Malolos to San Fernando. Otis's Report, page 136. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1, point 4, page 138. Except, of course, the capture of Aguinaldo by General Funston nearly 2 years later. See General Lawton's report on the Zapote River fight, War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, p. 5, page 282. See Harper's History of the War in the Philippines, page 214, where the name of the gentleman is spelled Canley. Correspondence Relating to the War with Spain, Otis Dispatches of November 27, Volume 2, page 846. House Document 85, 55th Zone. 3D Sess. The words quoted are from President McKinley's message to Congress of December, 1899. Correspondence Relating to the War with Spain, Volume 2, page 1002. Correspondence relating to the war with Spain, Volume 2, page 1020. Meaning, of course, in time not to embarrass President McKinley's prospective candidacy for re-election in 1900, in a campaign in which all knew the acquisition of the Philippines was sure to be the paramount issue. War Department Report, 1899, Volume 1. Part 4, page 122. Chapter 12. Otis and the War, continued. And now, a man of head being at the center of it, the whole matter gets vital. Carlyle's French Revolution. There can surely be little doubt in any quarter that Mr. Root is, in intellectual endowment and equipment at least, one of the greatest, if he is not the greatest, of living American statesmen. Mankind will always yield due acclaim to men who, in great emergencies, see the essentials of a given situation, and at once proceed to get the thing done that ought to be done. Whether the war in the Philippines was regrettable or not, it had become, by midsummer of 1899, supremely important, from any rational and patriotic standpoint, to end it as soon as possible. Mr. Root had not been in office as Secretary of War very long before fleets of troop ships, carrying some 25 well-equipped volunteer regiments, were swarming out of New York Harbor bound for Manila by way of the Suez Canal, and out of the Golden Gate for the same destination via Honolulu. Nor was there any confusion as in the Cuban helter-skelter. Everything went as if by clockwork. Moreover, along with the new and ample force, went a clear, masterly, comprehensive plan of campaign, prepared, not by General Otis at Manila, but in the War Department at Washington, by officers already familiar with the islands. It was the purpose of this government at last to demonstrate conclusively to the Filipino people that the representative of the United States at Manila was the boss of the show. And that Aguinaldo was not, a demonstration then sorely needed by the exigencies of American prestige. The purpose can readily be appreciated, but to understand the plan of campaign, and the method of its execution, somewhat of the geography of Luzon must now be considered. Before we approach the shores of Luzon and the city of Manila, however, let us consider from a distance, in a bird's-eye view, as it were, the relation of Luzon to the rest of the archipelago, so as to know, in a comprehensive way, what we are going out for to see. We may as well pause at this point, long enough to learn all we will ever need to know, for the purposes of the scope of this narrative, concerning the general geography of the Philippine archipelago, and the governmental problems it presents. See folding map at end of volume. It is a common saying that Paris is France. In the same sense Manila is the Philippines. In fact, the latter expression is more accurate than the former, for Manila, besides being the capital city of the country, and its chief port, is a city of over 200,000 people. While no one of the 2 or 3 cities next to it in rank and population had more than 20,000. By parity of reasoning it may be said that Luzon was the Philippines, so far as the problem which confronted us when we went there was concerned, relatively both to the original conception in 1898 of the struggle for independence, its birth in 1899. Its life, and its slow, lingering obstinate death in 1900 to 1902, in which last year the insurrection was finally correctly stated to be practically ended. To know just how and why this was true, is necessary to a clear understanding of that struggle, including not only its genesis and its exodus, but also its Gospels, its Acts, its Revelations, and the multitudinous subsequent commentaries thereon. The total land area of the Philippine archipelago, according to the American census of 1903, is 115,000 square miles. The area of Luzon, the principal island, on which Manila is situated, is 41,000 square miles, and that of Mindanao, the only other large island, is 36,000. Between these 2 large islands, Luzon on the north, and Mindanao on the south, there are a number of smaller ones, but acquaintance with only 6 of these is essential to a clear understanding of the American occupation. Many Americans, too busy to have paid much attention to the Philippine Islands, which are, and must ever remain, a thing wholly apart from American life, have a vague notion that there are several thousand of them. This is true, in a way. American energy has made, for the first time in their history, an actual count of them, including everything which at high tide appeared as a separate island. The work was done for our census of 1903 by Mr. George R. Putnam, now head of the Lighthouse Board of the United States. Mr. Putnam counted 3,141 of them. Of these, of course, many hundred perhaps, are merely rocks fit only for a resting place for birds. 2775 have an area of less than a square mile each, 262 have an area of between 1 and 10 square miles, 73 between 10 and 100 square miles, and 20 between 100 and 1,000 square miles. This accounts for, and may dismiss at once from consideration 3,130, all but 11. Most of these 3,130 that are large enough to demand even so much as a single word here are poorly adapted to human habitation, being in most instances, without good harbors or other landing places, and usually covered either with dense jungle or inhospitable mountains, or both. Their total area is only about 8,500 square miles, of the 115,500 square miles of land in the archipelago. None of them have ever had any political significance, either in Spain's time, or our own, and therefore, the whole 3,130 may at once be eliminated from consideration, leaving 11 only requiring any special notice at all, the 11 largest islands. Of these, Luzon and Mindanao have already been mentioned. The remaining 9, with their respective areas and populations, are: Island. Area in square miles. Population. Panay. 4,611. 743,646. Negroes. 4,881. 560,776. Cebu. 1,762. 592,247. Bohol. 1,411. 243,148. Samar. 5,031. 222,690. Leyte. 2,722. 357. 641. Mindoro. 3,851. 28,361. Masbate. 1,236. 29,451. Paragua. 4,027. 10,918. Total. 29,532. 2,788,878. The political or governmental problem being now reduced from 3141 islands to 11. The last 3 of the 9 contained in the above table may also be eliminated as follows. Paragua, the long narrow island seen at the extreme lower left of any map of the archipelago, extending northeast-southwest at an angle of about 45 degrees, is practically worthless, being fit for nothing much except a penal colony. For which purpose it is in fact now used. Masbate, easily located on the map at a glance, because the 12th parallel of north latitude intersects the 124th meridian of longitude east of Greenwich in its southeast corner, though noted for cattle and other quadrupeds, is not essential to a clear understanding of the human problem in its broader governmental aspects. Bird's-eye view of the Philippine archipelago, showing the preponderating importance of Luzon. For greater details, see at end of volume. Mindoro, the large island just south of the main bulk of Luzon, pierced by the 121st meridian of longitude east of Greenwich, is thick with densely wooded mountains and jungle over a large part of its area. Has a reputation of being very unhealthy, malarious, is also very sparsely settled, and does not now, nor has it ever, cut any figure politically, as a disturbing factor. Eliminating Paragua, Masbate, and Mindoro as not essential to a substantially correct general idea of the strategic and governmental problems presented by the Philippine Islands, we have left, besides Luzon and Mindanao, Nothing but the half-dozen islands which appear in large type in the above table, Panay, Negros, Cebu, Bohol, Samar, Leyte, with a total area of 20,500 square miles. Add these to Luzon's 41,000 square miles and Mindanao's 36,000, and you have the Philippine archipelago as we are to consider it in this book, that is to say, 2 big islands with a half-dozen little ones in between. The 8 having a total area of 97,500 square miles, of which the 2 big islands represent nearly 4/5. While the great Mohammedan island of Mindanao, near Borneo, with its 36,000 square miles of area, requires that the Philippine archipelago be described as stretching over more than 1,000 miles from north to south, still. Inasmuch as Mindanao only contains about 500,000 people all told, half of them semi-civilized, the governmental problem it presents has no more to do with the main problem of whether, if ever, we are to grant independence to the 7,000 Christians of the other islands, than the questions that have to be passed on by our Commissioner of Indian Affairs have to do with the tariff. Mindanao's 36,000 square miles constitute nearly a third of the total area of the Philippine archipelago, and more than that fraction of the 97,500 square miles of territory to a consideration of which our attention is reduced by the process of elimination above indicated. Turning over Mindanao to those crudely Mohammedan, semi-civilized Moros would indeed be like granting self-government to an Apache reservation under some local chief, as Mr. Roosevelt, in the campaign of 1900, ignorantly declared it would be to grant self-government to Luzon under Aguinaldo. Furthermore, the Moros, so far as they can think, would prefer to owe allegiance to, and be entitled to recognition as subjects of, some great nation. Again, because the Filipinos have no moral right to control the Moros, and could not if they would, the latter being fierce fighters and bitterly opposed to the thought of possible ultimate domination by the Filipinos. The most uncompromising advocate of the consent of the governed principle has not a leg to stand on with regard to Mohammedan Mindanao. Hence I affirm that as to it, we have a distinct and separate problem, which cannot be solved in the lifetime of anybody now living. But it is a problem which need not in the least delay the advent of independence for the other 14/15 of the inhabitants of the archipelago, all Christians living on islands north of Mindanao. It is true that there are some Christian Filipinos on Mindanao, but in policing the Moros, our government would of course protect them from the Moros. If they did not like our government, they could move to such parts of the island as we might permit to be incorporated in an ultimate Philippine Republic. Inasmuch as the 300,000 or so Moros of the Mohammedan island of Mindanao and the adjacent islets called Jolo, the Sulu archipelago, so called, reigned over by the Sultan of comic opera fame, originally presented, as they will always present, a distinct and separate problem, and never did have anything more to do with the Philippine insurrection against us than their cousins and co-religionists over in nearby Borneo, the task which confronted Mr. Root in the fall of 1899, to wit, the suppression of the Philippine insurrection, meant, practically, the subjugation of one big island, Luzon, containing half the population and 1/3 the total area of the archipelago, and 6 neighboring smaller ones, the VIII Islands. And now let us concentrate our attention upon Luzon as Mr. Root no doubt did, with infinite pains, in the fall of 1899. Of the 7,600,000 people of the Philippines, almost exactly one half, i.e. 3,800,000, live on Luzon, and these are practically all civilized. It so happens that the state of our Union which is nearer the size of Luzon than any other is the one which furnished the first American civil governor for the Philippine Islands, Governor Taft. President Taft's native state of Ohio is 41,061 square miles in area, and Luzon is 40,969. Roughly speaking, Luzon may also be said to be about the size of Cuba, though it is about twice as thickly populated as the latter, Cuba, having something over 2 million people to Luzon's nearly 4 million. Outline sketch of the theater of operations in Luzon, 1899. By all Americans in the Philippines since our occupation, the island of Luzon is always contemplated as consisting of 2 parts, to wit, northern Luzon, or that part north of Manila, and southern Luzon, the part south of Manila. The Great Central Plain of Luzon, lying just north of Manila, is nearly as large as the Republic of Salvador, or the state of New Jersey, i.e. in the neighborhood of 7,000 square miles area, and, like Salvador, it contains a population of something over 1 million inhabitants. The area and population of the 5 provinces of this plain are, according to the Philippine census of 1903, as follows. Province. Area, square m. Population. Pangasinan. 1,193. 397,902. Pampanga. 223,754. Bulacan. 1,173. 223,742. Tarlac. 1,205. 135,107. Nueva Ecija. 1,950. 134,147. 6,389. 1,114,652. Roughly speaking, the Central Plain comprising the above 5 provinces is bounded as follows: on the north by mountains and Lingayen Gulf, on the east by a coast range of mountains separating it from the Pacific Ocean. On the west by a similar range separating it from the China Sea, and on the south by Manila Bay and mountains. The Rio Grande de Pampanga flows obliquely across it in a southwesterly direction into Manila Bay, and near its western edge runs the railroad from Manila to Dagupan on Lingayen Gulf. Dagupan is 120 miles from Manila. This plain, held by a well-equipped insurgent army backed by the moral support of the whole population, became the theater of war as soon as the volunteers of 1899 began to arrive at Manila, the insurgent capital being then at Tarlac, a place about 2/3 of the way up the railroad from Manila to Dagupan. Of course, the first essential thing to do was to break the backbone of the insurgent army, and scatter it, and the next thing to do was to capture Aguinaldo, the head and front of the whole business. The incarnation of the aspirations of the Filipino people. The operations to this end commenced in October, and involved 3 movements of 3 separate forces. 1. A column under General Lawton, proceeding up the Rio Grande and along the northeastern borders of the plain, and bending around westward along its northern boundary toward the Gulf of Lingayen, garrisoning the towns en route, and occupying the mountain passes on the northeast which give exit over the divide into the great valleys beyond. 2. An expedition under General Wheaton, some 2,500 in all, proceeding by transports to the Gulf of Lingayen, the chief port of which, Dagupan, was the northern terminus of the railroad. The objective being to land on the shore of that gulf at the northwest corner of the plain, occupy the great coast road which runs from that point to the northern extremity of the island, and also to proceed eastward and effect a junction with the Lawton column. 3. A third column under General MacArthur, proceeding up the railroad to the capture of Tarlac, the third insurgent capital, and then still up the railroad to its end at Dagupan, driving the enemy's forces before it toward the line held by the first 2 columns. On October 12, General Lawton moved up the Rio Grande from a place called Ariat, a few miles upstream from where the railroad crosses the river at Calumpit, driving the insurgents before him to the northward and westward. His command was made up mainly from the 3D Cavalry and the 22D Infantry, together with several hundred scouts, American and Macabebe. On the 20th San Isidro was again captured. That was the place Lawton had evacuated in May previous. Arriving in the islands with Colonel E. Hardin's regiment, the 29th U.S. Volunteer Infantry, on November 3, 1899, the writer was immediately detailed to the Macabebe Scouts, to take the place of Lieutenant Buttell, of the regular artillery, a young West Pointer from Oregon, who had been killed a day or 2 previous, and reported to Major C. G. Starr, General Lawton's adjutant general in the field, whom he had known at Santiago de Cuba the previous year, at San Isidro on or about November 8. Major Starr said, "We took this town last spring," stating how much our loss had been in so doing, but, partly as a result of the Sherman Commission parleying with the insurgents, General Otis had us fall back. We have just had to take it again. General Lawton garrisoned San Isidro this time once for all, and pressed on north, capturing the successive towns en route. Meantime, General Young's cavalry, and the Macabebe scouts under Major Batson, a lieutenant of the regular army, and a Medal of Honor graduate of the Santiago campaign, were operating to the west of the general line of advance, striking insurgent detachments wherever found and driving them toward the line of the railroad. By November 13, Lawton's advance had turned to the westward, according to the concerted plan of campaign above described, garrisoning, as fast as they were taken, such of the towns of the country over which he swept as there were troops to spare for. We knew that Aguinaldo had been at Tarlac when the advance began, and every officer and enlisted man of the command was on the qui vive to catch him. By November 18, General Lawton's forces held a line of posts extending up the eastern side of the plain, and curving around across the northern end to within a few miles of the Gulf of Lingayen. On November 6, General Wheaton set sail from Manila for Lingayen Gulf, with 2,500 men of the 13th Regular and 33d Volunteer Infantry, and a platoon of the 6th Artillery, convoyed by the ships of the Navy. And next day the expedition was successfully landed at San Fabian, with effective assistance from the naval convoy against spirited resistance, says Secretary of War Root, in his annual report for 1899. The Navy's assistance on that occasion was indeed effective, but such passing mention hardly covers the case. In the first place, they selected the landing point, their patrols being already familiar with the coasts. As soon as the transports were sighted, about 11 o'clock on the morning of November 7, Commander Knox, the senior officer present, who commanded the Princeton, and Commander Moore, of the Helena, went out to meet and confer with General Wheaton. This done, the landing was effected under protection of the Navy's guns. Besides the naval vessels above named, there were also present the Bennington under Commander Arnold, the Manila under Lieutenant Commander Nasro, and 2 captured Spanish gunboats small enough to get close inshore, the Callao, and the Samar. The troops were disembarked in 2 columns of small boats towed by launches. Lieutenant Commander Tappan in charge of the Callao, and Ensign Mustin, commanding the Samar, were especially commended in the dispatches of Admiral Watson, Commander-in-Chief of the Asiatic Squadron. Both bombarded the insurgent trenches at close range during the landing, and Mustin actually steamed in between the insurgents and the head of the column of troop boats, so as to intercept and receive the brunt of their fire himself, and, selecting a point about 75 yards from the enemy's trenches whence he could effectually pepper them, ran his ship aground so she would stick, and commenced rapid firing at point-blank range, driving the enemy from his trenches, and enabling Colonel Hare of the 33d, and those who followed, to land without being subjected to further fire while on the water. On the 11th of November, Colonel Hare with the 33d Volunteer Infantry and 1 Gatling gun under Captain Charles R. Howland of the 28th Volunteer Infantry, a lieutenant of the regular army, and a member of General Wheaton's staff, proceeded southeastward to San Jacinto, and attacked and routed some 1,200 to 1,600 entrenched insurgents, Major John A. Logan being among our killed. The enemy left 81 dead in the trenches, and suffered a total loss estimated at 300. While space does not permit dwelling on the details of engagements, it may be remarked here, once for all, that the 33d Volunteer Infantry, Colonel Luther R. Hare commanding, made more reputation than any other of the 25 regiments of the Volunteer Army of 1899, except, possibly, Colonel J. Franklin Bell's regiment, the 36th. This is no reflection on the rest. These 2 were lucky enough to have more opportunities. In meeting his opportunities, however, Colonel Hare, like Colonel Bell, proved himself a superb soldier. His field officers, especially Major March, were particularly indefatigable. And his men were mostly Texans, accustomed to handling a rifle with effect. Space also forbids following Captain Howland and his Gatling gun into the engagement of November 11. But from the uniformity with which General Wheaton's official reports commend his young aide's bravery and efficiency on numerous occasions in 1899 to 1900, it may be safely assumed that those qualities were behind that Gatling gun at San Jacinto. There was a vicious rumor started after the San Jacinto fight and given wide circulation in the United States, that Major Logan was shot in the back by his own men. I saw a major surgeon a few days later who had been an eyewitness to his death. He said an insurgent sharpshooter shot Major Logan from a tree, and that the said sharpshooter was promptly thereafter dropped from his perch full of 33D infantry bullets. Says General Wheaton's dispatch of November 12, Major Logan fell while gallantly leading his battalion. On November 5, General MacArthur, with a strong column, composed mainly of the 9th, 17th, and 36th Regiments of Infantry, 2 troops of the 4th Cavalry, 2 platoons of the 1st Artillery, and a detachment of scouts, advanced up the railroad from Angeles, in execution of his part of the program. Angeles is some distance up the railroad from Columpit, where the railroad crosses the Rio Grande. General MacArthur's column encountered and overwhelmed the enemy at every point, entering Tarlac on November 12, and effecting a junction with General Wheaton at Dagupan, the northern terminus of the Manila-Dagupan Railroad, 120 miles from Manila. On November 20. After General Lawton had finished his part of the roundup, he had a final conference with General Young on November 18 at Pozorubio, which is near the northeastern border of the plain, bade him goodbye, and soon afterward went south to dispose of a body of insurgents who were giving trouble near Manila. It was in this last expedition that he lost his life at San Mateo about 12 miles out of Manila on December 19, 1899. The first of the 2 purposes of the great Wheaton-Lawton-MacArthur northern advance, viz. the dispersion of the insurgent army of northern Luzon, had been duly accomplished. The other purpose had failed of realization. Aguinaldo had not been captured. He escaped through our lines. Such is in brief the story of the destruction of the Aguinaldo government in 1899 by General Otis, or rather by Mr. Root. But the trouble about it was that it would not stay destroyed. It played possum, for a while, the honorable president retiring to permanent headquarters in the mountains, with his government concealed about his person, as Senator Lodge put it later in a summary of the case for the administration before the Senate, in the spring of 1900. If the distinguished and accomplished senator from Massachusetts, in adding at that time to the gaiety of nations, had had access to a certain diary kept by one of Aguinaldo's personal staff throughout that period, subsequently submitted, in 1902, to the Senate committee of that year, he could have swelled the innocuous merriment with such cheery entries as, "Here we tightened our belts and went to bed on the ground," the time alluded to being midnight after a hard day's march without food. The place, some chilly mountain top up which the honorable Presidente and party had that day been guided by the ever-present and ever-willing paisano, fellow countrymen, of the immediate neighborhood, whatever the neighborhood, to facilitate them in eluding General Young's hard-riding cavalry and scouts. The writer has no quarrel with Senator Lodge's witticism above quoted, having derived on reading it, in full measure, the suggestive amusement it was intended to afford. It is true that about all then left of the honorable Presidente's government, for the nonce, was in fact concealed about his person. It was of a nature easily portable. It needed neither bull trains, pack ponies, nor coolies to carry it. It consisted solely of the loyal support of the whole people, who looked to him as the incarnation of their aspirations. Said General MacArthur to the Senate Committee in 1902 concerning Aguinaldo, he was the incarnation of the feelings of the Filipinos. Senator Culberson, and represented the Filipino people. General MacArthur, I think so, yes. We of the 8th Army Corps did not know what a complete structure the Philippine Republic of 1898-9 was until, having shot it to pieces, we had abundant leisure to examine the ruins. To admit, in the same breath, participation in that war and profound regret that it ever had occurred, is not an incriminating admission. In this case as in any other where you have done another a wrong, by thrashing him or otherwise, under a mistake of fact, the first step toward righting the wrong is to frankly acknowledge it. As soon as Aguinaldo's flight and wanderings terminated in the finding of permanent headquarters, he began sending messages to his various generals all over Luzon and the other islands. And wherever those orders were not intercepted they were delivered and loyally obeyed. This kept up until General Funston captured him in 1901. One traitor among all those teeming millions might have betrayed his whereabouts, but none appeared. The obstinate character and long continuance of the warfare in northern Luzon after the great roundup which terminated with the final junction of the Lawton, Wheaton, and MacArthur columns near Dagupan, as elsewhere later throughout the archipelago, was at first very surprising to our generals. It had been supposed that to disperse the insurgent army would end the insurrection. As events turned out, it only made the resistance more effective. So long as the insurgents kept together in large bodies they could not hide. And as they were poor marksmen, while the men behind our guns, like most other young Americans, knew something about shooting, the ratio of their casualties to ours was about 16-1. When General MacArthur began his advance on Tarlac, General Lawton his great march up the valley of the Rio Grande, and General Wheaton his closing in from Dagupan, Aguinaldo with his cabinet, generals, and headquarters troops abandoned Tarlac, their capital, and went up the railroad to Bayambang. Here they held a council of war, which General MacArthur describes in his report for 1900, from information obtained later on, as follows. At a council of war held at Bayambang, Pangasinan, about November 12, 1899. Which was attended by General Aguinaldo and many of the Filipino military leaders, a resolution was adopted to the effect that the insurgent forces were incapable of further resistance in the field. And as a consequence it was decided to disband the army, the generals, and the men to return to their own provinces, with a view to organizing the people for general resistance by means of guerrilla warfare. This had been the plan from the beginning, the Council of War simply determining that the time to put the plan into effect had arrived. Accordingly, the uniformed insurgent battalions and regiments broke up into small bands which maintained a most persistent guerrilla warfare for years thereafter. During those years they seldom wore uniforms, disappearing and hiding their guns when hotly pursued, and reappearing as non-combatant peasants interrupted in agricultural pursuits, with invariable protestations of friendship. Hence all such came to be known as amigos, friends, and the word amigo, or friend, became a bitter byword, meaning to all American soldiers throughout the archipelago an enemy falsely claiming to be a friend. And every Filipino was an amigo. Still, the volunteers had arrived in time to enable Mr. Root to make a very nice showing to Congress, and through it to the people, in his annual report to the President for 1899, dated November 29. This report is full of cheerful chirps from General Otis to the effect that the resistance was practically ended. And the substance of the information it conveyed duly found its way into the President's message of December of that year and through it to the general public. One of the Otis dispatches said, "Claim to government by insurgents can be made no longer." This message went on to state that nothing was now left but banditti, and that the people are all friendly to our troops. Thus misled, Mr. Root repeated to the President and through him to Congress and the country the following nonsense. It is gratifying to know that as our troops got away from the immediate vicinity of Manila they found the natives of the country exceedingly friendly. This was doubtless due in some measure to the fact that the Pampangos, who inhabit the provinces of Pampanga and Tarlac, and the Pangasinenes, who inhabit Pangasinan, as well as the other more northerly tribes, are unfriendly to the Tagalogs, and had simply submitted to the military domination of that tribe, from which they were glad to be relieved. In characterizing this as nonsense no disrespect is intended to Mr. Root. He did not know any better. He was relying on General Otis. But it is sorely difficult to convey in written words what utter nonsense those expressions about the Pampangos and the Pangasinenes are to anyone who was in that northern advance in the fall of 1899. Imagine a British cabinet minister making a report to Parliament in 1776 couched in the following words, to wit: "The Massachusettsites, who inhabit Massachusetts, and the Virginiaites who inhabit Virginia, as well as most of the other inhabitants are unfriendly to the New Yorkites, and have simply submitted to the military domination of the last named. And you have a faint idea of the accuracy of Mr. Root's report. It is quite true that the Tagalos were the prime movers in the insurrection against us, as they had been in all previous insurrections against Spain. But the Tagalo tribe was no more alone among the Filipino people in their wishes and views than the unterrified Tammany tribe who inhabit the wilds of Manhattan Island, at the mouth of the Hudson River, are alone in their views among our people. On page 70 of this report, Secretary Root reproduces a telegram from General Otis dated November 18, 1899, stating that on the road from San Nicolas to San Manuel, a day or so previous, General Lawton was cordially received by the inhabitants. He announces in the same telegram the drowning of Captain Luna, a volunteer officer from New Mexico, who was one of General Lawton's aides, and had been a captain in Colonel Roosevelt's regiment of Rough Riders before Santiago. The writer happens to have been on that ride with General Lawton from San Nicolas to San Manuel, and was within a dozen feet of Captain Luna when the angry current of the Ogno River caught him and his pony in its grip and swept both out of sight forever, along with divers troopers of the 4th Cavalry. Horses and riders writhing to their death in one awful, tangled, struggling mass. He can never forget the magnificent dash back into the wide, ugly, swollen stream made by Captain Edward L. King of General Lawton's staff, as he spurred his horse in, followed by several troopers who had responded to his call for mounted volunteers to accompany him in an effort to save the lives of the men who went down. Their generous work proved futile. But it was inspired partly by common dread of what they knew would happen to any half-drowned soldier who might be washed ashore far away from the column and captured. If an army was ever in enemy's country, it was then and there. When we reached San Manuel that night, Captains King and Sewell, the two surviving personal aides of General Lawton's staff, and the writer, stopped, along with the general, in a little nipa shack on the roadside. General Lawton was in an upper room busy with couriers and the like, but downstairs King, Sewell, and myself set to work to busker something to eat. I got hold of an hombre, literally, a man. Colloquially a native peasant man, who went to work with apparent alacrity, and managed to provide 3 ravenously hungry young men with a good meal of chicken, eggs, and rice. After supper, being new in the country, the writer remarked to the general on the alacrity of the hombre. I had brought out from the United States the notions there current about the nature of the resistance. General Lawton said, with a humorous twinkle in those fine eyes of his, "Humph. If you expected to be killed the next minute if you didn't find a chicken, you'd probably find one too." It is true that in the course of the campaign General Young sent a telegram to General Otis at Manila characterizing his reception at the hands of the natives as friendly. This was prompted by our column being met as it would come into a town by the town band. It did not take long to see through this, and other like hypocrisy entirely justifiable in war, though such tactics deceived us for a little while at first into thinking the people were genuine amigos, friends. General Otis, not being near the scene, remained under our original brief illusion. Let us return, however, from Mr. Root's patient and unconsenting millions dominated by the Tagalo tribe of 1899, to the facts, and follow the course of events succeeding Lawton's junction with Wheaton and MacArthur and his farewell to Young. General Young, with his cavalry, and the Macabebe scouts, continued in pursuit of Aguinaldo through the passes of the mountains, the latter having managed to run the gauntlet of our line successfully by a very close shave. How narrowly he escaped is illustrated by the fact that after a fight we had at the Arangay River on November 19, in which Major Batson was wounded while gallantly directing the crossing of the river, we remained that night in the town of Arangay. And at the very time we were hustling for chow in Arangay, Aguinaldo was in the village of Naguilian an hour or so distant, as was authoritatively ascertained long afterward from a captured diary of one of his staff officers. General Young proceeded up the coast road, in hot haste, taking one town, San Fernando de Union, after a brief engagement led by the general in person. Imagine a brigadier general leading a charge at the head of 37 men. But Aguinaldo had turned off to the right and taken to the mountains. General Lawton wired General Otis about that time, in effect. In announcing Aguinaldo's escape through our lines and his own tireless brigade commander's bold dash in pursuit of him with an inadequate force of cavalry hampered by lack of horseshoes and nails for the same, if Young does not catch Aguinaldo, he will at least make him very unhappy. The Young column garrisoned the towns along the route over which it went, occupying all the western part of northern Luzon, hereafter described, and also later on rescued Lieutenant Gilmore of the Navy, Mr. Albert Sonnachson, previously an enlisted man and since a writer of some note, and other American prisoners who had been in the hands of the insurgents for many months. General Young finally made his headquarters at Vigan, in the province of Ilocos Sur, a fine town in a fine country. The Ilocanos are called the Yankees of the Philippines, on account of their energy and industry. Vigan is on the China Sea coast of Luzon, the west coast, about 100 miles up the old Spanish Coast Road, or King's Highway, Camino Real. From Lingayen Gulf, where the 120-mile railroad from Manila to Dagupan ends, and about 80 miles from the extreme northern end of the island of Luzon. As subsequent policies and their effect on one's attitude toward a great historic panorama do not interfere in the least with a proper appreciation of the bravery and efficiency of the army of one's country. It is with much regret that this narrative cannot properly chronicle in detail what the War Department reports record of the stirring deeds of General Young, and the officers and men of his command, Colonels Hare and Howes, Captains Chase and Dodd, and the rest, performed during the long course of the work now under consideration. One incident, however, is appropriate in this connection, not only to a collection of genre pictures of the war itself, but also to a place among the lights and shadows of the general picture of the American occupation. On December 2, 1899, Major March of the 33d Infantry had his famous fight at Tila Pass, in which young Gregorio del Pilar, one of the ablest and bravest of the insurgent generals, was killed. The locality mentioned is a wild pass in the mountains of the west coast of Luzon, that overlook the China Sea, some 4,500 feet above sea level. It was strongly fortified, and was believed by the insurgents to be impregnable. The trail winds up the mountains in a sharp zigzag, and was commanded by stone barricades loopholed for infantry fire. The advance of our people was checked at first by a heavy fire from these barricades. The approach being precipitous, it looked for a while as if the position would indeed be impregnable, and the idea of taking it by a frontal attack was abandoned. But a hill to the left front of the barricade was seized by some of our sharpshooters. Those Texans of the 33d were indeed sharpshooters, and after that, under cover of their fire, our troops managed to get in a fire simultaneously both on the flank and rear of the occupants of the barricades, climbing the precipitous slope up the mountain side by means of twigs and the like, and finally killing some 52 of the enemy. General Pilar among the number. After the fight was over, Lieutenant Quinlan, heretofore mentioned, moved by certain indignities in the nature of looting perpetrated upon the remains of General Pilar, buried them with such military honors as could be hastily provided. After first taking from a pocket of the dead general's uniform a souvenir in the shape of an unfinished poem written in Spanish by him the night before, addressed to his sweetheart. And, the burial finished, the American officer placed on the rude headstone left to mark the spot this generous inscription. General Gregorio Pilar, killed at the Battle of Tila Pass, December 2d, 1899, commanding Aguinaldo's rearguard. An officer and a gentleman. Signed, D. P. Quinlan, 2d Lieutenant, 11th Cavalry. The brief incident over, Quinlan hurried on, rejoined the column, and resumed the work of benevolent assimilation in the war against Home Rule with all the dauntless ardor of his impetuous Irish nature. Whatever the ultimate analysis of the ethics of this scene, Quinlan at the grave of Pilar, clearly the second Lieutenant Quinlan of 1899 would hardly have agreed with the vice-presidential candidate of 1900, Colonel Roosevelt. That granting self-government to the Filipinos would be like granting self-government to an Apache reservation under some local chief. The territory occupied and finally pacified by General Young, with the effective assistance of the officers heretofore mentioned, and many other good men and true, was ultimately organized into a military district. which was called the 1st District of the Department of Northern Luzon. As territory was fought over, occupied, and finally reduced to submission, that territory would be organized into a military district by the commanding general or colonel of the invading column, under the direction of the division commander. The military division of the Philippines, which was succeeded by the civil government of the Philippines under Governor Taft in 1901, of course covered all the territory ceded by the Treaty of Paris. It was divided into 4 departments: the Department of Northern Luzon, the Department of Southern Luzon, the Department of the Visayas, and the Department of Mindanao and Jolo. General Young commanded the 1st District of the Department of Northern Luzon, which included the 3 west coast provinces north of Lingayen Gulf, and the 3 adjacent mountain provinces, from the time he led his brigade into that region in pursuit of Aguinaldo until shortly before Governor Taft's inauguration in the summer of 1901. Many were the combats, great and small, of General Young's brigade, encompassing the task of crushing the resistance in that part of Luzon into which he led the first American troops in the winter of 1899 to 1900. The resistance was obstinate, desperate, and long drawn out, but when he finally reported the territory under his command pacified, it was pacified. A soldier's task had been performed in a soldierly manner. The work had been done thoroughly. General Young gave the Ilocano country a lesson it never forgot, before politics had time to interfere. We have never had any trouble in that region from that day to this. Before the Army of Occupation had had time to do in southern Luzon what General Young did in northern Luzon and thereby secure like permanent results in that region, peace at any price policy was inaugurated to meet the exigencies of Mr. McKinley's campaign for the presidency in 1900. Our last martyred president clung all through that campaign to his original assumption that benevolent assimilation would work, and that the single burning need of the hour was to make clear to the Filipinos what our intentions were, as if powder and lead did not spell denial of independence plain enough, as if that were not the sole issue. And as if that issue had not been submitted, with deadly finality, to the stern arbitrament of war. However, neither Lord Roberts in India, nor Lord Kitchener in Egypt ever more effectively convinced the people of those countries that his flag must be respected as an emblem of sovereignty, than General Young did the Ilocanos. Take the month of April, 1900 for instance. Several days after the expiration of said month, on May 5, General Otis was relieved and went home. During the month of April, General Young killed 500 insurgents in his district. But this did not prevent General Otis, arriving as he did in the United States in the month of June, when the national political conventions meet, from repeating the same old story about the insurrection going to pieces, only, not going, now, but gone. Nor did it, and like sputterings of insurrection all over the place, prevent Judge Taft, the Mark Tapley of this Philippine business, as he humorously told the Senate Committee of 1902 he had been called, from cabling home. During the presidential campaign of 1900, a series of superlatively optimistic bulletins, based on the testimony of Filipinos who had abandoned the cause of their country as soon as patriotism meant personal peril. All such testimony being eagerly accepted, as testimony of the kind one wants and needs badly usually is. In total disregard of information directly to the contrary furnished by General MacArthur and other distinguished soldiers who had been then on the ground for 2 years. The area and population of the territory occupied by General Young, the 1st District of the Department of Northern Luzon, was, according to the census of 1903, as follows. Province. Area, square m. Population. Ilocos Norte. 1,330. 178,995. Ilocos Sur. 187,411. Union. 137,839. Abra. 1,171. 51,860. Lepentobontoc. 2005. 72,750. Benguet. 22,745. 6,433. 651. 600. As this narrative purposes so to present the geography of the Philippine Islands as to facilitate an easy remembrance of the essentials only of the governmental problem there presented. We will hereafter speak of the first district as containing, roughly, 6,500 square miles, and 650,000 people. Whenever, if ever, a Philippine Republic is set up, these 6 provinces are very likely, for geographical and other reasons, to become one of the original states comprising that republic. Just as the states of Mexico are made up of groups of provinces. The rest of the story of the northern campaign of 1899 to 1900 immediately following Aguinaldo's escape into the mountains through General Young's and General Lawton's lines, being a necessary part of the American occupation of the Philippines, may also serve as a text for further acquainting the reader with the geography of Luzon. War is the best possible teacher of geography, and it may be well to communicate in broken doses, as we receive them, the lessons on the subject which the 8th Army Corps learned in 1899 and the subsequent years so thoroughly that we could all pronounce with astonishing glibness, the most unpronounceable names imaginable. When the great Wheaton-Lawton MacArthur roundup reached the mountains on the northeast of the Great Central Plain, in the latter part of November 1899, Captain Joseph B. Batchelor, with 1 battalion of the 24th Negro Infantry, and some scouts under Lieutenant Kastner, a very intrepid and tireless officer, boldly cut loose from the column of which he was a part, and, pressing on over the Caranglan Pass, overran the province of Nueva Vizcaya, which is part of the watershed of north-central Luzon, proceeding from Bayambong, the capital of Nueva Vizcaya, down the valley of the Magat River, by the same route Messrs. Wilcox and Sargent of the Navy had made their pleasant junket in the fall of 1898 as described in Ante. Following this route Captain Batchelor finally came into Isabela Province, where the Magat empties into the Cagayan River, reaching Iligan, the capital of Isabela, 90 miles northeast of Bayambong, about December 8. From Iligan Batchelor went on, promptly overcoming all resistance offered, down the Great Cagayan Valley, some 110 miles due north, to the sea at Apari, the northernmost town of Luzon and of the archipelago, where he met 2 vessels of our navy, the Newark and the Helena, under Captain McCalla, and found, to his inexpressible, but partially and rather fervently expressed, chagrin, that the insurgents who had fled before him, and also the garrison at Apari, had already surrendered to the navy. The territory thus covered by Batchelor's bold, brilliant, and memorable march over 200 miles of hostile country from the mountains of central Luzon down the Cagayan Valley to the northern end of the island, at Apari, consisted of the 3 provinces of Cagayan, Isabela, and Nueva Vizcaya. The area and population of these 3, according to the census tables of 1903, are as follows. Province. Area, square m. Population. Cagayan. 5,052. 156,239. Isabela. 5,018. 76,431. Nueva Vizcaya. 1,950. 62,541. Total. 12,020. 295,211. The troops of Captain Batchelor's command were later on relieved by the 16th Infantry, commanded by Colonel Hood, under whom the above group of 3 provinces finally became the 2nd District of the Department of Northern Luzon. As part of the plan to provide the reader with a fair general idea of Luzon conveniently portable in memory, he is requested to note, at this point, that hereinafter the Cagayan Valley, with its 3 provinces, will be alluded to as a district containing 12,000 square miles and 300,000 people. As was remarked concerning the original military district commanded by General Young, to wit, the 1st District, so of Colonel Hood's district, the 2nd, that is to say, as the Ilocano country may some day become the state of Ilocos, so, for like geographical and other governmental reasons, the 3 provinces of the Cagayan Valley may some day become the state of Cagayan in the possible Philippine Republic of the future. Having now followed the far-flung battle line of the volunteers of 99 and their comrades in arms, the regulars, from Manila and northward across the rice paddies of central Luzon and over the mountains to the northern extremity of the island. Let us return to the Central Plain, for reasons which will be stated in so doing. Between the China Sea and the Coast Range which forms the western boundary of the Central Plain of Luzon, there is a long strip of territory, a west wing of the plain, as it were, about 125 miles long. With an average width of not more than 20 miles, stretching from Manila Bay to Lingayen Gulf. This is divided, for governmental purposes, into two provinces, Bataan on the south, whose southern extremity lay on Admiral Dewey's port side as he entered Manila Bay the night before the naval battle of May 1, 1898, and Zambales on the north. The area and population of this territory are as follows. Province. Area, square m. Population. Bataan. 46,787. Zambales. 2,125. 104,549. 2,662. 151,336. Also, between the Pacific Ocean and the Coast Range which forms the eastern boundary of the plain is a longer, narrower, and very sparsely populated strip, or east wing. Divided also into two provinces, Principe on the north and Infanta on the south, each supposed to contain about 15,000 people. Principe and Infanta are wholly unimportant, except that, to avoid confusion, we must account for all the provinces visible on the maps of Luzon. These two provinces never gave any trouble and no one ever bothered about them. In the mountains of Zambales and Bataan, however, as in most of the other provinces of the archipelago, the struggle was long kept up, just as the Boers kept up their war for independence against Great Britain about the same time. By guerrilla warfare. The Central Plain with 5 provinces has already been fully described. If to this plain you add its 2 wings, above mentioned, you have the 9 provinces of central Luzon you see on the map. And if to them you add the 6 provinces of the Ilocos country and the 3 of the Cagayan Valley, you have clearly before you the political makeup of northern Luzon, 18 provinces in all. When central Luzon was arranged by districts under the military occupation, it was divided into 3 parts, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th districts of the Department of Northern Luzon, the 3rd district being under General Jacob H. Smith of Samar fame, the 4th under General Funston, and the 5th under General Grant. The 6th and last district of northern Luzon was made up of the city of Manila and adjacent territory. General Smith's district, the 3rd, comprised the provinces of Province. Area, square m. Population. Zambales. 2,125. 104,549. Pangasinan. 1,193. 397,902. Tarlac. 1,205. 135,107. 4,523. 637,558. Pangasinan with its near 400,000 people is the largest, in point of population, of the 25 provinces of Luzon. And the 3rd largest of the archipelago. General Funston's district, the 4th, comprised the provinces of Province. Area, square m. Population. Nueva Ecija. 2,169. 134,147. Principe. 15,853. 2,500. 150,000. General Grant's district, the 5th, comprised the provinces of Province. Area, square m. Population. Bataan. 46,787. Pampanga. 223,754. Bulacan. 1,173. 223,742. 2,578. 494,283. 2,500. 150,000. Totals, 4th and 5th districts. 5,078. 644. 283. It will be seen from the foregoing that the 3rd district was nearly equal in area to the 4th and 5th added together, and that the same was true as to its population figure. Just as the 6 provinces of the Ilocano country, first occupied by General Young and organized as the 1st district of the Department of Northern Luzon, should someday evolve into a state of Ilocos. And the 3 provinces of the Cagayan Valley, occupied by Colonel Hood as the 2nd district, into an ultimate state of Cagayan, so the provinces of General Smith's old district, the 3rd, should finally become a state of Pangasinan. This 3rd district may be conveniently recollected as accounting for, roughly speaking, 4,500 square miles of territory in 625,000 people. The total combined area of General Funston's old district, the 4th, and the adjacent one, the 5th, General Grant's district, is, roughly, 5,000 square miles, and its total population 650,000. No reason is apparent why these 2 districts, the 4th and 5th, should not ultimately evolve into a state of Pampanga. The 5 original military districts, which in 1900 constituted all of the Department of Northern Luzon except the city of Manila and vicinity, might make 4 ultimate states, with names, areas, and populations as follows. State. Area, square m. Population. Ilocos. 6,500. 650,000. Cagayan. 12,000. 300,000. Pangasinan. 4,500. 625,000. Pampanga. 5,000. 650,000. 28,000. 2,225. 000. It may surprise the reader after all the blood and thunder to which his attention has hereinabove been subjected, apropos of Northern Luzon in the winter of 1899 to 1900, to know that the insurgents were still bearding the lion in his den, i.e., General Otis in Manila, by operating in very considerable force in the village-dotted country within cannon shot of the road from Manila to Cavite in January, 1900. Nevertheless such was the case. On the 4th of January, 1900, General J.C. Bates was assigned to the command of the 1st Division of the 8th Army Corps, General Lawton's old division, and an active campaign was commenced in southern Luzon. The plan adopted was that General Wheaton with a strong force should engage and hold the enemy in the neighborhood of Cavite, while General Schwan, starting at the western horn of the half-moon to which the great lake called Laguna de Bay has already been likened, should move rapidly down the west shore of the lake, and around its south shore to Santa Cruz near its eastern end, or horn, garrisoning the towns en route, as taken, instead of leaving them to be reoccupied by the insurgents. Santa Cruz is the same place where General Lawton had touched second base, as it were, with a flying column in April, 1899. This plan was duly carried out. The Schwan column started from San Pedro Macati, the initial rendezvous, a few miles out of Manila, on January 4, 1900, now garrisoning the towns en route, instead of leaving them to be fought over and captured again as heretofore. The first stiff fight we had in that campaign was at Blount, on January 6, 1900, one of the places General Lawton's expedition had taken when he fought his way over the same country the year before. O. K. Davis and John T. McCutcheon, who were in that fight and campaign, in fact one of them had the ice-cold nerve to photograph the Blount fight while it was going on, as I learned when we all went down to the creek near the town, after we took it. To freshen up, can testify that we did not then hear any nonsense about a Tagal insurrection, such as Secretary of War Root's report for 1899, published shortly before, is full of. And that on the contrary the whole country was as much a unit against us and as loyal to the Aguinaldo government as Northern Luzon had been. And inasmuch as I am doing some testifying along here myself, and assuming to brush aside without the slightest hesitation, as wholly erroneous information conveyed to the American public at the time in the state papers of President McKinley's Secretary of War route, it is only due the reader, whose attention is being seriously asked, that the witness should qualify as to the opportunities he may have had, if any, to know whereof he speaks, concerning the character of the opposition. To that end, the following document, which General Schwann was kind enough to send me afterwards, is submitted as sent. Extract copy. Headquarters Detachment Macabebe Scouts. The Adjutant General, Schwann's Expeditionary Brigade. Sir, I have the honor to submit the following report of the operations of the Detachment of Macabebe Scouts, under my command, while forming a part of your brigade. The detachment, consisting of 5 officers and 140 men, was divided into 2 companies, commanded by 1st Lieutenant J. Lee Hall, 33rd INF, and 1st Lieutenant Blount, 29th INF, left San Pedro Macati the afternoon of Jan. 4th, 1900. I wish to invite your attention, especially, to the good work done in the fight at Blount by Lieutenant Blount, 29th INF, who led the line by at least 25 yards. Very respectfully, William C. Geiger, 1st Light 14th INF. Congé det. I hereby certify that the above is a true copy of extracts from the report of the operations of the detachment of Macabebe Scouts forming part of an expeditionary brigade under my command, in the months of January and February, 1900. Theo Schwann. Brig General, U.S. Volumes. August 16, 1900. The activities of Generals Bates and Wheaton, and the Schwann expedition of January-February, 1900, extended the American occupation, so far as there were troops enough immediately available to go around. Over the lakeshore portions and the principal towns of the 2 great provinces of southern Luzon bordering on the Laguna de Bay, viz. Cavite and Laguna, and over parts of the 2 adjacent provinces of Batangas and Tayabas. Batangas bounds Cavite on the south, and is itself bounded on the south by the sea, where a fairly good port offered a fine gateway for smuggling arms into the interior from abroad. Tayabas province adjoins Laguna on the southeast. Cavite province has always been, since the opening of the Suez Canal, about 1869, and the agitations for political reform in Spain which culminated in the Spanish Republic of 1873, quickened the thought of Spain's East Indies. The home of insurrection, the breeding place of political agitation. Aguinaldo himself was born within its limits in 1869. Laguna province comprehends most of the country lying between the southern and eastern lake shore of the Laguna de Bay and the mountains which skirt that body of water in the blue distance. All parts of it being thus in easy and safe touch by water transportation by night with Cavite, the home and headquarters of insurgency. Just as northern Luzon had been gradually organized into military districts as conquered, so was southern Luzon. The territory, overrun, as above described, by Generals Bates, Wheaton, and Schwann, was divided into 2 districts. Colonel Hare commanded the 1st district, Cavite province and vicinity. General Hall commanded the 2nd district, Batangas, Laguna, and Tayabas. The area and population of these 4 provinces, according to the census of 1903, were as follows. Province. Area, square m. Population. Cavite. 134,779. Batangas. 1,201. 257,715. Laguna. 148,606. Tayabas. 5,993. 153,065. 8,442. 694,165. For convenience of subsequent allusion, this group of provinces may be treated as representing roughly 8,500 square miles of territory and 700,000 people. These four provinces group themselves together naturally from a military standpoint. As physical force is the final basis of all government, these four provinces constitute a logical administrative governmental unit, as shown by the action of our military authorities in their extension of the American occupation. It would seem therefore that if there should ever be a Philippine Republic, they would probably constitute one of its states, the state, let us say, of Cavite. The rest of southern Luzon below that part above described consists of a peninsula which, owing to its odd formation, is easy to remember. The mainland of Luzon, that is to say, that part of the island which our narrative has already covered, remotely suggests, in shape, the state of Illinois. At least it resembles Illinois more than it does any other state of our Union, in that its length runs north and south, and its average length and width are nearer that of Illinois than any other. At the southeast corner of this mainland, the observer of the map will see, jutting off to the southeast from the mainland, the peninsula in question. It is about 150 miles long, with an average width of possibly 30 miles, a minimum width of, say, 10 miles, and a maximum of 50, and is separated from Samar by the narrow, swift, and treacherous San Bernardino Strait, which connects the Pacific Ocean with the China Sea. This peninsula is frequently called the Hemp Peninsula. The importance of controlling the hemp ports prompted General Otis to send General Bates with an expedition to those ports on February 15, 1900. This expedition did little more than occupy those ports. The great interior continued under insurgent control some time afterward. The report of the Secretary of War, Mr. Root, for 1900, goes on to describe an engagement, or two, sustained by the Bates expedition shortly after it landed, and concludes, with a complacency almost Otis-like, by stating that shortly thereafter, the normal conditions of industry and trade relations with Manila were resumed by the inhabitants. Of course Mr. Root believed this, and so did Mr. McKinley. More the pity, as we shall later see. General Otis was now getting anxious to go home, and hastened to occupy and organize the rest of the archipelago, on paper, at least, the Hemp Peninsula becoming, on March 20, 1900, the 3rd District of the Department of Southern Luzon. Brigadier General James M. Bell commanding. The provinces comprised in this district, with their areas and populations as given by the census of 1903, were as follows. Province. Area, square m. Population. Camerons. 3,279. 239,405. Albay. 1,783. 240,326. Sorsogon. 120,495. 5,817. 600,226. For convenience of subsequent allusion. These three provinces of the Hemp Peninsula which constituted the 3rd military district of the Military Department of Southern Luzon in 1900, may be regarded as comprising, roughly, 6,000 square miles of territory in 600,000 people. If the Philippine Republic of the future, which is the dream of the Filipino people, prove other than an idle dream, the Hemp Peninsula will probably someday constitute a state of that republic. An appropriate and probable name for which would be the state of Camerons. The 4th District of Southern Luzon, there were but 4, was occupied by the 29th U.S. Volunteer Infantry, commanded by Colonel E. E. Hardin, one of the best executive officers General Otis had in his whole command. The 4th District comprised a lot of islands unnecessary to be considered at length in this bird's-eye view of the panorama, but necessary to be mentioned in outlining the military occupation. The 29th, like the other 24 volunteer regiments, settled down with equanimity to the business of policing a hostile country, sang with zest, like the rest of the 25 volunteer regiments, that old familiar song, Damn, damn. Damn the Filipino, etc. And waited with the uniquely admirable stoicism of the American soldier for the season of their homegoing to roll round, which, under the Act of Congress, would be the spring of the following year. In Volume I. Part 5, War Department Report, 1899, at pages 5e seek, may be found a journal illustrating the nature of the police work done by the volunteers of 1899, in 1900, and at pages 5 seek. Of the same report for 1900, Volume I. Part 4, may be found a similar diary carried up to June 30, 1901. Throughout the period covered by those reports, scarcely a day passed without what the military folk coolly call contacts with the enemy. The VIII Islands were in course of time duly organized, as Luzon had previously been, departmentally and by military districts. The VIII Islands became the Department of Visayas, divided into districts commanded either by regimental commanders having a regiment or more with them, or by general officers. For a long time no attempt to make military occupation effective in these various islands, save in the coast towns, was attempted. However, the indicated disposition of troops completed, technically at least, the American occupation of the VIII Islands. Pursuant to the plan followed, as we have hitherto followed the army in our narrative, first throughout northern Luzon and later through southern Luzon, some data are now in order concerning the VIII Islands. As already made clear, there are but 6 of the VIII Islands with which anyone interested in the Philippines merely as a student of world politics or of history need bother. The area and population of these are as follows. Island. Area, SQ. M. Population. Panay. 4,611. 743,646. Negroes. 4,881. 460,776. Cebu. 1,762. 592,247. Leyte. 2,722. 356,641. Samar. 5,031. 222,090. Bohol. 1,441. 243,148. Whenever, if ever, an independent republic is established in the Philippines, the 6 islands above mentioned could and should constitute self-governing commonwealths similar to the several states of the American Union. The rest of the islands lying between Luzon and Mindanao could easily be disposed of governmentally by being attached to the jurisdiction of one of the said 6 islands. Mindanao and the adjacent islets called Jolo were organized as the Department of Mindanao and Jolo, under General Cobb, with the 31st Volunteer Infantry, Colonel Pettit's Regiment, the 40th Volunteer Infantry, Colonel Godwin's Regiment, and the 23rd Regular Infantry. Thus the archipelago was completely accounted for the time being, just as all the territory of the United States was long accounted for by our military authorities at home, with the Department of the East, headquarters Governor's Island, New York. The Department of the Lakes, headquarters Chicago, the Department of the Gulf, headquarters Atlanta, etc. In this state of the case, General Otis re-embraced his early pet delusion, if it was a delusion, which charity and the probabilities suggest it should be called, about the insurrection having gone to pieces, and decided to come home. Possibly, also, he was homesick. General Otis was a very positive character, a strong man. But even strong men get homesick after long exile. When you hear the call of the homeland after long residence east of Suez, you must answer the call, duty not forbidding. General Otis had stood by his ink wells and the administration with unswerving devotion for 20 months, and was entitled to come back home and tell the public all about the fighting in the Philippines, and how entirely over it was. And how wholly right Mr. McKinley was in his theory that the visible opposition to our rule and the seeming desire to be free and independent did not represent the wishes of the Filipino people at all, but only the sinister ambitions of a few unscrupulous Tagalo leaders. Accordingly on May 5, 1900, he was relieved at his own request, and departed for the United States. He was succeeded in command by a very different type of man, Major General Arthur MacArthur, upon whom now devolved the problem of holding down the situation and of actually getting it stably, well in hand, by June 30, 1901. The date of expiration of the term of enlistment of the 25 volunteer regiments organized under the Act of March 2, 1899. Strictly speaking, only 23 regiments were sent out from the United States. Under the Act of March 2, 1899, providing the volunteer army of 35,000 men for the Philippines, 24 regiments of infantry and 1 of cavalry were organized. The infantry regiments were numbered 26 to 49, both inclusive, the numbering taking up where the numbering of the regular infantry regiments then ended, with the 25th. The cavalry regiment was called the 11th Cavalry, the regular cavalry regimental enumeration ending at that time with the 10th. The 11th Cavalry and the 36th Infantry were organized, officered, and largely recruited from men of the state volunteers sent out in '98, who, in consideration of liberal inducements offered by the government, consented to remain. The population of the city of Manila according to the Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 2, page 16, was 219,928. The 3 next largest towns are, Lauag, in the province of Ilocos Norte, about 270 miles north of Manila, near the northwest corner of Luzon, population 19,699. Iloilo, capital of the island of Panay and chief city and port of the Visayan Islands, some 300 miles south of Manila, population 19,054, and Cebu, capital and chief port of the island of Cebu, a day's voyage from Iloilo, population 18,330. See Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 2, page 38. 115,026 is the exact figure. See Philippine Census, Volume 1, page 57. The exact figure for Luzon is 40,969, and that for Mindanao, 36,292. IB. Philippine Census, Volume 1, page 56. Ibid. Table of Areas, Census, 1903, Volume 1, page 263. Table of Populations, IB, Volume 2, page 126. Total of these 6 in large type 20,418 square miles, say roughly 20,500. Total of these last 3 in smaller type 9114 square miles. There is a large sugar estate on Mindoro, supposed to contain over 60,000 acres or, say, 90-odd square miles, which in 1911 figured in a congressional investigation of certain charges against Professor Worcester. A member of the Philippine Commission, but this is wholly separate from the original problem of public order. The exact figure is 36,292. Philippine Census, Volume 1, page 263. 499,634, Philippine Census, Volume 2, page 126. The semi-civilized Moros of Mindanao live mostly in the interior, and have a crude form of Mohammedanism. The civilized Christian Filipinos of Mindanao live mostly on the littoral. This was said in no mere speech. Speeches are often misquoted. It was a letter signed by the foremost man of this age, Mr. Roosevelt, written September 15, 1900, accepting the nomination for the vice presidency. See Proceedings of the Republican National Committee, 1900, page 86. Yet it represented then one of the many current misapprehensions about the Filipinos which moved this great nation to destroy a young republic set up in a spirit of intelligent and generous emulation of our own. One of the sultans, or head men, was believed in 1899, to have tried on his return from a pilgrimage to Mecca made before we took the Philippines, by some dickering at Singapore or near there in the Straits settlements, to sell out for a consideration to Great Britain, so as to be under the protection and in the pay of British North Borneo. The fraction used is based on 500,000, the population of Mindanao, being that fraction of 7,500,000, which last is, roughly speaking, the total population of the archipelago. The census figures being 499,634 and 7,635,426 respectively, as heretofore stated. 7,635,426, Philippine Census, Volume 2, page 15. 3,798,507, Philippine Census, Volume 2, page 125. 223,506 is the total of the uncivilized tribes still extant in Luzon, Philippine Census, Volume 2, p. 125, but they live in the mountains and you might live in the Philippines a long lifetime without ever seeing a sample of them, unless you happen to be an energetic ethnologist fond of mountain climbing. Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 1, page 57. The area of Cuba is about 44,000 square miles. Except Ohio, the states of Pennsylvania and Tennessee are nearer the size of Luzon than any others of the Union, the former containing about 45,000 square miles and the latter about 42,000. This comparison does not pretend to be mathematically exact. New Jersey's area is nearer 8,000 than 7,000 square miles. For further illustration by comparison, it may be noted in this connection that the area of Massachusetts is over 8,000 square miles, 8315, and that of Vermont between 910,000, 9,565. As Costa Rica has only 368,780 inhabitants, Statesman's Yearbook, the province of Pangasinan alone contains more people than the Republic of Costa Rica. The average of intelligence and industry of the masses in both is doubtless about the same, with the probabilities in favor of Pangasinan. Table of Areas, Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 1, page 58. Table of Populations, IB, Volume 2, page 123. In alluding, in complimentary terms, to this officer's gallant conduct on that occasion, Harper's History of the War in the Philippines spells the name Huston, as it had previously misspelled the name of the star actor among the younger officers who participated in the Zapote River fight, Canley. Such is fame. The gentleman's right name is Muston. He is now a lieutenant commander, well known in the Navy today, as the inventor of the Muston gun sight. There is a notable unanimity, among the men in the army of about Major March's age and rank, in the opinion that he is a man of very extraordinary ability. This unanimity is so generous and genuine that I deem it a duty as well as a pleasure to emphasize it here. See Otis's report covering September 1, 1899, to May 5, 1900, War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, PD 4, page 261. The 12th, part of the 25th, and the 32d Infantry being used to guard the railroad and for other purposes. Columpet will be remembered as the place where in the previous spring Colonel Funston and his Kansans performed the daring and successful maneuver of crossing the Bagbag River under fire. Senate Document 331, PT 2, 1902, page 1926. This ratio is no jest. It is a statistical fact, figured out from one of the War Department reports. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, PD 5, page 59. Report of Secretary of War, 1899, page 12. Campaign Spanish for, Look for. Generals Lawton and Young had cut loose from their base of supplies and their command was trusting for subsistence to living upon the country. See Translation of Diary of Major Simeon Villa, Senate Document 331, PT 3, 57th Cong, 1st Sess. 1902, page 1988. It was in this Arangay fight that one of the narrowest escapes from death in battle ever officially authenticated occurred. Lieutenant Dennis P. Quinlan, now a captain of the 5th U.S. Cavalry, was struck just over the heart by an insurgent bullet, probably more or less spent, while crossing the river in the face of a hot fire. The bullet being deflected by a plug of tobacco carried in the breast pocket of the regulation campaign blue shirt he was wearing, which pocket, anyone acquainted with that shirt will remember, is at the left breast just over the heart. War Department Report, 1900, Volume I, PD 6, pages 166, 279. He was knocked over, but soon recovered and went on. The flesh of the left breast over the heart was bruised black and blue. He was recommended for a Medal of Honor on account of the incident. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, PD7, page 136. If these figures are not exact, they are approximately correct. We always called it 300 miles from Manila to the northern end of Luzon via Vigan and the lighthouse at Cape Bojeter. For instance, there was what used to be known to the 8th Corps as Colonel Jim Parker's night attack at Vigan, which occurred early in December, 1899. Soon after that place was occupied, the insurgents coming into the town in large numbers, at night under command of General Tinio, through a tunnel, so it was said, and being driven out only after desperate close quarters fighting from about 2 o'clock in the morning until after broad daylight, leaving the streets and plaza of Vigan much cumbered with their dead. Again, later on, there was the sudden order, swiftly executed, in obedience to which Lieutenant Grayson V. Height with a part of a troop of the 3D Cavalry, rode from Lauag to Batak to the rescue of a besieged garrison at the latter place, arriving in time to prevent a small Custer massacre, the garrison having gotten short of ammunition, and having just managed to telegraph for reinforcements a few moments before the enemy cut the telegraph wire. Then, there was Lieutenant Hannay, of the 22D Infantry, who being at the front, received an order from General Lawton to come back to build a bridge. The order made him sick, the surgeon reported him sick, the messenger returned with that message, and then Hannay promptly got well, and stayed at the front. And so on, ad infinitum. The Visayan Islands, the half-dozen islands between Luzon and Mindanao already mentioned, as the only ones worth mentioning for our purposes, together with the various smaller islands, islets, and rocks visible at high water. During April, in the 1st District, comprising the provinces of Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Union, Abra, Lepanto, Benguet, and Bontoc, Brigadier General S. B. M. Young, commanding, the insurgents manifested considerable activity and endeavored to take the offensive against the scattered detachments in the district. The insurgents were in every instance defeated, and lost more than 500 men killed. War Department. Report 1900, Volume 1, p. 5, page 196. The language quoted is that employed by Robert Collins, Associated Press correspondent, in connection with the round-robin incident of 9 months previous, described in the concluding part of the chapter preceding this. Hereinafter more fully set forth. For the table of areas, see Philippine Census, Volume 1, page 58. For the table of populations, see Philippine Census, Volume 2, page 123. Under the Spaniards, these were 2 provinces. They were combined by us. A province in Latin countries corresponds more nearly to what we call a county than to anything else familiar to our system of political divisions. For the details of this march, see War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, PD 4, page 309. Captain Batchelor had neither orders nor permission to do what he did. When he cut loose from the command he belonged to, he took very long chances on finding subsistence for his men in the unknown country he had set out to conquer, to say nothing of the highly probable chances of annihilation of his whole command. When an officer commanding troops does this in time of war, he does so at his peril, and signal success is his only salvation. Area Tables, Philippine Census, Volume 1, page 58. Population Tables, Philippine Census, Volume 2, page 123. Though Nueva Vizcaya is not in the Cagayan Valley, but on a plateau of the Great Divide, still, its streams all flow into the Cagayan Valley, and that term will be used in this book, as it is colloquially in the Philippines, to include not only the Cagayan Valley proper, but also the adjoining tributary province of Nueva Vizcaya. The only thing of interest to the American people that ever happened over there was the capture of Lieutenant Gilmore of the Navy, and his men, at Baylor, on the Pacific coast, in Principe, a capture which, it will be recollected, was followed by long captivity, and ultimately terminated in rescue. The interested student will see these 2 provinces on the American maps of the islands, but they were each attached by the Taft government for administration purposes to another province, and do not appear in the American census list of provinces. Therefore, they cut no figure in the census totals either of area or population. The officer on whom public attention in the United States was later focused by an alleged order, charged to have been issued by him in a campaign in Samar to kill everything over 10 years old. This alleged order was called by the American newspapers of the period Jake Smith's Kill and Burn Order. The figures as to Principe are mere arbitrary guesses, the exact figures used being fixed on merely to get convenient round numbers, there being no statistics as to Principe. Of course the Filipinos should be consulted as to what provinces should constitute each state. But I am simply sketching a tentative governmental scheme based upon the way our army perfected its original grip on public order and the general administrative situation. All along here we, of course, deal in round numbers only. See War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, Part 5, pages 45 each seek. The city of Manila and vicinity constituted the 6th district of the Department of Northern Luzon. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, Part 5, pages 47-8. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, Part 1, page 9. The Spanish word Cameron means a warehouse. The province of Camarines was originally 2 provinces, and is still referred to as 2, though governmentally but 1. Of March 2, 1899. Under it the term of enlistment of the volunteers was to expire June 30, 1901. Table of Areas, Philippine Census of 1903, Volume 1, page 263. Table of Population, IB, Volume 2, pages 123 ed. Chapter 13. MacArthur and the War. Damn, damn, damn the Filipino. Pockmarked Kakiak Ladrone. Underneath the starry flag. Civilize him with a crag. And return us to our own beloved home. Army Song of the Philippines under MacArthur. Someone has said, let me write the songs of a people and I care not who makes their laws. Give me the campaign songs of a war, and I will so write the history of that war that he who runs may read, and, reading, know the truth. The volunteers of 1899 had, most of them, been in the Spanish War of '98. That struggle had been so brief that, to borrow a phrase of the principal beneficiary of it, Colonel Roosevelt, there had not been war enough to go round. The Philippine insurrection had already broken out when the Spanish War volunteers returned from Cuba in the first half of 1899. Few of them knew exactly where the Philippines were on the map. They simply knew that we had bought the islands, that disturbances of public order were in progress there, and that the government desired to suppress them. The president had called for volunteers. That was enough. When they reached the islands, instead of finding a lot of outlaws, brigands, etc., such as that pestiferous, ill-conditioned outfit of horse thieves and cane-field-burning patriots, we volunteers of '98 had to comb out of the eastern end of Cuba under General Wood in the winter of 1898-9, they found Manila, on their arrival, practically almost a besieged city. They knew that the erroneous impression they had brought with them was the result of misrepresentation. Who was responsible for that misrepresentation they did not attempt to analyze. They simply set to work with American energy to put down the insurrection. Nobody questioned the unanimity of the opposition. There it was, a fact, denied at home, but a fact. In the course of the fight against the organized insurgent army they lost a great many of their comrades, and in that way the unanimity of the resistance was quite forcibly impressed upon them. By kindred psychologic processes equally free from mystery, their determination to overcome the resistance early became very set, a state of mind which boded no good to the Filipinos. The army song given at the beginning of Ante, in which General Otis is made to sing, after the fashion of some of the characters in Pinafore, that pensive query to himself. Am I the boss, or am I a tool? The first stanza of which closes, now I'd like to know who's the boss of the show. Is it me or Emilio Aguinaldo? Was a point of departure, in the matter of information, which served to acquaint them with all that had gone before. They resented the loss of prestige to American arms and desired to restore that prestige. While engaged in so doing, they became aware, during the presidential year 1900, that the campaign of that year in the United States was based largely upon the pretense that the majority of the Filipinos welcomed our rule. Naturally, their experience led them to a very general and very cordial detestation of this pretense. For one thing, it was an unfair belittling of the actual military service they were rendering. People hate a lie whether they are able to trace its devious windings to its source or sources, or to analyze all its causes, or calculate all its possible effects, or not. The real rock-bottom falsehood, not as fully understood then as it became later, consisted in the impression sought to be produced at home, in order to get votes. That the great body of the Filipino people were not really in sympathy with their country's struggle for freedom, and would be really glad tamely to accept the alien domination so benevolently offered by a superior people, but were being coerced into fighting through intimidation by a few selfish leaders acting for their own selfish ends. While our fighting generals in the field, General MacArthur, for instance, whose interview with a newspaper man just after the fall of Malolos, in March, 1899, subsequently verified by him before the Senate Committee of 1902, has already been noticed, at first believed that it was only a faction that we had to contend with, they soon discovered that the whole people were loyal to Aguinaldo and the cause he represented. But, while the point as to how unanimous the resistance was remained a disputed matter for some little time among those of our people who did not have to go up against it, the most curious fact of that whole historic situation, to my mind, is the absolute identity of the disputed suggestion with that which had previously been used in like cases in all ages by the powerful against people struggling to be free. And the contemporaneous absence of any notation of the coincidence by any conspicuous spectator of the drama, to say nothing of us smaller fry who bore the brunt of the war or any portion of it. Those men of '99 in the Philippines realized in 1900, vaguely it may be, but actually, that they were waging a war of conquest after the manner of the British as sung by Kipling, but under the hypocritical pretense that they were doing missionary work to improve the Filipino. They did not know whether the Filipinos could or could not run a decent government if permitted. It was too early to form any judgment. And even then there was no unanimous feeling that they could not. Brigadier General Charles King, the famous novelist, who was in the fighting out there during the first half of 1899, was quoted in the Catholic Citizen, of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in June, 1899, as having said in an interview given at Milwaukee, "There is no reason in the world why the people should not have the self-government which they so passionately desire, so far as their ability to carry it on goes." The real reason why the war was being waged was stated with the honesty which heated public discussion always brings forth, by Hon. Charles Denby, a member of the Sherman Commission of 1899, in an article which appeared in the Forum for February, 1899, entitled, "Why the Treaty Should be Ratified." The cold, hard, practical question alone remains: will the possession of the islands benefit us as a nation? If it will not, set them free tomorrow. But in the same magazine, the Forum, for June, 1900, in other words to the very same audience, in an article whose title is a protest, "Do we owe the Filipinos independence?" we find this same distinguished diplomat sagaciously deferring to that not inconsiderable element of the American public which is opposed to wars for conquest, with the rank hypocrisy which must ever characterize a republic warring for gain against the ideals that made it great. Thus, a little time ought to be conceded to the administration to ascertain what the wish of the people, meaning the people of the Philippine Islands, really is. Adding some of the stale but ever welcome salve originally invented by General Otis for use by Mr. McKinley on the public conscience of America, about the war having been fomented by professional politicians, and not having the moral support of the whole people. A majority of the Filipinos are friendly to us, he says. Even as early as January 4, 1900, in the New York Independent, we find Mr. Denby abandoning all his previous honesty of 1899 about the cold, hard, practical question, and rubbing his hands with invisible soap to the tune of the following hypocrisy. Let us find out how many of the people want independence, and how many are willing to remain loyal to our government. It is believed a large majority, etc. The same article even assumed an air of injured innocence and urged that as soon as the insurgent army laid down its arms, the intentions of our government will be made known by Congress. That was just 13 years ago, and the intentions of our government have never yet been made known by Congress, despite the fact that the omission has all these years been like a buzzing insect, lighting intermittently on the sores of race prejudice and political difference in the Philippines, to say nothing of the circumstance that such omission leaves everybody guessing, including ourselves. The omission has been due to the fact that both the McKinley administration which committed the original blunder of taking the islands, and the succeeding administrations which have been the legatees of that blunder, have always needed in their Philippine business the support both of those whose votes are caught by the Denby honesty of 1899 and those whose votes are caught by the Denby hypocrisy of 1900. War is a great silencer of hypocrisy. In the presence of real sorrow and genuine anger, it slinks away and is seen no more until more piping times. The lists of casualties had been duly bulletined to the United States from time to time between February, 1899, and June, 1900, so that by the date last named it had become good politics to throw off the mask. Hence, at the Republican National Convention held in Philadelphia June 19 to 21, 1900, we find that astute past master of the science of government by parties, Senator Lodge, boldly throwing off the mask thus: "We make no hypocritical pretense of being interested in the Philippines solely on account of others. We believe in trade expansion." Now the words of a United States Senator are much listened to by an army in the field. When a war breaks out, it is usually your senator who gets your commission for you originally, and has you promoted and made captain, colonel, or general, as the case may be, if you do anything to deserve it. Or lifted from the ranks to a commission, if you do anything to deserve it, or sees that something fitting is done if you die in any specially decent way. An army in the field thinks a United States Senator is about one of the biggest institutions going, which, seriously, is not far from the truth, with all due respect to the blasé pessimists of the press gallery. Consider then how wholly uninspiring, as a sentiment to die by and kill by, the above senatorial utterance was to the men in the field in the Philippines, who did not even then believe the islands would pay. The cold, hard, practical fact was, if the senator was to be believed, that we were fighting for what is generically called Wall Street. That it was primarily a Wall Street war, an expedition fitted out to kill enough Filipinos to make the survivors good future customers, ultimate consumers, and only incidentally a war to make people follow your way of being happy in lieu of their own. Yet we had most of us, but shortly previously to that, gone trooping headlong to Cuba, in the wake of the most inspiring single personality of this age, Senator Lodge's friend, Colonel Roosevelt. Some of our American thoraxes inflated with sentiments thus nobly expressed by the same distinguished senator in his speech on the resolution which declared war against Spain. "We are there," meaning in the then Cuban situation. Senator Lodge had said in the Senate, in the matchless outburst of eloquence with which he set the keynote to the war with Spain. "We are there because we represent the spirit of liberty and the new time. We have grasped no man's territory, we have taken no man's property, we have invaded no man's rights. We do not ask their lands." What difference, however, did it make to men under military orders, and that far away from home, where American public opinion could not and never can affect any given situation in time to help it, whether they were serving God or the devil? Everything disappeared but the primal fighting instinct. So the slaughter proceeded right merrily, at a ratio of about 16 to 1, and many a Filipino died with the word independence on his lips, while many an obscure American life went out fighting under the Denby Lodge $mark flag of pseudo-trade expansion. Can you imagine a more thankless job? Do you wonder at the song that heads the chapter? Still, war is war, once you are in it. All through 1900 the volunteers of 1899 kept on, cheerfully doing their country's work, not in the least hampered by whys or wherefores, so far as the quality of their work went. They knew that the Filipinos were not heathen, and they were not perfectly clear that they themselves were doing the Lord's work. Unless, putting the fear of God into the heart of the insurrecto, one of their campaign expressions, was the Lord's work. However, if any of them gave any special thought to the ethics of the situation, this did not in the least affect their efficiency in action, nor their determination to lick the Filipino into submission. When the brief organized resistance of the insurgent armies in the field, February to November, 1899, underwent its transition to the far more formidable guerrilla tactics, they realized that they were up against a long and tedious task, in which would be no special glamour, as there had been in Cuba, because the war was not much more popular at home than it was with them. The rank net hypocrisy of the whole situation, as they viewed it, is expressed in the song which heads this chapter. It is an answer to the Taft nonsense of 1900 about, the people long for peace and are willing to accept government under United States. That is why the Carabao Society do not sing it to Mr. Taft when he attends their annual banquet, notwithstanding that it is the star song of their repertoire. This statement of Judge Taft's, as well as other like statements of his which followed it during the presidential campaign of 1900, would have been perfectly harmless in home politics. It was made in the same spirit of optimism in which a Taft man will tell you today, the people are willing to see the Taft administration endorsed. But at that time in the Philippines there was no possible way to prove or disprove the statement to the satisfaction of anybody at home, or elsewhere, for that matter. And, under the circumstances, it was at once a libel on Filipino patriotism and an ungracious belittling of the work of the American army. It was a libel on Filipino patriotism because it denied the loyal, even if ill-advised, unanimity of the Filipino people in their struggle for independence, and was a statement made recklessly, without knowledge, in aid of a presidential candidate in the United States. That it was highly inaccurate was well known to some 70,000 American soldiers then in the field, who were daily getting insurrecto lead pumped into them, and also well known to their gallant commander, General MacArthur, who told Judge Taft just that thing. That it was an ungracious belittling of the work of the army is certainly obvious enough, and it was so considered by the army, and its commanding general aforesaid, who practically told Judge Taft just that thing. But Mr. Root, then Secretary of War, was as much interested in Mr. McKinley's re-election as Judge Taft was. So he spread the Taft cablegrams broadcast throughout the United States during the presidential campaign, and pigeonholed the MacArthur messages and reports on the situation in the dusty and innocuous desuetude of the War Department archives. 4 years later at the Republican National Convention of 1904, Mr. Root told the naked truth, thus. When the last National Convention met, over 70,000 soldiers from more than 500 stations held a still vigorous enemy in check. The foregoing is all a record made and unalterable. It is a fair sample of the initial stages of one more of the experiments in colonization by a republic which are scattered through history and teach but one lesson. All the gentlemen concerned were personally men of high type. But look at the net result of their work. The impression it produced in the United States, at a tremendously critical period in the country's history, when the men at the helm of state were bending every energy to railroad the republic into a career of overseas conquest, and using the army for that purpose, can be called by a short and ugly word. The splendor of Mr. Root's intellect is positively alluring, but he is a dangerous man to republican institutions. Mr. Taft's part in that conspiracy for the suppression of the facts of the Philippine situation in 1900 was really due to kindliness of heart, regret at the war, and earnest hope that it would soon end. Mr. Denby's part was that of the out-and-out imperialist who has frank doubts in his own mind as to whether it is axiomatic, after all, that the form of government bequeathed us by our fathers is the best form of government yet devised. But the conspiracy was really a sin against the progress of the world, because it deceived the American people as to the genuineness and unanimity of the desire of the Filipino people to imitate the example set by us in 1776. Which has since served as a beacon light of hope to so many people in so many lands in their several struggles to be free. By the spring of 1900, when General MacArthur relieved General Otis, the volunteers of 1899 had gotten thoroughly warmed up to the work of showing the Filipinos who was in fact the boss of the show, and by June, 1900, when Judge Taft arrived, they had gotten still warmer. And in General Otis's successor they had a commander who understood his men thoroughly, and was determined to carry out honestly, with firmness, and without playing, as his predecessor had done, the role of political henchman. The purpose for which the army he commanded had been sent to the islands to accomplish. In this state of the case, the Taft Commission came out. This would seem rather an odd point at which to terminate a chapter on MacArthur and the war, seeing that General MacArthur continued to command the American forces in the Philippines and to direct their strenuous field operations until July 1901, more than a year later, when he was relieved by General Chaffee, on whom thereafter devolved the subsequent conduct of the war. But we must follow the inexorable thread of chronological order, and so yield the center of the stage from June 1900 on to Mr. Taft, else the resultant net confusion of ideas about the American occupation of the Philippines might remain as great as that which this narrative is an attempt in some degree to correct. All through the official correspondence of 1899 and 1900 between the Adjutant General of the Army, General Corbin, and General Otis at Manila, one sees Mr. McKinley's sensitiveness to public opinion. In view of the impatience of the people, "You will do thus and so," is a typical sample of this feature of that correspondence. Troubled, possibly, with misgivings, as to whether, after all, in view of the vigorous and undeniably obstinate struggle for independence the Filipinos were putting up, it would not have been wiser to have done with them as we had done in the case of Cuba, and troubled, beyond the peradventure of a doubt, about the effect of the possible Philippine situation on the fortunes of his party and himself in the approaching campaign for the presidency, Mr. McKinley sent Mr. Taft out, in the spring preceding the election of 1900, to help General MacArthur run the war. We must now, therefore, turn our attention to Mr. Taft, not forgetting General MacArthur in so doing. Copper-colored thief. Sung to the tune of "Tramp, Tramp, Tramp, the Boys Are Marching." See Forum, Volume 26, page 647. See Forum, Volume 29, page 403. These quotations are not taken from a scrapbook. Many readers forget that the bound volumes of all the great magazines are permanently available in the great libraries of the country. Hostilities had not yet broken out when the article now being considered appeared on January 4, and did not break out until 30 days later, to wit, on February 4. Congressional Record, April 13, 1898, page 3701. In the early days of the fighting they used to hurrah a good deal, and shout, "Viva la Independencia, live independence." See Judge Taft's cablegram to Secretary of War route of August 21, 1900, War Department Report, Volume 1, pt 1, page 80. The Carabao Society is an organization composed mainly of officers of the regular army, but to which anyone who served as an officer, volunteer or regular, in the Philippine insurrection, is eligible. Their principal function, like that of the famous Gridiron Club, is to give an annual dinner. Addresses at Republican National Convention, 1904, page 62, published by Isaac H. Blanchard and Company, New York, 1904. The Republican National Convention of 1900 met June 19, just 16 days after the Taft Commission arrived at Manila. General MacArthur relieved General Otis May 5, 1900, and the Taft Commission arrived at Manila June 3d thereafter. Correspondence relating to the war with Spain, Volume 2, page 1051. Chapter 14. The Taft Commission. The papers, ID at Ansem. But you bet the Army knows. Kipling, Ballad of the Boer War. The essentials of the situation which confronted the Taft Commission on its arrival in the islands in June, 1900, and the mental attitude in which they approached that situation, may now be briefly summarized. With entire confidence that such summary will commend itself as fairly accurate to the impartial judgment both of the historian of the future and of any candid contemporary mind. It is not necessary to vex the dull ear of a mighty people much engrossed with their own affairs, by repetition of any further details concerning the original de facto alliance between Admiral Dewey and Aguinaldo. Suffice it to remind a people whose saving grace is a love of fair play, that, after the Battle of Manila Bay, when Admiral Dewey brought Aguinaldo down from Hong Kong to Cavite. Both the admiral and his Filipino allies were keenly cognizant of the national purpose set forth in the declaration of war against Spain, and that the Filipinos could not have been expected to make any substantial distinction between the casual remarks of a victorious admiral on the quarterdeck of his flagship in May. Remarks concurrent and consistent with actual treatment of the Filipinos as allies, and the imperious commands of a general ashore in December thereafter, acting under specific orders pursuant to the Treaty of Paris. The one great fact of the situation, as huge as high Olympus, they did grasp, viz. that both were representatives of America on the ground at the time of their respective utterances, and that one in December in effect repudiated without a word of explanation what the other had done from May to August. They had helped us to take the city of Manila in August, and, to use the current phrase of the passing hour, coined in this period of awakening of the national conscience to a proper attitude toward double-dealing in general. They felt that they had been given the double cross. In other words, they believed that the American government had been guilty of a duplicity rankly Machiavellian. And that was the cause of the war. We have seen in the chapters on the Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation and the Iloilo fiasco that, in the Philippines at any rate, no matter how mellifluously pacific it may have sounded at home, no matter how soothing to the troubled doubts of the national conscience, the Benevolent Assimilation Proclamation of December 21, 1898, was recognized both by the 8th Army Corps and by Aguinaldo's people as a call to arms, a signal to the former to get ready for the work of civilizing with a crag, a signal to the latter to gird up their loins for the fight to the death for government of their people, by their people, for their people. And that the yearning benevolence of said proclamation was calculated strikingly to remind the Filipinos of Spain's previous traditional yearnings for the welfare of Cuba. Indignantly cut short by us, yearnings to spare the great island from the danger of premature independence, which that decadent monarchy could not even help repeating in the swan song wherein she sued to President McKinley for peace. We did not realize the absoluteness of the analogy then. It is all clear enough now. We can now understand how and why Mr. McKinley's program of annexation and benevolent assimilation of 1898-9, blindly earnest as was his belief that it would make the Filipino people at once cheerfully forego the legitimate aspirations to which we ourselves had originally given a momentum so generous that nothing but bullets could then possibly have stopped it, was in fact received by them in a manner compared with which Canada's response in 1911 to Speaker Champ Clark's equally benevolent suggestion of United States' willingness to accord to Canada also gradual benevolent assimilation and ultimate annexation, was one great sisterly sob of sheer joy as at the finding of a long-lost brother. From the arrival of the American troops on June 30, 1898, until the outbreak of February 4, 1899, there had been two armies camped not far from each other, one born of the idea of independence and bent upon it, the other at first groping in the dark without instructions, and finally instructed to deny independence. There was never any faltering or evasion on the part of Aguinaldo and his people. They knew what they wanted and said so on all occasions. At all times and in all places they made it clear, by proclamation, by letter, by conversation, and otherwise, that independence was the one thing to which, whether they were fit for it or not, they had pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. We have seen how easily the war itself could have been averted by the Bacon Resolution of January, 1899, or some similar resolution frankly declaring the purpose of our government. How here was Senator Bacon at this end of the line pleading with his colleagues to be frank, and to make a declaration in keeping with the high purpose for which we had gone to war with Spain. Instead of holding on to the Philippines on the idea that they might prove a second Klondike, while justifying such retention by arbitrarily assuming, without any knowledge whatever on the subject, that the Filipinos were incapable of self-government. How, there, at the other end of the line, at Manila, Aguinaldo's commissioners, familiar with our Constitution and the history and traditions of our government, were making, substantially, though in more diplomatic language, precisely the same plea, and imploring General Otis's commissioners to give them some assurance which would quiet the apprehensions of their people, and calm the fear that the original assurance, "We are going to lick the Spaniards and set you free," was now about to be ignored because the islands might be profitable to the United States. We have seen the war itself, as far as it had progressed by June, 1900, one of the bitterest wars in history, punctuated by frequent barbarities avenged in kind, and how, if the Taft Commission had not come out with McKinley spectacles on, they would have seen the picture of a bleeding, prostrate, and deeply hostile people, still bent on fighting to the last ditch. Not only animated by a feeling against annexation by us similar to that the Canadians would have today if we should also try the benevolent assimilation game on them, first with proclamations breathing benevolence and then with cannon belching grape shot, but further animated by the instinctive as well as inherited knowledge common to all colored peoples, whether red, yellow, brown, or black, that wheresoever white men and colored live in the same country together, there the white man will rule. Understand, this was before Judge Taft had had a chance to assure them, with the kindly Taft smile and the hearty Taft handshake, that their benevolent new masters were going to reverse the verdict of the ages, and treat them with a fraternal love wholly free from race prejudice. If Judge Taft could only have arrived in January, 1899, and told them that the Bacon Resolution really represented the spirit of the attitude of the American people toward them, then the finely commanding bearing of Mr. Taft, and the noble genuineness of his desire to see peace on earth and goodwill toward men, might even have prevented the war. But this is merely what might have been. What actually was, when he did arrive, in June, 1900, was that the milk of human kindness had long since been spilled, and his task was to gather it up and put it back in the pail. When I, a Southern man who have taken part in the only 2 wars this nation has had in my lifetime, reflect that in this year of grace, 1912, Mr. Underwood's otherwise matchless availability as the candidate of his party for president is questioned on the idea that it might be a tactical blunder, because of the late war, which broke out before either Mr. Underwood or myself were born, I cannot share the Taft optimism as to the rapidity with which the scars of the late war in the Philippines will heal. And as to the affectionate gratitude toward the United States with which the McKinley-Taft program of benevolent assimilation will presently be regarded by the people of the Philippine Islands. We have seen the futile efforts of the Sherman Commission of 1899, sent out that spring, in deference to American public opinion, with definite instructions to try and patch up a peace by talking to the leading spirits of a war for independence. Now in full swing, about the desirability of benevolent leading strings. They, meaning the Sherman Commission, had come, says Mr. McKinley, in his annual message to Congress of December 5, 1899, with the hope of cooperating with Admiral Dewey and General Otis in establishing peace and order. They came, they saw, they went, recognizing the futility of the errand on which they had been sent. And now came the Taft Commission a year later, on precisely the same errand, after the Filipinos had sunk all their original petty differences and jealousies in a very reasonable instinctive common fear of economic exploitation. And a very unreasonable but, to them, very real common fear of race elimination, amounting to terror. And been welded into absolute oneness, if that were somewhat lacking before, in the fierce crucible of 16 months of bloody fighting against a foreign foe for the independence of their common country. President McKinley's message to Congress of December, 1899, is full of the old insufferable drivel, so grossly, though unwittingly, ungenerous to our army then in the field in the Philippines. About the triviality of the resistance we were up against. The message in one place blandly speaks of the peaceable and loyal majority who ask nothing better than to accept our authority, in another of the sinister ambitions of a few selfish Filipinos. Thus was outlined, in the message announcing the purpose to send out the Taft Commission, the view that no real fundamental resistance existed in the islands. Basing contemplated action on this sort of stuff, the presidential message outlines the presidential purpose as follows, this in December, 1899. Mind you, there is no reason why steps should not be taken from time to time to inaugurate governments essentially popular in their form as fast as territory is held and controlled by our troops. Then follows the genesis of the idea which resulted in the Taft Commission. To this end I am considering the advisability of the return, to the islands, of the Commission, the Sherman Commission, or such of the members thereof as can be secured. In Cuba, General Wood began the work of reconstruction at Havana with a central government and the best men he could get hold of, and acted through them, letting his plans and purposes percolate downward to the masses of the people. Not so in the Philippines. Reconstruction there was to begin by establishing municipal governments, to be later followed by provincial governments, and finally by a central one. In other words, by placing the waters of self-government at the bottom of the social fabric among the most ignorant people, and letting them percolate up. According to some mysterious law of gravitation apparently deemed applicable to political physics. Of course, these poor people simply always took their cue from their leaders. Knowing nothing themselves that could affect the success of this project except that we were their enemies and that they might get knocked in the head if they did not play the game. I have believed, says Mr. McKinley, in his message to Congress of December, 1899, that Reconstruction should not begin by the establishment of one central civil government for all the islands, with its seat at Manila. But rather that the work should be commenced by building up from the bottom. Whereat, the young giant America bowed, in puzzled hope, and worldly-wise old Europe smiled, in silent but amused contempt. If at the time he formulated this scheme for their government Mr. McKinley had known anything about the Philippines, or the Filipinos, he would have known that what he so suavely called, building from the bottom, was like trying to make water run uphill, i.e. like starting out to have ideas percolate upward, so that through the masses, the more intelligent people might be redeemed. The nigger in the woodpile lay in the words, essentially popular in form. Of course no government by us, essentially popular, was possible at the time. But a government, popular in form, would sound well to the American people, and, if they could be kept quiet until after the presidential election of 1900. Maybe the supposed misunderstanding on the part of the Filipinos of the benevolence of our intentions might be corrected by kindness. Accordingly, the following spring, contemporaneously with General Otis's final departure from Manila to the United States, in which free country he might say the war was over as much as he pleased without being molested with round robins by Bob Collins, O.K. Davis, John McCutcheon, and the rest of those banes of his insular career, who so pestiferously insisted that the American public ought to know the facts, the Taft Commission was sent out, to aid General MacArthur. As the Sherman Commission had aided General Otis. It would seem fairly beyond any reasonable doubt that the official information the Taft Commission were given by President McKinley concerning the state of public order they would find in the islands on arrival was in keeping with the information solemnly imparted to Congress by him in December thereafter. Which was as follows: by the spring of this year, 1900, the effective opposition of the dissatisfied Tagals, always the same minimization of the task of the army as a sop to the American conscience, was virtually ended. Then follows a glowing picture of how the Filipinos are going to love us after we rescue them from the hated Tagal, but with this circumspect reservation: he would be rash who, with the teachings of contemporary history, would fix a limit as to how long it will take to produce such a state of affairs. Looking at that mighty panorama of events from the dispassionate standpoint now possible, it seems to me that Mr. McKinley's whole Philippine policy of 1899 to 1900 was animated by the belief that the more the Philippine situation should resemble the really identical Cuban one in the estimation of the American people, the more likely his Philippine policy was to be repudiated at the polls in the fall of 1900. The Taft Commission left Washington for Manila in the spring of 1900, after their final conference with the president who had appointed them and was a candidate for re-election in the coming fall. As completely committed as circumstances can commit any man or set of men to the program of occupation which was to follow the subjugation of the inhabitants, and to the proposition of present incapacity for self-government, its cornerstone. To say nothing of the embarrassment felt at Washington by reason of having stumbled into a bloody war with people whom we honestly wanted to help, had never seen, and had nothing but the kindliest feelings for. While the serene and capacious intellect of William H. Taft was still pursuing the even tenor of its way in the halls of justice, as United States Circuit Judge for the Eighth Circuit, the Philippine program was formulated at Washington. Judge Taft went to Manila to make the best of a situation which he had not created, to write the lines of the Deus Ex Machina for a tragedy of errors up to that point composed wholly by others. It has been frequently stated and generally believed that when Mr. McKinley sent for him and proposed the Philippine mission, Judge Taft replied, substantially, "Mr. President, I am not the man for the place. I don't want the Philippines." To which Mr. McKinley is supposed to have replied, "You are the man for the place, Judge. I had rather have a man out there who doesn't want them." The point of the original story lay in what Mr. McKinley said. The point of the repetition of it here lies in what Mr. Taft said, the inference therefrom being that he did not think the true interests of his country wanted them, and that had he been called into President McKinley's counsel sooner he would have so advised. An inference warranted by his subsequent admission that we blundered into colonization. It is utterly fatal to clear thinking on this great subject, which concerns the liberties of a whole people, to treat Judge Taft's reports as commissioner to, and later governor of, the Philippines as in the nature of a judicial decision on the capacity of the Filipinos for self-government. When he consented to go out there, he went, not to review the findings of the Paris Peace Commission, but at the urgent solicitation of an administration whose fortunes were irrevocably committed to those findings, including the express finding that they were unfit for self-government, and the implied one that we must remain to improve the condition of the inhabitants. He was thus not a judge come out to decide on the fitness of the people for self-government, but an advocate to make the best possible case for their unfitness, and its corollary, the necessity to remain indefinitely. Just as England has remained in Egypt. The war itself convinced the whole army of the United States that Aguinaldo would have been the boss of the show had Dewey sailed away from Manila after sinking the Spanish fleet. The war satisfied us all that Aguinaldo would have been a small addition of Porfirio Diaz, and that the Filipino Republic that might have been would have been, very decidedly, a going concern. Although Aguinaldo probably would have been able to say with a degree of accuracy, as Diaz might have said in Mexico for so many years, the Republic. I am the Republic. The war demonstrated to the army, to AQED, that the Filipinos are capable of self-government, unless the kind which happens to suit the genius of the American people is the only kind of government on earth that is respectable, and the one panacea for all the ills of government among men without regard to their temperament or historical antecedents. The educated patriotic Filipinos can control the masses of the people in their several districts as completely as a captain ever controlled a company. While the municipal officials of the McKinley-Taft Municipal Kindergarten were stumbling along with the strange new town government system imported from America, and atoning to their benignant masters for mistakes by writing them letters about how benignant they, the teachers, were, they, the pupils. According to the contemporaneous description by the commanding general of the United States forces in the islands, were running a superbly efficient municipal system throughout the whole archipelago, simultaneously and in the same sphere as the American governments, and in many instances through the same personnel, in aid of the insurrection. General MacArthur humorously adds that the town officials acted openly in behalf of the Americans and secretly in behalf of the insurgents, and, with considerable apparent solicitude for the interest of both. In short, the war at once demonstrated their capacity for self-government and made granting it to them for the time being unthinkable. For the war was fought not on the issue of the capacity, but on the issue of the granting. The Treaty of Paris settled the capacity part. The army in 1898, 1899, and 1900 can hardly be said to have had any much more decided opinion on the capacity branch of the subject, than Perry did about the Japanese in 1854. The Paris Peace Commission having solemnly decided the capacity part adversely to the Filipinos and the war having followed, thereafter Mr. Taft went out to make out the best case possible in support of the action of the Peace Commission and, ex sic termini, in support of everything made necessary by the fact of the purchase. Unless someone goes out to present to the American people the other side of the case, they will never arrive at a just verdict. Committed, a priori, to the task of squaring the McKinley administration with its course as to Cuba, the only course possible for the Taft Commission was to set up a benevolent government based upon the incompetency of the governed, which being a standing affront to the intelligence of the people, earns their hatred, however it may crave their love. By the very bitterness of the opposition it permits yet disregards, it binds itself ever more irrevocably to remain a benevolent engenderer of malevolence. Government and governed thus get wider apart as the years go by, and, the raison d'etre of the former being the mental deficiencies of the latter, it must, in self-defense, assert those deficiencies the more offensively, the more vehemently they are denied. What hope therefore can there be that the light that shone upon Saul on the road to Damascus will ever break upon the President? What hope that he will ever reattune his ears to the voice of the Declaration of Independence, calling down from where the signers, we hope without untoward exception, have gone, crying, William, William, why persecutest thou me? It is hard for thee to kick against the right of a people to pursue happiness in their own way. The difference between the President and the writer is that both went out to scoff and the latter remained, much longer, to pray. The Taft Commission arrived at Manila on June 3, 1900, loaded to the guards with kindly belief in the stale falsehood wherewith General Otis, ably assisted by his press censor, had been systematically soothing Mr. McKinley's and the general American conscience during the whole 20 months he had commanded the 8th Army Corps, viz. That the insurrection was due solely to the sinister ambitions of a few selfish leaders, and did not represent the wishes of the whole people. It is true that the insurrection originally started under Admiral Dewey's auspices and under the initial protection of his puissant guns was headed by a group of men most of whom, including Aguinaldo, were Tagalos. But all Filipinos look alike, the whole 7 or 8 millions of them. They differ from one another not one whit more than one Japanese differs from another. And they all feel alike on most things, because they all have the same customs, tastes, and habits of thought. Said Governor Taft to the Senate Committee in 1902. While it is true that there are a number of Christian tribes, so-called, I do not know the number, possibly 8 or 10, or 12, that speak different languages. There is a homogeneity in the people in appearance, in habits, and in many avenues of thought. To begin with, they are Catholics. Certainly this should forever crucify the stale slander, still ignorantly repeated in the United States at intervals, which seeks to make the American people think the great body of the Filipino people are still in a tribal state, ethnologically. A Tagalo leader is about as much a tribal leader as is a Tammany brave of Irish antecedents. In fact there is much in common between the two. Both are clannish. Both have a genius for organization that is simply superb. Both are irrepressible about home rule. Countless generations ago the Filipinos were lifted by the Spanish priests out of the tribal state, and the educated people all speak Spanish. But the original tribal dialects, which the Spanish priests patiently mastered and finally reduced for them to a written language, still survive in the several localities of their origin. So that every Filipino of a well-to-do family is brought up speaking 2 languages, Spanish, and the local dialect of his native place, which is the only language known to the poorer natives of the same neighborhood. Surely even the valor of ignorance can see that we are presumptuously seeking to reverse the order of God and nature in assuming that an alien race can lead a people out of the wilderness better than could a government by the leading men of their own race to whom the less favored look with an ardent pride that would be a guarantee of loyal and inspiring cooperation. You can beat a balking horse to death but you cannot make him wag his tail, or otherwise indicate contentment or a disposition to cordial cooperation which will make for progress. Mr. Bryan has visited the Philippines, and his evidence is simply cumulative of mine, as mine, based on 6 years' acquaintance with the Filipinos, is simply cumulative of Admiral Dewey's testimony of 1898, so often cited hereinbefore. And of the opinion of Hon. George Curry, a Republican member of Congress from New Mexico who served 8 years in the Philippines, and believes they can safely be given their independence by 1921. Mr. Bryan says, so far as their own internal affairs are concerned, they do not need to be subject to any alien government. He further says, there is a wide difference, it is true, between the general intelligence of the educated Filipino and the laborer on the street and in the field, but this is not a barrier to self-government. Intelligence controls in every government, except where it is suppressed by military force. 9/10 of the Japanese have no part in the lawmaking. In Mexico, the gap between the educated classes and the peons is fully as great as, if not greater than, the gap between the extremes of Filipino society. Those who question the capacity of the Filipinos for self-government forget that patriotism raises up persons fitted for the work that needs to be done. It is because I believe that in the Philippines we are doing ourselves an injustice and keeping back the progress of the world by depreciating and scoffing at the value of patriotism as a factor in self-government and in the maintenance of free institutions, that I have written this book. There is no more patriotic people in the world than the Filipino people. I base this opinion upon an intimate knowledge of them, and in the light of considerable observation throughout most of Europe, and in Asia from the Golden Horn to the mouth of the Yangtze. Woe to the nonsense, sometimes ignorant, sometimes vicious, wherewith we are regaled from time to time by Americans who go to Manila, smoke a cigar or two in some American club there, and then come back home and depreciate the Filipino people without at least correcting Colonel Roosevelt's wholly uninformed and cruel random assertions of 1900 about the Filipinos being a jumble of savage tribes, and about Aguinaldo being the Osceola of the Filipinos, or their sitting bull. It is wonderfully inspiring to turn from such stale slander to Mr. Bryan's above statement of the case for our Oriental subjects, a statement framed in his own infinitely sympathetic and inimitable way, which says for me just what I had long wanted to express, but could not, so well. And in the midst of the recurring slander that the Filipino people are a heterogeneous lot, it is refreshing to find in a preface to the American Census of the Philippines of 1903, by the director thereof, a passage where, in comparing the tables of that census with those of the 12th Census of the United States, he says, those of the Philippine census are somewhat simpler, the differences being due mainly to the more homogeneous character of the population of the Philippine Islands. When we consider the above in the light of the past and present operation of our own immigration laws, it is not flattering. But it may and should tend to awaken some realization of the manifold nature and blinding effects of current misapprehensions in the United States concerning the inhabitants of the Philippines. One Filipino does not differ from another any more than one American does from another American, in fact they differ less, considering immigration. The Filipino people are not rendered a heterogeneous lot by having three different languages, Ilocano, Tagalog, and Visayan, which are respectively the languages spoken in the northern, the central, and the southern part of their country. Any more than the people of Switzerland are rendered heterogeneous by the circumstance that in northern Switzerland you find German spoken for the most part, while farther south you find French, and near the southernmost extremities some Italian. At this late date no credible person acquainted with the facts will be so poor in spirit as to deny that the motives of the men who originally started the insurrection were patriotic. Nor will anyone who served under General Otis's command in the Philippines deny that that eminent desk soldier continued to cling to his early theory that it was a purely Tagalog insurrection long after the deadly unanimity of the opposition had seeped, with all-pervading thoroughness, into the general mind of the army of occupation. The white flag or rag of truce, alias treachery, used to be hoisted to put us off our guard in pretense of welcome to our columns approaching their towns and barrios. Such use of such a flag, followed by treachery, the ultimate weapon of the weak, had been in turn followed, with relentless impartiality in countless instances, by due unloosening of the vials of American wrath. Until every nipa shack in the Philippine Islands that remained unburned had had its lesson, written in the blood of its occupants or their kin, to the tune of the Krag Jorgensen or the Gatling. Yet General Otis's reports are always bland, and always convey the idea of an insurrection exclusively Tagalog. In the summer of 1900, the newly arrived civilians, the Taft Commission, had no special interest in the soldiers who, for better, for worse, were doing their country's work. As Kipling calls his own country's countless wars against its refractory subjects in the Far East. And no especial sympathy with that work. 2 years later we find President Roosevelt, in connection with the general amnesty of July 4, 1902, congratulating his bold lads, as Mr. Dooley would call them, meaning General Chaffee and the 8th Army Corps, on a total of 2,000 combats, great and small, up to that time. But you never find in any of Governor Taft's Philippine state papers any more affirmative recognition of continued resistance to American rule than some mild allusion to small but hard knocks being administered here and there by the Army. From the beginning there was a systematic belittling, on the part of the Taft Commission, of the work of the Army, incidentally to belittling the reality and unanimity of the opposition which was daily calling it forth. This was not vicious. It was essentially benevolent. It was part of the initial fermentation of their preconceived theory. But the trouble about their theory was that it was only a theory. It would not square with the facts. They were trying to square the subjugation of the Philippines with the freeing of Cuba, a task quite as soluble as the squaring of a circle. They hoped, with all the kindly benevolence of Mr. McKinley himself, that the opposition to our rule was not as great as some people seem to think. They had come out to the islands earnestly wishing to find conditions not as bad as they had been asserted to be. And the wish became father to the thought, and the thought soon found expression in words, cablegrams to the United States presenting an optimistic view as to the prospects of necessity for further shedding of blood in the interest of benevolent assimilation, alias trade expansion. Some flippant person will say, that is a polite way of charging insincerity. This book is not addressed to flippant persons. It is a serious attempt to deal with a problem involving the liberties of a whole people, and will be, as far as the writer can make it, straightforward, dignified, and candid. Judge Taft's fearful mistake of 1900 to 1901 in the matter of his premature planting of the civil government, a mistake because based on the idea that the great majority of the people welcomed American rule. And a fearful mistake because fraught with so much subsequent sacrifice of life due to too early withdrawal of the police protection of the Army, was not the first instance in American history where an ordinarily level-headed public man has, with egregious folly, mistaken the mood and temper of a whole people. The key to his mistake lay in the fact that, coming into a strange country in the midst of a war, he ignored the advice of the commanding general of the army of his country concerning the military situation, and took the advice of a few native Tories, or Copperheads, of wealth, who had never really been in sympathy with the insurrection and who, flocking about him as soon as he arrived, told him what he so longed to be told, viz. That the war did not represent the wishes of the people but was kept up by a conspiracy of assassination of all who did not contribute to it either in service or money. He thereupon decided that the men who told him this really represented the voice of the people, and that the men in the field who had then been keeping up the struggle for independence for 16 months, in season and out of season, were simply a mafia on a very large scale. Consequently the Taft Commission had been in the islands less than 3 months when Secretary of War Root at Washington was giving the widest possible publicity to cablegrams from them, such as that dated August 21, 1900. Mentioned in the preceding chapter, conveying the glad tidings that large number of people long for peace and are willing to accept government under United States. And by November next thereafter, the large number had grown to a great majority, and the willing to entirely willing. The November statement was, a great majority of the people long for peace and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States. Yet, as we saw in the preceding chapter, the real situation in the Philippines at this very time was described 4 years later at the Republican National Convention of 1904 by Mr. Root thus. When the last National Convention met, over 70,000 American soldiers from more than 500 stations held a still vigorous enemy in check. Between the date of their arrival in the islands on June 3d, and the date of this August 21 telegram, the Taft Commission did little junketing, but remained in Manila imbibing the welcome views of the Tories, or Copperheads, and seeking very little information from the Army. But it so happens that the Adjutant General at Manila used to keep a record of the daily engagements during that period, which record was later published in the annual War Department report. And it shows a total of about 500 killings, of Filipinos, between June 3d, and August 21, to say nothing of probably many times that number hit but not killed, and therefore able to get away. You could not include any Filipino in your returns of your killings except dead you had actually counted. It also happens that on June 4, the day after Judge Taft's arrival, General MacArthur, in response to an order from Washington sent some time previous at the instance of Congress, had all the Filipino casualties our military records showed up to that time, i.e., during the 16 months from the day of the outbreak, February 4, 1899, to June 3, 1900, tabulated and totaled, and the total Filipino killed accordingly reported by cablegram to the War Department on June 4, 1900, was 10,780. 10,000 in 16 months is 625 per month. So that by the time Judge Taft arrived, the Filipinos had been sufficiently beaten into submission to decrease the death rate due to the independence bug from something over 600 per month to about 200 per month. Judge Taft called this enthusiasm. I call it exhaustion. Whereupon, exclaims a Boston anti-imperialist, why don't you issue Mr. Taft a certificate as a member of the Ananias Club at once, and be done with it? My answer is that I do not believe the Taft Commission in 1900 either knew these figures or wanted to know them. They came out preaching a gospel of hope to the exclusion of all else, a species of mental healing. They said, soothingly to Dame Filipina, be not afraid, you are well, of the desire for independence she had conceived, when what that lady needed was the surgical operation indispensable for the removal of a stillborn child. The will of the American people is ascertainable, and quadrennially announced, through certain prescribed methods. And, nearly, everybody takes the result good-humoredly, God bless our country, whatever the result. But just how Mr. Taft and his colleagues could assume to speak for the great majority of the Filipino people at the tremendous juncture in their destinies now under consideration during the presidential election of 1900, does not clearly appear. Except that in their first report they say, many witnesses were examined as to the form of government best adapted to these islands and satisfactory to the people. A statement which obviously takes for granted the only point involved in the war, viz., whether any kind of alien government would be satisfactory to the people. And in their various other communications to Washington they describe themselves, with no small degree of benevolent satisfaction, as enthusiastically received by natives not under arms at the moment of such reception. As a matter of fact, a carpetbag governor of Georgia might just as well have reported to Andrew Johnson an enthusiastic reception at the hands of the people whose homes had lately been put to the torch, and their kith and kin to the sword. While the whole fair face of nature from Atlanta to the sea lay bruised and bleeding under the iron heel of Sherman's army. Let no advocate of indefinite tutelage whet his scalping knife for me because of the use of that word, carpetbag. It was as free from ill will as the explosion incident to flashlight photography. We are trying to develop a picture of those times. Two at least of the commission, Messrs. Taft and Wright, were the kind of men who in all the personal relations of life, meet the ultimate test of human confidence and friendship. You would make either, if you would consent to act, executor of your will, or testamentary guardian of your child. But they came out with the preconceived notion that kindness would win the people over, whereas what those people wanted was not foreign kindness but home rule, not silken political swaddling clothes, but freedom. And as the acquisition of the Philippines has placed us under the necessity of getting up a new definition of freedom, one consistent with tariff taxation without representation, through legislation by a Congress on the other side of the world in which our new possessions have no vote, it should be added that one of the things freedom meant with us before 1898 was freedom to frame the laws, tariff and other, which largely determine the selling price of crops and the purchase price of the necessities of life, freedom to see the intelligent and educated men of your own race in charge of your common destiny. Freedom to have a flag as an emblem of your common interests, in a word, just freedom. And that was what the war was about. They wanted to be free and independent. Whether they were fit for such freedom is wholly foreign to the reality and unanimity of their desire for it. General Otis used to be very fond of taking the wind out of the sails of their commissioners and other officials before the outbreak by saying that their people had not the slightest notion of what the word independence meant. It is true that they knew nothing about it by experience, but equally true that whatever it was, they wanted it. Of the 10,000 men we had already killed when Judge Taft arrived, there can be no question, as already heretofore suggested, that many of them may have been hit just as they were hurrahing for independence, in other words, died with the word independence on their lips. When men have been thus fighting against overwhelming odds for some 16 months for government of their people by their people for their people, however inarticulate the emotions of the rank and file on going into battle, it is idle to claim that they do not know what they want. Whether the great majority of the rank and file can read and write or not. But pursuant to the idea that kindness would cure the desire for independence, Judge Taft ignored, in the outset, all advice from the military department, because that was not the kindness department. Accepting as truly representative of the temper of the whole people the views of a few ultra-conservatives of large means who had always been part and parcel of the Spanish administration. On the other hand, General MacArthur and the whole 8th Army Corps had seen a great insurrection drag on from month to month and from one year to another, under General Otis, when short shrift would have been made of it in the outset. And far less life sacrificed, if Mr. McKinley had not needed, in aid of his Philippine policy, the support of both of those who believed it was right and of those who believed it would pay. The one central thought which had seemed to animate General Otis from the beginning, a thought which we have already traced through all its humiliating manifestations, was that he must neither do or permit anything that might hurt the administration. When the impatience of the people at home, which figures so prominently in the correspondence already cited between the Adjutant General of the Army, General Corbin, and General Otis at Manila, had begun to cast its shadows on the presidential year, 1900, the mastermind of Mr. Root had interrupted the fatal Otis treatment of the insurrection, indicated by General Otis's long failure to call for volunteers, his stupid stream of situation well in hand and insurrection about to collapse telegrams, and his utterly unpardonable persistence in calling it a purely Tagalo insurrection, by sending him a competent force, and a plan of campaign, and directing him to carry out the plan. General Otis did this, because he was told to, and then began again to sing the same old song. MacArthur, Wheaton, Lawton, Bates, Young, Funston, and the rest of the fighting generals, had submitted to all the Otis follies without a murmur, because insubordination degrades an army into a rabble. But they believed the army was there to put down that insurrection, not to have a symposium with its leaders on the rights of man. They had taken up the white man's burden, after the manner of Lords Kitchener and Roberts, and they had no qualms. Above all, they wanted peace, no matter how much fighting it took to get it. Mindful of the attempts of the Sherman Commission of the year before to mix peace with war, and of the immense encouragement thus given the insurgents, they had not looked forward with enthusiasm to the coming of the Taft Commission, and to the highly probable renewal of negotiations with the insurgent leaders in the field, pursuant to a presidential policy of patching up a peace at any price, suggested by the exigencies of political expediency, to give the government a semblance of having more or less of the consent of the governed. That the anticipations of the military authorities in this regard did not receive a pleasant disappointment, has already been suggested by the nature of the views adopted by the Commission soon after its arrival. The military view of the situation, as it stood when Judge Taft and his colleagues arrived at Manila in June, 1900, is set forth in the annual report of the commanding general, General MacArthur, rendered shortly thereafter. Rendered, not in aid of any political candidate at home, nor of a sudden, but at the usual and customary annual season for the making of such reports. And rendered by a soldier of no mean experience and ability, who was a man of great kindliness of heart as well, to the War Department of his government. To acquaint it with the facts of a military situation he had been dealing with for 2 years prior to the arrival of the Taft Commission. General MacArthur's views, as expressed in his report, must now be contrasted with the Taft view, not to show that MacArthur is a bigger man than Taft, nor for any other idle or petty purpose, but because, if, in 1900, General MacArthur was right, and Judge Taft was wrong, about the unanimity of the whole Filipino people against us, then the institution of the civil government of the Philippines on July 4, 1901, was premature. And, therefore, by reason of the withdrawal of the strong arm of the military at a critical period of public order. It was not calculated to give adequate protection to the lives and property of those who were willing to abandon the struggle for independence and submit to our rule. And if, as we shall see later, it did in fact grossly fail to afford such adequate protection for life and property, it was derelict in the most sacred duty enjoined upon it by Mr. McKinley's instructions to the Taft Commission. But first let me introduce you to General MacArthur. General MacArthur is not only a soldier of a high order of ability, but a statesman as well. Moreover, he was a thoroughgoing expansionist. He believed in keeping the Philippines permanently, just as England does her colonies. But he was perfectly honest about it. He recognized the fact that they were against our rule. But he did not attach any more weight to that circumstance than Lord Kitchener would have done. Also, he had come out to the islands with the first expedition, in 1898, had been in the field continuously for 15 months prior to assuming supreme military command, and knew the Filipinos thoroughly. As soon as he took command, on May 5, 1900, of the 70,000 troops then in the islands, he set himself with patience and firmness to the great task of ending the insurrection, which at that time promised to continue indefinitely. The far more formidable guerrilla warfare that had followed the brief period of serried resistance having now settled down to a chronic stage, aided and abetted by the whole population. I have said General MacArthur was a thoroughgoing expansionist. This needs a slight qualification. At first he appears to have had a few qualms. Shortly after the outbreak of the war with the Filipinos, when he took the first insurgent capital Malolos, in March 1899, he had said at Malolos, as we have seen, to a newspaper man who accompanied the expedition: "When I first started in against these rebels, I believed that Aguinaldo's troops represented only a faction. I did not believe that the whole population of Luzon was opposed to us, but I have been reluctantly compelled to believe that the Filipinos are loyal to Aguinaldo and the government which he represents." General MacArthur's reports concerning the war in the Philippines during the period of his command are succinct and luminous. He makes it perfectly clear that the original resistance offered by the insurgent armies in the field after the arrival of the overwhelmingly ample reinforcements sent out from this country in the fall of 1899 was little more than a mere flash in the pan, compared with the well-planned scheme of resistance which followed the dispersion of those armies to the several provinces which had furnished them to the cause. And Aguinaldo's simultaneous flight into the mountains, with his government concealed about his person, as Senator Lodge exultantly described that incident in his speech of April, 1900, in defense of the administration's Philippine policy. Speaking of this period, General MacArthur says, "It has since been ascertained that the expediency of adopting guerrilla warfare from the inception of hostilities was seriously discussed by the native leaders, and advocated with much emphasis as the system best adapted to the peculiar conditions of the struggle. It was finally determined, however, that a concentrated field army, conducting regular operations, would, in the event of success, attract the favorable attention of the world, and be accepted as a practical demonstration of capacity for organization and self-government. The disbandment of the field army, therefore, having been a subject of contemplation from the start, the actual event, in pursuance of the deliberate action of the Council of War in Bayambang about November 12, 1899, already hereinbefore noticed, was not regarded by Filipinos in the light of a calamity, but simply as a transition from one form of action to another. A change which by many was regarded as a positive advantage, and was relied upon to accomplish more effectively the end in view. The Filipino idea behind the dissolution of their field army was not at the time of the occurrence well understood in the American camp. As a consequence, misleading conclusions were reached to the effect that the insurrection itself had been destroyed, and that it only remained to sweep up the fag ends of the rebel army by a system of police administration not likely to be either onerous or dangerous. In his report covering the period from May 5 to October 1, 1900, General MacArthur says of the policy of resistance above outlined, "The country affords great advantages for the practical development of such a policy. The practice of discarding the uniform enables the insurgents to appear and disappear almost at their convenience. At one time they are in the ranks as soldiers, and immediately thereafter are within the American lines in the attitude of peaceful natives, absorbed in a dense mass of sympathetic people. In this same connection the report includes a copy of the original order of the insurgent government which was the cornerstone of the guerrilla policy, and states that systemized regulations for its effective prosecution throughout the archipelago had been compiled and published by the Filipino Junta, or Revolutionary Committee at Madrid, and distributed among the insurgent forces. The report also appends a copy of the Army Regulations under which the insurgent forces were to conduct the guerrilla warfare. It also describes in detail the system of warfare prescribed under these regulations, and states that as a result of the measures which he, General MacArthur, took to combat that warfare, the 53 stations of American troops occupied in the archipelago on November 1, 1899, had on September 1, 1900, expanded to 413, and that during this period, the casualties to our troops were 268 killed, 750 wounded, 55 captured, and to the insurgents, so far as our records showed, 3227 killed, 694 wounded, and 2,864 captured. Says he. The extensive distribution of troops has strained the soldiers of the army to the full limit of endurance. Each little command has had to provide its own service of security and information by never ceasing patrols, explorations, escorts, outposts, and regular guards. An idea seems to have been established in the public mind, he meant the public mind at home, of course, that the field work of the army is in the nature of police, in regulating a few bands of guerrillas, and involving none of the vicissitudes of war. Here he is meeting the Otis theory, then being industriously circulated in the United States. Such a narrow statement of the case is unfair to the service. In all things requiring endurance, fortitude, and patient diligence, the guerrilla period has been preeminent. It is difficult for the non-professional observer, he means Judge Taft, to understand that apparently desultory work, such as has prevailed in the Philippines during the past 10 months, has demanded more of discipline and as much of valor as was required during the period of regular operations against the concentrated field forces of the insurrection. It is, therefore, a great privilege to speak warmly in respect of the importance of the service rendered day by day, with unremitting vigilance, by the splendid men who, etc. It was not until July 4, 1902, that President Roosevelt officially declared, by his amnesty proclamation of that date, that the insurrection in the Philippines was at last ended. It was by no means beaten to a frazzle, as we shall later see. But of course, knowing the impatience of a large portion of the American people with a situation about which there was a widespread notion that much remained undisclosed, Mr. Roosevelt would have issued such a proclamation earlier, had the facts seemed to him to so authorize. General MacArthur's relentless, never-ceasing patrols, explorations, etc., continued straight on through the presidential campaign of 1900 side by side in point of time with the roseate Taft cablegrams of the same period, and long thereafter, how long will be later indicated. Says General MacArthur, in his report for 1901. It had been suggested that some of the Filipino leaders were willing to submit the issue to the judgment of the American people, which was soon to be expressed at the polls, and to abide by the result of the presidential election of November, 1900. But subsequent events demonstrated that the hope of ending the war without further effusion of blood was not well founded, and that as a matter of fact the Filipinos were organizing for further desperate resistance by means of a general banding of the people in support of the guerrillas in the field. General MacArthur then goes on to tell how, as part of this program, the insurgent authorities announced a primal and inflexible principle, to the effect that every native, without any exception, residing within the limits of the archipelago, owed active allegiance to the insurgent cause. This jurisdiction was enjoined under severe penalties, which were systematically enforced. This is what Judge Taft afterwards described as a conspiracy of murder, a mafia on a very large scale. The characterization being made in support of his theory that, the great majority of the people, with whom we were then at war would welcome our rule if allowed to follow their real preferences. And that they were being cruelly coerced to fight for the independence of their country. General MacArthur's view, however, did not support this theory. His report deals with this branch of the subject thus. The cohesion of Filipino society in behalf of insurgent interests is most emphatically illustrated by the fact that assassination, which was extensively employed, was generally accepted as a legitimate expression of insurgent governmental authority. The individuals marked for death would not appeal to American protection, although condemned exclusively on account of supposed pro-Americanism. Later on, when we came to understand the Filipinos better, this summary method of dealing with the faint-hearted lost much of its initial horrifying force, and the failure of such to appeal to us for protection lost much of its strangeness. In the first place, nobody loves a traitor. Even those to whom he claims to have betrayed his countrymen do not trust him implicitly. Again, Latin countries never assume that before a man is punished for alleged crime he has been confronted with the witnesses against him. Such testimony is, under their jurisprudence, frequently received in his absence. The legal department of General MacArthur's office once got hold of a captured insurgent paper subscribed with the autograph of Juan Calas, one of their best generals. It directed that a named Filipino residing in a certain town garrisoned by American troops be executed, we of course, would call it assassinated, at a certain hour on a certain day in a public street of the town. And that the soldier or soldiers performing that execution should declare to the bystanders, if any, in so doing, that it was done because the man was a traitor, a friend of the Americans. We kept this paper, intending to hang Juan whenever he should be captured. He held out a long time, and finally surrendered unconditionally, but he proved such an elegant fellow, game as a pebble, courteous as Chesterfield, and immensely popular with his people, that it was decided he could be of more service as a live governor of a province than he could as a dead general, so he was appointed a provincial governor by Governor Taft, and made a splendid official. Another reason why Filipinos suspected, during the insurrection, by the more obstinate and stout-hearted of their compatriots who held out longer in the struggle for independence, of weakening toward the cause of their country, in other words, suspected of what might be called Copperhead or Tory tendencies, would not appeal to us for protection, is strikingly presented in General MacArthur's report for 1901. He says they naturally had grave doubt as to the wisdom of siding with us, as the United States had made no formal announcement of an inflexible purpose to hold the archipelago and afford protection to pro-Americans. The one great thing that has crippled progress in the Philippines from the beginning of the American occupation down to date is the uncertainty as to what our policy for the future is to be, the lack of some formal announcement of an inflexible purpose. And of course I mean, as General MacArthur meant, by formal announcement, an authoritative declaration by the lawmaking power of the government. If Congress should formally declare that it is the purpose of this government to hold the Philippines permanently, American and other capital would at once go there in abundance and the place would blossom like a rose. If, on the other hand, Congress should formally declare that it is the purpose of this government to give the Filipinos their independence as soon as a stable native government can be set up, thus holding out to the present generation the prospect of living to see the independence of their country, the place would also quickly blossom as aforesaid, through the generous ardor of native love of country. In either event, everybody out there would know where he is at. At present all is uncertainty, both with the resident members of the dominant alien race, and with those over whom we are ruling. It took over 120,000 American troops, first and last, to put down the struggle of the Filipinos for independence. The war began February 4, 1899, and the last public official announcement that it was ended was on July 4, 1902. Of course this does not imply that every province was at all times during that period a theater of actual war. Putting down the insurrection was something like putting out a fire in a field of dry grass. At first the trouble was general. Gradually it diminished toward the end. But for a while, no sooner was it quenched in one province than it would break out in another. How the Filipinos were able to prolong the struggle as long as they did against such apparently overwhelming odds is most interestingly explained by General MacArthur in his report for 1900. After describing the method he followed of establishing native municipal governments in territory as conquered, he says, with a patient stateliness that is almost humorous. The institution of municipal government under American auspices, of course, carried the idea of exclusive fidelity to the sovereign power of the United States. All the necessary moral obligations to that end were readily assumed by municipal bodies, and all outward forms of loyalty and decorum carefully preserved. But precisely at this point the psychologic conditions referred to above, meaning the unity against us, began to work with great energy, in assistance of insurgent field operations. For this purpose most of the towns secretly organized complete insurgent municipal governments, to proceed simultaneously and in the same sphere as the American governments and in many instances through the same personnel, that is to say, the presidentes and town officials acted openly in behalf of the Americans and secretly in behalf of the insurgents, and, paradoxical as it may seem, with considerable apparent solicitude for the interests of both. In all matters touching the peace of the town, the regulation of markets, the primitive work possible on roads, streets, and bridges, and the institution of schools, their open activity was commendable. At the same time they were exacting and collecting contributions and supplies and recruiting men for the Filipino forces, and sending all obtainable military information to the Filipino leaders. Wherever, throughout the archipelago, there is a group of the insurgent army, it is a fact beyond dispute, that all contiguous towns contribute to the maintenance thereof. In other words, the towns, regardless of the fact of American occupation and town organization, are the actual bases for all insurgent military activities. And not only so in the sense of furnishing supplies for the so-called flying columns of guerrillas, but as affording secure places of refuge. Indeed, it is now the most important maxim of Filipino tactics to disband when closely pressed and seek safety in the nearest barrio. A maneuver quickly accomplished by reason of the assistance of the people and the ease with which the Filipino soldier is transformed into the appearance of a peaceful native. To contrast a cold, hard military fact involving the lives of American soldiers with a lot of political nonsense intended for consumption in the United States during a presidential election. The next paragraph is particularly interesting in the light of the contemporaneous Taft view. The success of this unique system of war depends upon almost complete unity of action of the entire native population. That such unity is a fact is too obvious to admit of discussion. Intimidation has undoubtedly accomplished much to this end, but fear as the only motive is hardly sufficient to account for the united and apparently spontaneous action of several millions of people. One traitor in each town would effectually destroy such a complex organization. Then follows this bit of grim humor. It is more probable that the adhesive principle comes from ethnological homogeneity which induces men to respond for a time to the appeals of consanguineous leadership. In other words, to stick to their own kith and kin. He had in a previous paragraph used that very expression thus, the people seem to be actuated by the idea that in politics or war men are never nearer right than when going with their own kith and kin. In all the foregoing, General MacArthur was not simply trying to score a point against Judge Taft, though his resentment of the effort of the Taft Commission of 1900 to mix politics with war in the presidential year was quite as decided. And quite as well known in the islands at the time, as was General Otis's similar attitude toward the Sherman Commission of the previous year. He is simply laying before the War Department, as a soldier, the familiar facts of a situation which he had been dealing with for 2 years past, as well known to the 70,000 officers and men under his command as to himself. And as the details into which he goes are simply prefatory to an account of the remedy he applied to the situation, that remedy must now claim our attention. The remedy General MacArthur finally applied was a proclamation, explaining to the Filipino people, to all classes throughout the archipelago, it read, and especially to the leaders in the field, many of whose captured comrades in arms he had now become thoroughly acquainted with, the severities sanctioned by the laws of civilized nations under such circumstances, and the reasons therefore. And, further, serving them with notice that thenceforward he proposed to enforce those laws with full rigor. The eminent lawyers of the Taft Commission were too busy about that time acquainting themselves with the situation through natives not in arms, to attach much importance to General MacArthur's proclamation. But the 8th Army Corps always believed that that proclamation, and the Army's work under it, was the main factor in making the civil government at all possible by the date it was set up, July 4, 1901. The issuance of this document was not only a wise military move, but a subtle stroke of statesmanship as well. It assumed that the Filipino people were a civilized people, an assumption never indulged by Spain during the whole of her rule, but always freely admitted by General MacArthur in all his dealings with their leading men to be a fact. It therefore appealed to their amour propre, and to the noblesse oblige of many of the most obstinate and trusted fighting leaders. The writer was, at the date of the proclamation under consideration, on duty at General MacArthur's headquarters, as assistant to Colonel Crowder, his Judge Advocate, now Judge Advocate General of the United States Army, and prepared the first rough, tentative suggestions for the final draft of it, accompanying such suggestions with a memorandum showing the course taken by Wellington in France in 1815, and by Bismarck's generals at the close of the Franco-Prussian War, as well as that followed under General Order No. 100, 1863, for the government of the armies of the United States in the field. Having then entertained the opinion that that proclamation, though drastic, was wise and right under the facts of the situation which confronted us, and having nowise changed that opinion since, it may be well for the writer of this book to explain his reasons for that opinion. This must be done wholly without reference to the authorities, for neither at the bar of public opinion, nor at the bar of final judgment, do the authorities count for much. In so doing, however, we must start with the assumption that it was a case of American military occupation of hostile territory. Notwithstanding that Judge Taft began soon after his arrival in the islands in the June previous to the December now referred to cable home impressions which, if correct, amounted to a denial that the great body of the people were hostile. Military occupation is a fact which admits of no debate, and the necessity of making your country's flag respected is always fully and keenly recognized as the one supreme consideration by every good American except one who, obsessed with the idea that kindness will cure the desire of a people for independence, proceeds to act on that idea in the midst of a war for independence. Under the laws of war the commanding general of the occupying force owes protection, both of life and property, to all persons residing within the territory occupied. The object of General MacArthur's proclamation was to put a stop to such executions, or assassinations, as that perpetrated by Juan Calas, mentioned above, and to separate the insurgents in the field from their main reliance, the towns. The latter end of a bloody war is no time for a discussion of the causes of the war between victor and vanquished. Nor is it any time to believe the representative of the enemy who tells you that most of him is really in sympathy with you and merely coerced. Your duty is to stop the war. You and your enemy having had a difference, and having referred it to the arbitrament of war, which is, unfortunately, at present the only human jurisdiction having power to enforce decisions concerning such differences, if you win, and your enemy refuses to abide the decision, he is simply, as it were in contempt of court, and, in the scheme of things, as at present ordered, deserves punishment as an enemy to the general peace. To state the ethics of the matter juridically, there should be an end of litigation, somewhere. I do not believe in the doctrine that might makes right, and I cherish the high hope that this human family of ours will survive to see war superseded, as the ultimate arbiter, by something more like heaven and less like hell. But in the Philippines in 1900 it was a situation, not a theory, that confronted us, and, as far as my consciously fallible thinking apparatus lights the way which then lay before us, that way led to a shrine whereon was written, "A life for a life." This is no mere academic discussion. With me it is a tremendously practical one. In the gravest possible acceptation of the term it is awfully so. If I am wrong, every execution I approved by memorandum review furnished Colonel Crowder and General MacArthur, of military commission findings out there was wrong. And so were a number of the executions I ordered as a judge appointed by Governor Taft under a government which, though nominally a civil government, was no more civil, in so far as that term implies absence of necessity for the presence of military force, than other governments immediately following conquest usually are. The propriety of the imposition of capital punishment by the constituted authorities of a nation as part of a set policy to make its sovereignty respected, is wholly independent of whether you call your colonial government a civil or a military one. So that in justifying General MacArthur I am also justifying Governor Taft, and as it was on the recommendation of the former that the latter appointed me to the bench. We are certainly all three in the same boat in the matter of the capital punishments under consideration. And while the company you were in on earth in a given transaction, however distinguished that company, is not going to help you with the recording angel, still, it is some comfort to know that wiser and abler men than yourself approved a course of imposing capital punishments to which you were a party. Such punishments having been inflicted as part of a policy whose subsequent evolution revealed it to you as fundamentally wrong. And this reflection is quite relevant in the present connection to the question whether the government of benevolent assimilation we have maintained over the Filipinos for the last 14 years is one which was originally imposed by force against their will, or whether it was ever welcomed by them or any considerable fraction of them. That the MacArthur Proclamation of December 20, 1900, concerning the laws of war, was at the time a military necessity, is as perfectly clear to me now as it was then. And yet it may well give the thoughtful and patriotic American pause. It is sometimes difficult to understand why men are so often entirely willing to go on fighting and dying in a cause they must know to be hopeless. The famous passage of Edmund Burke's speech on conciliation with America. If I were an American, as I am an Englishman, so long as foreign troops remained on my native soil, I never would lay down my arms, no, never, never, never. Sounds well to us, but from the standpoint of a conqueror, there is a good deal of windjamming to it, after all. It was the language of a man who knew nothing of the horrors of war by actual experience, or of what hell it slowly becomes to everybody concerned after most of the high officials of the vanquished government have been captured and are sleeping on dry, warm beds, eating good wholesome food, and smoking good cigars, in comfortable custody, while the vanquished army, no longer strong enough to come out in the open and fight, is relegated to ambuscades and other tactics equally akin to the methods of the assassin. The law of nations in this regard is an expression of the views of successive generations of civilized and enlightened men of all nations whose profession was war, men familiar with the horrors inevitably incident to it and anxious to mitigate them, as far as possible. That law represents the common consensus of Christendom resulting from that experience. It recognizes that after resistance becomes utterly hopeless, it becomes a crime against society and the general peace, and this is wholly independent of the merits or demerits of the questions involved in the war. In other words, the greatest good of the greatest number cries aloud that the war must stop. The cold, hard fact is that the great majority of the men who hold out longest are, usually, either single men having no one dependent on them, or nothing to lose, or both. Or else they are men more or less indifferent to the ties of family affection, and callous to the suffering fruitlessly entailed upon innocent non-combatants by the various and sundry horrors of war, such as decimation of the plough animals of the country due to their running at large without caretakers or forage, resultant in tilled fields and scant food, pestilence and famine consequent upon insufficient nourishment, arson, robbery, rape, and murder inevitably committed in such times by sorry scamps and ruffians claiming to be patriots but yielding no allegiance to any responsible head, and so on, ad infinitum. General MacArthur's proclamation of December 20, 1900, served notice on the leaders of a hopeless cause that assassinations, such as that ordered by Juan Calas, above mentioned, must stop. That the universal practice of the town folk, of sending money, supplies, and information concerning our movements to the enemy in the field, must stop. That participating in hostilities intermittently, in citizen garb, followed by return to home and avocation when too hard pressed, must stop, in short that the war must stop. Yet the proclamation explained in so firm and kindly a way why the penalties it promised were only reasonable under the circumstances, that, as an educational document the effect was immediate and far-reaching. To quote from an opinion expressed by its author in the body of it, an opinion entirely consistent with modesty and fully justified by the facts. General MacArthur also goes on to say of his unrelenting and rigid enforcement of the terms of this proclamation that the results preclude all possibility of doubt that the effective pacification of the archipelago commenced December 20th. 1900 inch, its date. It is a part of the history of those times, familiar to all who are familiar with them, that the Taft Civil Commission thought its assurances of the benevolent intentions of our government were what made the civil government possible by midsummer 1901. But whatever the Filipinos may think of us at present, now that they understand us better, certainly in 1901, in view of the events of the preceding 2 or 3 years, which formed the basis of the only acquaintance they then had with us. And in view of the fact that their experience for the preceding 200 or 300 years had made force the only effective governmental argument with them, and governmental promises a mere mockery. And in view of the fact that the never-ceasing patrols, explorations, escorts, outposts, etc. of General MacArthur's 70,000 men were relentlessly kept up during the 6 months immediately following the proclamation and in aid of it. It at once becomes obvious how infinitesimal a fraction of the final partial pacification which made the civil government possible, the Taft assurances to the Filipinos as to our intentions must have been. These matters are of prime importance to any honest effort toward a clear understanding of present conditions, because far and away the greatest wrong which we, in our genuinely benevolent misinformation, have done the Filipinos. Not even accepting the tariff legislation perpetrated upon them by Congress, lies in the insufferably hypocritical pretense that they ever consented to our rule, or that they consent to it now, a pretense conceived in 1898 by trade expansion. To beguile a nation the breath of whose own life is political liberty based on consent of the governed, into a career of conquest, but not even countenanced since by those who believe the government should go into the politico-missionary business. After the manner of Spain in the 16th century. Having now exhaustively examined the differences of opinion between Judge Taft and General MacArthur, when the former set to work, in the summer of 1900. To get a civil government started by the date of expiration of the term of enlistment of the Volunteer Army, June 30, 1901, let us follow the facts of the situation up to the date last named, or, which is practically the same thing. Up to the inauguration of Judge Taft as civil governor of the islands on July 4, 1901, pausing, in passing, for such reflections as may force themselves upon us as pertinent to the Philippine problem of today. On September 19, 1900, General MacArthur wired Secretary of War Root, General Corbin, the Adjutant General of the Army, to be exact, but it is the same thing, describing what he calls considerable activity throughout Luzon. Ominously stating that General Young, up in the Ilocano country, into which we followed him and his cavalry in, ante, has called so emphatically for more force, that he, MacArthur, feels grave concern. Adding that Luzon north of the Pasig is very much disturbed, and that south of the Pasig the same conditions prevail. October 26, General MacArthur cables outlining a plan for a great campaign on comprehensive lines, stating that full development of this scheme requires about 4 months and all troops now in the islands, and deprecating any move on Mr. Root's part to reduce his force of 70,000 men by starting any of the volunteers homeward before it should be absolutely necessary. October 28, General MacArthur wires, shall push everything with great vigor, adding, expect to have everything in full operation November 15. November 5, as if to reassure General MacArthur that he and the General understand each other and that the Taft contemporaneous nonsense is not going to be allowed to interfere with more serious business, Secretary Root, through the Adjutant General, sends this cable message. Secretary of War directs no instructions from here be allowed interfere or impede progress your military operations which he expects you force to successful conclusion. So that while the American people were being pacified with the Taft cablegrams to Secretary Root that the Filipino people wanted peace, General MacArthur, under Mr. Root's direction, was simultaneously proceeding to make them want it with the customary argument used to settle irreconcilable differences between nations, powder and lead. Mr. Root was all the time in constant communication with both, but he gave out only the Taft optimism to the public, and withheld the actual facts within his knowledge. December 25, General MacArthur wires Secretary Root, expectations based on result of election have not been realized. Progress, he says, is very slow. And now I come to one of the most important things that all my researches into the official records of our government concerning the Philippine Islands have developed. On December 28, 1900, General MacArthur reports by cable the contents of some important insurgent papers captured in Cavite province about that time. The Filipinos have a great way of reducing to writing, or making minutes of, whatever occurs at any important conference. This habit they did not abandon in the field. The papers in question belonged to General Trias, the lieutenant general commanding all the insurgent armies in the field, and, next to Aguinaldo, the highest official connected with the revolutionary government. One of these papers, according to General MacArthur's dispatch of December 28, purported to be the minutes of a certain meeting had October 11 previous, between General Trias and the Japanese consul at Manila. As to whether or not the paper was really authentic, General MacArthur says, I accept it as such without hesitation. Communicating the contents of the paper he says. Consul advised that Trias visit Japan. Filipinos represented that concessions which they might be forced to make to Washington would be more agreeable if made to Japan, which as a nation of kindred blood would not be likely to assert superiority. Consul said Japan desired coaling station, freedom to trade and build railways. I consider these negotiations of the Japanese government with the Philippine insurgents important to be related here because they have never been generally known, for the good reason, of course, that the President of the United States cannot take the public into his confidence about such grave and delicate matters when they occur. The incident is not ancient history relatively to present-day problems, for the following reasons. 1. Because it is credibly reported and currently believed in the United States that in Japan, during the cruise of our battleship fleet around the world in 1907, one of the reception committee of Japanese officers who welcomed our officers was recognized by one of the latter as having been, not a great while before that, a servant aboard an American battleship. 2. Because of the following incident, related to me, in 1911, without the slightest injunction of secrecy, by the Director of Public Health of the Philippine Islands, then on a visit to the United States. Shortly before the Director's said visit home, while he was out in one of the provinces, there was brought to his attention a Filipino with a broken arm. There was a Japanese doctor in the town, at least a Japanese who had a sign out as a doctor. The Director carried the sufferer to the doctor, not being a surgeon himself. The doctor turned out to be a civil engineer, who had been making maps and plans of fortifications. The plans were found in his possession. 3. Because from one of the islands through which the northern line of the Treaty of Paris runs, situated only a pleasant morning's journey in a launch due north of Apari, the northernmost town of Luzon, you can see, on a clear day, with a good field glass, the southern end of Formosa, some 60 or 70 miles away. Japan can land an army on American soil at Apari any time she wants to, overnight, an army several times that of the total American force now in the Philippines, or likely ever to be there. From Apari it is 70 miles up the river to Tuguegarao, 40 more to Iligan, and 90 more, all fairly good marching, to Bayambong, in Nueva Vizcaya, total distance, Apari to Bayambong. 200 miles, the province which lies in the heart of the watershed of central Luzon. I know what I am talking about, because that region was the first judicial district I presided over, and many a hard journey I have had over it, circuit riding, on a scrubby pony. Part of it I have been through in the company of President Taft. It thus appears that from Apari to Bayambong there would be but a week or 10 days of unresisted marching to reach the watershed region, Nueva Vizcaya. The Japanese soldier's ration is mainly rice, so that he can carry more days' travel rations than almost any other soldier in the world. Never fear about their making the journey inside of a week or 10 days, once they start. To descend from the watershed aforesaid, over the Caranglan Pass, and down the valley of the Rio Grande de Pampanga to Manila, another 3 or 4 days would be all that would be needed. It would be a Japanese picnic. fortifying Corregidor Island, at the entrance to Manila Bay, which is about all the serious scheme of defense against a foreign foe we have out there, is quite like the reliance of the Spaniards on Morro Castle. At the mouth of the harbor of Santiago de Cuba, against our landing at Guantanamo. Our garrison in the Philippines, all told, is but a handful. Apari is an absolutely unfortified seaport, at which the Japanese could land an army overnight from the southern end of Formosa. There are no military fortifications whatsoever to stay the advance of an invading army from Apari down the Cagayan Valley, and thence over the watershed of Nueva Vizcaya province, through the Caranglan Pass, and down the valley of the Pampanga River to Manila. So that today Japan can take Manila inside of 2 weeks any time she wants to. That is why I object to the President's jollying the situation along as best he can, without taking the American people into his confidence. Any Army officer at our War College will inform any member of the House or Senate on inquiry, that Japan can take the Philippines any time she wants to. President Taft and the Mikado may keep on exchanging the most cordial cablegrams imaginable, but the map-making goes on just the same. And, earnest and sincere as both the President and the Emperor undoubtedly are in their desire to preserve the general peace, who is going to restrain Hobson and Hearst, and several of Japan's public men equally distinguished and equally inflammatory, heads of nations cannot restrain gusts of popular passion. The Pacific coast is not so friendly to Japan as the rest of our country, and as between Japan and the Pacific coast, we are pretty apt to stand by the latter without inquiring with meticulous nicety into any differences that may arise. The reason I said in the chapter before this one that Mr. Root is a dangerous man to Republican institutions was because he is of the type who are constantly finding situations which they consider it best for the people not to know about. After the McKinley election of 1900 was safely put over, Mr. Root, as Secretary of War, let Judge Taft go ahead and ride his dove of peace hobbyhorse in the Philippines, duly repeating to the American people all the cheery Taft cluckings to said horse. At a time when the real situation is indicated by such grim correspondence as the following cablegram dated January 29, 1901. Wood. Havana, Secretary of War is desirous to know if you can give your consent to the immediate withdrawal 10th Infantry from Cuba. Imperative that we have immediate use of every available company we can lay our hands on for service in the Philippines. Signed, Corbin. But let us turn from this sorry spectacle of Mr. Root pulling the wool over the eyes of his countrymen to make them believe the Filipinos were not quite so unconsenting as they seem to be. And again look at the sheer splendor of American military ability to get anything done the government wants done. I refer to the capture of Aguinaldo. One of the most eminent lawyers in this country once said to me, I would not let that man Funston enter my house. I tried to enlighten him, but as I happened to be a guest in his house at the time, which entitled him to exemption from light if he insisted, which he did, General Funston and he have continued to miss what might have been a real pleasure to them both. The following is, as briefly as I can dispose of it, the story of the capture of Aguinaldo on March 23, 1901. Ever since Aguinaldo had escaped through our lines in November, 1899, his capture had been the one great consummation most devoutly wished. It has already been shown how busy with the war the army was all the time Judge Taft was gaily jogging away astride of his peace hobby about the insurrection being really quite regretted and over. However, in the favorite remark with which he used to wave the insurrection into thin air, to the effect that it was now merely a mafia on a large scale, there was one element of truth. The general feeling of the people, both educated and uneducated, was such as to countenance the attitude of the leaders that pro-American tendencies were treason. Any leader who surrendered of course was thereafter an object of at least some suspicion to his fellow countrymen, however assiduous his subsequent double-dealing. As long as Aguinaldo remained out, this state of affairs was sure to continue indefinitely, possibly for years to come. If captured, he would probably himself give up the struggle, and use his influence with the rest to do likewise. Therefore, in the spring of 1901, each and every one of General MacArthur's 70,000 men was, and had been since 1899, on the qui-vive to make his own personal fortunes secure for life, and gain lasting military distinction. By taking any sort of chances to capture Aguinaldo. On February 8, 1901, an officer of General Funston's district, the 4th, in central Luzon, intercepted a messenger bearing dispatches from Aguinaldo to one of his generals of that region. Directing the general, Lacuna, to send some reinforcements to him, Aguinaldo. General Funston's headquarters were then at San Fernando, in the province of Pampanga, organized as a civil government province by act of the Taft Commission just 5 days later. Through these dispatches and their bearer, General Funston ascertained the hiding place of the insurgent chieftain to be at a place called Palanan, in the mountains of Isabela Province, in northeastern Luzon, near the Pacific coast. Early in the war we had availed ourselves of a certain tribe, or clan, known as the Macabebes, who looked nowise different from all other Filipinos, but who had, under the Spanish government, by reason of long-standing feuds with their more rebellious neighbors, come to be absolutely loyal to the Spanish authorities. When we came they had transferred that loyalty to us, and had now become a recognized and valuable part of our military force. So it occurred to General Funston. Why not personate the reinforcements called for, the American officers to command the expedition assuming the role of captured American prisoners? The plan was submitted to General MacArthur and adopted. A picked company of Macabebes was selected, consisting of about 80 men, and General Funston decided to go himself, taking with him on the perilous expedition 4 young officers of proven mettle, Captain Harry W. Newton, 34th Infantry, U.S. Volunteers, now a captain of the Coast Artillery, Captain R. T. Hazard, 11th Volunteer Cavalry, Lieutenant O. P. M. Hazard, his brother, of the same regiment, the latter now an officer of the regular army, and Lieutenant Mitchell, my efficient aide. March 6, 1901, the USS Vicksburg slipped quietly out of Manila Bay, bearing the participants in the desperate enterprise, as desperate an undertaking as the heart and brain of a soldier ever carried to a successful conclusion. General Thomas H. Berry wrote Secretary of War Root, after they left, telling of their departure, and stating that he did not much expect ever to see them again. The chances were 10 to 1 that the 80 men would meet 5 or 10 times their number, and, as they were to masquerade as troops of the enemy, they could not complain, under the recognized laws of war as to spies, at being summarily shot if captured alive. And the whole Filipino people were a secret service ready to warn Aguinaldo, should the carefully concocted ruse be discovered anywhere along the journey. They went down to the southern end of Luzon, and through the San Bernardino Straits into the Pacific Ocean, and thence up the east coast of Luzon to Casiguran Bay, about 100 miles south of Palanan, landing at Casiguran Bay, March 14. The Little Macs, as General Funston calls the Macabebes, were made to discard their dapper American uniforms after they got aboard the ship, and don instead a lot of nondescript clothing gathered by the military authorities at Manila before the Vicksburg sailed, so as to resemble the average insurgent command. Not a man of them had been told of the nature of the expedition before sailing. This was not for fear of treachery, but lest some one of the faithful Macs should get his tongue loosed by hospitality before departing. Also, their Krag-Jorgensen regulation rifles were taken from them, and a miscellaneous assortment of old Springfields, Mausers, etc., given them instead, to complete the deception. An ex-insurgent officer, well known to Aguinaldo, but now in General Funston's employ, was to play the role of commanding officer of the reinforcements. To read General Funston's account of this expedition is a more convincing rebuttal of the contemporaneous Taft denials of Filipino hostility and of the unanimity of the feeling of the people against us than 1,000 quotations from official documents could ever be. It was necessary to land more than 100 miles south of Aguinaldo's hiding place, lest the smoke of the approaching vessel should be sighted from a distance, and some peasant or lookout give the alarm. Accordingly, they landed at Casiguran Bay by night, with the ship's lights screened, the Vicksburg at once departing out of sight of land, and agreeing to meet them off Palanan, their destination, on March 25, 11 days later. From the beginning they vigilantly and consummately played the role planned, the Macs having been drilled on the way up, each and all, in the story they were to tell at the first village near Casiguran Bay, and everywhere thereafter. To the effect that they had come across country, and en route had met 10 American soldiers out map-making, and had killed 2, wounded 3, and captured 5. They were to point to General Funston and the 4 other Americans in corroboration of their story. Speaking of himself and his 4 fellow prisoners, General Funston says, "We were a pretty scrubby-looking lot of privates." The villagers received the Patriot forces, thus flushed with triumph, in an appropriate manner, and supplied them with rations and guides for the rest of their 100-mile journey to the headquarters of the dictator. General Funston is even at pains to say for the village officials that they were very humane and courteous to himself and the other 4 American prisoners. They reached Palanan Bay, 8 miles from Palanan, on March 22d. Here Hilario Tal Placido, the ex-insurgent officer whose role in the present thrilling drama was that of commanding officer of the expedition, sent a note to Aguinaldo, stating that he had halted his command for a rest at the beach preparatory to marching inland and reporting to the Honorable Presidente, that they were very much exhausted, and much in need of food, and pleased to send him some. Of course that was the natural card to play to put Aguinaldo off his guard. The food came, and the bearers returned and casually reported to the Honorable Presidente that his honorable reinforcements would soon be along. Much to the honorable joy, to make the thing a little Japanesque, of the President of the Honorable Republic. This incident has been since made the occasion of some criticism, that it was contrary to decency to accept Aguinaldo's food and then attack him afterwards. General Funston very properly replies in effect that the case would have been very different had he thrown himself on Aguinaldo's mercy, taken his food, and used treachery afterwards, but that his conduct was entirely correct, under the code of war. For the reason that should he and his command be captured while personating enemy's forces, Aguinaldo would have had a perfect right, under the rules of the game, to shoot them all as spies. He adds rather savagely, concerning certain ladylike persons in the United States who have censured his course in the matter, that he would be very much interested in seeing the results of a surgical operation performed on the skull of a man who cannot readily see the radical difference between the 2 propositions. And that he doubts if a good quality of calf brains would be revealed by the operation. At all events, the expedition was very much refreshed by the food and highly delighted at the proof, contained in the sending of it, that Aguinaldo did not suspect a ruse. But now came one of the many emergencies which had to be met by quick wit in the course of that memorable adventure. Aguinaldo sent word to leave the prisoners under a guard in one of the huts by the seashore, where there was one of the Aguinaldo retainers in charge, an old Tagalo. After a hurried, whispered conversation, prisoner Funston instructed commanding officer Placido to go ahead with his main column and then a little later send back a forged written order purporting to be from Aguinaldo, for the prisoners to come on also. This was shown to the old Tagalo, thus disarming suspicion on his part. But now came the closest shave they had. The column met a detachment from Aguinaldo's headquarters sent down with instructions to relieve the necessarily worn-out guard of the newly arrived reinforcements that were supposed to be guarding the 5 prisoners at the beach. And let said guard come on up to headquarters with the rest of the reinforcements, the idea being to still leave the prisoners at the beach so they would not learn definitely as to the Aguinaldo whereabouts. Detaining the officer commanding this detachment for a moment or so on some pretext, the commanding officer of the reinforcements whispered to a Macabebe corporal to run back and tell General Funston and the rest of the prisoners to jump in the bushes and hide. This they did, lying within 30 feet of the detachment, as it passed them en route for the beach. Of course a fight would have meant considerable firing, and the quarry might hear it, take fright, and escape. Finally they reached Palanan, the prisoners quite far in the rear. Placido got safely into Aguinaldo's presence, followed at a short distance by the main body of his Macabebes. Aguinaldo's lifeguard of some 50 men, neatly uniformed, presented arms as Placido entered the insurgent headquarters building, and thereafter waited at attention outside. Then the worthy Placido entertained the Honorable Presidente with a few cock-and-bull stories about the march across country, etc., made obediently to the President's order, keeping a weather eye out of the window all the time. As soon as the Macabebes had come up and formed facing the Aguinaldo lifeguard, Placido went to the window and ordered them to open fire. This they did, killing 2 of the insurgents and wounding their commanding officer. The rest fled, panic-stricken, by reason of the surprise. Then Placido, a very stout individual, grabbed Aguinaldo, who only weighs about 115 pounds, threw him down, and sat on him, until General Funston, the Hazards, Mitchell, and Newton arrived. The orders were ironclad that under no circumstances, if it could be avoided, was Aguinaldo to be killed. His signature to proclamations telling the people to quit the war was going to be needed too much. The party rested 2 days and then set out for the coast again, on March 25, the day the Vicksburg had agreed to meet them. At noon, says General Funston, we again saw the Pacific, and far out on it a wisp of smoke, the Vicksburg coming in. In due course they reached Manila Bay. The old palace of the Spanish Captains General, then occupied by our commanding general, is up the Pasig River, accessible from the bay by launch. By that method General Funston took his precious prisoner to the palace without the knowledge of a soul in the great city of Manila. He arrived before General MacArthur had gotten up. In a few minutes the general came out. "Where is Aguinaldo?" said he, dryly. He supposed General Funston simply had some details to tell, like the commanding officers of hundreds of other expeditions that had gone out before that on false scents in search of the illustrious but elusive Presidente. "Right here in this house," said General Funston. General MacArthur could hardly believe his ears. A few days later, General Funston walked into General MacArthur's office. The latter said, "Well, Funston, they do not seem to have thought much in Washington of your performance. I am afraid you have got into trouble." At the same time he handed me, says General Funston in the Scribner magazine article above mentioned, a cablegram announcing my appointment as a brigadier general in the regular army. In his annual report for 1901, General MacArthur describes the capture of Aguinaldo as the most momentous single event of the year, stating also that Aguinaldo was the incarnation of the insurrection. This last statement explains why he was so anxious to capture him alive. If dead, he would be sure to get reincarnated in the person of some able assistant of his entourage, thus ensuring undisturbed continuance of the war. He was most graciously treated by General MacArthur during his stay as that distinguished soldier's guest at the Malacanan Palace, from March 28 until April 20. The word guest is placed in quotations because the host thought so much of him that he considered him worth many hundred times his weight in gold, and had him watched night and day by a commissioned officer. Everything that had been done by the Americans since November, 1899, was explained to him, and he was made to see that our purposes with regard to his people were not only benevolent but also inflexible. In other words, that there was no altering our determination to make his people happy whether they were willing or not. Seeing this, Aguinaldo bowed to the inevitable. The program explained to Aguinaldo is wittily described by a very bright Englishwoman as a plan to have lots of American school teachers at once set to work to teach the Filipino English and at the same time keep plenty of American soldiers around to knock him on the head should he get a notion that he is ready for self-government before the Americans think he is, a quaint scheme. She adds, and one characteristic of the dauntlessness of American energy. To be brief, on April 19, Aguinaldo took the oath of allegiance to the American government, which all agree he has faithfully observed ever since, and issued a proclamation recommending abandonment of further resistance. This proclamation was at once published by General MacArthur and signalized by the immediate liberation of 1,000 prisoners of war, on their likewise taking the oath of allegiance. In his proclamation Aguinaldo said, among other things, "The time has come, however, when they, the Filipino people, find their advance along this path, the path of their aspirations, impeded by an irresistible force. Enough of blood, enough of tears and desolation." He concludes by announcing his final unconditional submission to American sovereignty and advises others to do likewise. Soon after this General Tino surrendered in General Young's district, and in another part of northern Luzon, General Moscardo, commanding the insurgent forces in the provinces of Bataan and Zambales. heretofore described as the west wing of the Great Central Plain, also surrendered. In the latter part of June, General Calis, with whom we have already had occasion to become acquainted, in connection with Judge Taft's mafia on a large scale, also surrendered in Laguna Province. After that, there was never any more trouble in northern Luzon. But during the spring of 1901, the Commission had been very busy organizing the provinces of southern Luzon under civil government. Thus cutting short the process of licking it into submission and substituting a process of loving it into that state through good salaries and otherwise, a policy which postponed the final permanent pacification of that ill-fated region for several years. As hereinafter more fully set forth. The unconditional absoluteness with which Judge Taft acted from the beginning on the assumption that the Filipinos would make a distinction between civil and military rule. And that their objection to us was because we had first sent soldiers to rule them and not civilians, and that these objections would vanish before the benignant sunlight of a government by civilians, is one of the great tragedies of all history. Considering the countless lives it eventually cost. As a matter of fact, the Filipino objection had little or no relation to the kind of clothes we wore, whether they were white duck or khaki. Their objection was to us, i.e., to an alien yoke. However, to heal the bleeding wounds of war, the Filipinos were benevolently told to forget it, and a civil government was set up on July 4, 1901, pursuant to the amiable delusion indicated. That it has never yet proved a panacea, and why, will be developed in the next and subsequent chapters, but only insofar as such development throws light on the present situation, which it is the whole object of this book to do. And now a few words by way of concluding the present chapter, as preliminary to the inauguration of a civil government, cannot be misconstrued, though they come from one who held office under it. I have certainly made clear that Judge Taft and his colleagues were as honest in their delusion about how popular they were with the Filipinos as many other public men who have been known to have hobbies. And my remarks must be understood as based on the comprehensive bird's-eye view which we have had of the whole situation from the outbreak of the war with Spain in 1898 to the end of June, 1901, as a summation of that situation. It is quite true that all contemporary history is as much affected by its environment as the writer of it is by his own limitations. But it certainly seems clear now that, in regard to the Philippine problem presented in 1898 by the decision to keep the islands, the American people were played upon by the politicians for the next few years thereafter. Sometimes on the idea that the Filipino people were not a people but only a jumble of semi-civilized tribes incapable of any intelligent notion of what independence meant. And sometimes on the idea that while there was no denying that they were indeed a civilized, homogeneous, Christian people, yet the great majority of them did not want independence, and would prefer to be under a strong alien government. But the keynote to the McKinley policy from the beginning, his answer to the eager question of his own people, was that there was no real absence of the consent of the governed. In Senator Lodge's History of the War with Spain, written in 1899, there is a description of the long struggle for independence in Cuba, whose existence Spain denied year after year until we decided that patience had ceased to be a virtue. Which description is so strikingly applicable to the situation in the Philippines during the first years of American rule that I cannot refrain from quoting it here. And we were to go on pretending that the war was not there. And that we had answered the unsettled question, when we really had simply turned our heads aside and refused to look. And then when the troublesome matter had been so nicely laid to sleep, the result followed which is usual when congressmen and presidents and nations are trying to make shams pass for realities. By the same high token the Philippine question will always remain the unsettled question until it is settled right. In other words, the American occupation of the Philippines, having been originally predicated on the idea that the Filipino people did not really want independence. A fiction which political expediency incident to government by parties inexorably compelled it to try to live up to thereafter, took the form, in 1901, of a civil government founded upon a benevolent lie, which expressed a hope, not a fact. A hopeless hope that can never be a fact. And that is what has been the matter with it ever since. The papers ID it handsome. But you bet the army knows. Letter of July 22, 1898, by Duque de Almodóvar del Rio, Prime Minister of Spain, to President McKinley, suing for peace. Senate Document 62, pt. 1, 55th Congress, 3D Session, pages 272-3. See Congressional Record of that date, page 33. General Otis's appreciation of such aid was thus expressed in his cablegram to Washington of June 4, 1899, negotiations and conferences with insurgents cost soldiers lives and prolong our difficulties. Correspondence relating to the war with Spain, Volume 2, page 1002. Address by Secretary of War Taft before the National Geographic Society at Washington, published in the official organ of that society, National Geographic Magazine for August, 1905. Says General Chaffee in his annual report for 1902, the intelligent element controlled the ignorant masses as perfectly as ever a captain controlled the men of his company. War Department Report, 1902, Volume 9, page 191. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, page 61. August 29, 1898, to May 5, 1900. Especially Independence. Senate Document 331, 1902, pt. 1, page 50. A slander ignorantly repeated by the adverse report of the minority of the Insular Affairs Committee of the House, on the Jones Bill, introduced in March, 1912, proposing ultimate independence in 1921. See The Commoner, April 27, 1906. Philippine Census, Volume 2, page 9. These are the three main lines of cleavage, linguistically speaking. Nearly all the minor dialects are kin to some one of the principal three. Peasant's hut, usually of bamboo, thatched with stout straw, nipa. It is the log cabin of the Philippines. By way of protest against this kind of belittling of the Army's work, General MacArthur says in his annual report, War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, p. 60, such a narrow statement of the case is unfair to the service, adding a handsome tribute, which might have come very graciously from the Commission had it felt so disposed, to the endurance, fortitude, and valor of his 70,000 men during the precise period while the Commission was filling the American papers with politically opportune nonsense about peace, when there was no peace. See Report of Secretary of War Root for 1900. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 1, page 80. See Report of Taft Philippine Commission of 1900, page 17. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, pages 34-42. S.D. 435, 56th Cong 1st Sess. Report U.S. Philippine Commission, November, 1900, page 15. General Lawton was killed in battle in the hour of victory at a point only about 12 miles out of Manila, in the winter preceding the spring of 1900 in which the Taft Commission left the United States for Manila. This interview was endorsed as substantially correct by General MacArthur before the Senate Committee of 1902, Senator Culberson first reading it to him and then asking him if it quoted him correctly. See Hearing on Philippine Affairs, 1902, Senate Document 331, pt. 2, page 1942. War Department Report, 1901, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 88. Ibid, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, page 60. November, 1899, to September, 1900, both inclusive. W. D. R., 1900, Volume 1, point 5, page 60. Judge Taft had cabled Secretary of War Root on August 21, 1900, after his arrival in June, defining of political issues in United States reported here in full, gave hope to insurgent officers still in arms. And stayed surrenders to await result of election. See War Department Report, 1901, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 80. War Department Report, 1901, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 89. See Report of Taft Commission to Secretary of War, dated November 30, 1900. A sample of one of these death sentences that Caylus and all the rest of the insurgent generals were accustomed to issue against their copperheads may be seen in General MacArthur's report for 1900. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pp. 5, p. 63. War Department Report, 1901, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 90. See Report of Secretary Root for 1902, page 13. Just how correct this was will be examined later. The people seem to be actuated by the idea that men are never nearer right than when going with their own kith and kin. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, page 61. General MacArthur's Annual Report dated October 1, 1900. War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, pages 61-2. General MacArthur's report, which we are now quoting from, dated October 1, 1900, was forwarded by the ordinary course of mail, and even if it arrived before the day of the November election, the Secretary of War certainly did not at once place it before the public. Compare this MacArthur, October 1, 1900, statement with the Taft statements of the same situation between June and November, 1900, as expressed for instance in his November, 1900. Report to the Secretary of War thus: a great majority of the people long for peace and are entirely willing to accept the establishment of a government under the supremacy of the United States. They are, however, restrained by fear. Without this, armed resistance to the United States authority would have long ago ceased. It is a mafia on a very large scale. Report, Taft Commission, November 30, 1900, page 17. This was before Judge Taft met one Caylus above mentioned and liked him well enough to make him governor of a province, in spite of his being an assassin. In other words, a Filipino general who had a few weak-kneed fellows shot for being too friendly with the Americans. Ante. See War Department Report, 1900, Volume 1, pt. 5, pages 65-6. As for my share as a soldier in that Philippine insurrection, admitting, as I now do, that it was a tragedy of errors, the President of the United States would indeed be a very impotent chief executive if it were every American's duty to deliberate as a judge on the bench before he decided to answer a President's call for volunteers in an emergency. I am not yet so highly educated as to find no inward response to the sentiment, right or wrong, my country. If this sentiment is not right, no republic can long survive, for the ultimate safety of republics must lie in volunteer soldiery. Page 93. Correspondence relating to the war with Spain, Volume 2, page 1211. Correspondence relating to the war with Spain, Volume 2, page 1222. Ibid, Volume 2, page 1223. Ibid, page 1226. Ibid, page 1237. See Correspondence relating to war with Spain, Volume 2, p. 1239. 10 or 12,000. Correspondence relating to war with Spain, Volume 2, page 1249. See Public Laws, U.S. Philippine Commission Division of Insular Affairs, War Department, Washington, 1901, page 181. See General Funston's article on The Capture of Aguinaldo, which appeared in Scribner's Magazine for November, 1911. War Department Report, 1901, Volume 1, pt. 4, page 99. For a copy of this proclamation see War Department Report, 1901, Volume 1, point 4, page 100. The War with Spain, by H. C. Lodge, page 20. Chapter 15. Governor Taft, 1901-2. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, Peace, peace, when there is no peace. Jeremiah 8:11.